Tianling continent. Northern ice region. Huang Yuli's entire body was drenched in scarlet blood, not a single ounce of strength left within her. No trace of emotion could be seen on that peerless beauty's face. It was only that pair of chillingly cold eyes that revealed her killing intent. 10-directional nightfall formation. At such a large scale. This Sky Phoenix Jade Ring is merely an incomplete godly armament. I'm afraid that you have wasted your efforts. The white-clothed male, coldly sneered, don't believe for a moment that I don't know the reason for your visit to the northern ice region. It's all for the sake of finding the profound ice jade to repair the ancient, godly armament, right? Both Huang Yuli's heart and mind shook. There was only one person who knew of her trip to the northern ice region. That person was the Ling sect's eldest young lady, Ling Qingyu. Could it have been her who had betrayed her? But these two ladies had known each other for many years and had gone through many life and death situations, close bosom friends with many shared secrets between them. So how could it be? Her eyes quickly scanned through the figures of the surrounding people, the corners of her mouth rising. The demonic sect, Cloud Sea Ancestor and Qi Xing Palace, of the Seven Powers, 3 of these great masters have actually gathered here. The allure of the Sky Phoenix Ring is truly great. Unfortunately, even if I did hand the Sky Phoenix Ring to you, there is only one ring. May I ask how you 3 will divide it? The expression of the white-clothed male faltered and became unnaturally stiff. Hurriedly, he went to cut her off. Don't try to stall for any longer. Before the might of the 10-directional nightfall formation, all will become flames and ashes. All except the godly armament. Now hand the armament over. In respect of your master being the #1 armament refiner, I will spare your life if you pledge your loyalty to me. Huang Yuli sarcastically laughed. Pledge my loyalty? In your dreams. Huang Yuli's life never has relied on others to live. Just as those dominating words fell, the world lit up in a raging tower of flames. In a blink of an eye, the color of the land completely transformed. When the white-clothed male witnessed this, his complexion became unusually grave. Urgently he cried out, "Not good. She wants to self-destruct. Not good. Quickly, stop her." Chaotically numerous people attempted to stop her. Unfortunately, by the time they had reacted, it was already too late. As an Emperor Profound Realm Master, the detonation range of Huang Yuli's was enough to wipe out a city. As for those within her immediate surrounding, they naturally would not be able to escape the blast and would be turned to ashes. It was also precisely at that moment was the icy land plunged into darkness accompanied with terrifyingly violent tremors that shook the entire land. About 30 meters away, a black-clothed male stood in the air. His body was slim and graceful, with devastatingly exquisite looks that looked to be as perfect as a sculpture. Yet those desolately cold eyes disdainfully looked towards the commotion as he dispelled the incoming and powerful force. Ashen-faced were all the people present. It's clan head Mu. He is attacking the formation. Looking to die. How could that be? Isn't he in close training to ascend to the peak of the Emperor Profound Realm? How could he possibly appear here? Mu Qingqing was the publicly acknowledged #1 sword expert of the Tianling continent, without compare. It was also widely known that he had been chasing Huang Yuli for many years now. If it were not for the fact that they knew Mu Qingqing was in closed-door training, they would not have dared to confront Huang Yuli. Who could imagine that this man would spare at no effort to rush over thousands of miles to save her? The matchless and tyrannical 10-directional nightfall formation could not withstand even a single blow. With a wave of his hand, the great formation shattered to pieces. Quickly, escape. Otherwise everyone here will lose their lives. All those who had surrounded and attacked Huang Yuli turned and scattered. He did not have the time to care about them, and leapt directly to Huang Yuli's side. Only, he was still too late. Mu Qingying's stoic face, which never displayed his emotions, twisted into one of despair and heartbrokenness for the first time. He did not dare to believe his eyes, to believe that he had still come a step late. Helplessly, he looked at the glowing figure of Huang Yuli. Yuli! Why did you do this? Why did you not wait for me to save you? Within the burning trance, a sliver of Huang Yuli's consciousness returned. With that, the picture of Mu Qingying's outstanding face was the final thing embedded into her mind. I never thought you would come, thank you. Thank you for treating me like this. If there is another chance, I am willing to do whatever necessary to return your undying love. Unfortunately, the price of detonating one's soul was truly great. She would never have the opportunity to reincarnate. Muddled-headed and dizzy, Huang Yuli floated about in the murky darkness for a long, long time. All of a sudden, a bright ray of light appeared in front of her. From within, came faint sounds. Third Miss, you died so unjustly, how could you not think this through properly? The crying made Huang Yuli highly agitated and wanted her to shut up. Yet no matter how much she struggled, she could not muster any strength. An intense female shriek sounded out, stupid servant girl, hurry up and scram for this lady. I cannot. Fourth Miss, you cannot act like this. Third Miss body has yet to turn cold and you already want to seize her property. These were all left behind by the old lord. What can you do about it? This slut has already died. Now those things of hers belong to my family. Hurry and scram for me, or I'll give the order to whip you to death and let you accompany that slut of yours. Then Bai Ruoyan proceeded to kick the eyesore of a serving girl as she commanded, move everything away from me and be careful. You really couldn't tell that this slut would possess so many good things. Just this porcelain pill bottle, not even I possess one. Move everything out. You really cannot, Fourth Miss. All of my young miss possessions have already been taken away. Only that vase remains, and that was something the previous lord left behind. The faithful serving girl threw herself forward once again. Lowly servant. Dare to block my way. Beat her to death. This ear-piercing dispute unceasingly entered Huang Yuli's ears, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through her brain. Following the pain came a rush of memories that did not belong to her. It appeared that she had been reborn. The body of Bai Ruoyan was the third young miss of the Wu Wei Manor, from the South Yu country. Her father, Bai Lu Feng, once held the title of #1 expert in the South Yu country, his prowess brilliant. From birth, she was above the masses, a greatly respected princess. Unexpectedly, when she was 3 years old, her father disappeared when he was leading his troops. Her second uncle Bai Lu Jing then inherited the position, pulling down Bai Ruoyan's status by 1,000 miles. Finally, on her 10th birthday, she was revealed to be completely ungifted at cultivation, a complete waste. In this martial world, the strong ruled the Tianling continent. Not being able to cultivate meant that you had reached the very bottom of the ladder. From then on, Bai Ruoyan was utterly bullied and humiliated by her female cousins from her second uncle's side. The morning before yesterday, her second cousin hosted a birthday celebration. As for Bai Ruoyan, who was rushing to attend the event, she was assaulted by a passing male, her reputation falling to rock bottom. Afterwards, Bai Ruoyan was extremely ashamed for the adultery rumors that had spread. That very night, she committed suicide by hanging herself. As for Huang Yuli, she mysteriously and unknowingly awoke in this body replacing her. From outside the door, the sound of the whip smashing down on raw skin became increasingly clear. The blood-curdling cries also became increasingly mournful. With large strides, Bai Ruoyan advanced sneering, "Oh, my third sister isn't a princess for nothing. This jade pendant on her neck is a body-recovering soul jade. It is such a waste to give to this useless trash such a rare treasure. It better if this miss had it instead." As she proclaimed this, her hands had already reached towards Huang Yuli's neck. However, just as those thin nails were about to come in contact with skin, the motionless young girl's eyes abruptly opened. Bai Ruoyan froze. Making contact with that pair of profoundly black eyes, she felt as if she was staring straight into a dark hole, instantly taking all her breath away. She only felt her mind buzz a bit before it became completely blank. With light movements, she opened her eyes as she rose up from her bed, rising up like the undead. Bai Ruoyan, you caused my death, yet still dare to take my possessions, you have such courage. Hearing this, Bai Ruoyan's legs softened, while her focus were on the beads of cold sweat dripping down her forehead. From behind her, a cry of fright could be heard as the servant stuttered, G, ghost. Deathly pale was Bai Ruoyan's face. So full of fright, her butt plunked straight to the floor. She was wholly unable to stand and could only furiously nudge her butt towards the door. Chuckling, the corners of Huang Yuli's mouth rose up. This eye technique could not turn her into a ghost. Instead, it brought out Bai Ruoyan's deepest and darkest fears. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly arrogant and despotic Bai Ruoyan held such fears. Fears of the third elder sister, whom she bullied to return and haunt her. Truly, as the saying goes, vile people have no courage. Just a moment ago she was calling slut this, slut that. Did she think that this stately princess was on the same level as a lowly servant? This easily bullied? If she did not properly return this favor, then she would be disrespecting the sincere care and concern this younger cousin has given her, over the past years. Alighting from the bed, Huang Yuli leisurely approached Bai Ruoyan. Bai Ruoyan could only cry out in alarm, "You, don't come near me. Leave. Get away from me." Voice hushed, Huang Yuli's mouth curved into an extremely demonic smile. Bai Ruoyan, you were the one to murder me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Forcing Bai Ruoyan into a corner, her icy cold hand reached out and clasped her thin neck. Fearful screeches and cries could be as Bai Ruoyan pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The murderer was not me, it was second sister, and second madam. It has nothing to do with me, yes, I don't know anything. The tinkling laughter that Huang Yuli released sounded both sinister and strange. Then why, what is the reason in coming to my room? Wanting to steal my property? It seems to me that you are a shameless woman who would murder for riches. No, it really wasn't me. When she felt the tightening constriction of the ice-cold fingers around her neck, Bai Ruoyan fell into a state of panic. In a great flurry, she had revealed everything. It really has nothing to do with me, Wu, it was second sister whom he told to come. It was her who told me to find a key and said that everything else would belong to me. Third sister, I momentarily possessed a greedy heart, please believe me. All debts would have its debtor. The one who spread those rumors about you committing adultery really had nothing to do with me. Huang Yuli snarled, daring to eye my possessions, you equally deserve to die. Her fingers tightened. This caused Bai Ruoyan to start shrieking again, please don't. Third elder sister, spare me. I will return everything back to you. As she said this, she flusteredly flung out all the items she had taken from within her clothes. I have returned everything to you. I beg third sister to be generous and spare me. Sweeping across the thing, scattered across the floor. She didn't loosen her hand and directly questioned, anything else? Anything else? Puzzled, Bai Ruoyan's eyes became blank as she tried to recall. Everything she had previously taken were all returned, so what was left? Since she was unable to remember anything else, she started desperately take out everything within her possession. She took out money, jewelry, and even the hairpins on her head. Third sister, I have taken out everything that was on me. I'll give you everything, so please, please spare my life. Sweeping across the objects strewn across floor again, Huang Yuli discontentedly said, "You are the Marquis House's 4th Mississippi. How could you possibly be this poor? Could it be that you're still hiding some items?" Third sister, I really didn't hide anything." Knitting her brows together, Huang Yuli continued her interrogation. "No money? Touch your heart and ask yourself whether or not if you truly have no money left. Look around and view the damage you have caused. If you do not make the proper compensations, how can my spirit possibly allow you to walk away freely?" She scoffed and looked at Bai Ruoyan with narrowed eyes. Shuddering from those words, Bai Ruoyan's words were shaky as she replied, "Third sister, I really don't have any money." "Second sister, she has money, so go and ask her," she pleaded desperately. "Seems like you really are poor. Why don't write up an IOU then?" Bai Ruoyan blinked in confusion. "What?" Lowering her head, Huang Yuli swiftly wrote on a piece of paper and threw it towards Bai Ruoyan. Due to fact that Bai Ruoyan was overwhelmed with fear, she did not even stop to think for a moment why a ghost would ask for money. She didn't even read the contents on the piece paper, but proceeded to snatch the brush and signed her name down immediately. Picking the paper up, Huang Yuli scanned it before nodding in approval and said in a satisfied tone, "Fine, then we'll reluctantly let you owe the money for now. Take off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times, then you can scram." Bai Ruoyan was momentarily stunned. "What? Take off my clothes?" Even if she could not think properly due to fear, she still knew that if a young lady took off all her clothes, there would be very severe consequences. Unfortunately, when Bai Ruoyan looked into Huang Yuli's endless eyes, it was as if what remaining bit of consciousness she had left was sucked away. Under the control of the clear sky eye, Bai Ruoyan did not have the slightest resistance. Obediently, she acted according to Huang Yuli's instructions. Listlessly, she undressed in front of Huang Yuli and knelt to the ground. She then proceeded to kowtow 3 times. Dong. 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 Clear, crisp knocks could be heard as she powerfully banged her head against the limestone floor. By the time she lifted her head up, her skin on her forehead was torn and blood was trickling down. Waving her hand, Huang Yuli commanded, "Scram." Hearing those words, Bai Ruoyan leapt up and madly dashed towards the door as if she had received a great pardon. Bursting through the door, she furiously ran away. Outside, the serving girl and nurse that Bai Ruoyan had brought along with her were still immersed in their grand scheme as they surrounded Bai Ruoli's serving girl and continued their torture. "I'll whip this damn wretch to death. Dare to go against our 4th miss? You didn't even stop to look around before peeing. What status does your mistress have?" "That's right. The ill-star of the deceased master and mistress. Not to mention that she is a complete cultivation trash. If it weren't on the fact of being kin, master would not have kept her. This is already showing great benevolence. But who knew that she would dare to commit adultery with a random man? That's truly losing the face of this entire matter. Even death cannot wipe such a stain away. Just a lowly and disgraceful thing, yet she still has the audacity to refuse and hand out the items that the previous master had left behind? Moreover, she still has the cheek to keep it all to herself. But now that she's dead, everything is settled. So everything here would naturally belong to our manor. Third miss, she isn't that kind of person." Even though she was covered in blood and barely breathing, she stubbornly clung on to her last breaths and struggled in a weak voice in an attempt to clear her mistress' name. It was at that moment that a sudden shriek erupted from within the room, followed by a loud bang as the doors flung open. Hearing the commotion, they all turned their head to only see a naked silhouette flying out. "Who is it?" Observing closely, the serving girls asked before crying out, "It's 4th Mississippi." "What happened to 4th Miss? What happened?" Bai Ruoyan looked completely disheveled. Her hair completely in disarray and matted with dust, not a single accessory was seen, and blood was trickling down her forehead. It was too hideous to look at. Still trembling, she cried out deliriously, "Ghost, spare me, third sister, spare me, it wasn't me who harmed you. Please don't come find me." "Fourth miss, what is the matter with you?" Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the room door opened once more. Clothed in white all over, Huang Yuli floated out. Who is it?" "Third miss?" Bai Ruoyan once again started to wail out in fear. At once, the nursemaid felt that something wasn't right. With large strides, she stood in front of Bai Ruoyan and said, "Fourth miss, don't panic. By this old maid's assumption, third miss isn't a ghost. Who dare to pretend in our manner to be some godly spy ghost?" Once again, Huang Yuli's demonically black eyes glinted coldly. Looking towards her, the old maid felt her head became dizzy while her legs crumpled beneath her, kneeling to the ground. Softly, Huang Yuli whispered, "Everyone give yourselves 20 slaps, then get lost." The sounds of slapping ensued. Under the control of Huang Yuli's eye technique, the various serving girls and maids started to diligently slap themselves. Pa! 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 It sounded. By the end of the 20 slaps, everyone's faces had swelled up greatly, causing them to look like steamed buns. Following that, those people hurriedly stood up. They didn't even spare a glance at the bare-naked Bai Ruoyan running away as if they had peed their pants. Quivering, shaking, Bai Ruoyan staggered. All the while muttering "ghost" as she tottered out of the courtyard. With slow and unhurried steps, Huang Yuli followed behind them to the entrance. At the entrance to the street, many people came and left. With a clear and audible voice, Huang Yuli shouted out, "Come see. Wu Wei Manor's fourth miss is running around the streets naked." A high-standing young lady with fair skin, great bodily features. Not bad, and it costs no money. Suddenly, a naked lady burst out scaring all in the vicinity, before drawing their attention. When everyone heard the loud shouts of Huang Yuli, they couldn't help but wail with great anticipation. Standing in a circle, people started to gather and surround Bai Ruoyan from all sides. Not only was she trapped within the circle, more and more people started to gather and chatter amongst themselves. This crazy lady actually looks quite decent, her body too. Just a shame that she's a bit lacking in the brains. Nonetheless, I have a younger brother who is a bit retarded, 30, and he has yet to marry a wife. I wonder if I can take her home and match him? Whoa, you sure dream well. Didn't you hear what the person just said? She is Wu Wei Manor's fourth Mississippi. Even if she was an idiot, do you think your brother can match her? What? How could this be? I only heard that the third miss of Wu Wei Manor was useless. Aren't the fourth miss talents quite decent? How could she be an idiot? Not to mention, running around the street naked? But, it seems like it really fourth miss by, What? What? You didn't see wrongly? Of course I didn't see wrongly. My uncle's next-door neighbor's great-aunt's younger male cousin from her mother's side's older sister-in-law, is part of Wu Wei Manor's household. How could I possibly be wrong? This is precisely fourth miss by. Truly so? How could this high-class, well-bred lady be running around naked? How would I know that? Hey. I heard that these rich ladies from good households are slutty from birth and have unique hobbies. Not only do like to go around streaking, they also enjoy being beaten. I heard that some even enjoy eating shit, abnormal hobbies, normal folk cannot understand. AI. Stop talking about, I'm about to puke. Public morals are degenerating by the day. After shouting till her voice turned hoarse, Huang Yuli proceeded to sneakily hide herself. No one would have guessed that there are a young girl sitting at the back entrance of the manor. Chin resting on her hands, she listened enthusiastically. TSK, TSK. This small country South U isn't very strong and its cultivators are also beyond weak. Yet its streets uncles are so informed to point where they knew that some people enjoyed eating shit. At that moment in time, Bai Ruoyan became clear-headed again. Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. Sitting on the cold floor, she dazedly opened her eyes. Very quickly, she realized that she had unknowingly walked out into the street without a single article of clothing on her. Not to mention that she was currently being encircled by a large crowd of people. Out of instinct, Bai Ruoyan let out a loud scream. Frantically she tried to use her hands to cover herself up. Unfortunately, if she covered the bottom, she couldn't cover the top. Embarrassed to death she shouted out loudly, "What are you doing? Perverts! Scram, all of you scram!" As she shouted this, she used all her strength to escape. When she had arrived at a lone corner, her foot suddenly slipped. Fortunately she narrowly avoided falling face down. The crowd behind her was still discussing away. Don't run. I still haven't seen enough. Don't you enjoy being seen by others? Fuck, did you guys hear what she just said? She actually called us perverts? Who in the end is the real pervert? Seeing the main lead run away, Huang Yuli's eyes dimmed, rapidly losing interest. Standing up, she brushed the dust from off her butt and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to step into the doorway, she halted her steps. Strange. Why I do feel as if someone is watching me. Turning around, she quickly scanned for any peculiarities. Seeing none, she turned around again. As she was about to step through the doorway, an immense pressure descended upon her. Her entire being shook. The next second, a mysteriously clothed male appeared from around the corner. He wore a silvery white mask that covered the majority of his face. Only his perfectly chiseled jaw could be seen. His long, black hair hung loosely down, while his cold, thin lips curved upwards, giving off a slightly demonic impression. Just by revealing his lower jaw and his fair skin was enough to make one possess wild thoughts, guessing away at his appearance. What type of face lay under that mask? What outstanding features he possessed, enough for one to lose their soul. With a gaze of interest, he pulled on Huang Yuli. Within those pupils held an intense power that caused one unconsciously to shudder. Huang Yuli's instinct sensed danger. Even though her soul had exploded once and could not compare to before, she still could sense danger. It was definitely something ordinary people could not compare to. Raising her head, she gave the male an icy glare and snapped, "Have you seen enough?" Stroking his chin, he replied, "Haven't seen enough." They all said that Wu Wei Manor's third miss was both a cowardly and weak, good-for-nothing person, not a single good point. Presently with the truth in front of him, it seems that the rumors differed vastly. This third miss seemed to have used a secret technique to control that girl previously. Her spirit was quite powerful. Not matter how you look at it, she did not seem to be good for nothing. Moreover, she was quite two-faced, quite nefarious. This barbed wild rose, although it had yet to bloom, had already opened his eyes. Seeing that he had no evil intentions, Huang Yuli snorted, "If you haven't seen enough, then take you time to look. This lady shall not keep you company." Watching her receding back, the usually frosty face of the man revealed a rare smile. Truly a small fox. As soon as Huang Yuli stepped into the courtyard again, she was greeted with the view of Bai Ruoyan's things. They were messily left about by the servants earlier. This caused her to wrinkle her brows. Do they even know about hygiene? They actually threw them everywhere, making me go to the trouble to tidy it up. If I had known earlier, I would have made them slap themselves some more before allowing them to leave. It was that moment that Kai Wei regained consciousness. She then immediately threw herself to Huang Yuli's leg side. Clutching onto her leg, she began to wail loudly. My third miss, you died so unjustly, it's no wonder that your spirit did not leave and possesses consciousness. Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. Huang Yuli's mouth twitched. The previous mistress serving girl was quite loyal. Just previously when she was being pressed against the wooden bench and getting beaten to death, she did not forget to protect her mistress. It was just a shame, it seemed like her brain wasn't too good and thought she was actually a ghost. Kaiwei was still wailing away at her feet. Third miss, if you were this strong while alive, how great that would be. If the old master knew that you were killed at such a young age, how heartbroken he would be. Unable to bear the increasingly tragic cries, Huang Yuli yelled out in exasperation, Stop, stop. Stop. Don't wail for the departed anymore, your family's miss isn't dead yet. Can you not speak such depressing words? Kaiwei abruptly raised her head and stuttered, What? Young miss isn't dead? Lips curving upwards, Huang Yuli smiled, Of course I'm not dead. If I died, then wouldn't those who caused my death be delighted? Those people who treated me unjustly are still living happily. How could I die just like that? I'm well and alive. After raising her head, Kaiwei stopped to observe for quite a while before exclaiming out, Young miss, you didn't die, you really didn't die. Your body is still warm. Nonsense. As Huang Yuli flicked her sleeve and turned to walk back towards her room, she proclaimed, In the future, don't cry so easily and lose your miss face. Whomever bullies us, you should fiercely retaliate. Eyes wide in shock, Kaiwei thought that a big change had happened. Not only was third miss life was strong and survived this ordeal, her entire person seemed to have changed. In the past, when the second household came and bullied them, third miss would only secretly cry. She would lament that she had led a tough life from childhood, both parents dying when young and a wastrel at cultivation. She would so say that was reason why people bullied her. Now she says to hit them back. And she had just scared away the fourth miss, who had reached the 4th stage of the Qi Profound Realm. Kaiwei moved to tears, God really has foresight. She was known throughout. As the daughter of the infamous #1 expert of the Southern Yu Kingdom, how could the third miss be an easily bullied wastrel? Why are still standing there making such a fuss at the entrance for? Hurry up and come in. Hastily, Kaiwei pushed open the doors and entered. Presently, Huang Yuli had bent down to pick up a small white bottle. Pulling off stopper off, she held it under her nose and took a whiff while she reached out to open Kaiwei's mouth. Although those whip slashes had only caused superficial wounds, they still affected the muscles and bones. If you do not properly treat those wounds now, then they could cause problems in cultivation later. Kaiwei's mind momentarily blanked out. Young miss, what did you just say? Cultivation? This lowly is but a servant, so I don't have the qualifications to cultivate. Even if I do have some bone and muscles injuries, it is okay. Ignoring these words, Huang Yuli poured out 3 pea-sized pellets from within the bottle. She then instructed, Take these blood-clotting pills. By tomorrow morning, your wounds would have fully healed. Kaiwei's eyes widened, just like they were popping out of their socket. Third miss, these are high-grade pills, Just one of these pills can cost up to 200 taels. Even if you have the money, you may not necessarily be able to purchase it. This half bottle was something the old lord left behind for you. Quickly put them away. This is a precious family treasure. Huang Yuli furrowed her brows, they are merely the lowest of the lowest grade pills. Is there a need for such a reaction? Precious family treasure as well? Fine, if I tell you to eat them, then eat them and don't waste them. This lady is still waiting for you to serve me. Without waiting for any remarks, she directly stuffed the pills into Kaiwei's mouth. Mustering all her strength, Kaiwei tilted her head to the side in attempt to dodge her family's Mississippi. Unfortunately, she was still too slow. Before she knew it, her mouth was stuffed with the pills. Nonchalantly Huang Yuli waved her hand, "Go out now and properly rest. Tomorrow morning, clean up the courtyard. It has been completely trashed by those dirty people. You truly cannot continue to live here." On the other hand, Kai Wei still possessed that lifeless expression of hers. She really couldn't believe that she had just swallowed 3 high-grade blood-clotting pills. Did the young miss not know how precious those were? Even if one was part of the royal household, they still wouldn't randomly give servants pills, let alone high-grade ones. Not to mention that fact that she had swallowed 3 of them for merely a flesh injury. Even if you want to ruin the family, you wouldn't ruin it like this. Did the young miss think that medicinal pills were like cabbages, growing everywhere? Originally she thought that her family's young miss had become clear-headed. What she didn't realize was, she had only become more foolish. It was only when Kai Wei had blankly shuffled out of the room, did Huang Yuli dawn on an extremely serious expression. She truly could not think of anything else as she pondered. Just how did she snatch an opportunity for rebirth? When she was at the extreme northern region, she was pursed by the masters of several powerful sects due to the godly Sky Phoenix ring. Consequently, she was also humiliated by falling into their ambush, resulting in her choice of self-detonation. Logically speaking, the normal ending would be her soul dissipating. So how did she enter this body? Additionally, who betrayed her to fall into that trap? Even after considering all possibilities for quite some time, Huang Yuli still could not come through with a suitable answer. Since she could not solve it, she put it aside for now. Never mind. Since I was able to come back, it is still a good thing. Currently, the most important task I must do is to quickly strengthen myself and reach my previous power. Her current strength was pitiful beyond pitiful. Even an insignificant girl at 4th level of the Qi Profound Realm could act like a big shot in front of her. How could she possibly talk about taking revenge and wiping this grudge away? Furthermore, since she had taken possession of Bai Ruoli's body, she must teach those scums who had killed Bai Ruoli a proper lesson. That way, it would also be a form of repayment to her. With a plan in mind, Huang Yuli crossed her legs on the bed and began to meditate. Wu Wei Manor had thoroughly used all their power to suppress her. Even the cultivation manuals that their family had passed down through the age had not been given to her. Fortunately, within Huang Yuli's eyes, those cultivation manuals of the Bai family were much too basic and coarse. The first step in cultivation was to absorb qi. You must meld the profound qi within the heaven and earth into your body and meridians. One must then allow the profound qi to pass through all 12 of the meridians, completing one full circuit. This would cleanse the body of all the impurities within and entering the 1st level. Once you are able to do this, you have successfully entered into the ranks of martial practitioners, becoming one of the most elementary practitioners. This process was extremely tedious. Even to a 1st-grade talent who had started from the young age of 10, would need at least 3 years to link up all their channels. As for Bai Rua Yen, she was a 2nd-grade talent and was rare for someone of her age, 14, to reach the 4th level of the Qi Profound Realm. Due to this, she did not put Bai Ruoli in her eyes. In her previous life, Huang Yuli was an inheriting disciple to one of the 4 great hidden sacred grounds, the Fire Temple. She possessed the universally shocking 9th-grade talent, enabling her to link all her meridians within a single night. In the history of the Tianling continent, she was the 2nd genius of that tier. She casually reminisced a bit about her past life's cultivation path, before drawing on the qi around her. However, from the afternoon all the way to nightfall, she was not able to sense even a single thread of profound qi. With the passing of time, Huang Yuli's expression also became increasingly ugly. Even when she had awoken, Huang Yuli could sense that this body was very weak, bursting with weakness, super ultra weak. But she had still underestimated the seriousness of the problem. 1 in 2 people usually possessed only a bit of talent. Even those who possessed 1st-grade talent could, with time and effort sense a sliver of worldly profound qi. Not to mention that fact that she was currently cultivating with a peak-level Saint-grade upper-level method. In spite of all this, she could not sense anything? This, by Rowley, really was peak-grade trash. However, by Rowley's father was known to be the most powerful cultivator of the southern U country. Reasonably, no matter how untalented she was, she shouldn't be a complete waste. Could there some sort of problem? Numerous possibilities flashed through Huang Yuli's mind immediately. These possibilities were all related to curing talentless people. Unfortunately, she felt that all these would not have any effect. Just as she was frustrating over this problem, she heard a loud thunderous clap resounding in her ear. Following that, Huang Yuli felt herself lose consciousness. When she came to, she found herself in a simple adorned room. Right in front of her was a raging inferno. At the center of the inferno was a gigantic silhouette. She squinted her eyes, trying to discern what that was. Huang Yuli's eyes popped out as soon as she recognized it was like those portrayed in the legends. It was a mythical phoenix. As its shimmering golden wings unfolded, it seemed as if they could rip apart space itself. As it lightly waved its wings, the wind blew over like a raging tide, a pressure borne down its surroundings, making it hard to breathe. Raising its head, the phoenix let out a clear and melodious cry. Sweet and graceful it sounded, yet brimming with power as it emanated a domineering aura. Suddenly, the flames started to whirl about furiously as the golden silhouette of the phoenix gradually shrunk in size. Amidst the golden light, it morphed into the shape of a young man, clothed in a long golden robe. He had a handsome yet devilish-looking face, complemented with a complexion as fair as white jade. That pair of peach blossom eyes perfectly matched that defined nose and seductive thin lips. In regards to his 5 facial features, there was no flaw you could pick on. That long robe he wore was only casually draped across his body, fully revealing his upper torso. This gave off an air of languidness. Because Huang Yuli had witnessed the entire spectacle, she knew that this loosely robed male was the incarnation of that phoenix. With peerless strength, he was definitely not the man he portrayed himself to be, a harmless but good-looking man. Looking at Huang Yuli, a flash of discontent flashed across his eyes. "Girl, what are not you showing the least bit of admiration towards this deity?" "Huh?" This statement left Huang Yuli at a loss. The man went on, "As a revered deity, and with such striking elegance, dashing and charismatic, am I not the very personification of beauty itself to you?" Huang Yuli was left speechless. It was only after much thought and time did she finally find some words as she spat out, "I have met narcissists, but I have never met someone who is shameless to such a degree." The man who had just morphed from a phoenix, although indeed exceptionally handsome and dashing, but if his good looks was to be said to be the very personification of beauty, that would be an overstatement. In her previous life, within the Emperor's city, were the 10 great gods. Each and every one of them possessed outworldly looks and charm. As for Shui Qingqing, he was the undisputed first rank. Expression changing, the male's eye narrowed. "Girl, you dare disrespect this deity? Do you not know that if this deity wants to kill you, it would be as simple as squishing an ant?" The male was originally overbearing and arrogant. But as he was in the middle of his sentence, he suddenly came to a pause. Even his expression had changed greatly. Flabbergasted, Huang Yuli asked, "Hey, what happened to you?" Under the dumbstruck gaze of Huang Yuli's, the phoenix male rapidly transformed. Bit by bit, he shrunk in size, even his facial features underwent great change. Finally, he became a boy who was around 3 heads tall. You could still see the evilness within his face, but those big, round and watery eyes, with those marshmallowy cheeks clearly stated, body delicate, form soft and strength weak. Fresh, cute, soft skin. The young boy looked down at his little hands, and panically cried out, "Fuck. I had clearly absorbed profound qi for entire day. How could it only last for such a short time before I changed back? Hearing those words, Huang Yuli narrowed her eyes. Squatting next to the young boy, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Good. In the end, you are just a small brat playing tricks. Tell me, why after cultivating an entire day, I am not even able to sense the slightest bit of profound qi." With his stubby legs, he kicked around. Pouting his bun-like face, he struggled desperately. "Let me down. I said let me down. Stinking girl. Country bumpkin. I'm warning you, if you don't release me now and kneel down to beg for forgiveness, I will make you regret it." Chuckling, Huang Yuli replied, "Oh, your age is small, but your temper isn't. A naughty child is itching for a lecture. Watch out or I'll smack your butt." On the young boy's adorable face was an expression of apprehension. This caused him to use more effort in his struggle to escape. Shouting out, "Stinking girl. Just you wait." You also saw it, this little lord's true form was that formidable and majestic phoenix. Currently, it's because I don't possess enough profound qi resulting in my temporary small form. Wait until this little one has recovered. By then, I only need one finger to squash you. So amazing? Lips curling upwards, Huang Yuli loosened her grip. This action nearly caused the plump, round body of the boy to fall and land straight on his bottom. The cute boy hurriedly grabbed onto her arm, not daring to let go. His entire body trembled nonstop, yet he still continued roaring, "You want to kill this little lord? Just you wait." Huang Yuli replied, "Just then, were you not the one who kept asking me to let you go? So why don't you want me to let go now?" The boy could only give her a deathly glare. Continuing, Huang Yuli said, "Enough, don't act anymore. I already saw through it, that phoenix image wasn't yours, was it? Of course that was me. The phoenix is an ancient mythological beast, with matchless power. If you were really that matured phoenix, even if you were gravely injured, you would still be able to make me kneel and cough out blood from your gaze alone. Is there a need for such threats? I think that this is probably a memory of a past senior that you took to act like that, right?" The cute boy. The two people had a standoff for quite some time, before the boy finally admitted his defeat. "Okay, fine, stinking girl. Looks like you still possess some brains, even though that image wasn't mine, it was still my older brother's." Flabbergasted, Huang Yuli asked, "That was your older brother? That's not possible, right? Anyone could see that was an expert, while you, children should just be honest. Otherwise, don't blame this older sister when she gives a proper lesson." "I didn't lie." Infuriated, the child flared up as he spilled everything out. "Even though my age is young, I am still an authentic, pure-blooded phoenix. When I grow up, I will be as dashing and as awesome as my older brother." Still unconvinced, Huang Yuli continued her questioning, "Your spirit is this weak. No matter how you look at it, you do not seem to be an ancient mythological beast?" Sincerely and grievingly stated, "I really am a phoenix. I am just still a child. When I was just born, there was a great battle. Bringing me with him, brother ran far away, far away. Later, we had met great danger. In order to protect me, brother sealed my soul in the Sky Phoenix ring." Hold up, hold up. In other words, we are currently inside the Sky Phoenix ring? Huang Yuli couldn't help but cry out in shock. In her previous life, ever since she had found the Sky Phoenix ring in an ancient remnant, she had used and tried all sorts of heavenly treasures and methods to make it recognize her as its master. Yet now, without rhyme or reason, it was activated. Puffing out his chest, the cute boy proclaimed, "Humph. Humph. That's right. The Sky Phoenix ring isn't some ordinary god relic. Blood alone isn't enough for it to recognize a master, you must separate a part of your soul and let it merge with ring for it to work. Your luck isn't bad. When you detonated your soul, you allowed yourself to be recognized as its master. Only in that moment did Huang Yuli realize the answers to her questions, so it was like that. In other words, even though I destroyed my soul, yet I was able to snatch a chance to be reborn. This was all due to the Sky Phoenix ring? There is no method of saving someone when they destroy their soul. Even the Sky Phoenix ring does not possess this ability. When you were detonating your soul, I was still unconscious. By the time I awoke, you were already recognized as its master. It was at this moment, Bai Ruoli, who possessed the heaven-defying flame spirit physique, appeared. So I used what little amount of profound qi I possessed and rushed out. Absorbing the information, Huang Yuli felt as if her mind was submerged in a cloudy mist. The Sky Phoenix ring, such a high-grade godly relic, was still unable to save a destroyed soul. So, in the end, how did she survive? Very quickly, she discovered another strange point. Little brat, did you make a mistake? What physique, did you say, Bai Ruoli possessed? Clearly she was a peak-grade trash. Immediately, the small boy put on a disdainful expression. What do you understand? This physique of Bai Ruoli's, even if you were to compare it in the god realm, it would still be very dominating, extremely heaven-defying. Truly so? Huang Yuli was full of doubt. Angry, the small boy bursted out, of course. In your lower realm, a 9th grade talent is already a peak-level genius. Yet in the god realm, the peak-grade talents all possess innate physiques. While within the various innate physiques, the flame spirit physique is considered the highest grade amongst fire-attributed physiques. While listening, Huang Yuli nodded along, but she still did not fully believe him. What you say makes much sense. Unfortunately, this physique's ability to perceive profound qi is. That's because the cultivation method you are using is wrong. Where are the errors? Rolling his large grape-like eyes, the boy replied, hee hee. You want to know, right? On this large expanse of land, only this little lord knows. If you want to know, it all depends on your attitude. Unfortunately, with your rough behavior earlier, I'm afraid that this little lord cannot seem to recall. Hearing this, Huang Yuli released her hands and gently lowered him to the ground. Too delighted, the small boy gleefully said, humph, humph. Now you're willing to admit your wrongs? Too late for regrets? Ah? This little lord will tell you, hey. What are you doing? After Huang Yuli placed him down, she turned his body over and started to vigorously slap his buttocks. Pa. 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 Clear, crisp sounds rang out. This caused the small boy to wail out, stinking woman. Female devil. Release me. You dare hit me? Then I will ever tell the cultivation method. You shall be a piece of trash forever. Huang Yuli merely snickered, little brat, you think I do not know? I am already the Sky Phoenix Ring's owner, while you are merely the spirit of the Sky Phoenix Ring. With a single thought, I am able to silence you. You do not possess any bargaining rights. You. What about it? Are you ready to obediently confess? Large, steaming tears rolled, while his bum burned. The small boy thought for a while. Under the abusive power of this female devil, he could only choose to surrender. From a corner, he pulled out an old book and placed it in front of Huang Yuli. Picking up the book, Huang Yuli saw the 3 large words printed across the cover: 9 Phoenix transformations. This the God Realm's peak grade cultivation method for the fire system. It's the Phoenix God race's secret method. If it weren't for the fact that you stepped into some dogshit luck and picked up the Sky Phoenix ring, you would definitely be unable to possess it. Your luck is simply too good. In an extremely sour mood, the small boy sulked while he grumbled out loud. Note, some of you were puzzled over the dogshit luck. To be slandered as a dog/pig/chicken or lower is the lowest and most impactful insult. So here, the Phoenix is admitting her luck is very good. Unfortunately, due his dislike towards her, he is insulting and cursing her good luck. Li chuckled out, I am very sorry. This older sister's luck has always been very good. Picking up the book, she started to casually flip through it. Skimming through its contents, she discovered that it further explained the flame spirit physique in detail. It mentioned that in order to stimulate their vessels, those who possessed special physiques needed to use medicinal herbs which corresponded to their respective element. They also needed to coordinate it with the godly grade 9 phoenix transformations to cultivate. If they failed to do this, not only would they be unable to display any advantages in cultivation, they would also be like trash, unable to sense the world's profound chi. It was no wonder Li was always treated like trash. Slapping the small boy's head, Li smiled. It was hard to imagine that this little thing would still have some usefulness. In the future, this sister will treat you a little bit better. Now, since there is nothing else to do here, I will go cultivate. Hey, wait up. Seeing that Li was about to leave, the boy hurriedly jumped up and hugged her thigh tightly. What are you doing? She asked sternly, her voice cold. Lifting his face up, the boy replied, You can't leave alone. Take me out with you. It has been several hundred years since I was stuck in this lousy piece of jade. This little lord is bored to death. I want to go out for some fresh air. Pretending to hesitate, Li continued, If a child with an unknown origin was to suddenly appear, how am I supposed to explain it? The boy quickly answered, You don't have to worry about that. I can change back into my original appearance. He smiled and reassured her. The chubby, bun-faced child suddenly disappeared. With a golden flash of light, a palm-sized phoenix appeared in his place. Its baby feathers had yet to fully grow out, causing its overall appearance to be like a yellow fluff ball. Li stared blankly. The tiny phoenix chirped twice, and flapped its wings in a proud manner. It personally felt that it was quite cute. Females have always been interested in cute, young animals. Although this female devil was quite ruthless in her methods, but seeing her gaze, she must quite like my true appearance, right? Cupping her hands, Li lifted up the tiny phoenix to examine it. She nearly drooled. This meat is just too tender. If one were to make a chicken mushroom stew, the taste would not be bad. The tiny phoenix immediately froze. And, making it into a crispy golden chicken would not be bad either? Big brother, save me. This female devil is just too scary. Oh, how he wished to return home. With a thought, Li discovered that she was back in her own room, only to realize that daylight had broken through. Stretching out her stiff limbs, she accidentally touched something, was cold as ice. The sky phoenix ring had reappeared as an ordinary-looking jade pendant, and laid beside her. On the other hand, the 9 phoenix transformations had reverted to an extremely tattered and dilapidated book. The fluffy baby phoenix was perched on the sky phoenix ring. After casting her a sidelong glance, he flapped his infant wings and flew to the windowsill and started amusing himself as he celebrated his newfound freedom. She made sure to hide the sky phoenix ring securely within her clothes before flipping open the 9 phoenix transformations. Carefully and diligently, she began to study it. Previously, when she was flipping through the phoenix's cultivation book, she did not read it too closely. But after reading it thoroughly, she found out that to cultivate this technique was not something easily accomplished. This technique contained 9 different transformations, while each of the 9 transformations corresponded to each of the 9 cultivation realms. The flame spirit physique was the best physique to be cultivated with this technique. Unfortunately, due to this physique's uniqueness and this technique's high grade, the resources needed for each breakthrough were tremendous. Just enabling the flame spirit physique to sense profound chi needed more than 10 different types of herbs, while each of the required quantity was enormous. Furthermore, you needed the rare and high-grade Flame Cloud Pearl as the base for the other herbs. The most important and pressing matter that she needed to be completed now was to gather these herbs. Quickly copying down the list of ingredients, she headed out. Southern Yu Country's biggest store, Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Customers were streaming in and out continuously. Although Huang Yuli was the manor's young miss, due to her ordinary-looking clothes, no one paid much attention to her. After walking around the shop, she found that Thousand Treasure Pavilion truly deserved its name of being the #1 shop in Southern Yu Country. All the medicinal herbs on her list were available here. It was just, in regards to the price, it was equivalently heart-wrenching. For example, a stalk of purple basil grass was worth 10 silvers, while one flower bud of the fire sunflower was 8 silvers. Note, I have opted to use silvers instead of the liang/taels mentioned. Based on my previous experience, there shouldn't only be silver, but gold too. In case of this, writing just silver and gold makes it easier to understand for English speakers. 1 liang equals 50 G. And these were only prices for the lowest grade of herbs. If one wanted a higher grade of herbs, the prices multiplied by a few fold. Gritting her teeth and looking at the list given by the little phoenix, she needed at least 100 of each. On top of the fact that they needed to all be high grade too. In all, if she wanted to obtain everything, she needed at least 30,000 silvers. Rubbing her money pouch wryly, Huang Yuli felt that the reality was cold and harsh. Before leaving, she had questioned the maid, Kai Wei. Afterwards she was told how pitifully poor she really was. Ever since the disappearance of Bai Lu Feng, her second uncle Bai Lu Jing had used various excuses to assume control over family finances. Bai Ruoli did not possess a single cent. Previously she had relied on pawning various antiques in order to survive the days. The 50 silvers within her possession were only obtained yesterday after extorting Bai Ruo Yen. With them, she could only buy 5 stalks of purple basil grass. However, she did not pin any hope in purchasing many herbs from a measly 50 silvers. She had already long planned it out. She was not the continent's #1 armament refiner for nothing. Even though the current her was greatly weakened and could not absorb any profound qi, creating a few toys were beyond trifling. Through that, will she earn her money? But after one lap, she tragically discovered something. She wasn't just ordinarily poor, she was miserably poor. Turned out that even the lowest materials for refining exorbitantly priced. There was no way for the current her to afford it. In her eyes, an extremely crappy, rotten iron low-grade furnace already cost 800 silvers. Not to be mentioned the other items. It was basically highway robbery. In actual fact, she didn't know that the armament profession was built upon money. The previous her was born into a large family. Coupled with her genius innate talent, all kinds of precious materials were easily obtained. Naturally, she couldn't put these low-grade products within her viewscope. But in the Southern Yu Country, these low-grade materials were luxury products that only royalty and aristocracy could afford. As Huang Yuli was pondering the question of earning more money, a familiar voice sounded beside her. "This profound weapon, how much is it?" Turning her head, she saw that it was Bai Ruo Yen behind her. This incidental meeting caused Huang Yuli to smile. Her luck seemed to be quite good. Just as she was thinking how she lacked money, someone came to deliver money to her. By then, Bai Ruo Yen had also noticed her, and her facial expression immediately turned hostile. "Bai Ruo Li. You cheap slut, why are you here?" Huang Yuli sneered and replied, "Did you lose your mind? You even need to ask why? The sole purpose in coming to a store is to purchase merchandise." Bai Ruo Yen sarcastically laughed too. "On what basis can you do that? Can you afford anything within Thousand Treasure Pavilion? You are so poor that you probably can't even afford a single stock, right?" Huang Yuli smiled, whether or not I can afford it, does not seem to be related to you, right? On the hand, I find it quite puzzling. Just yesterday, someone was involved in such a scandal yet dare to go out today. They really do have skin thicker than the city walls. At the mention of yesterday's events, Bai Ruoyan couldn't help but want to kill her. You still dare to appear in front of me. Yesterday's affairs were orchestrated by you, right? You dare to fool me like that, I will whip you to death, you slut. As she spoke, she pulled out her whip and lashed out. Huang Yuli had long predicted this. Stepping out, she dodged the strike. Lashing out spitefully, Bai Ruoyan couldn't even touch even a single thread on Huang Yuli's clothes. Her anger was aroused further. Just thinking back to yesterday's shame on the street when she was being ridiculed and pointed at. She was nearly kicked out too. All she wanted to do now was to whip Huang Yuli to death and relieve the hate and anger she harbored deep within her. Bai Ruoyan was so overcome with anger that she continued whipping furiously, not noticing that none of the lashes had landed on Huang Yuli. On the contrary, she had startled quite a number of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's customers. Swiftly, the security of Thousand Treasure Pavilion came to stop them. My two misses, our Thousand Treasure Pavilion does not allow any fighting in here. If you are not here to buy things, then please leave. The shadow boss of Thousand Treasure Pavilion was rumored to be from the royal family. So he had placed regulations whom no one dared to violate. Hearing the guard's words, Bai Ruoyan didn't dare to continue further and obediently stowed her whip away. Slut, I'll let you go this once. Just you wait. As she declared this, she turned to the shopkeeper she was speaking to earlier. Pointing in Huang Yuli's direction, she said, "Shopkeeper son, with your Thousand Treasure Pavilion fame and high status, aren't your customers all those with status? This girl is a penniless beggar who cannot afford anything in the store. Her sole purpose is to stir up trouble. Hurry and drive her away." Shopkeeper Sun recognized her. She truly was the Wu Wei Manor's fourth young miss. Although Wu Wei Manor cannot be compared to when Bai Lu Feng was here, but they could still be considered one of South Yu country's influential powers. Naturally, the young misses of the Bai family could not be offended. Raising his head, he asked Huang Yuli, "This young miss?" Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yuli already displayed a pitiful expression and said in a low voice, "Fourth sister, how could you say such words like those?" An expression of astonishment was seen on Shopkeeper Sun's face. Fourth sister? Could it be that she was the rumored and sole daughter to Bai Lu Feng's? That beyond good-for-nothing third young miss, Bai Ruoyan? You are actually the Bai family's third young miss? It was long said that the young misses of the Bai family were not harmonious. Presently, Wu Wei Manor also did not treat their niece well. Could it be that was all true? Can it be false? Just now, didn't you see that fourth young miss directly pulled out her whip to attack her own cousin? She really lack manners. TSK, the tea truly turns cold when one leaves. That year, it was because of Bai Lai Feng that the Wu Wei Manor rose to such a height. Now when he is missing, even as his daughter is bullied like that. Isn't this Bai fourth young miss born of a concubine? Yet possesses such a domineering attitude. She is basically relying on someone else to bully people. Note, children not born of the first/main wife would be considered lower class. And if they were to do something shameful, it was to be expected, because of their status. Isn't it said that the Bai family's second young miss wanted to marry the crown prince? Coming from such a family, how is she qualified to become the crown prince's imperial concubine? Listening to the murmuring of the crowd, Bai Ruoyan became more and more red. Clearly that it was that slut who was the mastermind yesterday, causing her to lose all her face. Even if she whipped her to death, it wouldn't clear her grievances. So how did it change to relying on others to bully her? Yet she could not explain those feelings. Cautiously she looked at her before weakly speaking again. fourth younger sister, I know that you are angry over yesterday's affairs. But I really do not know how it became like that. I can explain to you. Actually, it was like this. You, shut your mouth. As soon as Bai Ruoyan heard her mention yesterday's affairs, she hurriedly interrupted her. A face full of grief, Huang Yuli bit her lip, then, fourth sister, the money that you owe me, when do you plan on repaying me? Bai Ruoyan gave a blank look. What money? You forgot? Yesterday you wrote an IOU. Taking out a piece of paper, Huang Yuli waved it around. Bai Ruoyan recognized that sheet. When she was delirious and muddled-headed, Huang Yuli tricked her into signing it. With the passing of yesterday's events, the fact that she did not kill Huang Yuli was already her good fortune. She still dared to take that out and ask for money. Bai Ruoyan was extremely angry, and angrily stepped forward in an attempt to snatch the IOU away. Huang Yuli swayed her body lightly and avoided her. Fourth miss, what are you doing? Repaying a debt is heaven's law and earth's principle. Could it be you, the young miss of the stately Wuwei manor, wants to renege on a debt? Not being able to catch her already angered by Ruoyan beyond belief. Now hearing her words laced with sarcasm, she was extremely furious. You sly and treacherous slut, this IOU is not something that I willingly signed. Hurry and hand it over, or I'll rip you to pieces. Bai Ruoyan was constantly reaching out, but Huang Yuli was as slippery as a roach. She could not even catch a single hair. Unfortunately, as Huang Yuli was dodging, she was also speaking in a grieving tone. Fourth miss, this here in clear black words reads your name right? What do you mean that you signed unwillingly? How could I, your older sister who cannot cultivate, force you to sign your name? How do I possess that ability? That's right. This by family fourth young miss is just too excessive. Owing money and doesn't want to repay it. Correct, fourth young miss Bai is at the fourth level of the Qi profound realm and her cultivation isn't low either. How could the third young miss force her? Isn't she speaking lies without even batting an eye? Really befitting of someone born of a concubine, doing such a scandalous thing in such an audacious manner. She is totally losing the face of Wu Wei manners. Bai Ruoyan nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. Yesterday, it was unknown as to what methods Huang Yuli used. But the fact that she was not clear-headed was the truth. What she said was all the whole truth, but why did no one believe her at all? Not only this, on the faces of everyone present were clear signs of loathing and despise, while Huang Yuli drew all the sympathy. Even the guards of Thousand Treasure Pavilion were standing in front of Huang Yuli, protecting her. Poking her head out from behind the guards, Huang Yuli shyly said, Fourth younger sister, I know you hold a grave misunderstanding towards me. Yesterday's affairs, I really can explain them. What do you have to explain? Presently, there are many people present, so I will honestly speak the truth and allow everyone to be the judge. In front of so many people, if I were to speak a single lie, I will receive retribution. Bai Ruoyan's heart gave a small jump. Yesterday's affairs were the biggest humiliation of her entire life. She wished that no one would ever come to know of it. Yet now, Huang Yuli wanted to narrate everything from start to finish out here. What was there to say? Was she going to say that she was running around naked in the streets? Those people on the street that day were common people. Even if they did see her in her most humiliating moment, they couldn't tell who she was. Even if they did recognize her, they wouldn't dare to speak of it. But the customers of Thousand Treasure Pavilion were not the same. If they were not aristocracy, they were rich merchants. If Huang Yuli were to narrate the events of her running around naked, she would become the laughingstock of the entire kingdom. However, the crowd encircling them held great praise towards Huang Yuli's actions. Not bad. It should be like this. Who is right and who is wrong? If you tell us the story we would know right. Third miss isn't the daughter of Bai Lu Feng for nothing, behaving with integrity and honesty. Hurry and tell was what happened. Correct. We cannot misunderstand fourth young miss either. You should still explain the situation at that time. Only this will be fair, just and right. Bai Ruoyan's face turned green. Only she saw Huang Yu nodding her head in agreement. Okay. Well, yesterday's affair went like this. Fourth sister, when you visited my courtyard yesterday, I happened to be asleep. Sadly, my maid Kaiwei lacked manners and didn't properly serve you, so you generously taught my personal maid a lesson. Unfortunately, in the process, you accidentally broke some antiques given to me from my father. That's why you wrote this IOU. When the crowd heard this, they started chattering once again. This fourth miss, isn't she too arrogant? Taking the opportunity when her elder sister is asleep to steal her things. Not mentioning the fact that she was hitting her servant. TSK. Arrogance and despotism, she sure doesn't lack either of them. Whomever marries her in the future will be cursing their 8 future lives. This third miss is just too pitiful. Bai Ruoyan was at her wit's end. Due to her anger, she could not control herself and directly lash out with her whip as she shouted, venomous slandering. You, shut your mouth for me. Hopping lightly to the side, Huang Yuli clutched her stomach and exclaimed, Fourth sister, this one really did not speak groundlessly. At the time, there were many people on the busy street who saw that you did not wear. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Stomping her foot furiously, Bai Ruoyan released all the rage within her. She could no longer pay attention to her surroundings as she directly charged forward to attack. Bai Ruoli, shut your mouth. If you dare say even one extra word, you will be looking for death. When everyone present saw this, who couldn't understand the hidden meaning? Bai Ruoyan, who didn't allow Huang Yuli to speak, clearly held a guilty heart. Are these the teachings of Wu Wei manner? Not returning her debts you can barely forgive, but to insult her cousin like that. It truly makes one unable to watch any further. In an instant, everyone began to despise both Bai Ruoyan and Wu Wei manner. Bai Ruoyan was red, it seemed as if her face was boiling. Yet she was unable to doing anything towards Huang Yuli. At that time, Huang Yuli spoke up, it's okay. Fourth sister, since you do not want me to speak, then I will not continue speaking. We are all one family, is there a need for you to use your whip? Humph. Who is your family? Fortunately you still know how to be afraid. If you dare to speak nonsense again, then watch how I'll deal with you. When Bai Ruoyan saw Huang Yuli biting her lower lip, she was fooled into thinking that she was afraid. This caused Bai Ruoyan to smile smugly. However, she didn't possess enough face to remain lingering any longer. Leaving that harsh remark, she wanted to turn and leave. Fourth sister, wait a moment. Hastily, Huang Yuli called out, that I owe you. The sparkling white piece of paper once again fluttered in front of Bai Ruoyan. This time, Bai Ruoyan did not dare to deny it further. In front of so many present, if Huang Yuli were to say anything more. Touching her pocket, she threw out a pouch filled with silver. Consider yourself fierce. Take it. Catching the pouch, Huang Yuli poured out the contents. Under Bai Ruoyan's murderous gaze, she began to count them. Finishing, she threw out 2 words, not enough. Eyes practically popping out, Bai Ruoyan asked, what did you say? Blinking her eyes innocently, Huang Yuli replied, Fourth sister, this IOU clearly states that you owe me 1,200 silvers. Why did you only give me 120 silvers? 1,200? Why don't you just steal them? But, that's what is stated on the IOU, right? If you do not want to admit it, I can go find a witness. Enough. Biting down on her lip, Bai Ruoyan interrupted her. All the while, her hands were trembling non-stop. 1,200, this definitely wasn't a small number. Even she, a stately young miss, only received 50 silvers from her monthly allowance. Coincidentally, she did have 1,200 silvers on her today. These silvers were something that she obtained after using an entire year of coaxing from Wu Wei manners by Lu Jing. In the new year, it would be the time when the 7 great martial schools begin to recruit new disciples. With Bai Ruoyan's second-grade talent, as well being at the 4th level of the profound Qi realm and her young age, she was considered quite outstanding. If she was able to enter the 7 great martial school, regardless of her strength and status, they would both be elevated greatly. That was the reason why she wanted to obtain 1,200 silvers. She was hoping to find a suitable armament in 1,000 Treasure Pavilion to increase her overall strength. So when the time comes, she would be able to reveal outstanding results. If it weren't for the fact that she desperately wanted to find one, she would not have left the house so early after her embarrassment. But who would have thought that before the silvers even had a chance to warm up in her pocket, she met this malicious star, Huang Yuli. Would she really need to give the money to her? Bai Ruoyan could feel her heart bleeding away. But, if news of her affair on the street were to be revealed and if Huang Yuli were to find a witness, then her innocence and reputation will be all gone. Even if she did successfully pass the exam and enter the top-ranking school, the Heavenly Body School, she would never be able to marry into an elite family. Huang Yuli was presently watching quite leisurely. After struggling for some time with a face like someone was slicing at her heart, Bai Ruoyan finally took a large bag out. This is 1,200 silvers. We will exchange the money and the IOU at the same time. Huang Yuli wasn't unreasonable. After obtaining her money in both hands, she straightforwardly took out the IOU and handed it over to Bai Ruoyan. 4th sister, you must be careful. Please be very cautious and ensure that no one obtains it to swindle money from you. Chuckling, she gave the bag of money a good look. It really is 1,200 silvers. Its weight sure isn't light. Truly befitting of the manor master's daughter, so different from me his niece. 1,200, giving it out so easily. I will have to ask 4th sister to continue to take care of me in the future. Under her barrage of taunts, Bai Ruoyan was really at her limit. Eyes darkening, she narrowly avoided faintly on sight. 4th young miss. The maid that accompanied her hurriedly rushed up to support her. Bai Ruoyan couldn't stay any longer. Flicking her sleeves in anger, she turned and promptly left. The surrounding crowd swiftly followed suit and scattered. In a day's time, the events of the Wu Wei manor, bullying the sole daughter of the missing elder brother, swiftly traveled throughout the entire capital. This resulted the reputation of the inhabitants of the Wu Wei manor to sweep the floor, reaching rock bottom. After obtaining her 1,200 silvers, Huang Yuli began to purchase all necessary items she needed. This was the first time that shopkeeper's son saw the 3rd young miss ever come to 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Who knows what this good-for-nothing person wanted to buy? After all, the majority of 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's merchandise were armaments and pills. These clearly were catered specifically for martial practitioners. Filled with curiosity, shopkeeper's son followed behind Huang Yuli. 3rd Miss Bai, I please ask you what you want to purchase? Casually, Huang Yuli pointed to the most ordinary armament furnace on the shelf. That furnace, I will need your help to deliver it to the side courtyard at Wu Wei Manor. Normally, armament furnaces were the height of 2 people, and weigh more than several hundred jin. So naturally they provided delivery along with purchases. Shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. This, young Miss Bai, do you know what this is used for? Isn't it just an armament furnace? Huang Yuli looked at him strangely. This was also one that was of a bad quality with an irrational composition which was likely to affect and spoil the end quality of the product. Shopkeeper's son responded, then what do you want to buy this for? You should know that this armament furnace is something that armament refiners used to make armaments. If ordinary people were to buy, it would have no use whatsoever. Huang Yuli said, "Of course I know this. What is the matter? Could it be that I am unable to purchase this armament furnace?" Shopkeeper's son continued with his blank expression, "Young Miss Bai, if you really want to purchase this, then this store naturally would not stop you. Then, isn't that fine? Here is 800 silvers. Hurry and find some people to deliver it over." With some impatience, Huang Yuli interrupted him. As shopkeeper's son received the silvers, he was both stunned and helpless. Everybody said that this third young Miss Bai was good for nothing. But now it seemed that not only was she good for nothing, she was also a spendthrift home wrecker. An armament furnace was something that was very highly priced. Without even considering it, she took out money to buy it. It didn't even possess much exhibition value. If she could find no use for it, then wouldn't it be basically throwing money into the river? 800 silvers. Even if you were to buy some ordinary rank pills, you could still buy a small bottle's worth. But, shopkeeper's son wouldn't hold any grievances towards money. Seeing how easily Huang Yuli handed the money over, he hastily added, "Yes, yes, yes. Young Miss Bai, please rest assured. Our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's delivery service is very fast, secure and reliable. Promising you that it will arrive around this afternoon." Huang Yuli gave an N and walked to the next counter. Whilst the people around her all raised their eyebrows, placing the label of spendthrift home wrecker on her. Everyone all shared the same thoughts. They assumed that Huang Yuli possessed too much money to spend, hence her reckless purchase towards that furnace. Not one person thought that she would actually use it. The reason being that the occupation that used this furnace was a very rare and very noble career in the Tianling continent. Even if they were just a rank 1 armament refiner, they would still hold great power and authority in a small country like Southview. It is obvious that profound qi elevated a martial practitioner's strength. Between two practitioners of the same level, if one possessed an armament that suited them, then would be able to crush their opponent, doing whatever they pleased. Whilst there were also several requirements needed to become a refiner. You must simultaneously possess both fire and metal attributes, along with a strong spirit force. Lacking any one of these, you would not be able to become a refiner. Just possessing 2 attributes was already very rare, 1 in 100 opportunity. Furthermore, you need both fire and metal, plus a strong spirit force. With those 2 demanding prerequisites, the chances of finding a person like that would be the same as getting struck by lightning. Additionally, with each rank promotion, there will be a great consumption of materials. If you do not have a powerful backer, then it would be almost impossible to improve and advance. Due this and the occupation's rarity, their status naturally rose sharply. No matter where they go, they would be warmly welcomed. You must know, this third young Miss Bai was the nationally recognized trash, good for nothing. How could she possibly be an esteemed and noble armament refiner? Huang Yuli didn't mind what others thought of her. Acting as if nothing happened, she walked to the section containing armament materials. This area was already browsed by her earlier, so she knew what she needed to buy. "Shopkeeper, I want a stock of Shaoxiang bamboo, a piece of ochre-colored tin stone, 20 pieces of North River mica, 3 pieces of iron essence." Note, it seems that the author is using modern mineral names. I tried translating the names separately, but they turn out very weird sounding. Also, ochre is a pale yellowish-brown color. Hearing how Huang Yuli called out the names of these materials so familiarly, shopkeepers' sons were practically popping out of their sockets. These were all common materials for refining. Third Miss Bai bought both an armament furnace and materials. What did this mean? It would mean that she was preparing to refine something. Startled, shopkeeper's son asked, "Young Miss Bai, are you perhaps preparing to begin refining?" Huang Yuli causally nodded her head. Shopkeeper's son then exclaimed, "You must think this over carefully. Is refining armaments such an easy task? You do not possess fire and metal attributes, nor third-grade or higher talent, or refining techniques. Wasting materials is just a little issue, but you could be burned by explosions. Even deaths have occurred before." Hearing those words, Huang Yuli was shocked. You could even burn yourself from refining armaments? The lower the grade the armaments were, the lower amount of spirit force needed. Thus there were even lower chances of actually getting burned. Under Huang Yuli's analysis, the chance of being injured from refining a first-rank armament was close to zero. But in Shopkeeper's son's perspective, when he saw Huang Yuli's attitude, he misinterpreted it as she did not believe him. Inwardly, he could only shake his head. These young masters and misses were so simple-minded and innocent. Without any understanding, they would buy a furnace in the heat of a moment and act like learned scholars in an attempt to refine. Aren't they overestimating themselves too much? If armament refining was such a simple task, would armament refiners possess such grand status? Not only would they be unable to refine a proper tool, they might even end their life in the process. Shopkeeper's son spoke up again, "Young Miss Bai, I am not trying to scare you. While there are chances of explosions while refining, there is also the possibility of releasing toxic gases if you put the materials in the wrong sequence." Huang Yuli interrupted him there, "Shopkeeper, I know all of these things that you are saying. I will inconvenience you and ask you to wrap up all the materials that I just listed." Seeing her stubbornness, Shopkeeper's son didn't bother to persuade her further. He swiftly beckoned an assistant to retrieve her desired materials. "Wait a moment." All of a sudden, Huang Yuli called out. Both Shopkeeper's son and the assistant turned around to look at her. Feeling the near-empty purse of hers, she said with some regret, "I don't have enough money. Give me the lowest grade materials." Everyone was thoroughly convinced. "No money? If you don't have enough money, why spend so much to buy that furnace? Must you try your hand at refining?" This weak and good-for-nothing girl who has never learned how to refine and is using such low-grade materials. If she really were to successfully refine something, then ghosts would really exist. AI, don't talk about it. What can you do if her family has money? Her, headstrong? When she gets burned, that will be her time to cry. Huang Yuli turned a blind eye to all present, and exchanged all of her money for low-grade materials. Carrying various large and small packages, she left Thousand Treasure Pavilion. On the large street, it was bustling with people. A horse cart was conveniently parked outside Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Who knows how long it had parked there for? Huang Yuli couldn't help but turn and look twice. This horse carriage was just too eye-catching. The entire carriage was made from black gold sandalwood. A single CUN-inch would cost more than 10,000 silvers. Harnessed at the front were also 8 black horses. They were rank 5 demonic beasts, flowing cloud colts. They were the favorite mounts of the 6 major martial cities. But now, they looked like ordinary horses whose use was to pull carts only. Others were only exclaiming about the carriage owner's extravagance. But Huang Yuli was truly shocked. That was because she could see that this horse carriage was an extremely high-grade armament. Furthermore, both offense and defense were integrated together, very powerful. Just by relying on this armament alone, you would be able to easily defeat a peak-level, sky-profound realm expert. The horse carriage owner's status was definitely extraordinary. After looking at the carriage for a short while, Huang Yuli silently moved out of sight. She did not care who the owner of the horse carriage was, after all it had nothing to do with her. She never cared much for rumors and gossip in the first place. Refining, earning money, and cultivating were the things she actually cared about. With quick steps, she left the area. What she didn't notice was that the window of the carriage behind her was open. With the open window, it revealed the perfect shape of a male's face. Thin but distinct lips and skin like jade. On his face, he wore a silver mask that was almost like a second layer of skin on his face. This clearly was the male who had a brief exchange with Huang Yuli in the back courtyard yesterday. As he watched the thin and quickly receding back view of Huang Yuli's, the male's line of sight seemed to be glued to her. So matter what, he could not take his eyes off her. This third young miss of the Bai family, yesterday should have been the first time they meet. But for some unknown reason, she gave him a very unusual but familiar feeling. Like every single motion of hers, her frowns, her smiles, her steps were already carved years ago into the depths of his heart. Note, Mu Qingqing, is that you? Did you also reincarnate to chase your lady? Please let it be true. Author, don't you dare flag a super duper hottie at the beginning only to break his heart and disappear forever. Today, he had arrived very early. Early enough to see the weak appearance of Huang Yuli, her pitiful act and her trick playing around by Ruoyan. The entire process of her swindling by Ruoyan to pay her that large sum of money were seen by him. Everybody present thought Huang Yuli to be a pitiful and innocent, good-for-nothing girl. Only he see differently, the girl was clearly disguised as a pig in order to eat the tiger. Playing everyone. Speaking of which, this was really strange. This girl clearly wasn't a beauty. If you were to talk about body, she had no body shape, and the face, there was nothing either. But what stunned people was her crafty smile. Once she obtained the money, she couldn't help but reveal how proud she was of herself. For no rhyme or reason, she attracted the entirety of his attention. This type of feeling, he had never felt before. The two personal guards beside the male, both exchanged a glance. They could both see the shock displayed within each other's eyes. God, this was the first time that they saw their strong and resolute highness reveal such a warm gaze. Furthermore, it was towards a young girl who clearly hadn't developed well. The curve of those lips were much too clear. Could it be that their highness did not realize? Is it possible that his highness was moved by her? As soon as they thought how icy cold their highness was to females, the fact that he could find a girl that he liked was a good thing. But, his highness standards were isn't that a bit too unreliable? The third young Miss Bai was the infamously known good-for-nothing. While his highness possessed heavenly talent, they were worlds apart. This girl is wholly unable to match him. Only when the Huang Yuli's figure disappeared around the corner did the male regain conscious again. He then beckoned to one of his guards, instructing him, "Go investigate for me the purpose of third young Miss Bai's visit to Thousand Treasure Pavilion today. What did she purchase and for what reason?" Accepting the order, the Imperial Guard went to complete it. Shortly after, shopkeeper's son was escorted out. Standing in front of the horse carriage and shaking like a leaf in fear, he gave his respects to the male. "Lo, Lord, what you have asked is kept confidential for the customer. According to rules we are unable to reveal anything." Frostily, the male swept his gaze down. With just a single gaze, he had caused shopkeeper's son's legs to crumple, making him kneel on the ground. Head beaded with sweat, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hastily revealed everything. "Lord, please calm down. It's not like I cannot say it. What third Miss Bai bought were all related to armament refining." When the male heard him listing all kinds of materials, he couldn't help but become stunned. But shortly afterwards, the corners of his mouth rose. "Looks like that little girl is preparing to begin refining. It's just unknown, what type of armament will she make?" Stroking his jaw, he leisurely said, "This shop, this lord will buy it." Startled, shopkeeper's son raised his head and said, "Lo, Lord, our master definitely will not agree to selling Thousand Treasure Pavilion. What you may not know is, the owner is part of the royal household." The male did not respond. He gave a glance around and then proceeded to pick up the jade teacup from the table and began to drink lightly. His fingers were slender but powerful and looked like jade. The mere action of him raising the teacup possessed both a graceful and noble bearing, highly pleasing to the eye. The personal guard beside the horse carriage walked up to shopkeeper's son and cut off his sentence. "Isn't the boss behind your shop just a lord of Dongan? Just by his status alone, he wants to fight against our master? Hurry and inform your lord of Dongan that our master wants to buy this store. Tactfully prepare the estate's title deed. Tomorrow our master will send someone over to retrieve it." In that moment, shopkeeper's son was at a loss for words. Lord Dongan, he was the emperor's nephew, with matchless identity. Yet the mysterious man in front of him didn't seem to put that identity in his eyes. Could it be that his own identity was something far above Lord Dongan's? He couldn't possibly be one of the emperor's princes? When he thought this far, shopkeeper's son's heart jumped. He couldn't possibly be the rumored. But it had been many years since that person last appeared. If it really was him who had returned, then it would be exceedingly serious. To what was happening behind her, Huang Yuli was oblivious. The Speed of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's delivery service really wasn't just empty words. By the time she arrived home, the 2-person tall furnace was already neatly placed within the study. Currently, the maid Kaiwei was circling the furnace with a face full of amazement. Seeing that Huang Yuli had returned, she hurriedly walked to greet her. "Third young miss, what did you go out to do? This armament smelting furnace, was it truly bought by you? Could this possibly be fake? But, this is something only armaments refiners can use?" Huang Yuli chuckled and said, "Yesterday when I went to the study, I found a book that my father had left behind. When I opened it, unexpectedly it was a personal letter from an armament refiner. There were also detailed explanations regarding refining and smelting. So I decided to try my hand at it." Kaiwei blankly listened, but, how could refining be this simple? Don't others say that armament refiners are like gods? Can stone really become gold? I think you must need extremely high talent in order to succeed, right? Of course I possess refining talent. My father had said in the letter that he had tested my potential when I was younger. That is why he wrote that letter and told me to train diligently, improving every day. Huang Yuli was blurting out nonsense non-stop. But Kaiwei wasn't experienced or knowledgeable like shopkeeper Sunday. She was someone of ordinary birth, furthermore, she was but a lowly servant. At most, the information she could obtain was from listening to others discuss how difficult the profession was. She was oblivious to the actual difficulty. Hearing Huang Yuli speaking like that, she easily believed her. She happily replied, "Turns out it was the previous master who said this. Naturally, this wouldn't be wrong. This is really too good. Third young miss, if you really are able to become an armament master, the current master and his family would no longer dare to bully you." Huang Yuli, on the other hand, met with something unexpected. Looked like that cheap, old man, by Lu Feng, of hers truly wasn't simple. Just through his good reputation alone, she was able to swindle others. Those years, he was definitely a highly influential man of the crown's. Just how did he disappear? Suddenly thinking of something, she said, "Right, I need you to complete a task for me. Go find a couple of beggars outside and ask them to spread the news of my 4th sister running around naked in the streets. The further the news spread, the better. The best result would be spreading it throughout the entire capital." Eyes wide, Kaiwei hesitantly said, "Third young miss, this isn't too good, right?" That day, 4th young miss must have definitely met with some mishap, resulting in her actions. If this fuss blows up in the capital, then how shameful it will be. Huang Yuli sneered, "I precisely want her to be humiliated. But, third young miss, if 4th young miss chastity really were to be questioned, then with your identity as a young miss in the manor will also be affected. Wasn't I already framed by others, saying I secret meetings with a man, already losing the family's face? What reputation am I afraid of ruining? Huang Yuli became a bit impatient and she continued, enough, looking from all angles, you do not seem like my mate at all. Go do as I say. Seeing that she was angered, Kaiwei went to do her bidding. Frowning her brows, Huang Yuli guessed that her maid had been influenced by the previous lord too much. Her courage was even smaller than a watermelon bug. How could this be acceptable? She must find a suitable time to train up her courage. When Kaiwei left, she locked the doors to the study. She also set a simple trap to avoid others from entering. The small fluffy phoenix ball then flew out of her sleeves. Once it landed, it transformed into an arrogant-faced child. Within its large, round, watery purple eyes were clear expressions of despise. Good. Female demon, you are too treacherous. Without shame. Just earlier this morning you received that stinking and strange auntie's silvers, and now you rush to publicize her affairs. Do you still possess a human's conscience? Huang Yuli did not possess the slightest bit of guilt. So what if I took her silvers? That IOU was something she wrote herself. It is heaven's law to repay your debts. If she doesn't want me to spread it, did she pay any hush money? The small phoenix replied, then her IOU, didn't you trick her into signing that? You already received a sum of money, yet you still want to receive hush money? Huang Yuli icily replied, little brat, I'll warn you not to talk recklessly. What trickery? It was that girl who took the initiative to come here first to destroy my property. All I received was the appropriate psychological compensation. As for the matter of the hush money, that is a completely different matter altogether. Who told her to run around naked? An eye for an eye, each and every debt must be calculated clearly. I did not indiscriminately go asking for money. The small phoenix was thoroughly stunned by her shameful calculations. This female demon was not only black on the outside, even her intestines were black. Note, saying that she wasn't just treacherous on the outside, but even her guts was filled with treachery. One truly would feel pity for the fourth young miss in offending this female demon. Even if she didn't die, she would at least shed a layer of skin. Just as he was blankly thinking, Huang Yuli suddenly picked him up. Just as he wanted to struggle, he was swiftly released in an opening of the furnace. Her eyes curved in smiles, Huang Yuli asked in an extremely gentle and warm tone, little brother, help big sister with something okay? What do you want to do? Very cautiously, he withdrew his body backwards. Just a moment ago, her face was filled with sinister calculations, and in a blink of an eye, she was full of sweet smiles. The small phoenix didn't feel moved, on the contrary, he could feel beads of cold sweat appearing. It's very easy, just a little thing. You know that, in order to refine armaments, the power and quality of the flame is very important. As a powerful and grand ancient mythological phoenix, your innate flame must also be equally formidable, right? If you just breathe a small breath of fire, and open your mouth to help, you will be assisting this big sister by a lot. Isn't it easy? He furiously shook his head. No can do. No can do. The phoenix's true flame is something formed from our origins. I am still young. If I were to recklessly spit out flames, then it could drastically affect my future growth and development. Huang Yuli's refined eyebrows arched upwards. You said you cannot? Little brat, you have already freeloaded for 2 days. You also absorbed so much profound qi too. I just ask you do a little bit of work and you are complaining you're tired? Suffering her glare, his voice turned soft. What freeloading, eating and sleeping for free? I only ate 2 meals here, and they were all thin rice gruel. Oh, I know now. You lied saying you are some ancient beast, you definitely deceived me. You can't even spit out a mouthful of fire. You can only be a phoenix, or your phoenix race isn't some godly race at all. Forget it, forget it. Go to the side. Seeing as you are still young, I won't fuss over your lies. But you must remember, lying to people is not a good thing to do. You must be an honest child. Purposefully Huang Yuli said this. Who said I can't release fire? When he was questioned, the arrogant little phoenix immediately jumped up. You can insult this little lord, but you could not insult this little lord's race. Jumping up, he breathed in and let out a large breath of air. Swoosh, it sounded out. A bright golden flash appeared. That stream of golden-colored flame lit up the entire study brightly. Huang Yuli couldn't help herself, but excitedly stepped forward. True Phoenix Flames. This is the legendary Phoenix True Flames. In the top 10 rankings of flames, the True Phoenix Flames were ranked first. It was also said that it was only the god realm that possessed this type of heaven-defying flame. With it, you were able to greatly increase the armament's grade and efficiency. This was a flame type that she never saw in her previous life. Yet today, she easily saw this flame enter her possession. Smiling joyfully, Huang Yuli rubbed the phoenix's head. So clever. Your performance today was very good. So tomorrow this older sister will add meat to your meal. Looking at her for a while, the little phoenix suddenly with a swish shrunk, changing back into its fluffy feather ball shape. Flabbergasted, Huang Yuli stared at it. Looks like what the little brat said was true. Just blowing out that ball of fire was really taxing on it. It wouldn't really affect its growth? Feeling a bit guilty, she cupped the little phoenix in her hands and placed it on a soft surface. Creak. Heading tilting to the side, the little phoenix fell asleep. After rubbing its fluffy stomach briefly, Huang Yuli returned to the furnace. In her previous life, she was a Grand 9th rank armament refiner in the Tianling continent. Her techniques in the refining had reached the pinnacle. But the current her didn't possess the slightest shred of profound qi or dual attributes in fire and metal. Not matter how high her skills, it would be hard to succeed. But now she possessed the true phoenix flames, making it an entirely different story altogether. Huang Yuli threw in all the materials she bought in the afternoon in one motion. Holding her breath in concentration, she then closed her eyes. As the golden-colored phoenix flames burned around the furnace, it cast a disk of light on her face. She sat there without moving for a long time, before abruptly opening her eyes. In the next moment, she sent a palm towards the fire, then another one and another one. In a blink of an eye, she had already sent out more than 100 palm strikes. The originally weak golden flames burst into a raging inferno. The materials inside the furnace also gradually began to merge together. At speed in which normal people could still see, they gradually molded into a distinct shape. If a true refiner were to stand by her side, they would most definitely be stunned by the sight. Which armament refiner didn't anxiously and cautiously watch their flames while so carefully put the materials into the furnace, one by one? Only when the first item's impurities were eliminated did they dare to add the second item. Just this process of eliminating impurities would take several hours. This was even more stressful in the forming of the weapon's actual shape. Each and every palm strike could incur a different reaction. If you were to make even the slightest error, all your previous effort would have gone to naught while also wasting all those materials. A more serious consequence would be an explosion. This was especially concerning for fires of such intensities and sizes like the one she was using. If this fire were to explode, then it could raise the surrounding area to the ground. Yet Huang Yuli's current actions were the complete opposite of careful and cautious. She directly threw all her materials into the furnace in one go and afterwards, they condensed and solidified together. In the time it took burn half a stick of incense, Huang Yuli snorted out and stopped her hand movements. The raging inferno gradually calmed and died down into a weak and small flame. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she opened up the lid. Lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace lay 3 different armaments. These 3 were emitting a vibrant cyan glow. With a single glance, you were able to tell the immense energy contained within them. Taking out the armaments, Huang Yuli gave them a look and let out a sigh. 3rd rank armament, isn't this a little too trashy? As expected. Without any profound qi, my dreams of refining top-quality armaments is a bit too far-fetched. Looks like I need to quickly obtain those herbs to begin my cultivation. Otherwise, I will not be able to refine higher-quality armaments. If anyone else were to be informed of her thoughts, they would spit out mouthfuls of blood on sight. For an ordinary refiner, the success rate was only around 10%. Not only did she succeed in 1 try, she also refined 3 armaments. Furthermore, these 3 armaments were all formed from low-quality materials. This type of monstrous result was too hard to imagine. Against all expectations, she was this displeased with this result. Putting the newly refined articles to the side, Huang Yuli allowed herself to rest for a while and recover her energy. Afterwards, she threw in another batch of materials and began refining again. Diligently without much rest, she refined the entire night. By the time the morning rays had started to creep out, her finished goods were littered in small mountains around her. Since she did not use prana qi to refine these, her consumption of physical strength was great. Without choice, she was forced to return to her room. Falling onto her soft bed, she immediately dozed off. Sleeping beside her, the little phoenix was startled awake by her movements. He cried out as he awoke and flapped his wings. But very quickly, he returned to his world of dreams. It was like that 1 person and 1 pet slept all the way to the afternoon of the next day. Bang! 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 Huang Yuli was awoken by a series of knocks at her door. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily asked, "What's the matter?" "3rd young miss, not good. 2nd young miss has brought a group of people over. She is adamant on meeting you. I have no way to obstructing her." In a single and smooth motion, Huang Yuli pulled the door open, asking, "What's the situation?" Anxiously Kaiwei informed, "3rd young miss, hurry up and find a place to hide. 2nd young miss has already heard the rumors spread yesterday, that's why she came here. It's probably to vent in the place of 4th young miss." It was at that moment, following a bang sound, where the back courtyard's gates kicked opened roughly by someone. An old woman shouted out loudly, "Open up! Hurry and open up! Did everyone die? The 2nd young miss has graced her presence here. Why aren't you all rushing to pay your respects?" Huang Yuli revealed a mysterious smile. "Turns out it was 2nd elder sister, that's good. It saves me the trouble of going to find her myself." Kaiwei urgently pressed, "3rd young miss, what time is it now to joke? Please take this chance to escape through the back door. This servant will use herself to buy you some time. Otherwise, when 2nd young miss arrives, she will definitely attack. 2nd young miss is the daughter of the 1st wife of this household's master. Additionally, she is also a great genius in regards to cultivation. If she were to hit you, there would be no one to defend you." Huang Yuli's thin lips hooked up. "Hit me? What she seeks, I won't let her obtain it. Go, let us go meet this 2nd elder sister of mine. Let us see just how mighty this Southview country genius is." 3rd young miss. Huang Yuli steadily walked out. On the other hand, Kaiwei was dashing and jumping to her in small steps. She was already worried beyond compare. What was wrong with 3rd young miss? Ever since the day she was carried home, all the things she did were unconventional. Not even mentioning the matter of her generous pill-giving, now she actually dared to go meet with 2nd young miss. Who didn't know that Bai Ruoqi possessed 4th grade talent? She was only 16 this year, yet was already at the 7th level of the Qi Profound realm. In the entire country of South Yu, you could count the amount of people who possessed this type of talent on one hand. It was because of her, did Bai Li seem even trashier than normal. As for Bai Qi, she didn't allow a single bullying opportunity to slip by. When she didn't have anything to do, she would come to give her portion of frigid irony and scorching sarcasm, grabbing at every chance to torment her miserably. Normally, third young miss didn't have enough time to hide, while today, she took the initiative to seek her out. This time will be catastrophic. Who knows how wretched she will be after her torment. Burning with anxiety Kai Wei, but was unable to do any preventative measures. The back courtyard's entrance doors were roughly smashed open by the old servant, Bai Qi, brought with her. With a high and mighty demeanor, she crossed over and met with Bai Li face to face. Bai Li. Seems like you really didn't die, you cheap slut. Bai Qi's figure was outstanding, her 5 facial features displayed her feminine beauty. Her temperament was cold and arrogant. Adding these together and placing them with her 4th-grade talent, she truly a ice beauty and the goddess to many noblemen's sons. It was only Bai Li who constantly suffered her bullying knew of her true persona. Under that mask of cold arrogance lay a wicked, harsh, vicious, and merciless heart. Huang Yuli chuckled slightly. Who is the cheap slut cursing at? The cheap slut is cursing you. Watching the satisfied smile on Huang Yuli's face, Bai Qi reacted and spat out, after hanging yourself, you mouth sure has become clever. No wonder 4th sister was swindled by you yesterday, saying that it was some ghost. Clearly it was you cheap girl executing your dirty methods. A face full of innocence Huang Yuli replied, 2nd sister, I'm afraid you are falsely accusing me. Yesterday when 4th sister came, she started shouting and running away. This gave me quite a fright and made me wonder if she had bumped into something. Continue acting. If you weren't pretending to be a ghost to frighten her, how could she possibly run home so deranged looking? While also running on the streets, bare. Losing the face of our Wu Wei Manor. When she recalled the scene of a large crowd huddled around the entrance of Wu Wei Manor pointing and talking, Bai Qi's face turned green. When this type of thing happened, not only did Bai Yan lose face, as her elder sister, her own chastity may be questioned. She still hoped to marry into the royal family. How could she allow herself to obtain such a bad reputation? What am I pretending? Within Huang Yuli's eyes she portrayed great innocence. If she needed more, she would display more innocence. 4th sister is a grand 4th-level profound Qi realm practitioner, what can I do to her? Suspiciously, Bai Qi thought for a bit. Her 3rd sister was a piece of trash who possessed as much courage as a mouse. How would she possess the ability to make 4th sister suffer such a loss? Could there some unknown point she was uninformed of? Even if this was the case, she couldn't allow this cheap slut off easily. She coldly chuckled, even if she did bump into something bad, the cause was because you, cheap slut. You unlucky person. I long said that you were bearer of bad luck. Making your father die wasn't enough, now you even want to strike out at your cousin. Why don't you do us a favor and die already? Blinking her eyes, Huang Yuli replied, 2nd sister, look at what you're saying. Aren't you alive, living just fine? In the entire matter, it is only you who frequents here the most. You have yet to die, so how am I able to curse others to their deaths? What's your meaning? Taken back by her words, Bai Qi paused before reacting again, little slut, are cursing for my death? On Huang Yuli's face, she wore her sweetest smile. 2nd sister, how could speak like that? We are blood-related cousins, while also being young miss of Wu Wei Manor. If I am a little slut, then what would you be 2nd sister? A big slut? Then what about 2nd auntie? The universe's unequaled super-ultra-awesome big slut? Never would Bai Qi think that the always yes-man and cowardly 3rd sister would dare to utter such words today. Not only did she dare to provoke her, she also dragged in her own mother, to scold. She was overturning the heavens. Red-faced, she retorted, "Good, good. It looks like you truly are shameless. Not getting beaten for one day, you would forgot who and what you are. Today I will help you recall it. I will let you know that trash is trash, you will never be able to turn over a new leaf." As she shouted this, Bai Ruoqi advanced in large strides and threw out a slap towards Huang Yuli's face. Face paling instantly, Kai Wei cried out, "Third young miss." The second young miss was at the 7th level of the profound Qi realm. Within that slap were clear traces of profound Qi that would definitely cause the receiver to spit out mouthfuls of blood. It was only the other day that third young miss had been carried home. Her health had yet to fully recover, how could she possibly suffer that slap? She was fully devoted to protecting her master and really wanted to block that slap for her third young Mississippi. But that was a slap from a 7th level, profound Qi practitioner, most definitely was not her opponent. Before she could even react, Bai Ruoqi's delicate jade hand had already arrived and was about to land on Huang Yuli's face. In dismay, Kai Wei shut her eyes as she couldn't bear to watch what would happen afterwards. She only heard Huang Yuli cry out an "ah" sound. "Save me! Please don't! Don't come over!" Following it, a paw sound crisply rang. Then suddenly a thump sound, like a weight had been dropped onto the ground. Peeking her eyes open, Kai Wei saw a slender figure heavily land on the ground. Pooh! A mouthful of bloody mist sprayed out into the immediate area, in the back courtyard. Third young miss. Extremely panicked, she jumped up. Uncontrollably, her tears rained down. That sound was very loud, and her fall wasn't light. It was unknown whether or not her third young miss was alive or not. Her young miss is really living a harsh life. She was clearly born of a high social family, golden branches, and jade leaves. Yet how did her father and mother die, whilst also being bullied from young? How did this happen? Kneeling on the ground, Kai Wei looked on intently, before her eyes turned blank. Her eyes didn't hallucinate, right? That female who had fallen to ground and was struggling up, why did it look like second young miss? Rubbing her eyes, Kai Wei then looked again. Only hearing Huang Yuli speak up from behind her, "Ah, second sister, what happened to you? Are you all right? Why did you suddenly fly up? What mighty martial technique was that?" Dazed, Kai Wei turned her head around, to see her third young miss clutching herself with misty eyes. With a confused expression on her face, her white robe started to flutter in the wind, making her seem like a delicate white lotus. Bai Ruoyan attempted to stand up straight. Although she wanted to stand up, she found that she was unable to move even a single finger. As she glared at the female in front of her, her eyes seemed to lack just that little bit more before it would start to shoot out fire. Bai Ruoli. What witchcraft did you use? Just why can't I move? Second sister, just how are you speaking? How come this little sister of yours cannot understand what you are saying? On her face, Huang Yuli displayed her incomprehension. You cannot move, how is this related to me in any way? Just then, wasn't it you who wanted to strike me? I was far too scared, so I was wholly unaware at what had happened. I only thought of hiding. Clamping her teeth, Bai Ruoqi sent Huang Yuli a seething and poisonous glare. She truly felt that her third sister was playing tricks, but it was just as she said. It was her who had struck out first, while Huang Yuli was too preoccupied in hiding, losing her head in fear. In the end, she held her head with both hands and squatted down. While Bai Quochi had ruthlessly kicked out. Internally, she was thinking that even if this kick didn't kill this little slut, it should at least make her vomit blood. As a result, her kick really made the receiver go flying. Furthermore, they spit out blood as well, but the one who spat blood was her. How could that be? Wasn't that too cursed? At that moment, Huang Yuli cried out like she had suddenly remembered something. Ah! Second sister, when you went flying earlier, your cry was very loud. Did you hurt or break any part of your body? No wonder you're not moving. Hurry and let me see. Immediately after speaking, she knelt down and started feeling Bai Ruoqi's back. Suddenly, Bai Ruoqi felt pain coursing throughout her entire body, as if every single bone her body had shattered. She was in so much pain that she let out blood-curdling screams of agony. Ah! So painful. Ah, ah. Because her cries were far too mournful, everyone felt cold sweat form on their bodies. Due to their exchange being far too fast, the old top-knot maid Bai Ruoqi bought could not react. She would never think that a young miss of the Bai family would lose to that good-for-nothing, so she could not respond fast enough. It was only now that she regained herself. You what did you do to second young miss? Aren't your guts too big? What trickery did you play? Hurry and cure second young miss, or there you will regret it. That's right, not even thinking about what your status is? Just a piece of trash, yet dare to offend our young miss? Just wait for our young miss to teach you a lesson. Li chuckled out loud, are you guys fools? You clearly know that if I cure her, she will teach me a lesson, then why should I cure her? Shrieking in pain, Bai Ruoqi spoke up, hurry. Hurry up and capture that little slut. Fiercely beat her up. Those servants were just waiting for those words as they leapt into action. But these servants were all normal citizens who did not cultivate, at most they would use a little bit more effort. In front of Li, they could not survive a single strike from her. Bang! 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 It was merely a span of a few breaths, these maids were all knocked out, KO, and fell to the floor. Startled, Bai Ruoqi's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. As things escalated to this degree, she saw that her third younger sister was completely different from before. But was clear that her body didn't possess or emit any profound qi, so how could she beat down that many servants? Furthermore, she had used some unknown technique to seal up her points. She could not move at all. Bai Ruoqi attempted all types of methods, like striking at her meridians directly, yet none of these methods worked. Li sashayed to her. Blinking her eyes, she meekly said, second sister, why are you lying on the ground and not getting up? What happened? She was clearly the one who had given the beating, yet she was displaying such an innocent face. It was as if she was the one being bullied. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Bai Ruoqi could feel another mouthful of blood rising up in her throat, nearly spilling out. Using all her willpower, she forcefully swallowed it back down. By then her face was both green and purple from anger. Oh my. Looks like second sister cannot hold on for long. Kaiwei, hurry up and support her. Ah? Yes. Understood third young Mississippi. Standing to the side, Kaiwei was watching everything blankly, unable to react anymore. After a good while, did she finally rearrange her thoughts and help to support Bai Ruoqi. But who knew, the moment her hands had just landed on Bai Ruoqi's body, did she screech out once again. Ah! So painful. Stop, you lowly servant. Who allowed your dirty hands to touch me? Panic-stricken, Kaiwei pulled her hands back to look at her own family's young miss. Slowly and steadily, Li said, second sister, your current condition really doesn't look good. I hear that being plagued with demonic energy could also be contagious. Yesterday it was fourth younger sister who suffered it, so it couldn't be her who you received it from? Kaiwei, hurry and help me treat it. Ah? Muddled, Kaiwei asked, demonic energy? How to treat it? This servant does not know how. Li responded, that is easy. Use all your strength to slap her face. What? What? Simultaneously, Kaiwei and Bai Ruoqi exclaimed. Biting her teeth, Bai Ruoqi bellowed out in rage, "Little slut, you dare! You dare make you serving girl slap me?" Huang Yuli chuckled, "Second sister, what are you saying? This younger sister is doing all this for your own good. Falling sick with demonic energy is a very severe illness. What if your sickness worsens and makes you run around naked like fourth sister did? Since it is like that, you can't hold off treatment because you are afraid of losing face. If you are sick, you must hurry and cure it." As she was speaking, she turned towards Kai Wei. "What are you waiting for? Do you really want to cause second sister to die? Delaying the treatment of the matters, young miss, you cannot afford the consequences, right? Hurry up and slap her. And use all your strength. Only then will you be able to expel that demonic spirit from within her body." Kai Wei still did not dare to execute her commands. What type of person second young miss, she and Bai Ruoli were much too clear. From when they were young to now, she had suffered many beatings from her. When she was recalling how just ruthless her ordinary beatings were, Kai Wei felt her legs soften. Huang Yulid didn't rush her either, but patiently watched and waited for her. After hesitating for quite some time, did Kai Wei gingerly raise her hand. "Pa. Ah." A slap fell onto Bai Ruoqi's face. Because Kai Wei was very nervous, that slap wasn't really heavy. Yet Bai Ruoqi was screaming out like a pig being slaughtered. Kai Wei looked down at the person she was deathly fearful of. Yet under her hands, she was losing her head over the pain, no longer possessing any of the arrogance or despotism the Manor's #1 genius formerly possessed. From within, she felt refreshed and satisfied. Momentarily, she forget her previous fears. Raising her hand again, she began a round of slaps. "Pa. Pa. 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 Ah. You dare. How dare you? You cheap slave, who gave you this courage? Bai Ruoli, you must and will die." Bai Ruoqi was screeching and shrieking at the top of her lungs. That old serving woman who was knocked to the ground and watching unstupefied. The reason being Bai Ruoqi's personal strength. She was a 7th-level profound Qi practitioner, while Kai Wei was merely a non-cultivating commoner. Even if she were to muster all her strength and energy, no matter what she did, it should not even tickle Bai Ruoqi. So just why was she screaming out so wretchedly? Could it be there really was demonic energy within her? What they did not know was the reason why Bai Ruoqi was suffering this wretchedly was because of something Huang Yulai did. Earlier when she had helped her, she used a technique to manipulate her acupuncture points. Not only would this immobilize her and prevent from using her profound qi to protect her, it also multiplied the pain she experienced by 10,000 times. As a result, the pain Bai Ruoqi felt from even a simple touch was equivalent to the pain she would feel if someone was slicing her flesh. What's more, Kai Wei was vigorously slapping at her face. Very quickly, Bai Ruoqi was slapped swollen and it was impossible to see any facial expressions. The only method in which you could sense any emotion from her were through her originally peerless pair of beautiful eyes, in which they contained pure despise. She had never felt this wronged before. Never had she experienced humiliation on such a level. In all these years, it was always her who ordered people to press Bai Ruoli to the ground, executing those slaps from above, whipping her and using hundreds of different methods to torture her. She always felt that Bai Ruoli deserved it. Who told her to be a piece of trash yet possessed the title of the sole daughter of Wu Wei Manor's true master? While she was a super genius, yet had to be below her? Moreover, it was said when Bai Lu Feng had died, he had left many cultivation resources for Bai Ruoli. But after all these years of interrogation, Bai Ruoli had not handed them over. Bai Ruoli, this trash, what use she have by holding on to these cultivation resources? Only her, a talented person, could use those resources. By not taking the initiative to hand these resources over was too untactful, just asking for a beating. More than 10 years, she had always been like this. Who knew that on this day, everything changed? Bai Ruoqi, one of South Yu's geniuses who you could count on your fingers, was trampled underfoot by her useless third younger sister and firmly slapped on the face. If you spoke nicely, then Huang Yuli was disinclined to do it herself and asked a serving girl called Kai Wei to humiliate her. While the old woman maid that Bai Ruoqi had brought over was still blankly lying on the ground. She didn't even know to protect her mistress. Was her brain flooded with water? Did she really believe that little slut's words, that she really was plagued with some demonic energy? It was very simple to see that little slut used some underhanded methods. Why did no one believe her? Her facing was burning with heat and pain, the blood within her stomach churning. Until she finally couldn't resist any more and spat out the blood. Eyes rolling back, she fainted on the floor. Because Kai Wei couldn't dodge in time, she clothes were covered with blood. Only then did she wake from her trance, indulging in the bliss of oppressing others, and halted her hands. Walking over, Huang Yuli looked and nodded, this seems about enough. Finally at the moment, that old maid regained her sense of self. Bai Ruoqi's wet nurse, Mama Han struggled to pick herself up from the ground. Throwing herself to Bai Ruoqi's side, she began to wail out loudly, "Second young miss. Second young miss, what is wrong with you? Hurry and wake up. Third young miss, you are too cruel. You actually made second young miss faint from those strikes. Also, Kai Wei, you cheap girl, cannot be forgiven either. Just you wait. Once the Lord knows, he won't forgive you. Wait for the day you will be sold to the brothel." Widening her eyes, Huang Yuli's eyes displayed a hurtful expression. "Mama Han, how can you speak about me like this? Look at me, this good for nothing. How could I possibly make second young miss faint from mere beatings?" The reason why she fainted was because she had been plagued by demonic energy earlier. It wasn't easy to cure her, so she merely overdrafted her energy in the process. As she spoke, she walked over and pulled on Kai Wei's hands, pointing to her body. "Do you see the blood on Kai Wei's clothes? With the red blood, there are traces of black. That is the demonic substance within her body being expelled out. My family's maid disregarded her own safety to exorcise second sister of her impurities. Her hands have become red from the strikes, yet you still sully her like so. Was your consciences eaten by dogs?" Under the constant assail of Mama Han's loud wailing, Bai Ruoqi gradually began to sober up. But hearing Huang Yuli's word twisting, turning white into black and black into white, made her faint once again. How could someone be two-faced to such a degree? According to Huang Yuli's reason, then she should thank her for slapping her face all swollen, black and blue? Stifled, Mama Han found her ability to speak limited, as she somewhat knew in her heart that Bai Ruoqi didn't really have any demonic energy within her. But Huang Yuli spoke with such confidence and certainty that she found it hard to refute her. This entire affair today was too cursed. Even now she could not truly make any proper sense of anything. How did second young miss suddenly fall to the ground? It couldn't be that she was defeated by the third young miss? Additionally, the third young miss' courage was usually as big as a mosquito. How did she cause second young miss to beaten until she vomited blood out? She wasn't dreaming, was she? Viewing her current circumstances, Mama Han knew that her and the others here would not be let off easily by the third young Mississippi. With Bai Ruoqi unable to do anything, they were in dire straits. Hurriedly, she made a split-second decision. Taking the chance while she was still wailing away, the old top-knot maid kicked towards a nearby maid, "Why are still lying on the floor for? Hurry up and get up. Second young miss is this sick, we must quickly send her back." These maids were long scared and lost all courage. Hastily they tripped and stumbled up and picked up Bai Ruoqi, escaping to the door. They all thought that the female demon behind Tem was too scary. These maids had forgotten long their status and only thought of escaping as fast as possible. In a blink of an eye, no trace of them could be seen. Huang Yuli was also slightly dumbstruck. What was the matter? Why did they run away so quickly? It's not like a ghost was behind them. The small phoenix had always been perched on her shoulder, chirped twice, flapping its wings. Of course there is no ghost, but there is a female demon who is even scarier than a ghost. Full of grief, Huang Yuli sighed out, "Why are people these days like this?" Kai Wei had arduously and painstakingly helped to cure them, yet they got up and ran away without even paying? Furthermore, the courtyard had become this messy, with bits of blood spattered here and there. Are they not going to pay some repair fees? This moral character, you practically cannot bear to witness anymore. Tripping over his little feet, the small phoenix narrowly avoided falling off her shoulder and onto the ground. This female demon was just too demanding money no matter what. Frightening. Too frightening. Thankfully those people had escaped. Young miss. Kai Wei's weak voice sounded from behind her. Smiling, Huang Yuli turned around. What is the matter? How's the feeling of striking back? Did you grow some courage? Towards these types of evil people, you must fiercely strike back. Kai Wei was on the verge of crying. Young miss, what should we do? This servant actually hit second young miss. It was second young miss. She is one of the 10 great geniuses in Southview. If she were to regain herself, what type of payback would she give? Not to mention the manor master and second madam. They also wouldn't let you go, even if this servant were to be beaten to death. It is a lowly life that I possess. But you are a golden-branched and jade-leaved. Crying is not allowed. Hearing the command, Kai Wei halted her tears. She has already been hit, what use will it be to cry? Walking to her, Huang Yuli lifted her head up. Kai Wei, do you perhaps like to be bullied by others? Don't you want to firmly teach those who bullied you a good lesson? This servant naturally wants to, but there are no buts. Only by following this young miss, will no one ever bully you again. You only need to remember the person standing behind you is me. Whoever dares to beat you, 10-fold, 100-fold they will receive in compensation. Subconsciously, Kai Wei nodded her head and looked at her third young miss. Her head raised, clothes blowing in the wind, and the smile on Huang Yuli's face looked to be once of confidence while her eye dazzled with brilliance. When this was brought together, it seemed as if her entire being was shining. Without any reason, she believed in Huang Yuli's words. Looking her at family's young miss, she seemed so strong, so resolute, fearing nothing. Nothing in the world would be able to make her have a hard time. Recalling the events that occurred these past 2 days, from the moment third young miss had awoken to now, all the things which she wanted to do were all inconceivable. Yet she had completed every single one of her tasks. Both the second young miss and fourth young miss who used to strut around arrogantly in front of her, were unable to withstand a single retaliation blow from her. Making contact with Huang Yuli's eyes, Kai Wei hastily nodded her head. Third young miss. This servant definitely won't disappoint you. Satisfied, Huang Yuli was beaming as she took out a book from within her clothes and passed it to Kai Wei. Third young miss, this a black level upper grade cultivation manual. Take it and diligently cultivate. If there are parts you do not understand, feel free to come ask me at any time. What? Cultivation manual? This is a black level upper grade manual? Kai Wei was tongue-tied and stupefied, her mouth gaping widely. This was the final straw. Did she make a mistake? Third young miss suddenly gave her a black level manual? A cultivation manual qualities was divided into 4 heavenly ranks. Within each, they were divided further into lower, middle, and upper grades. The quality and grade of the technique would directly influence the success and accomplishments of cultivators. This made them a highly treasured resource. Every martial family or sect will all carefully safeguard their techniques and never carelessly reveal them to outsiders. Consequently, for those common-born people, even if they do possess cultivation talent, it would be hard for them to become experts. The resources in Southview were scarce. The cultivation technique that the Bai family had passed down for generations was merely a yellow-level upper-grade technique. While Huang Yuli was currently handing her a black-level manual? It was no wonder that Kai Wei was so alarmed. Nodding her head, Huang Yuli continued speaking, "Looks like you have also heard of it. Good cultivation techniques are hard to come by, hence you must earnestly cultivate. With this lady's foresight, your potential is quite good. Diligently practice, and it should be no problem for you to surpass my second sister. When that time comes, you can openly beat her as much as you want." "Me? Surpass second young miss?" Throughout the entire day, Kai Wei was in a constant state of shock and bewilderment. Without much confidence left, she said, "Third young miss, please hurry and stop joking with me. Isn't the second young miss an ultra genius? This servant was born of low standing, how can you compare this one on the same platform as second young miss?" Huang Yuli replied, "If I say you can, you can. Do you think this lady is speaking nonsense?" "No, I didn't have this intention." "Isn't that fine?" Patting her shoulder, Huang Yuli continued, "Strive well. I am optimistic about your results." Within these 2 days, Huang Yuli had constantly observed this maid. She was quick-minded, with a flexible body and great endurance. Just by a glance, you could tell she was someone suitable for cultivation. She at least possessed third-grade talent. Her shortcoming was that her courage was too low. And to start cultivating now, her age was a bit old too. Apart from those, due to her betrayal in her past life, Huang Yuli wasn't too trustful of the people beside her. Although you could summarize and say that Kai Wei was very loyal and clever, but it was difficult to predict the future. If she became powerful in the future and her heart changed, how was she certain that Kai Wei wouldn't betray her? That was the reason why she specifically ordered Kai Wei to slap Bai Ruoqi. This action hid several layers of planning and purposes for future use. First of all, it would be able to humiliate Bai Ruoqi. Secondly, it would give Kai Wei a chance to toughen up and become more daring. And finally, this was the most important point. Kai Wei would have thoroughly offended Bai Ruoqi. So if she were to ever leave Huang Yuli's protection, she would quickly receive Bai Ruoqi's insane retaliation. If she were to spread affairs outside and betray Huang Yuli, what awaited her too was a grim future. This was called throwing oneself out to prove. It only through that, Huang Yuli recognized Kai Wei as an ally. Originally, she knew quite a few heaven-level cultivation techniques. If she were to take them out now, they would be too shocking. Additionally, there was a limit to Kai Wei's talents, so a black-level technique was the most suitable for her to use. Even so, Kai Wei was moved to tears and immediately knelt down in front of Huang Yuli, pentakill. "Third young miss, you treat this servant so well. This one never would have thought she would be able to cultivate, truly a thing I wouldn't dare to dream about. In the future, this servant will definitely serve on you with all my heart. Climbing a mountain of knives, through a sea of fire, I will not hesitate to do them." Huang Yuli smiled, "Remember your words." "That's right, I have a task for you to complete right now. Third young miss, please command." Compared to her usual attitude, Kai Wei's reverence and respect was increased by several folds. Huang Yuli said, "This courtyard only has one maid and 2 old sweeping ladies. This is a bit too appalling. Later, go to the slave dealer and choose a couple of reliable girls and some guards to properly tidy up this area. In the future, you will be the head maid of this back courtyard." If there were some guards standing at the entrance, then at least, Bai Ruoqi would not have escaped that quickly. With great difficulty she had taught her a lesson. It was time to raise the prices. What a shame, what a shame. It ached too much. Ah? In order to buy some good maids nowadays, you need quite a bit of money. Before she could even finish her words, Huang Yuli took out a large bag of silvers. Stunned, Kai Wei stuttered, "These silvers, ace." By a rough estimate, there was about 50 silvers, but this household was on the brink of bankruptcy. Soon, they would not be able to afford food, yet third young miss had just revealed a bag of silvers. Chuckling, Huang Yuli answered, "Hurry and go." She wouldn't tell Kai Wei this bag of silvers was taken off by Rua Chi's body a moment ago. She had come knocking in her territory. How would Huang Yuli allow her to leave without relinquishing some items behind? Because of Bai Rua Chi wasting the entire evening, it wasn't until the next day that Huang Yuli left her home. At the entrance of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, an endless stream of carriages and pedestrians flowed. Head raised, Huang Yuli walked towards the entrance sign. She was fully aware that what she was doing would be similar to treasuring a jade ring that turns into a crime. So she darkened her entire face and wore a dark gray cloak as she proceeded to sell her armaments. A fist-sized golden-red ball appeared from within her cloak. Tilting its head, the fluff ball observed its surroundings before burrowing out of the cloak. Flapping its tiny wings, he landed on Huang Yuli's shoulder. "Cheep cheep." In a hushed voice, the little phoenix called out. As the master of the Sky Phoenix ring, Huang Yuli and the phoenix had been spiritually connected. Through their telepathic connection, she swiftly understood the little phoenix's words. This little brat was complaining that its stomach was hungry. It wanted to eat breakfast. Her eyes popping out slightly, Huang Yuli glared at him. "Didn't I just feed you a meat bun? It was you who refused to eat it, and now you're complaining that you are hungry? Aren't you playing with me?" She had just bought 2 meat buns from a roadside vendor and had broken off some to give it to him. As she tried to feed him, he gave her a loathing gaze, before diving unsteadily into her cloak. "Cheap. Cheap. 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 Cheap." Furious, the little phoenix slapped one of its wings. What was those trashy things? It a noble and respectful ancient beast. How could it possibly eat something was made from unknown sewer oil or meat from some random corpse? Yesterday when it had spit out that ball of fire, he had exhausted quite a bit of energy. She had agreed to let him eat meat, but how could she take something like to pass him off? Eyebrows arched, Huang Yuli asked him, "Meat buns do not have meat. Being so picky at such a young age will stunt your growth. You tell me, if you can't put a meat bun in your eyes, what do you want to eat?" Arrogantly raising his head, the little phoenix proclaimed, "Cheap. Cheap. Just a few 5th-level gale birds stewed in soup as well some 7th-level spirit attributed herbs. Don't be stingy with the soy sauce as you simmer and fry them." Her hands grabbing his neck, Huang Yuli lifted him up and maliciously smiled. 5th-level demonic beasts, 7th-level herbs. Your wishes are quite extravagant, aren't they? I think it would be better for me to turn you into chicken soup for tonight. This way, I won't have to waste food on you. Cheap. The feathers on the little phoenix's body all stood up. Fuck, this woman was too scary. How dare she treat such a respectable and noble race like this? She dared to compare him to a chicken, whilst also considered eating him? Huang Yuli continued, "What? This elder sister can't even afford her own meals now, yet you hope to eat demonic beasts? Let's talk about it when we earn money. Otherwise I will just sell you for money." Speaking to this point, she squatted down and her eyes brightened. Eye glittering, she looked at the little phoenix. Cold sweat formed on the pitiful little phoenix instantly. That sinister gaze he was far too familiar with. Once this female devil revealed this type of expression, it showed she was up to no good. She, what did she want to do? Hee. Today is the first day that I am coming out to do business, definitely must be auspicious. I can see that your body feathers are a full golden color and quite festive looking. So, I will call you Zhuo Wan Kai. Cheap. 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 What? What are you going to call this little lord? This little lord has a name. I don't want to be called some Wan Kai. That name is what the dogs will use. It's just a shame, he just was the size of a small ball, unable to resist at all. Huang Yuli was still beaming happily, repeating Wang Kai 6 times, smoothly succeeding. The number 6 is a good number, as expected it is auspicious. Continue repeating it, bring more prosperity for this elder sister. The little phoenix was so angered that the feathers on his head were standing up straight. Determined to not say it any more. What's the matter? You're not repeating it anymore? Could it be that you really didn't develop well? Feeling emotional, Huang Yuli shook her head and tucked him back into her sleeve. With big strides, she walked towards Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Inside the VIP area, shopkeeper Sun was currently serving an esteemed customer. Master Yen, you have graced our Thousand Treasure Pavilion with your presence in this humble store. Please sit down and please drink some tea. An old man with a face full of arrogance sat down without any hint of politeness. He didn't even give shopkeeper Sun a single glance. But shopkeeper Sun was not angered in the least and personally poured tea for him. Fawning on him, he spoke up, Master Yen, may I ask the purpose of your visit, to buy materials perhaps? Or? Only then did Master Yen speak, the purpose of this senior's visit is for an armament. I wish to sell it in the auction. Sure enough. On shopkeeper Sun's face, an expression of ecstasy was revealed. Who didn't know that every single work from an armament master didn't have their sweat and blood poured into it? Extremely precious, and very few were taken out to be sold. This was especially true with this Grandmaster Yen. He was the vice president of South Yu's Armament Association whilst also being one of 3 third-tier armament masters. The armaments that he refined had a large possibility to be third-level products. Cautiously and carefully, shopkeeper Sun said, Grandmaster Yen, may I ask if you have brought the armament with you today? Would it be possible for this one to lay his eye on it? Grandmaster Yen nodded his head slightly. Very quickly a long sword lying within a sandalwood box was carried in. The body of the blade was emitting a weak cyan glow. With a quick look, you could tell it possessed of the might of a godly soldier. Grandmaster Yen said, this cyan-bodied sword is a third-level lower-grade armament. It is able to amplify a practitioner's offensive capabilities by about 2-fold. Turns out it was a third-level armament. Amplifying one's offensive abilities, and by 2-folds at that. Face lighting up with delight, shopkeeper Sun had already begun to calculate. He must organize a large-scale auction to sell this high-level product. Every time a third-level armament appeared in an auction, it would stir up the entire country of South Yu. Successfully completing this big business would definitely leave a good impression to the new owner. Grandmaster Yen, your product's quality is simplified too grand and brilliant. The entire South Yu, only you can refine an amplifying armament. Stroking his beard, Grandmaster Yen was quite pleased to hear this. If it weren't considering our old friendship, this senior would have not come to your place to sell it. Selling the armament is possible at your place, but the profits must be split 9-1. I receive 9 and you receive 1. Yes, yes, yes. Please rest assured, this is how it should be. With Grandmaster Yan's noble status of a third-tier armament master, even if the emperor was in their presence, he wouldn't dare to disrespect him in the slightest. Nothing to say about shopkeeper Sunday. The fact that he was willing to cooperate with him was already showing shopkeeper Sun great favor. Any unreasonable request or condition, he would agree without complaint. It was at that moment that one of the store's staff came scurrying along, knocking on the door. Displeased, shopkeeper's son answered, "What's the matter? Didn't I say it already? I am currently receiving an important customer, so do not carelessly come and disturb us." Nervously, the staff carefully reported, "Yes, this one knows." "But shopkeeper, a major event has happened." Just then a customer came and said he wanted to sell some third-level armaments. Furthermore, it was a whole cartful. "What? What jokes are you making?" Standing up suddenly, he had knocked over the small table in the process. By the time shopkeeper's son and Grandmaster Yan had rushed back to the main hall of the shop, Huang Yuli had already been kept waiting for quite a while. Cloaked in a large cloak, she disguised herself as a youngster. Shopkeeper did not recognize her, but once he saw that her age was someone who had yet to reach 20 years, he began to frown. Grandmaster Yan was even more unrestrained and impolitely said, "I say, old son, your 1,000 treasure pavilion is becoming more and more outrageous. This child who still stinks of his mother's milk dares to come swindle you in broad daylight." Casting him a glance, her gaze traveled from his old, wrinkled face of displeasure to the occupational badge on his chest. Third-tier armament master. Third tier, this was considered quite a high-level master in Southview. Not wonder his tone was this arrogant. Too lazy to respond to him, Huang Yuli directly addressed shopkeeper's son, "What? Shopkeeper's son, even you think I am here to swindle some money? If it's like this, then I'll just go the shop 100 jewel pavilion. I won't disturb you any longer." Wait. This young master, don't be so hasty." Hastily, shopkeeper's son went to block his path. He was someone who held open doors towards business. Unlike Grandmaster Yan, who was subjective. He had concluded that though the chances of this youngster possessing third-level armaments were very low, let alone a whole cartful. But since he dared to come to 1,000 treasure pavilion, he should at least have some sort of treasure within his grasp. Even if he assumed it to be a second-level armament, it was something he could not miss. With a pleasant tone and smile he said, "This young master, why don't you take the armament that you brought with you out and let us see it?" The person beside me is the Armament Association's vice president. He is a grand third-tier armament master. If your armaments can be appraised by him, they will definitely be able to fetch a high price. Third-tier armament master. Turns out he was the Armament Association's vice president. My God! He is such a famous person. Hearing that, the customers within the store all started to exclaim in surprise. On Grandmaster Yan's face was an expression of content. It was clear that he was a person who enjoyed the worship of others. Casting Huang Yuli a side glance, he said, "Old son, it's not that I'm not helping you, but it is just this brat is shooting his mouth so ridiculously. It's unknown where he found those rubbish armaments. Yet he is randomly calling them third-level items. Completely unaware of the heaven's height and the earth's depths. Does he think that armaments are like cabbages? These actions are insulting us armament masters. This senior will absolutely not help appraise them." Hurriedly shopkeeper's son consoled, "Grandmaster Yan, please don't bicker and bother with the younger generation." As he spoke, he used his eyes to signal Huang Yuli to apologize to Grandmaster Yan. Ignoring this old man, Huang Yuli took out a piece of paper she had prepared beforehand and handed it to shopkeeper's son. "Shopkeeper's son, this is a rough summary of all the items. Because there are far too many items, it is inconvenient for me to bring them all in. I have placed them in a cart outside." As shopkeeper's son scanned through the list, his gaze immediately turned blank. It was as if he was a statue carved out of stone, not moving at all. This is. Never before had Grandmaster Yan been ignored like so. Just as he was thinking how he wanted to slap that little demon to death, he saw shopkeeper's son's face form an expression akin to seeing a ghost. Surprised, he asked, "What is the matter? Is it really a pile of junk?" This type of boastful youngster, this senior had seen too many. Taking the paper from shopkeeper Sun's hands, he gave it a look. His hand trembled. 1 3rd level upper grade weapon, profound weapon autumn water sword, 2 3rd level middle grade weapons, profound weapon 9-part whip, 3rd level lower grade, profound jewel? What jokes are you making? Armaments were divided into profound weapon, profound armor and profound jewel. These 3 categories are like armor, but since this is a general term, so please bear with this. Within them, the profound weapon armaments contained the most attack power, the easiest to refine and the lowest in prices. The defensive, profound armors were second, while profound jewels were armaments that held special abilities. They would commonly possess unique attributes and each one would be unique. They were the most precious. Additionally, not all armament masters are able to refine profound jewel armaments. Even though Grandmaster Yen was an esteemed 3rd level armament master, he was only able to refine 2nd level lower grade profound jewels. However, there was something even more shocking on this list. At the end, there is even an entire set of defensive, profound armors. This included a helmet, suit, wrist guards, boots, a total of 13 items. The entire set could amplify one's defensive abilities by 3-fold and included a unique skill. After reading this list, Grandmaster Yen was so astounded that his beard was trembling. But very quickly, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a contemptful smile. Little demon, your knowledge towards armaments isn't shallow, even knowing what an armament set is. You must be a child from an influential family, no? But your lie is far too big. You are blatantly insulting the senior's intelligence. It was only then Huang Yuli turned her attention to him. What? Old man, you don't believe it? Master Yen almost fell down in anger. When meeting him, who didn't respectfully call out at Grandmaster Yen? The emperor himself was no exception. This brat dared to call him old man. You are simply out of control. You dare to disrespect an esteemed armament master. Huang Yuli laughed with great amusement. I am sorry, old man, but I really can't see any aspect that I can respect. You say that it is impossible for me to possess an entire cartful of armaments. Is it not because you have never seen so many 3rd level armaments before? Your experience scope is this low, and you have the nerve to call yourself a respected armament master? You are merely an Jianghu swindler who makes a few low-level armaments to earn money. You. Enraged, Master Yen could not breathe properly as he slapped the table hard. You dare to insult this senior like so, truly too audacious. Good. Let's just say that you indeed have a cartful, but only a 7th-tier armament master has the ability to create a complete set of armor. This type of knowledge, did you not go ask around before creating these lies? Blurting your mouth just like this? Only high-leveled masters could use and integrate different materials to form the different components of a profound armor into a complete set. Once the set was finished and put together, it would be able to boost the overall defensive power of the armor itself. It could even have an additional skill. 3rd level armor, this was something unprecedented. Chuckling, Huang Yuli said, You are certain? This one is absolutely certain. Then if I were to really take out a complete set of 3rd level profound armor, then what will you do? Humph, such a fantasy story. If you really are able to take one out, then this senior will kneel down and pay you my respects as my master. Sneering, she replied, Make me your master? Forget about it. You are this old, but only a 3rd-tier master. Your aptitudes are too low. I will not take someone with such a low aptitude as a disciple. If I were to win, then regardless of my requests, the Armament Association will provide me with all the necessary materials I need for refining. Master Yen was in disbelief. He did not think there would be any who would look down on a 3rd-tier armament master. This was too strange. good, good. This senior wants to see what abilities you have. If you are able to take out all the items listed within this list, then you will become the Armament Association's VIP, able to use whatever resources available. If you are unable to do so, your defamation of this senior is the defamation of the entire association. Even having 100 lives would not be enough. One word and it's settled. Huang Yuli's smile was like a cat who had just stolen a fish. The reason behind her words was because was unable to bear the arrogant manner of speaking that old man had. And two, she deliberately wanted to anger him. She didn't think that she would easily stir up his temper, making him take the bait. Thousand Treasure Pavilion really was a good place. Yesterday, someone was here to give her money, and today someone was here to deliver her materials. Really is a hotspot of good feng shui. At this time, not even a crow or peacock could make a sound in Thousand Treasure Pavilion. No one dared to believe their eyes. There was someone who was daring enough to talk to Grandmaster Yen in such manner. Did he eat a bear's heart and a leopard's courage? Did he not think of the possible consequences from offending the Armament Association? Turning her head, Huang Yuli addressed Shopkeeper Sun, to prevent against this old man from denying his debt, I would ask of you to be the witness. Ah? Witness? Open-mouthed and tongue-tied, a drop of cold sweat ran down Shopkeeper Sun's head. How would this senior deny a debt? Let's go, this senior truly wants to see what tricks you can play. With a great flourish, Grandmaster Yen walked outside. Thank you for reading the original translations of GDBBM Genius Dr. Black Belly Miss. DDFYM Insanely Pampered Wife, Divine Dr. Fifth Young Miss. MGD Mesmerizing Ghost Doctor. PAW Prodigiously Amazing Weaponsmith. Once again, thank you for the support and please continue to read other translated series on Misty Cloud translations. Deep bow. Hastily, Shopkeeper Sun followed suit. The watching customers also began to shuffle outside. This kind of large-scale commotion was a rare sight to see. Who wouldn't want to go see how it will play out? Peeking its small head out from within Huang Yuli's cloak, the little phoenix rubbed his small fluffy head on her shoulder. Ai, that poor old man. You could provoke any more, but you went to provoke this female devil. Your age is already this old, yet you have to be played like this. This time, your face will be lost all the way back to your grandmother's home. The latter part is unprotected. Tragic. 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 Pushing his tiny head back inside, Huang Yuli followed them with slow and steady steps. At the entrance of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the chests that Huang Yuli had brought with her were already placed on the ground. Originally, these items could have been stored within the Sky Phoenix ring, as the space was not small. But a spatial armament was considered a very uncommonly seen high-leveled armament. She didn't want to arouse too much attention, so Huang Yuli decided to hire a horse carriage to deliver these armaments. 18 chests, chained and locked, were neatly lined up, very eye-catching. Wah, there are this many chests. Inside them, it couldn't truly be filled with third-level armaments? What jokes are you making? All of them, third-level armaments? How much would they be worth? Unless this youngster stole them from the royal family's treasury, there is no way he would possess this much. That's right. By my estimations, if there are at least 2 chests filled with armaments is already pretty good. As for the rest, they should be just ordinary antiques and the like, to be sold at Thousand Treasure Pavilion for some silvers? Numerous curious pedestrians also stopped in their tracks to watch the scene. They were curious to what Thousand Treasure Pavilion was up to. Stopping in his tracks, Grandmaster Yen folded his arms and snorted condescendingly, "Boy, hurry up and open the chests. Let this senior experience something and open up his eyes." Lips curling, Huang Yuli didn't go up immediately. On the contrary, he turned to Shopkeeper's son and said, "Shopkeeper's son, I ask that you place some of your most powerful guards around to protect the area. If this many third-level armaments were taken out, I'm afraid there will people wanting to fight for them." Shopkeeper's son was somewhat floored. Ordering some more people to guard? Afraid of people fighting over it? These words, it was like she really did possess that many armaments. Sweeping his gaze at her, Grandmaster Yen spoke up, "Little demon, don't stall for time. Relax, as long as I am present, no one will dare to snatch your things away. Those who dared to stretch out their wings will not be escape out of Southview. Hurry up and open them." Okay. Since Vice President Yan has spoken, I think it is believable. Only then did Huang Yuli walk out, pulling out a key. Slotting it into the first chest's lock, it smoothly opened. "Old man, look well. Is it you who is short-sighted or me who is swindling others?" Her white hands lifting up, the chest's contents were revealed. In the view of everyone, a cold beam of light shone out. Coming up close, you could see that a sparkling long sword was lying within the chest. The light emitting from the sword was like the autumn river, full of brilliance and life. This is a third-level upper-grade profound weapon autumn water sword," Grandmaster Yen loudly exclaimed. "Old man, you actually know your products." Huang Yuli sneered at him. This senior has actually read the 9th-tier armament master Grandmaster Huang's profound weapon illustrations. Inside, this type of weapon was mentioned. Once Grandmaster Yen saw the autumn water sword, his eye seemed to brighten greatly. Stepping forward, he rushed to the chest and wanted to take the sword out to see. Unpredictably, his hands could not even touch the sword. Pa! Heavily, Huang Yuli slammed the lid shut. If it weren't for his fast reactions, then his arms would have been ruthlessly wedged in the chest. On the contrary, Grandmaster Yen was not angered at all. Lifting his head, the entirety of his face was filled with imploration. "Little demon, no, this young master, please let this senior look at that sword. This one will promise you that I will not cause any damages to it." Huang Yuli chuckled, "Did you not say that my armaments were all trash, that I am only here to boast and swindle? Young master, this senior has eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I am apologizing to you, so hurry and let me see." Grandmaster Yen was an inflexible and arrogant person, his sole passion being the research of armaments. Once he started researching, he would forget to eat and sleep for days. In his eyes, there was nothing that captured his interest more than a peak-grade armament. When his eyes landed on that third-level upper-grade, autumn water sword but was refused close examination, his felt as if his heart was being clawed into hundreds of pieces. Stifled with anxiety also in the mix. Shaking her head, Huang Yuli shook her head. "What is the rush? There are still so many chests to be opened. What if the other chests contain trash? Wouldn't your apology be in vain, Grandmaster Yen?" "Oh. Don't worry, don't worry. Even if that is the only armament, then this senior has still lost, okay? This autumn water sword is something only Grandmaster Huang herself could produce. Do you know how precious this is? Hurry up and let me see it." As he said this, Grandmaster Yen was already preparing to open the chest. Huang Yuli stretched out her arm to block his path. "Do not rush. Let us first view all the other armaments in the remaining chests. What I value the most is being fair and honest, for I am an upstanding person. I definitely will not take any advantages from you." "Upstanding?" Sneakily, the little phoenix stuck his little head back out again and used his claw to scratch her neck. The female demon actually had the nerve to call herself upstanding? And not taking advantages of others? Did the sun rise from the west? Acting as if nothing had occurred, Huang Yuli pushed the little phoenix back inside again. Walking to the second chest, she opened it up. What, it really is a 9-part whip. It is a third level on 2, and there's 2 of them. In the third chest. Watt spirit-gathering beads. Do you know that the profound jewel is capable of increasing cultivation speed? The fourth chest. Fifth chest. Once the last three chests were opened, they caused the onlookers to become further cross-eyed and astounded. That was a complete profound armor set. All 13 pieces were sitting in the three chests quietly. Just from looking at exterior appearances, you would be able to identify they were from the same set. Profound armor set. It really is a profound armor set. Unable to bear any longer, Grandmaster Yan leapt forward. Kneeling on the ground, he took out the items from the chest and began to carefully inspect them. Really is a third-level profound armor set. How could this be? How did this happen? These is practically godly in skill. This time, Huang Yuli did not stop him, but merely stood to the side smiling. She waited for him to finish. Finally she said, "Old man, how is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Putting the armament in his hands down, Grandmaster Yan walked to Huang Yuli and directly gave himself a big slap. "Young master, this old man has eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. I ask this great one with great magnanimity to forgive this old man's blindness." Smiling, Huang Yuli said, "Offending, you do not have to worry. But the thing we were just discussing. Young master, please rest assured. This badge is only given to esteemed guests of our Armament Master Association. When you visit the association, all the materials can be used however you like. I just want to ask a presumptuous question, these armaments, which great master refined them?" Cautiously and carefully, Grandmaster Yan asked this. Huang Yuli had already prepared the appropriate answer to this question. These armaments were all made by my master. Due to his status, it is not convenient for him to descend down the mountain away from the sect. So he had asked me to sell them in his place. Announcing she was the refiner was not sensible. Her current cultivation was nothing, unable to protect herself at all. Saying that they were family treasures were also not likely. Apart from the royal family, there was no one who possessed the ability to take out this many armaments. Furthermore, if she were to refine more in the future, it was certain that she would need to bring them out again. At that time, it would be unexplainable. As a result, she created this fake master. This was the best method. Grandmaster Yan exclaimed out, "It really is the work of a large sect's powerful armament master. Presumptuously can I ask, what tier is your master at?" You do not need to ask this. Inside, Grandmaster Yan's bewilderment increased. Taking out this many third-level armaments at once, including a profound armor armament, at the very least this master should be at the 5th tier. Even within those large sects, this was someone who could easily call the wind and summon the rain. This young master standing in front of him, as the disciple to that master, he must not offend in any circumstances. In a split second, his attitude became abnormally subservient. He nodded his head to Huang Yuli, like he wanted to give up offerings to her. Beaming with joy, shopkeeper's son proclaimed to all those present, "Fellow guests, we have witnessed everything. Thus our 1,000 treasure pavilion will hold an exclusive auction for these third-level armaments. How valuable third-level armaments are, I am sure I do not need to say. This is an once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, ah. You cannot miss this, everyone. My God. These armaments are really going to be auctioned? Living this long, this is my first time actually seeing third-level armaments. And this many. How good it will be if you could buy one. These are family heirloom worth treasures. Losing the family's fortune would be worth it for them. Hee, you sure dream well. In the capital, there are so many aristocrats with plenty of money. Will your turn ever come? There were also people loudly asking, when will the auction be held? A smile was splayed across shopkeeper's son's face. Once the time and date has been settled, Thousand Treasure Pavilion will send invitations. I ask everyone to be patient. Making an impassioned motion, shopkeeper's son scattered the surrounding crowd. With a smile that was not quite a smile, Huang Yuli spoke, "Shopkeeper Sunday, think that I have yet to promise you that I will auction my armaments at your store?" Solemnly, shopkeeper's son bowed to her, "Young master, let us discuss this inside. Any conditions you have, please feel free to raise them." Inside the VIP guest room, Huang Yuli was seated in the host's seat. Grandmaster Yan, who previously emitted an arrogant and proud aura, was standing respectfully to the side pouring tea for her. The business clauses were swiftly settled by both parties. In order to secure this major business offered by this disciple, he had wholly conceded. Thousand Treasure Pavilion would shoulder all expenses incurred in advertising and venue allocation. As for the commission, they would only obtain 2% of the total earnings from this auction. This was only 1/10 of the usual industry commissions. Apart from that, shopkeeper's son also presented her a VIP black card. In all of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion branch stores, she would be able to enjoy 20% off for all purchases. "Young master, for this batch of armaments, we will pay you 300,000 as down payment. May I ask where to send this to?" Thinking for a moment, Huang Yuli replied, "You do not need to give it to me now. I ask of you to collect all of the herbs in this list. Deduct the money from the auction's earnings. Once everything has been settled, I will collect my sum." Full of promises, shopkeeper's son was. At this time, a small serving boy came knocking. "Shopkeeper, the master has just come to the store. He wants to meet with the young master, selling the armaments." Thousand Treasure Pavilion, back courtyard, devoid of people. Leading Huang Yuli through a corridor, the small serving boy stopped at a door. "Master, the young master has arrived. Bring him inside." A cool and deep voice sounded, distracting Huang Yuli slightly. This voice, she seemed to have heard it from somewhere. Walking inside, she came to an understanding. The man sitting inside had a perfect figure, with pale-colored lips that seemed indifferent yet seducing. The silver mask that covered his eyes and brows portrayed him as both mysterious and dangerous. His build was tall with an overbearing and arrogant air. He was only sitting, yet he gave an intense sense of strength that could not be resisted. This caused people to unconsciously bow down their heads. This was clearly the man whom she had met near her courtyard a few days ago. How coincidental. These two people were meeting again. The serving boy who led the way was only an ordinary person. Standing at the entrance, he gave a quick bow and ran off pale-faced. Calmly looking at Huang Yuli, the man found that she had a faint frown on her face. But this quickly disappeared. He was a bit surprised. No matter how you looked at it, this young master in front of him did not possess the slightest shred of profound qi. He should not be this tranquil in front of someone like him, who was this powerful. Deserving to the little fox that caught his eye. Staying silent for a while, the man spoke. "Young sir, please sit." Huang Yuli didn't cause a fuss and sat across from him. She asked, "You are the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion? Don't know the purpose of you wanting to see me?" The man's ink-black eyes rested on her face for a duration before responding. "To see a seller take out this many third-level armaments is a rare sight to see. This one is very interested in becoming friends with this young sir." Feeling the gaze of those eyes, Huang Yuli felt immense pressure. The man was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Her soul was very powerful. Though her soul had suffered greatly from that explosion, her soul was much stronger than the average person. But this man only used a single gaze to make her feel pressured. This caused her feel ill at ease. It meant that his strength was higher than the 5th level of the Dream Profound realm. With her current trashy strength, she could not provoke him. Cautiously Huang Yu said, "Lord Owner, you are jesting." Third-level armaments are not that hard to see. And towards an expert like you, it cannot count as anything. Furthermore, I am nothing more than an apprentice armament refiner. The creator of those armaments is not me either. I simply do not have any qualifications to become your friend. The man's mouth curved. Apprentice, armament refiner? That's right. Those third-level armaments were all refined by my master. I am only selling them in his place. At this moment, Huang Yuli was very pleased at her smooth acting. She also compiled some lines to say too. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain and defend against anything. This man was extremely powerful, but if he was able to obtain any benefit from her, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Unfortunately, Huang Yuli always knew herself well. Cheating others is very amusing, but if there was too large of a gap between them, she would turn to scheming tiger, but losing her fur as well. Most of the time, she would not be able to retreat unscathed. It was best to show respect from a distance. Lightly he laughed. The sound of his laugh was deep and very sexy. It was full of tantalizing charm. Is that right? These armaments were not refined by you? Then 2 days earlier, why did you come to Thousand Treasure Pavilion to buy an armament furnace? Where did those armaments materials also disappear to? Third young miss by? In a split second, the clothes on Huang Yuli's back became drenched in her cold sweat. This man could actually see through her identity. How could that be? Her appearance-changing technique was obtained from an exceptional master's hands. There were very few who it failed to deceive. What was most concerning was the method in which this man linked the seller of the armaments to Wu Wei Manor's third young miss. How did he make the connection? Currently, she was a peak-grade trash. Who would think a good-for-nothing could smelt armaments? Huang Yuli's facial color did not change as she answered back, Owner, what words are you speaking? How come I cannot understand? Cannot understand? The man smirked. Do you need me to speak more clearly? What do you mean? As chance may have it, this one has some knowledge and insight into armaments. 2 days earlier, included within the list of materials that you purchased were ingredients to creating a long sword. The Shaoxiang bamboo is also a necessary component in the 9-part whip. The North River mica is the aloes, the base material used to link different components together. Each and every material was chosen as so. Is this truly a mere coincidence? Calmly, Huang Yuli smiled. Owner's meaning is, there was someone who also bought those materials? Isn't that just too much of a coincidence? Unfortunately, that person was not me. Today is the first time that I have ever visited Thousand Treasure Pavilion. You have recognized the wrong person. Lowering his line of sight, the man's gaze was still sharp. But that faint trace of a smile had never left his face. Buying the same materials can of course be a coincidence. But there is something even more coincidental. Leisurely he continued, that day, this one happened to pass by Thousand Treasure Pavilion and also happened to see third young miss by leaving from there too. In all likelihood, third young miss should know when martial practitioners reach a certain level, they can recognize others from their sole trace. In my presence, your appearance-changing technique does not have any use. Huang Yuli suddenly stood up, her expression wasn't too good. This man really did see through her technique. He was not ignorant. It was either because he had cultivated to a very high realm or that he specialized in the techniques pertaining to the soul. She had foolishly assumed she could trick him. Playing around for half a day, it was him who was playing her. That's right, I truly did use an appearance-changing technique. But Lord Owner, why must you fuss and not forgive this? I am merely a merchant. Thousand Treasure Pavilion long-time rule is to never ask about the seller's identity. Why are you digging up the roots to find the truth? What is your aim? Sitting in his chair, the man swept his gaze from top to bottom. In an indifferent voice, he replied, third young miss, why must you be this sharp? This one does not have any particular motives. I only want to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Correct. It is really simple, I only want you to refine some special armaments. To an armament master who can refine third-level profound armor. Armaments, this should not be something so difficult. With her previous coldly expressionless face, Huang Yuli responded to him. Lord Owner, I really am not the person you think me to be. I am also not some armament master. It would be better for you to find someone more qualified. Goodbye. As she finished speaking, he turned around to leave. No matter how this man saw through her identity, no matter how he tricked her, she would not admit to her armament master status. The reason being, she did not want to collaborate with a strong person if she did not have a method to control him. However, just as she reached the door, a strong gust of wind blew through. Bang! It sounded loudly and clearly. The room's door was slammed shut by the man's profound chi. Following that, the balance within Huang Yuli's body was lost as her back heavily smashed into a wall. A wave of dizziness then erupted. By the time she could react, both her wrists were being held by him. Firmly, they were clasped above her head. The man's sturdy and large body forcefully trapped her, wrapping up her small and petite body within. As close as the two people's bodies were, they had yet to touch. But Huang Yuli could also sense the man's powerfully domineering scent that was full of charm. She completely lacked any power to resist. Until the jarring truth of absolute might, any trickery was unable to succeed. Lowering his head, the man whispered with a chuckle in her ear, "Third young miss, why are you running? Our conversation, I think, has yet to end." Burning hot air blew onto the sensitive earlobe, the temperature of her face rose accordingly. Her heart skipped a beat. This type of extreme danger with no ability to resist kind of feeling suddenly made her feel a sense of familiarity. Unknowingly, a memory from her past life flashed through her mind. Many years before, in the ancient ruins at the western desolate mountains, she met Mu Qingqing for the very first time. They had a big fight over a 9th-grade demonic beast's inner core. At that time, she was a top-tier talent being arduously cultivated by the mythical Flame Palace. She also believed herself to be peerless among those of the same generation. Unfortunately, in Mu Qingqing's presence, she could not even defend against 3 of his strikes. This man was also like that. Pushing her against the wall, ambiguously lowering his head, whispering next to her ear. 1 kiss in exchange for a 9th-grade demonic beast's inner core? This transaction isn't bad, right? Huang Yuli was angered to the point that she really wanted to kill him with one slap. But unknowingly to her, Mu Qingqing used a technique to seal her acupuncture points. Under the circumstance where she could not move an inch, the male's thin lips curved as they covered hers. It then turned into a light sucking of the lip, lingering and connecting. In the end, Mu Qingqing reluctantly pulled away. Stuffing the inner core into her hands, he sighed, "Such a shame that I still have important matters to do. Otherwise, I would really like to accompany you. Obediently wait for me to go find you." Fondly and with reluctance, he placed another light kiss on her lips. Following that, he disappeared with a flash. "I will wait for you to die." It was the first time that Huang Yuli fell so hard, also suffering such a large loss. It angered her to the point of insanity. Furiously, she wiped her lips, turned red from the kiss. And the not-to-be-mentioned first kiss. "Little girl, what plot are you cooking up now?" The man's deep voice rumbled abruptly, alerting Huang Yuli to her already wandering mind. Right at that very moment, she had thought of Mu Qingqing. Was it because this man's temperament was also dominating and caused one's heart to quake? Moving her wrists, Huang Yuli realized that she could resist. She was completely at his mercy and could only give up. Clenching her teeth, "I said, I am not some third young miss. You are not? The man lightly smiled. Closing in on her face, those thin but perfectly shaped lips stood out. At such close proximity, it seemed as if they would land on her face in the next moment. Huang Yuli's entire being was stiff. What do you want to do? Could it be, he also wanted to forcibly kiss her? Swiftly following that, a warm feeling could be felt from her face. But what had landed was not that man's lips, but his finger instead. The slender and strong finger that seemed to be carved from a piece of white jade, slid lightly across her face. It was like he was pampering and consoling her. The man carefully and attentively traced every single part of her face. Afterwards he clasped her chin as he measured upwards and downwards. Finally he said, "You look barely passable." At first, Huang Yuli didn't know what he was doing, but very quickly she caught on. Unknown as to what method he used, he had removed her fake identity. That could be forgiven, but he had to use that type of tone to speak. And on top of that, commenting on her appearance. Truth be told, her current body could not be considered to be a beauty. At most she could be called delicate. In comparison to the 4 great beauties in her past life, it really could not be considered anything. However, strength was more important than appearance within the eyes of Huang Yuli, based on the fact that Betrayal possessed the flame spirit physique, made her happier than having some amazing appearance. Speaking of which, what sprout could this man considered as? What qualifications does he have to evaluate her appearance? Lord Owner, the way I look I think has nothing to do with our collaboration, right? Collaboration? Finding it laughable, he replied, "You say collaboration? Did you not deny the fact that you are Betrayal? Furthermore, you also said that you were not some armament master? Since she was already exposed, what was the point of pretending to be some garlic clove?" Glared her eyes fiercely. Angry as she was, she also seemed to soften down. "Lord Owner, I truly did lie to you, but I ask for your understanding. I am but a weak female. Going outside I will be easily bullied, so I have no choice but to put on a disguise. I did not purposely want to cheat and lie. Pinching me with such strength, it's just too painful. Can you first let go of me? Whatever you want to collaborate with, we can talk about it." Batting her eyes, a few teardrops started to form. This attitude, coupled with her originally petite frame, fully portrayed her weak and feeble female look. Any man who saw this will feel pity and couldn't bear to hurt her any longer. But this man nearly burst out laughing. Just this two-faced slyness, steel-hearted treacherous-actioned little fox had the nerve to call herself a weak and feeble female? She was also afraid that she would be bullied? Clearly when she walked on the wide streets, it should be other people who needed to worry whether or not they will be bullied by her. Furthermore, if he were to release her, this girl would mostly likely resist with all her might in the next moment. She might even use some method to attract attention. He was not that stupid. Mouth still curved, the man answered her, "I find this position not that bad. No need to change, just speak like this." Okay. Go speak." Seeing he did not fall for it, Huang Yuli had no more cards to play. She could only listening attentively. He continued, "These third-level armaments, did you really make them?" Huang Yuli nodded her head. She was already exposed, there was no meaning in continuing her lie. "Then this lord cannot understand. Your body does not have any inkling or trace of profound qi, neither your soul power that high. You are not even dual attributed in fire and metal. How did you refine those armaments? They are also third-leveled armaments." Huang Yuli pursed her lips together, "I cannot tell you this. If you are to question and investigate further, not matter what you do, I will no longer form any kind of partnership with you." Calmly, he looked at her for a while before beginning to laugh. "Okay then, I will ask no more. Everyone has their own secrets. This lord isn't someone who wants to know everything." "That's good then. Huang Yuli let out a breath of relief. But she did not know what the man thought in his heart, not knowing for now it nothing to worry over. After all, this little fox will become his person. Everything regarding her, he will know sooner or later. What need does impatience have now? Thinking for a moment, Huang Yuli said, I can clearly tell you this, third-level armaments are the highest I can refine currently and only a few specific kinds. I don't even know what kind of armaments you want. There is a high possibility that I am unable to complete your request. Knitting his brows, he replied, when can you be promoted to the 4th tier? This, even I do not know. It could take quite a long time. Is that so? Sensing that she might be able to rid herself of this man, Huang Yuli followed with some exaggerated tones. You should also know, the rising of each tier for an armament master is a very difficult task. 3rd tier to the 4th tier, that is a chasm between an elementary armament master and an intermediate armament master. How many are unable to cross this gap? That's fine, this lord can wait for you to be promoted. You are very intelligent, you definitely will be able to rise quickly. You. Huang Yuli could not understand why this man must insist on her. Under the great sky, there were many armament masters. Although for the small Southview country, 3rd-tier armament masters were already a rarity, for a powerful expert like him it should be very simple for him to find an advanced armament master. Why must he make things difficult for her? How was that? The man shortened the distance once again. The fingers that were holding her face unwillingly parted. Although his tone was one of dislike, in his heart he was quite pleased with this little fox. Though this little fox wasn't those beauties who would take someone's breath away at first sight, but that pair of intelligent phoenix-shaped eyes that seemed to speak for themselves. They contained a flowing and mystical kind of charm, a force that wanted to take your soul away. The skin on her hands were like the highest grade silk, they felt so smooth and fine. There were still those tender lips. They were like a blooming sakura blossom, pouty, tender, and soft. Her body was just too young, short and flat. Clearly her development wasn't complete. Too rough. Unbite-worthy. Her back shivering again, Huang Yuli hurriedly said, your meaning, I already understand. How about this, look, you already can see that I have not reached the 4th tier, promising you anything now will be useless. It would be best for you to look around and see if there are any other armament masters who can help you. If you truly cannot find anyone, then you can wait for me to be promoted before discussing anything. The man lightly chuckled. How could he not hear her underlying tone? This little girl still wanted to find a method to refuse him. But, those words, he was not in a hurry. Okay then. This lord will give you some time, you can carefully consider it. Huang Yuli let out a breath of relief. This man didn't seem to be one who was not reasonable. But, this lord will not accept refusal as an answer. You must take this time to carefully think it over. Damn, wasn't he playing with her? Why the frick would she need to think about it? At this time, Huang Yuli that she had unknowingly regained the freedom of movement. Straightening her back, she swiftly kicked towards the lower body of the man. This kick was very quick and unexpected with an unusual angle. But the man's reaction was very fast and he dodged to the side. Huang Yuli did not think that she would be able to land her kick. Seeing that he dodged, with a quick move of her body, she left the room. Unexpectedly, taking a few steps outside she felt her waist tighten. The man's sturdy arm was wrapped around her waist. With a tightening motion, he pulled her into his embrace. From her ear, the man's angry voice sounded, "Little thing, you are still, very ruthless. Not afraid that your kick might disable me." He was nearly scared into cold sweat. The kick of hers clearly was some profound skill with very good practical skill. If it weren't for the fact that she did not possess profound chi allowing him to dodge in time, then he would really have suffered. The position which she kicked towards was very accurate and precise. Just imaging the result made him ache slightly. Looked like it would not be easy to deal with this little fox. He must keep a watchful eye on her. If he let down his guard, not only would he lose the person, he would also have fallen into a ditch. On the other hand, Huang Yuli was feeling very regretful. She did not kick the man disabled, harassing an innocent girl as soon as he met her. You could tell he was not a decent one immediately. Rolling her eyes, she innocently said, "Lord Owner, what are you saying? How come I cannot understand you? I kicked you? That was because my body had finally regained movement after being stiff for such a long time. As I was stretching, I accidentally moved my leg outwards." "That so? Then why did you run away?" Gazing down at her tender white earlobe, he restrained the urge to bite down it from behind. "Did I run? We have already finished discussing our business, so I was preparing to returning home early to rest. Turns out it was like this." That is correct. So you can release me." But the man not release his hand. On the contrary, he went to tighten his arms, pulling her even closer. He did not understand why this delicate and soft body was so agreeable with him. When he touched her, it constantly caused him to feel jittery and unstable, becoming very disturbed inside. Waiting for a while, Huang Yuli realized he had no intention to move. She creased her brows. "Release me." Replying, the man lowered his head and smiled, "Seeing as you are a delicate female beauty and by going out, you will be easily bullied by others. So this lord finds it necessary to personally escort you home. Not need to feel grateful. No need. I said, no need." Turning a deaf ear to her protests, his arm still circled around her waist, the man dragged her out through the back door and stuffed her into the horse carriage. When she saw the extravagant and black horse carriage, Huang Yuli came to realization. She now knew the reason her identity was exposed. When she had first come here to buy things, this man already had his eye on her. Just at that time, all onlookers thought she was ruining the family. No one believed she could refine any armaments. Why was this man so certain she would succeed? She directly asked him. Curving his lips, he answered, "That probably is a male's intuition. Listen to your nonsense. Don't care if you don't say." Pursing her lips, Huang Yuli felt too lazy to deal with him. Sitting inside, she began to observe the structure of the carriage and the various carvings and charms engraved on the walls. This horse carriage was a type of movement armament, 100 times more valuable than a profound armor set. Very difficult to make and also required many precious and rare materials. Ordinarily speaking, it would be a masterpiece of an 8-tier armament master. Even for her, it possessed great referencing value. Since she had the opportunity to enter one, she was very interested in closely examining it. Relaxing and reclining backwards, the man observed the little girl that caught his eye. Her bright pair of eyes were traveling around the entire carriage, looking here and there and constantly mumbling to herself. This structure uses a very new concept. Woo, isn't this spell charm too poorly drawn? It is already affecting the overall defense of the carriage. It was a true mystery as to how she became a 3rd-tier armament master without any profound chi. But this little girl truly did have great talent in armament refining. He seemed to have unexpectedly picked up a real gem. The smile hanging on the corners of his mouth became even wider. His heart was set on winning this girl over. Picking up the teapot, he personally poured it and brought it over to Huang Yuli. "That should be enough running around here and there. Stop and drink some tea. If you have an interest towards this horse carriage, there will plenty of time and chances in the future for you to examine it." Huang Yuli thought his words were a bit strange, but didn't think about it too much. Taking the teacup, her eyes narrowed before brightening up. "Clear red grass tea?" Clear red grass was a 3rd-level fire-attributed herb. Although it was a fire type, it was very gentle. As a result, it was often made into tea. It was a very loved beverage by all fire-attributed martial practitioners. Armament masters especially welcomed and loved this herb. Drinking a sip of tea, Huang Yuli lifted her gaze and looked at the man opposite her. This man was neither fire-attributed or an armament master. Clearly he was attempting to curry favor with her. Coupled with his previous ambiguous attitude, it couldn't be that he had taken a fancy to her? While considering it, Huang Yuli prevented it from revealing out through her face. Not long later, the horse carriage stopped into front Wu Wei Manor's back courtyard's front gate. Impatiently, Huang Yuli pulled open the door preparing to leave. "Lord Owner, I thank you for your hospitality today. I will definitely research the Tao of refining in an attempt to advance more quickly. Please rest assured. Before I advance, I will not disturb you, and could you please not disturb my cultivation, too? Let us say farewell here." Reaching out, the man caught her wrist. "The carriage has yet to come to a complete stop, what is the rush? What if you fall? You are ugly enough, if you were to fall and produce a scar, then you won't be able to marry. That has nothing to do with you." That was enough. Was this man's formal name Poison Tongue and his nickname Looking for a Spanking? He was practically the same as that shameless Shui Qingqing. She really met a ghost. She was born proud. If it was a different man who dared to be this frivolous and spoke this rudely to her, he would long turned into something that wasn't a ghost or a human. Such a shame, her current strength couldn't compare to him. What was more infuriating was this man clearly knew this fact. He was taking full advantage of it. Holding her wrist, he escorted Huang Yuli all the way to the courtyard's front gate. He halted his steps once he arrived. "Rest assured, since your armaments are in this lord's hands, they will certainly sell for a good price." Reaching his hand out, he lightly brushed back her stray hair. "Wait for my good news." "I understand, goodbye." Swatting his hand, Huang Yuli turned around and entered her courtyard. She did not spare a single glance at him. Watching her back view, the man helplessly shook his head. Sighing, he said to himself, "Why is she this arrogantly cute?" With his cultivation talent, his identity coupled with that extraordinary-looking face, he always received the affection of women. How many noble-born princesses willingly took action and suffered losses against him to gain his attention? The first time he took the initiative to gain a girl's goodwill, he believed that he would succeed in catching her. Except that in reality, Huang Yuli did not give him any face, and this has made him hit a nail in his attempts. But, because it was like this, that made him all the more interested. Note, play these kinds of men like a fiddle hyl. Go, go, go. Returning to her back courtyard, Huang Yuli's mood was still very sour. She felt that it was a great failure to not check the calendar before leaving the house today. The selling of armaments should have been a very simple and easy affair, but she was very unlucky to provoke such a powerful man. A super-large headache. Looked like she must go to get lengths to avoid this man in the future. After all, once she received her pay from the armaments and received the herbs, Huang Yuli had long planned to go into closed-door cultivation. At that time, she no longer needed to have any more dealings with that mysterious man. Unfortunately, shortly after she returned, some people had come knocking. "Third young Miss Bai, under the orders of this subordinate's master, I have come to deliver something for you." Huang Yuli recognized him. He was the personal bodyguard of that mysterious man. She couldn't help but knit her eyebrows. "Deliver what over? I do not need it?" Master said, "If you see it, you will definitely like it." Moving to the side, the bodyguard revealed the thing from behind him. Observing the object, Huang Yuli's eyes widened. It was an exquisite armament furnace. This furnace was about as tall as a person, much smaller than the usual sized furnace. The purple light that it released was the deciding factor that also set it apart from its peers, distinguishing itself. Li, someone who could understand the value of items. Instantly, she could tell that it was made of amethyst green gold, 9 times refined. It would last, at least to the 7th tier. There wasn't anything that attracted an armament master's gaze more than this. Furthermore, the furnace she currently used was that shoddy one she used 800 silvers to buy. This caused the furnace in front of her to become more praiseworthy and appealing. That mysterious man was far too sinister and crafty. Gifting this over, how did he expect her to reject? She nodded her head, then moved it inside. A couple guards then ran in, swiftly carrying the furnace away. Listening to Li's instructions, they placed it in the correct position. Simultaneously, they also carried in various chests filled with 3rd-level materials. Young Miss Bai, my master said these are here to help you advance to the 4th tier more quickly. These were especially prepared for you. If you have any other needs and wants, please go to Thousand Treasure Pavilion and seek out our master. I got it. Money that is delivered to you, it would be waste to reject it. If she had known that this man was this great, she should have exploited him more. Waving the bodyguard off, Li turned around to see Kai Wei staring at her foolishly. What is the matter? She asked, strangely. Kai Wei walked over and shut the door securely. Finally she said in a hushed voice, 3rd young miss, is this servant seeing correctly? Did a man just escort you home? And these armament materials, were they also gifted from him? What's the matter? A bit unpleased, Li pursed her lips together. Kai Wei was nothing more than a serving girl. She could tolerate her fussing due to her great loyalty. But if she dared to involve herself with her private matters, that would be overstepping her boundaries. Without delay, Kai Wei responded, 3rd young miss, please don't be angry. This servant doesn't have any meaning. It's only, a couple days ago, 2nd madam accused you of having an illicit relationship with a man. If she were to find out you were out with another man, I'm afraid she would take the chance to defame you again. I do not care. Let them say what they want. Li shrugged her shoulders indifferently. In the Tianling continent, what spoke best was power. As long as she possessed enough ability, what harm can a few random rumors do to her? Aya, 3rd young miss. Kai Wei was worried, why do you not treat this seriously? Very soon the crown prince will be choosing his imperial concubine. If word were to spread out, questioning your innocence, then you will have no chance of becoming the crown prince's imperial concubine. For a moment, Li believed she had misheard. Eh? What crown prince? The crown prince choosing his imperial concubine, what has that got to do with me? Kai Wei answered, 3rd young miss, do you not remember? Back when the old lord was still here, he and the emperor had a verbal agreement to wed you and the crown prince. Since the disappearance of the old lord, the matter was never discussed again. But with the crown prince preparing to choose his imperial concubine nearing, the emperor sent over people to inquire about your situation. It seems that you still have a large chance to be chosen. There was this type of thing? That's right, 3rd young miss. You must properly catch this opportunity. The crown prince is a 5th grade talent. He has already reached the defensive Qi realm's 7th level at the young age of 20. 2nd young miss has secretly loved him for many years now. But what can she be considered as? You are the one to have an engagement with the crown prince since a young age. Listening to those words, the corners of Li's mouth curved. This sounds to be quite interesting. The defensive profound realm is the 2nd realm for a martial practitioner. After the initial 9 levels in the Qi profound realm, only one can attack the bottleneck towards that realm. This is completed by absorbing the profound chi around them and using it to create a thin layer around them, ascending to the defensive profound realm. For the Crown Prince to reach the defensive profound realm's 7th level at the age of 20, he deserves to be called an outstanding cultivator. Her precursor still had this type of verbal agreement with the Crown Prince. Furthermore, Bai Ruoqi was secretly in love with the Crown Prince. Linking it with the slandering rumors of her having an illicit relationship, forcing her precursor to suicide, had made everything crystal clear. Judging from her assumptions, the second madam and Bai Ruoqi were afraid that she might become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine, while secretly planting that hindering action. They wished for Bai Ruoqi's reputation to sweep to the floor, killing her in the process. This would help prevent any ill omens, to disrupt the good affairs between Bai Ruoqi and the Crown Prince. They really did calculate well. It was unfortunate they bumped into her Huang Yuli, as Bai Ruoqi was destined to a tragic ending. If this marriage were to succeed, then she will write the 3 words Huang Yu lead backwards. Pondering internally for a short duration, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Speaking of the royal family, I heard that the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion is also someone from the royal family. Is that true?" Kaiwei replied, rumors say that Thousand Treasure Pavilion's hidden owner is the emperor's nephew, King Dongan. Who knows if this is true or not? King Dongan? Huang Yuli thought for a bit. This year, King Dongan would be turning 19 years old. According to what they say, he was also gifted in cultivation, his talent just a bit less than the Crown Prince. He was also a pill master. Pill masters were also a rare and valued profession. Adding on the fact that he was also part of the royal household, so controlling such a large and influential shop like Thousand Treasure Pavilion was not strange. Could the one she met today, that mysterious man, be King Dongan? But she constantly felt that something was not quite right. That man's cultivation should have long surpassed the defensive profound realm. And his extravagant style was not something a small country's king would be capable of portraying. Wuwei Manor. Main Hall. Wuwei Manor's madam's face expressed absolute grief. Using her handkerchief to wipe away the tears in her eyes, he tearfully cried out, "Manor Lord, look at our family's cheer. She was abused and hit by that third girl to this state. How could she land such harsh blows? Cheer is her blood-related older cousin." As Bai Lujing of Wuwei Manor saw Bai Ruoqi assisted by a maid walk over, he stood up in shock. In the process, he knocked over the teacup on the table. This is Cheer? How did she turn into this? After Bai Ruoqi received Kaiwei's slaps, she had turned into a true pig head. Not mentioning her 2 swollen red cheeks, her eyes seemed unable to open fully. Her tears also slid down her face non-stop. This appearance, how could you see any trace of her usual fairy-like lightness and graceful as a cold beauty look? It had taken some time for Bai Lujing to recognize his most loved daughter. In fury, he asked, "What is this all about? Without any reason, why did Cheer become like this?" Falling to the ground, Bai Ruoqi began to cry out loudly. "Dad, you have to support your daughter. It was because of my third younger sister. That day when she was with a wild man, she lost all the face of Wuwei Manor. This daughter was worried that she couldn't think it through, so I kindly went to visit her. But I was beaten by her." Hearing her words, Bai Lujing's fury skyrocketed, fumes shooting out. Viciously, he slapped the table beside him. Preposterous. She dared to strike with such heavy hands, hurting her elder cousin. She is too uncontrolled and undisciplined. Speaking up, Wuwei Manor's madam went to add oil and vinegar to the story. "Manor Lord, Bai Ruoqi is only a useless trash. It is only due to your kind heart that you offered her shelter." But what was the result? She bit the hand that fed her, treating our Cheer like that. That girl has such a malicious heart. Bai Ruoqi didn't forget to continue her crying along the side. While he was listening to her tearful sobs, Bai Lujing became all the more furious. Guards, go and capture Bai Ruoqi and bring her over to this lord. I will in the place of my missing elder brother properly teach her what it is to respect one's elders and upholding one's ethics. Keeping silent in fear, the servants quickly went to the back courtyard. Achieving her objective, the manor madam went to pour tea and personally presented it to Bai Lujing. Manor lord, quell your anger. You have already fulfilled your duty of looking after her. Who can blame you if she was the one to willingly learn bad things? This concubine also knows that is this hard for you. If you were to teach that third girl a lesson, people would definitely talk about it, that you were mistreating elder brother's only daughter. Even if Chia received those beatings, your concubine asked of you to tolerate it and not lose face for the matter. The more the manor madam spoke, the tears began to fall down her face. She looked completely to be looking at the bigger picture, suffering in silence. Her method of retreating for and advance was indeed effective. Bai Lujing adroitly threw his sleeve to the side, resolutely saying, "Rest assured, madam. I will not cause Chia to feel wronged. That girl is a good-for-nothing, she couldn't possibly overturn the skies. Today, this manor lord wants to carefully teach her. I won't let her off lightly." Flashing across Bai Ruoqi's swollen face was a very distorted and twisted smile. Her father was a defensive profound realm 9th level cultivator. Regardless of what demonic tricks Bai Ruoqi held up her sleeves, she would not be able to use them. Today she will humiliate that little slut. Dare to slap her face, she would need to bear the consequences 100 times greater. She also wanted to destroy that little slut's appearance. In the past 3 days, Kai Wei had used the silvers given to her by Huang Yuli and asked slave brokers to come to their home. Huang Yuli had then personally chosen 10 maids and serving boys. The standards which she chose them, 1. Not by appearance. 2. Not by their working ability, but mainly through their talent. Usually speaking, you needed a talent testing stone make an accurate judgment, but Huang Yuli had another method of telling. This method enabled her to roughly guess the counterpart's potential. Aside from this, she also looked at their perseverance abilities and loyalty. In those 3 days, she had viewed all of the possible servants available for purchase in the capital. She then picked out all the ones talented in cultivation from among them. These people, every single one of them, then signed a life and death contract with her. Additionally, Huang Yuli placed a restriction seal on each of them. She planned to observe them for a period of time. Afterwards, she would then select the honest and loyal ones, giving them each a cultivation manual. With her help, sooner or later each one of them would become a fairly decent martial cultivator. When the time comes, Huang Yuli would have turned them into a strong force at her disposal. Unfortunately today, during the afternoon, a ruckus was heard from outside the courtyard. Very quickly after this, Kai Wei rushed inside to report, "Third young miss, this time it is really bad. It's the manor lord has sent over people." And? Before Huang Yuli could express herself, a group of people had charged into the courtyard. Those people were all practitioners of the Qi Profound Realm. The one leading them was at the Qi Profound Realm's 7th level. The leader spoke out in a cold and commanding voice, "Third young miss, the manor lord has ordered you go the manor's hall. We'll have to trouble you to come with us. Also, the one maid called Kai Wei, bring her along too." Waving his hand, 2 guards stepped out grabbing Kai Wei. Kai Wei's face was deathly white, she had long been scared foolish. Ever since the day the second young miss was beaten, Kai Wei's heart was constantly restless. Even with Huang Yuli's assurance, she was unable to settle her heart. Since Bai Ruoqi was in that state, once she returned to Wu Wei Manor's main house, the manor lord would definitely be furious. No matter what third young miss was like, how could she oppose the manor lord? At that time, as a lowly serving girl, she would be the first to lose her life. No one would be able to save her. And now the manor lord had sent over people for them. Moreover, the people sent were the manor's very own personal soldier regiment. Wuwei Manor's personal guard regiment was very famous in South Yu. Every single one of them possessed a cultivation higher than the 5th level of the Qi Profound Realm and were tempered veterans of the battlefield. They were filled with battle experience and bloodlust. Completely unable to resist. She also knew that if she was dragged to meet the manor lord and second young miss, she already foresaw the types of crimes and punishments that awaited her. Kaiwei was trembling like a leaf. Just as she saw the guard's hands were about to grab her, a frosty voice rang out. "Release your hands." Bang! Bang! Dust flew up from the ground. The 2 guards who were in the midst of capturing Kaiwei flew outwards. After flying 30-40 feet, they landed heavily on the ground. No one expected this type of situation to occur. Momentarily, the entire courtyard lapsed into a period of complete silence. The guard's commander turned his stunned face and discovered that Huang Yuli at some unknown time moved in front of Kaiwei. Full of cold indifference, she looked at him. Her clear eyes were currently looking at them with a frost and indifference. Raising her chin slightly, her white dress fluttered along with that slight movement. The guards all looked at each other. Within each of their comrades' eyes, they saw extreme shock. This is too unfathomable. This infamous, incapable and useless third young miss seemed to look very imposing and threatening. This powerful beyond compare and respectful aura of hers reminded them of the manor lord by Lu Feng, who went missing 10 years prior. Coldly, Huang Yuli said, "Want to touch my maid? Did you ask this young miss yet?" The throw had stunned the 2 guards, so it was only now that they began to shout out "Aiyo, Aiyo." Rubbing their butts, they stood up. Giving them a glare, the commander angrily growled, "Disgraceful things. How can you fail to catch a maid? You were also sent flying? Who hit you?" It's third young miss. Ah. That's right, third young miss. You also dare to lie? The third young miss does not possess any profound strength. But, this is the truth, really. Commander, this subordinate does not dare to speak lies. Ah. Just then, third young miss dashed in front of us and with a wave of her sleeve, we were sent flying. The commander pursed his lips together. Bairuoli was a good-for-nothing that could not cultivate. While these 2 guards were experts at the Qi Profound Realm 5th level. She could send them flying? She definitely used some despicable means to achieve this, but it would only be able to deal with those ordinary guards. Once she meet a real expert, it would be of no use. He didn't believe a single shred of their nonsense. Stepping towards Huang Yuli, he faced her to say, "Third young miss, I suggest to stop with your meaningless resistance and take a walk with this subordinate. The manor lord is your elder, and has invited you to the main house, to be a guest. Yet you injured the people he has sent over. This is disrespecting your elders." No matter who heard this, they all would say that you are in the wrong. Huang Yuli sneered, "Oh? That's so? Then I, who the emperor personally bestowed, is a regent princess, while he by Lu Jing is a mere marquis. According to our statuses, he must acknowledge me when he sees me. What authority does he possess to capture my regent princess maid? And on what authority does he have to send people to trespass on my territory? Does he put the title personally bestowed by the emperor within his eyes?" With Huang Yuli's proclamation of disrespecting the emperor, the commander's imposing aura was immediately dissipated. Normally, all the servants of Wu Wei Manor treated the third miss as an idiot whom anyone could step on. They had long forgotten her status, a genuine princess that should be respected. The commander was at a loss for words, unable to refute her claims. But the orders of the manor lord must be completed. He might as well rip off his hypocritical mask. Laughing sardonically, he swaggered towards her. "Third miss, don't talk smart with me. You think that possessing a title will make you a respected region princess? Why don't you go take a piss? Not even looking at yourself, the piece of trash you are. What can your status do for you? You can't even measure us bodyguards. You dare to oppose against the Manor Lord's orders? Refusing a toast and being forced to drink it. Don't blame me for being hard-handed. Finishing, as fast as lightning he chopped towards Huang Yuli. By his estimations, this third miss had was a chicken-hearted trash. Once she saw such an aggressive attack, she wouldn't be able to control herself and start to pee. Third young miss. Alarmed, Kai Wei screeched out. On the contrary, Huang Yuli maintained a face of tranquilness. There was even a trace of a sneering smile within her eyes. Already charging towards her, the commander felt his head throb when he neared her. The next moment, his mind became blank. Following that was an acute sense of pain from his chest. The sounds of cracking ribs soon echoed in his ears. Without his control, his body flew backwards and landed very heavily onto the ground. Because the one thrown was the leader of those guards, the rest of guards stared at Huang Yuli in blatant shock. That move just then, they finally saw clearly. Just then, one of Huang Yuli's fists had sent their powerful commander flying. That fist of hers wasn't really fast, but for some reason he was unable to dodge. It almost seemed like he willingly charged towards it. Huang Yuli's hand looked so slender and pale, it seemed so fragile that it could not hold a simple vegetable knife. Let alone sending a grown man flying, sprawling on the ground. Were they dreaming? Clapping away the dust in her hands, Huang Yuli beamed, "Great commander, you are truly too impolite. Coming over as a guest, yet you are lying on the owner's property, leisurely refusing to stand up. TSK, truly someone who came from this manor. Do you not understand basic etiquette?" Innocently and pure was her smile. Just like a noble family's treasured daughter who had yet to see the evils of the world. In truth, without any profound chi she did not have enough power to send him flying. What she relied on was a profound skill to counter the force that he applied back onto himself. Unfortunately, that commander's level wasn't high enough to comprehend such a profound skill. When Huang Yuli said those words, the Mean had begun to groggily regain conscious. When he heard her words, he nearly spit out blood from anger. He shouted out, "You, how dare you? I am someone sent by the Manor Lord." Blinking her eyes, Huang Yuli was quite perplexed. What monkey lord, chicken lord? This is still a region princess residence. Not any Dick, Tom or Harry can enter as they please. If you people are willingly to slave away for your monkey lord, I cannot say anything. Though, I am still a human, a different grade from you all. Angered to death the commander was. Furiously he gnashed his teeth and said, You, all you go. Go and arrest her and that serving girl." The guards looked at each other, none of them daring to move. The third young miss was too nefarious. Though they did not know how this trash because an expert. But a living practitioner at the 7th level of the Chi Profound Realm had been blown away in front of them. Due to this shocking event, they were still scared senseless. Furiously the commander raged, "Useless things. You are this easily scared?" She had only used a evil technique. "All of you go attack together. Whoever dares to disobey the Manor Lord's command today will be captured and punished." After a moment's hesitation, one by one they began to move. No matter what, the Manor Lord was the one who controlled their life and death, as well as their future. No matter how great the third young miss is, with so many of them present, would they still fear her? Clenching down, the guards decided to use their numbers to forcibly take down the third young miss. Facing the entire group of guards, Huang Yuli did not become at all flustered. Calmly and leisurely, she took a step back. Ting. Shing. Shing. Ting. A crisp sound rang. In the area that she was standing earlier, numerous metallic thorns shot out. The metal thorns were like sinister silver teeth, drilling out of the ground. The charging were stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Unable to halt their progress, they stepped straight onto the thorns. One can only imagine the unbearable pain that comes from iron thorns 3 inches long. Those thorns completely skewered through their feet, resulting in their fall. Unfortunately, what greeted them were more of these thorns piercing into their bodies. What is this? There's spikes. There's spikes on the ground. Ah, so painful. Why is there even more? Why can't I pull them out? Save me. Those behind, don't push, ah. In a blink of an eye, blood-curdling screams and cries filled the area. Li smiled sardonically. These people really didn't know better. They dared to provoke her in her territory. As everyone know, the nest of an armament master were filled with traps and mechanisms on every step. Because expert armament masters were skilled in mechanisms and skills, they would make their lairs into a place fortified by metals and walls and a burning moat. Looking for trouble in the turf of an armament master was willingly sending themselves to their own demise. After Li received the furnace and gifts from the mysterious man, she began to improve the back courtyard out of habit. What she didn't expect was for those improvements to be used this quickly. Shaking her head, she let out a sigh. This miss gave you a chance, but you insisted on recklessly charging forward. I really don't understand why. Are you people really this dumb? Turning her head, she went to ask Kaiwei, this dumb? Isn't it called stupid coming? Kaiwei was thoroughly stunned. Groggily she replied, what? It was that time fourth sister was running around naked in front of our residence. That uncle, what did he say she came from? Blankly, Kaiwei answered, likes to be whipped? A masochist? Right, a masochist. Kaiwei, your memory isn't bad. Good future prospect. Looking at the guards lying on the ground, bleeding everywhere, Li beamed at them whilst making a conclusion, so you are all masochists. Furthermore, your tastes are so strong. Why do you like to be covered in blood? The little phoenix used his little wing to cover his eyes as he couldn't bear to look anymore. This female demon is becoming more and more twisted. Who is the one with strong tastes? Who was it that caused them to be drenched in blood? How is she not embarrassed to talk about others? Looking at her in stupor, the commander was rendered speechless. Walking to him, Li smiled down, this uncle, slave to a monkey, what other advice do you wish to give? I don't have any. The commander's whole body trembled in fear. In the eyes of the guard regiment, Li no longer possessed the appearance of a pitiful young girl. She was now the most terrifying, most steel-hearted demoness. What expert at the 7th level of the Qi Profound Realm? Iron-blooded soldiers molded through countless battles on the battlefield, was not enough to make her bat a single eye. Even though she did not have any profound Qi, dealing with them was such a simple task. How was this the cowardly, weak and gutless good-for-nothing, third young miss? Smiling, Li swept her eyes over the ground. Those who felt her gaze sweep past them felt their bodies turn cold. Their groans softening instantly. Li chuckled, honestly, I know that you're merely obeying orders as a subordinate should. My second uncle sent you over, you dare not to disobey. This really cannot be blamed on you. Eyes widening in disbelief, they didn't dare to believe what they were hearing. The third young miss, who was that cruel, would suddenly change her attitude and become this understanding. Unaffected, Li continued in a sweet voice, everyone here is without freedom. I am not something who won't feel pity, so I will go with you to the manor then. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. Eyes brimming with tears, the commander said emotionally, third young miss, you are really, too good. A great person possesses a great heart. You truly are the old manor lord's daughter. This subordinate had offended you previously. I deserve to die 10,000 times, deserve to die 10,000 times. As he said this, he began to give himself a few slaps. Just then, he was anxious as to how he would explain to the manor lord. Would he really have to say the truth? That his entire squad was easily dealt with by the third miss? Not only would this be extremely embarrassing, no one would believe such a thing. Furthermore, the manor lord had always treated servants harshly. If he was unable to complete such a simple task, he would really suffer. Who knew that the third young miss would suddenly change her attitude and think about them? She clearly knew that the manor lord didn't have good intentions, but still chose to go with them. What type of conscience did she have? It was as great as a goddess. The little phoenix who was hiding within Huang Yuli's shoulder, let out a few coughs in shock and slapped his wing. He really worried for the intelligence of those people. How could this female demon be this kind? If that happened, the sun would be rising from the west. As expected, Huang Yuli quickly followed with, "But, you people have polluted the environment here, scared my poor maid and activated my secret mechanisms. These losses, you must pay for them." Stunned for a moment, the commander quickly recovered and answered, "Yes, yes, yes. This ought to be. Third young miss is a great person with a great heart, this subordinate cannot thank you enough. Compensating you is something that should naturally be done." Cheap. Another unlucky victim was born. Scratching his ear, the little phoenix couldn't bear to watch this farce any longer. Tucking his head under his wing, he averted his attention. Huang Yuli's smile was especially benevolent. Lord Commander truly understands well. Good future prospects. This miss just loves to speak with smart people like you. Since it is like this, I will give you a 20% discount. Each person pay out 400 silvers and I will go with you. Wha? How much? 400 silvers. This isn't expensive, no? Not expensive, would be strange. The whites of the commander's eyes appeared, he narrowly avoided passing out. As for the soldiers pinned to the iron thorns, their legs long stiff, while some had fainted. Trembling, the commander asked, Third young miss, did you make a mistake somewhere?" Huang Yuli blinked a few times. "Mistake? Are you saying that I am so simple-minded that I fail to calculate money correctly?" No, not true. Third young miss, this wasn't this subordinate's meaning. Rather, this, 400 silvers, isn't that a bit too much? And it's 400 for every person. Adding them together, wouldn't that be a total of 4,000? Huang Yuli answered him, "That's right, I didn't calculate incorrectly. But, we only stayed in the courtyard for a while, not breaking anything. And so many of my subordinates were injured." Clearly it was his people who were injured, while not even a single strand of hair was lost from Huang Yuli's maid. Why was it them who were paying the money, and so much at that? Raising her eyebrow, Huang Yuli answered him, "What? You are unconvinced? Take a closer look at my 8-direction earth-burrowing thorns. Look carefully. Those are second-level middle-grade armaments. It is also such a large-scale mechanism-type armament. Priceless beyond compare. If you were to put them on the market, they would sell for at least 10,000 silvers." Everyone's eyes bulged out, carefully observing the row of thorns. They all had the same thoughts, my God. This row of iron thorns was that amazing. They were second-level armaments. In my entire life, this is the first time that I get to see second-level armaments. They were actually lying on the ground like streaky pork skewers. Huang Yuli continued, "Now you know? This armament cost 5,000 silvers to manufacture. This was all because I took pity on you and gave you a 20% discount, charging you each 400 silvers. I am suffering a loss of 1,000 silvers. As for the trauma you made my maid suffer, as the master I decided to write that off. Yet you still consider it expensive? Do you not feel guilty? They were thoroughly lectured by her. Looking at their feet, they began to reflect on themselves. That's right, third young miss is already this generous. Yet everyone continued to complain and haggle about the price. This was too appalling. Third young miss, this subordinate is not acknowledging his debt. In truth, this subordinate did not bring that much money with him. That's right, that's right. Third young miss, this sum is the accumulation of our wages for several years. It wouldn't be that easy to take out. Correct, ah. Third young miss, I have a 80-year-old mother and a child who still needs to drink milk. I truly cannot take such a sum out, ah. With one leading the herd, the others followed him and started to cry out. All pretending to be pitiful. After all, this was such a large sum of money. No matter how reasonable the third young miss said, they were unwilling to part with that sum. For those with a working brain, they immediately went to find a loophole. After all, they didn't bring that much money with them today. Even if they die, they wouldn't give it. What can the third young miss possibly do then? She wouldn't possibly kill them? At the end of the day, they were guards of the manor. If they were to die in the territory of the third young miss, she would have provoked no small trouble. Gradually each and every one of the guards came to an understanding. Each crying out how poor they were, preparing to renege on their debts. Huang Yuli sneered in her heart, while the smile on her face became filled with even more warmth and softness. Okay then, I know about everyone's sufferings. I am not someone who cannot be reasoned with. How about this, since everyone cannot take the sum out currently, why don't you all write an IOU? Leave the IOU at my residence. Take your time to gather the money and pay it off when you have acquired the sum. Hearing those words, they became very energetic. Sure. This solution is good. Just do it like that. Third young Miss Hart truly is good and honest. You will definitely be rewarded well in the future. Rest assured, third young Mississippi. We will not fail to pay these debts. So what if she has an IOU? Leaving those gates, who would go and admit it? The third young miss did not know where they lived, so could not go to their doors, knocking for their debts. This money, naturally, would not be returned. This third young miss was this easily swindled. She even believed these types of promises. She is indeed a sheltered rich lady, oblivious to the ways of the world. So what if she possessed powerful armaments? A few words were enough to trick her? Huang Yuli smilingly said, "That's good then. I will definitely believe everyone. Kai Wei, go and fetch paper and pen." "Yes, young miss." Swiftly, Kai Wei ran into the study. She shortly returned with pen, paper and an inkstone. Raising the pen, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the words flew out from Huang Yuli's hand, onto the paper. Done. Kai Wei, go ask for the signatures of those brother guards. Start from that, Lord Commander. Everyone, do not worry, I will go with you all to the manor once you have all finished signing your names. Third young miss, you are truly too good. Not only is the third young miss beautiful, you are also kind-hearted. Truly not a well-bred young lady in name. Letting out an internal sigh of relief, they began to follow up with some ass-kissing. A heap of beautifying words flowed out from their mouths like they were free. Non-stop, they threw out these praises. Huang Yuli only nodded her head, lips slightly curved. She seemed to be highly pleased with all those praises. Taking the pen and paper, Kai Wei took them to the commander first. Lord Commander, I ask for you to sign your name over here. Okay, no problem. Pounding his chest, he enthusiastically agreed. Without a shred of hesitation, he wrote his words in large characters. As he wrote, he continuously praised, "Third young Monsieur's words are written so beautifully. strokes like dragons and snakes, with a multitude of grandeur. Deserving of being the manor's esteemed young Mississippi. A noble region princess, really is different. This is the first time that this subordinate has seen such beautiful writing. Haha, you exaggerate, you exaggerate. Lord Commander, you are far too courteous. As the IOU was passing through the hands of the guards, everyone seemed to be very impatient to sign their names. They were worried that Huang Yuli would become clear-minded and go back on their agreement. Receiving the paper from Kai Wei, Huang Yuli gave it a look. She satisfied, she smiled and said, "Too good. Everyone here is honest and straightforward. Let's go with our agreement then. Take 10 days to gather 400 silvers each and send to this courtyard. Otherwise, I will take a note to the main manor and let my second uncle see what you guys say behind his back." Huh? What has this got to with the manor lord? Feeling that those words were a bit strange, he asked that question. Eyes narrowing from her smile, Huang Yuli said, "I didn't know before, but you people were actually this dissatisfied with the manor lord. You complain that he does not give you enough income and complaining how harshly he treats subordinates. You also want to report to the emperor and expose him. What? What do you mean? How come I can't understand?" Holding the note, Huang Yuli walked a bit closer towards the commander, allowing him a clearer view of the words. Taking a closer view of the note, they nearly spit out blood. How was this an IOU? This was a collective agreement signed by Wu Wei Manor's personal guard regiments, declaring the law-bending of the manor master. It was full of Bai Lu Jing's dark deeds. All kinds of words and doings were recorded. Pouring sewer water with utmost effort onto his head. And it was on this paper were 10 neatly signed names. They were the names of the 10 members of this small group, not excluding a single person. You. The commander nearly shouldn't breathe properly. The third young miss had tricked them in such a way. What she made them wasn't some IOU at all. Withdrawing the sheet of paper, she said in a tender voice, "Who would have thought that my second uncle would treat his underlings this badly? Everyone, it has been hard you. Sirs, please feel at ease. As long as you need to, I will deliver this into the royal palace for you and let the emperor seek justice for you. Please rest assured." No one replied. Confused, Huang Yuli went to look around, only to discover that a majority had fainted on the spot. Your training of the heart is far too poor, isn't it? Delivering the paper into Kai Wei's hands, she warned her, "When they come to deliver the money, make absolutely sure that every single one has paid their debt. Only then are you allowed to give them the agreement." Hurriedly Kai Wei nodded her head in understanding, while she was filled with exclamations of admiration. When those 2 guards' hands strode over to capture, she had resigned herself to her fate. She thought she would definitely be beaten to death today. Who knew that the third young miss had effortlessly dealt with those fiend-like guards so swiftly? She also made each of them eat such a big loss, punching their teeth out and even made them vomit blood. Walking to the side of the door, she gently pushed something. Screech, it creaked. The thorns on the floor suddenly retracted. The guards who were one pinned on the ground finally regained their freedom. Lightly, Huang Yuli smiled, "Okay then. We have squandered so much time that second uncle should have become quite impatient waiting for us. Don't dally any longer, let us go to the main manor." Clearly it was her who was delaying and wasting time, no? Nonetheless, since the situation had progressed to such a degree, everyone had witnessed her methods. Who dared to confront her? These guards were like eggplants who had suffered frostbites. Each of their faces, with depressed looks as they followed behind her. Politely and respectfully they escorted her onto the horse carriage. They weren't too far off from lifting her straight up. Ill at ease, Kai Wei wanted to follow. But Huang Yuli blocked her. "It's best if you don't come. What if you are caught by my second uncle? That's right, find some people to tidy up the place. The blood on the thorns is far too disgusting. Clean the blood off thoroughly, so we can use it next time. Hearing those words, the guards tripped in their steps. They wanted to cry but lacked the tears. That trap was not a one-time affair. Then why did she still demand money from them? And saying that she was giving them a discount? They met fraudsters, but never a one like this. Who was the one that said the third young miss was good for nothing? If she was good for nothing, then everyone else were fools. Wu Wei Main Manor. The horse carriage stopped in front of the gates and the commander personally opened the carriage door. His back bent so much it was nearly parallel with the ground. Third young miss, we have arrived at the main manor. I invite you to alight from the carriage. Slowly, Huang Yuli exited, looking right and left. We have arrived so quickly, and the ride was quite smooth. The construction of this carriage is pretty decent. Thanks for the third miss praise. The eyes of the gatekeeper of Wu Wei Manors nearly popped out of their sockets. Did he see incorrectly? The Lord Commander was treating that trashy third miss this respectfully. What was the situation? The Guard Regiment commanders held a special identity. This was the case for the commanders. Even in front of the manor lord, they still possessed a degree of authority. They did not need to bow or give out courtesies. So why did he behave like a henchman in front of the third young miss presence? Wasn't that trash able to be bullied by anyone? Huang Yuli chuckled and said, "Many thanks to the fellow brothers guards for escorting me here. Just don't forget to exchange the money early." Lightly she stepped into the main manor. Her silhouette in the eyes of the guards, they nearly started to release tears. They finally sent off that grand aunt. The area of Wu Wei Main Manor was vast and spacious, the designs refined. The pavilions and pagodas were splendid and magnificent. This was a stark contrast to the poor and shoddy back courtyard. Within by Ruo Li's memories were scenes of her happily playing around in these halls during her childhood. Her back then was naive without guilt, carefree without any worries. She, the little region princess pampered within everyone's palms. However, good things never last. Just a few years later, with the disappearance of Bai Lu Feng, she was heartlessly driven away from this manor. Since then, every time she returned, all that greeted her was ruthless humiliation and torment. Huang Yuli's gaze was icy cold. These hypocritical relatives not only seized family property like a turtle dove, they also forced Bai Ruoli to death. These things, you cannot forgive things like these. Walking into the corridor that led to the audience room, she could start to hear Bai Lu Jing's voice from a distance. What is going on? They have left for already an hour, but they have still not brought the person back. They are only there to capture a good-for-nothing girl. Do they need that much time? The manor madam consoled in a soft voice, "Lord, do not blame the guards. It may be that the girl, Bai Ruoli, refuses to come, delaying for time. You may not know this, but lately she has grown some courage. Not only does she dare to have secret relationships with others, she also dares to hit her own elder sister. I heard others say that even the fourth girl has been hit by her." What? There was also this kind of thing? She is overturning the heavens. Bai Ruoqi also sobbingly added, "Father, you must seek justice for your daughter. Your daughter was hit quite miserably by her, ah." Hee hee, an extremely light-sounding chuckle rang out, cutting off her lamentations. "Second sister, what do you mean by that, ah? Did I hit you? You must take responsibility for your words. When did I raise my hand to you?" Everyone present in the reception hall turned their heads. They all watched as a young girl dressed in a billowing white dress slowly walked in. Her movements were graceful and she carried a dignified and elegant charisma about her, like an immortal fairy who had cut herself off from the secular world. Cold yet noble. Startled, Bai Lu Jing blurted, "You are For a moment, he couldn't recognize who she was. Huang Yuli smilingly asked, "Second uncle, you cannot recognize me after not meeting for a few days? You are Bai Ruali? How can that be?" Bai Lu Jing cried out in surprise. These years, under his deliberate suppression, Bai Ruali had become a complete trash. So much that she could not even raise her head in public with dignity. Every time she left home, her head would be lowered to her chest, not daring to raise her voice. Even her clothes were not extravagant and could not even measure up to a maid's from an influential family. She had long become a laughstock at every noble gathering. But the young lady standing in front of him now possessed an air that was out of the ordinary. Every move and motion of hers displayed an unspeakable and automatic placing of someone from a grand and noble family. I made people want to pay their respects to her willingly. Was she still that trash Bai Ruali? But after a careful observation, the 5 facial features were undoubtedly the same. After a long time of distraction, Bai Lu Jing finally regained himself. Meeting her enemy, Bai Ruaqi's eyes reddened as she mockingly laughed out loud, "Bai Ruali, you have finally come. You dare to harm into this state and still dare to come here. Let's see how my father will deal with you." Scratching her ear, Huang Yuli chuckled in a low voice, "Why do I not dare to come? Wasn't second uncle who invited me here? Furthermore, who are you? I think I do not recognize you? Bai Ruali, what garlic sprout are you?" Eyebrows creased, Bai Lu Jing spoke in a stern voice, "Bai Ruali, how do you speak to your paternal older cousin? Sorely lacking in manners. No wonder you can beat up your older cousin to this degree. Hurry up and apologize your second sister." At a loss, Huang Yuli's gaze swept over Bai Ruaqi. Following that, in a very exaggerated motion, she placed her hands over her mouth. You cannot possibly be telling me that this pighead is my second sister? How can this be? You must have made a mistake. My second sister is a renowned icy beauty in the country of Southview. With countless young and powerful young men are kneeling under her dress. How can this stinking girl be her? With her mention of pighead and another of stinking girl were like piercing daggers. They struck straight into Bai Ruaqi's heart. Bai Ruaqi was graced with good looks from birth. When had she ever suffered such a humiliation before? This was all harmed by Huang Yuli. And she still dared to mock her like this. "Bai Ruali, you wait." Bai Ruaqi's finger trembled just as she remembered that she was in the presence of the manor lord. That she must maintain her virtuous and refined lady facade. Fiercely she glared at Huang Yuli before turning to Bai Lu Jing, tearfully, "Daddy, you must seek justice for your daughter, ah." Bai Lu Jing saw that the moment Huang Yuli stepped into the hall, she did not put him, her second uncle, in her eyes. He was long angered by this. Now watching as his most beloved daughter with such a swollen face, suffering from such wrongdoing, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. The teacup and saucer were swept off the table and shattered onto the ground. "Huang Yuli, kneel down for me," severely Bai Lu Jing ordered. If it were the previous her, Bai Ruali's would have long caused her legs to soften in fear from his attitude, kneeling on the floor. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Huang Yuli, this scene was far too amusing. Laughing softly, she shook her head and said, "Second uncle, are you speaking to me?" Bai Lu Jing furiously replied, "If I am not talking to you, who am I talking to? Hurry up and kneel down. Is this the proper manner for you to speak to an elder?" Calmly and tranquilly, Huang Yuli replied, "Second uncle, you are saying I do not understand proper etiquette? I'm afraid the one who is unclear about the situation is you. I am Regent Princess, whose title was personally bestowed by the Emperor. If we are to talk about status, I hold a higher title than you, a marquis. It should be you who should be greeting me, no? Preposterous." Bai Lu Jing did not expect Huang Yuli to refuse. Stunned momentarily, his face turned ashen as he retorted, I am your elder. If I want you to kneel, then kneel. You dare to twist words and force logic? Elder? I guess so. Second uncle, as my elder you forcibly possessed the assets left behind by my mother and father for yourself. Such a kind-hearted elder, if others were to hear of this, they would most likely praise second uncle. They would say that you are someone who possesses good sentience and a good sense of justice, right? You. Bai Lu Jing was at a loss for words. He did not imagine that Huang Yuli would suddenly mention the topic of family property. This matter was a guilty conscience of his. Many years have passed and Bai Ruoli had never mentioned the matter. The reason why he could take possession of the assets left behind by Bai Lu Feng was due Bai Ruoli's young age and naiveness. He could bully her and forcibly take it away. Later on, though she grew up, she suffered tremendously under the combined bullying of those in the manor, becoming cowardly and timid. Adding on the fact that she was good for nothing, no one put her words to heart. As time went on, she no longer dared to go against Bai Lu Jing. What was with this girl? Today, not only did her entire temperament change, every single one of her words hit a key point. Ignoring the deathly gazes, Huang Yuli went to find a chair to sit down on and poured herself a cup of tea. Smilingly she spoke up, speaking of which, as a region princess I can entire the royal palace at any time. When I was young, the emperor and empress dowager would treat me quite well. So many years have passed since I last paid my respects. This is a bit unacceptable. I think I should find some time to enter the royal palace to visit my senior, the empress dowager, and inform her of how I have been spending my days. When those words left her mouth, Bai Lu Jing's heart jumped. The matter of him suppressing Bai Ruoli was naturally hidden from the royal palace. The year that Bai Lu Feng became the #1 expert in Southyu was not only because of his numerous and brilliant military conquests, but because he had saved the emperor's life numerous times. Even though he had disappeared, the emperor was someone who cherished old relationships and gave hundreds of benefits and leeways these years for the matter. These were all because of friendship between him and Bai Lu Jing. If the royal palace were to be informed that he had constantly been mistreating Bai Lu Jing's only daughter these past years, he could possibly be angering the dragon. Every time the Empress Dowager wanted to meet with Huang Yuli, Bai Lu Jing always used the excuse that Bai Ruoli was not feeling well to evade her. Using that excuse every time led people to believe that she truly had poor health. Naturally they stopped looking for her. Because Bai Ruoli suffered so much under the hands of the matter, it caused her to neglect the fact that she could enter the royal palace. Due to this fact, Bai Lu Jing was deathly afraid if she wanted to enter the royal palace. Hearing this, his attitude immediately softened. This, Lier Ah, look at what you are saying, it's like you are accusing your second uncle of mistreatment. Okay, it's your second uncle's fault for being hasty today. But you should not have injured your older cousin, right? Furthermore, you used such heavy hands. You must at least give a proper explanation for all of this? Raising the teacup, Huang Yuli took a small sip before responding, Second uncle, your words are amusing. Who doesn't know I am complete trash at cultivating? Second sister is at the 7th level of the Qi Profound realm, how could I possibly injure her? Isn't this too funny? Bai Lu Jing thought for a moment and realized this was the case. He turned his gaze towards Bai Rua Qi, and asked her in a doubtful tone, Qi'er, what is going on? Bai Rua Qi assumed that Huang Yuli would receive a severe humiliation today. She did not think that a few words from her would impede Bai Lu Jing's advance. Unfortunately her mind worked fast and she quickly replied in a pitiful tone, Daddy, don't listen to her nonsense. Your daughter was hurt by her. I don't know what demonic trick she used. But before I knew what was happening, I was struck to the floor by her, unable to move. She definitely has learned some demonic technique. Demonic techniques? Bai Lu Jing wrinkled his brows. Of course he would believe his most beloved and pampered second daughter, but regarding demonic techniques, it sounded a bit unbelievable. Never had he heard of a method that allowed trash to defeat an expert at the 7th level of the Qi Profound realm. Seeing that he did not believe, Bai Ruoqi hastily added, "Daddy, what I said was the truth. Not only was I a victim to Bai Ruoli, fourth sister was also abused by her." "Yenner? What happened to her?" "A few days ago, fourth sister went to visit third sister, but she fell victim to her bewitching. She actually took off all her clothes and started to run around the wide street naked." "What did you say?" Bai Lujing was greatly surprised by that piece of news and stood up in alarm. "What is going on? Explain it clearly for me." Cautiously and carefully, Bai Ruoqi gave a few side glances as she retold the rumors surrounding Bai Ruoyan. She did not forget to add oil to the fire and exaggerate things. "That day, there were many people at our back manor door. Pointing and criticizing, they were speaking about fourth sister's affairs." The more Bai Lujing listened, the angrier he became. How can this be? That girl actually dared to do such an embarrassing things. No wonder the gazes of the other ministers were strange whenever I entered the royal court. Turns out they were laughing at me and my daughter who lacks upbringing. In a timely manner, Bai Ruoqi continued to add, "Daddy, please quell your anger. Don't let such things anger you." "Precisely, because Chier was afraid that this would anger you, so I did not dare to tell you. I wanted to secretly ask third sister about it, but who knew I would fall under her tricks." Finishing, she made eye contact with the second madam. Quick-witted the manor madam was. Wiping her tears away, she shuffled up to add, "Lord, my Chier truly lives a hard life. The crown prince will soon be choosing his imperial concubine. If these things were to be leaked out, it would also implicate Chier." Listening from the side, Huang Yuli wanted to applaud the mother-daughter pair. Their cries and speeches were coordinated so very well. Every single sentence complemented each other perfectly, hitting straight at Bai Lujing's vital points. Bai Ruoqi's cries of injustice, not only did she highlight the fact that she wished to eliminate the third young miss, she also brought out Bai Ruoyan's affairs. It really was killing two birds with one stone. Bai Lujing always favored the fourth young miss birth mother over her maternal aunt. The manor madam had found quite unpleasing to the eye for quite some time. But Bai Ruoyan possessed decent cultivation talent with a decent appearance. One could not be sure that she wouldn't catch the crown prince's eye, becoming a rival of Bai Ruoqi's. Taking the opportunity while the manor lord was angered, she brought that out. Not only would that give Bai Ruoyan a bad outlook, it would also transfer onto her maternal aunt. TSK, this was just too brilliant. This was a web of plans. However, Huang Yuli held no thoughts of stopping them. It wasn't like Bai Ruoyan was innocent, not bullying her. She'll let them pit against each other like dogs do. They all deserved it. It was expected that Bai Lujing was full enraged. Waving his head, he beckoned for the guards. "Pass down my command, the fourth young miss is forbidden to leave the grounds from now on. She is not allowed to reappear in public. Pass my words to concubine Wu telling to properly discipline her daughter. If she cannot do this, then she and Bai Ruoyan will no longer need to appear in front of me again." When those commands fell, a streak of disappointment flashed through Bai Ruoqi's eyes. She thought that Bai Ruoyan and Mother Gua would be driven from the manor. She didn't think they would only be confined. On the other hand, the manor madam did not show any reaction nor emotion. Instead she said, "Lord, calm your anger. This is all this concubine's fault. Just recently rumors of the third girl regarding secret meetings with an outside man spread. And now, a few days, the fourth girl went around naked. This all because I, as their mother, did not educate them well. Dragging down the Lord's good name." The corners of Huang Yuli's curved. This second aunt had good skills. On the surface, she portrayed an appearance of self-criticism and blame, while inside she worried that Bai Lu Jing was not angered enough. She mentioned both topics again, while also pushing herself into the mix. When those two embarrassing things were placed together, if Bai Lu Jing wasn't furious, then it would be strange. As expected, Bai Lu Jing immediately changed his mind. He directly went and called for the leader and instructed, "Go send for people to prepare the carriage. Directly escort the fourth young miss to the farmstead. Without my command, she is not to return." A ray of satisfaction passed through the manor madam's eyes, but she quickly hid this. Though she did not eliminate concubine Gua, that little slut was sent away. This wasn't bad. Turning head, she went to look at Huang Yuli, that third girl. She specifically mentioned the rumors of Betrayal having secret meetings, was in hopes of driving her away. At least, she should be forbidden to leave the house. At the feast where the crown prince chooses his imperial concubine, this third girl was the biggest obstacle and rival for Betrayal. After all, she and the crown prince held a verbal agreement for their engagement since their youth. This was especially concerning today, as she had changed completely. Such an elegant and refined temperament, even the simple raising of her hand portrayed someone of high birth. This set of many alarms ringing within the manor madam's heart. She would not allow this girl to be such an obstacle in her daughter's fortuitous event. But Bai Lu Jing was a bit hesitant, Without a doubt, he wanted to drive Huang Yuli away. But when he thought of that girl's previous threats, he became afraid of the consequences. At that moment, Bai Ruoqi became emotional again. "Daddy, why don't you forgive third younger sister?" The reason why she became like was due to her parents passing away at such a young age. Uncle was, third sister had no one to educate her, so she does not know where she made such a mistake. Despite the fact that she learned evil tricks from God knows where and injured me, that was all, because she cannot cultivate. She is already pitiful enough. Hearing those words, Bai Lu Jing suddenly recalled something. Bai Ruoqi constantly claimed that Huang Yuli used demonic techniques to defeat her. Obviously, that was impossible. The more likely probability was she had used some high-leveled profound skill. But how could this girl possess such a precious thing? It was definitely something left behind by Bai Lu Feng. Ever since the disappearance of Bai Lu Feng, Bai Lu Jing had interrogated Bai Ruoqi numerous times. He wished to find all the pills and armaments left behind by Bai Lu Feng, but failed to find any clues. It didn't seem like Bai Ruoqi had lied to him. Her personality was cowardly and weak, so Bai Lu Jing could only give up. But it was different now. The reasons why this girl could become this strong and courageous could possibly be, she found Bai Lu Feng's legacy? Coming to this conclusion, Bai Lu Jing's gaze changed. If she really had the things left behind by Bai Lu Feng within her grasp, he must obtain them at any cost. He must make this his priority, taking advantage of the current situation. He must first drive her away from the back courtyard and then slowly search around. One by one, he will uncover all the things left behind by Bai Lu Feng. Putting on a bemoaning expression, he sighed out, "Ai cheer, what you say is correct. My elder brother left too early, the pitiful Lear. She lost her mother and father at such a young age." As he spoke, his eyes seemed to be on the verge of dropping tears. After a while, he wiped his tears away. "Lear, recently it would be best for you to accompany your fourth sister and move to the farmstead for a while." "Eh?" With a smile that was not quite a smile, Huang Yuli gazed at him. For some odd reason, when Bai Lu Jing felt that penetratingly profound gaze sweep over him, his heart palpitated. His heart shivering was unexpected. This girl was clearly someone who could not cultivate, so why was her gaze this frightening? It was like a gaze of an powerful person, not allowing others to look at them directly. He must have made a mistake. Composing himself, Bai Lu Jing continued to display his most amicable smile, Li or Ah, do misunderstand. Second uncle doesn't have any intention of blaming you. It's just the day that you were meeting with that man, there were just too many witnesses. If rumors were to spread, you will no longer be able to maintain your integrity anymore. Second uncle is doing this for your own good. Stay in the farmstead for a while and wait for the heat to die down before coming back. Smiling, Huang Yuli replied, is that so? However, people say that only girls who committed mistakes would be sent to the farmstead. Second uncle, could it be that you dislike your niece of yours? Hastily Bai Lu Jing smiled, how can that be? Lear, you overthought this. Though his words had said this, he thought differently. What he more than anything was to get rid of this girl as soon as possible. But now this girl had become smarter, so he could not do things like he used to. To prevent her from speaking carelessly, he could only reply on good words and compliments to cheat her away. The manor madam chimed in, that's right. Lear, your second uncle, is your closest relative. How could he harm you? Since you are young in age, you do not know of the full consequences this scandal can cause for a young girl like you. This is all for your future. Even Bai Ruoqi spoke, third sister, father and mother are with good intentions. Why do you not appreciate it? With the combined chanting of the three people, they earnestly tried to persuade Huang Yuli. If she were to reject their concern, she would be like scum, heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Holding the teacup, Huang Yuli took a sip while watching the brilliant performance by the family of three. Only after they finished their act did she open her mouth. So second uncle was doing all this for me. I assumed that second uncle wanted to send me away. You wanted to drive me away from the back courtyard so you could go search for things. Slowly and deliberately, Huang Yuli said. Bai Lu Jing's heart shook, search for what? How come I cannot understand your words? Smilingly, Huang Yuli replied, Are you not searching for something, second uncle? That day when fourth sister came to my courtyard, she said that it was second sister who asked her to come. She said that you wanted to find a key. Reaching this point, she directed an innocent and naive gaze towards Bai Lu Jing and asked, second uncle, what key are they talking about? How could I have any sort of key? And why are you searching for it? Hands shaking, Bai Lu Jing immediately directed a seething glare towards the manor madam and Bai Ruoqi. The key that Huang Yuli was referring to, naturally was the key to Bai Lu Feng's treasure trove. His older brother, the most powerful man in Southyu, had collected countless treasures. He had heard that there were even sixth-level pills and armaments. The key to these treasure should logically have been left with Bai Ruoqi. Unfortunately, she did not have knowledge. Bai Lu Jing naturally coveted this key. But he afraid to alert his niece, causing her to open the safe first. So every time he mentioned the topic, he would be very careful and probe around in the dark. He did not expect that Bai Ruoqi would leak this out and alerted Huang Yuli of this affair. She really couldn't do anything right. Failing miserably. If they were unable to obtain Bai Lu Feng's inheritance, then the blame would be all on those two women. Currently, Bai Ruoqi was full of embarrassment. Hastily she said, third sister, what key are you talking about? I have not said anything of the like. And I don't know what you are pointing at. Fourth sister recently fell under evil possession and has become muddled-headed. She definitely is speaking mindless drivel. Is that so? But didn't you just state that fourth sister wasn't possessed by evil but fell under my schemes? Resulting in her naked lap around the streets? It's not like that. Third sister, look at what you're saying. The words that fourth sister says when she is muddled cannot be believed. And it wasn't me who asked her to go to the back courtyard. Please do not wrong me. During her little explanation, Bai Ruoqi was bloodily cursing at Bai Ruoyan. Asking her to complete such a little thing and she wasn't able to. Furthermore, she leaked the news of the key outside. Now that their father knows, who knows how angry he will become. Really dragged down by her. Huang Yuli said, then I must have misheard that day. Since it is like this, then second sister, you must acknowledge you have wronged me? The matter of the fourth sister running around naked was the result of her own sickness. Unrelated to me in any way? And the question of my demonic techniques are but baseless rumors? Following this sequence, this was the only possible conclusion. Bai Ruoqi could only admit it, yes. Yes, I wrongly accused third sister. Gently smiling, Huang Yuli said, second sister, you are the eldest daughter of the Wu Wei manor. How can you casually accuse people? In the future, do not speak nonsense like that. Just look at your face's condition. This may become a case of a loose tongue that causing trouble. In the future, if you were beaten to a worse state, what will you do? You. Bai Ruoqi nearly shattered her teeth from biting too hard. She being hit and Bai Ruoyan running around naked were clearly linked to Huang Yuli. But she had found a weak point of hers, forcing her to admit that she had slandered her. This little slut, not only did she free herself of the mess, she also added such sarcasm. Wasn't she clearly scolding her of deserving it and should have been beaten with a raised nose? Furthermore, she could not say any words in retaliation. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Ignoring Bai Ruoqi's murderous gaze, Huang Yuli turned her attention back to Bai Lujing. Look at that second uncle. Did I not say that the matter of second sister being hit is not related to me in any way? She has admitted it herself, so there should not be any more problems with me? What more could Bai Lujing say? He knew that Huang Yuli was aware of the key, and was afraid of alerting her of anything more. As a result, he could only continue to act oblivious and hope to gloss over the leak that Bai Ruoqi made. This was second uncle's fault. But you secretly meeting with men outside is not correct. You are still a conferred region princess. If news of this were to spread out, even the emperor himself would lose face. Worst case, he might strip you of your title. Huang Yuli thought this was laughable, lips curving. Want to use the emperor to scare her? This second uncle of hers is really short-sighted. In her previous life, even the Lord of the South Sky region would treat her with extreme deference. Say nothing of a measly Southhu, who was but a tiny country in the South Sky region. This so-called emperor, she did not put him her eyes. Purposefully she smiled, many thanks for second uncle's reminder. Since you are not searching for anything, there is no need for me to move. The manor's back courtyard is where I grew up. If I were to move and unable to accustom myself, I might say the wrong things. There is also the possibility I might secretly come back. If this were to be misunderstood by others that second uncle was treating me badly, how bad that would be. Hearing those words, Bai Lujing's face turned steaming red from anger. This damn girl really was not the same. If it were the previous her, she would have long been scared speechless and obediently complied. But now, she clearly saw through all his motives and was evidently threatening him. If he were to forcibly drive her away, this girl would go around spreading malicious rumors, ruining the name of the manor. And if those rumors were to reach the emperor's ears? Biting his teeth, Bai Lujing replied, good. You are old now, and your wings have hardened. Your second uncle can no longer control you. Since you do not want to take shelter from the wind, you cannot blame your second uncle if you cannot be married off. Then I won't trouble second uncle for his worry. After all, I am someone who has a verbal engagement with the crown prince. Who knows, I may wed into the royal family and become the crown prince's imperial concubine. Huang Yuli lightly replied. Just as she finished her words, Bai Ruoqi uncontrollably cried out. You sure dream well. On what basis, want to become the crown prince's imperial concubine? Calmly, Huang Yuli answered her, why can't I? My father was a famous and the strongest person in Southhu. While I am a region princess whose title was personally conferred by the emperor. Even when I was young, the emperor mentioned marriage between the crown prince and I. If I cannot become the crown prince's imperial concubine, who can? Could it be you, second sister? You. Don't always think about the past. The current master of Wu Wei Manor is my father. Also, do you think that the emperor will allow the crown prince to choose someone whose as a cultivation trash as his imperial concubine? The crown prince is a mighty fifth-grade talent, who would definitely need to choose a female of similar talent as he is to match him. A trash like you, don't think about soaring your entire life. Looks like second sister has some intention towards the position of imperial concubine, determined to win. Oh, of course. Apart from me, who else can match with the crown prince? Cheer. Interrupting them, the manor madam cried out, "Don't speak any more." Startled, Bai Ruoqi finally reacted. Under the provocation of Huang Yuli, she had said all the things which had kept secretly within her. If those words were to be heard by those within the royal palace, it would be great disrespect. Hastily she shut her mouth. Clamping down hard, she glared hatefully at Huang Yuli. Presently, Huang Yuli confirmed the motive behind this mother-daughter pair's accusation of her of illicit relationship. It was all due to the position of imperial concubine. She no longer wanted to waste any more time in the manor filled with evil-hearted people. Placing the teacup down, she stood up. "Second uncle, the time is no longer early, so I will first return. But I still have a task to trouble you with." Finishing, Huang Yuli took out a piece of paper that was filled with small words. Knitting his eyebrows together, Bai Lujing asked, "What is this?" Pronouncing each word clearly, Huang Yuli replied, "This is list of my father's private properties and items in my mother's dowry. I will trouble second uncle to look over it." "What is your intention?" Bai Lujing's facial expression shifted. Smilingly, Huang Yuli said, "Second uncle, since I was young in age, I asked you to look after the estates and properties that my mother and father left behind for me. But my heart would not feel at peace. How can I continue to trouble you? Now that I am older, if I were to allow second uncle to work hard like this, people will say that I am unfilial." You. He did not expect that today's visit of Huang Yuli was for this. She even prepared a written list, waiting to meet him. He was leading a wolf into the home. Though her words were nice to listen to, the sarcasm that mocked him for bullying his niece, due to her young age, to possess her property, was heard very clearly. If he was not willingly to return it, was she prepared to cause a large fuss? With great difficulty, Bai Lujing steadied his emotions, and said, Your intention, second uncle understands. But this is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days. I must take time to calculate everything clearly and accurately before handing everything back to you. What do you say?" Very quickly, he decided to stall for time. He will first stabilize his position with this girl, before slowly refuse to admit anything. After all, she was just a girl who had yet to experience society. The management of the properties was not an easy task, she would understand anything. When the time came, he would transfer all the money away and send her an empty statement. She wouldn't be able to find a way out. Huang Yuli long expected he would say this. Smiling, she didn't refute his words. "Since it's like this, then do not worry about any changes. I ask that second uncle send a compiled list of all the properties to my back courtyard within 3 days. Don't be so hasty. The storehouse needs to make an inventory of all the treasures and the like." Smiling, "Second uncle, I forgot to tell you. The items listed on the list were all bestowed by the royal palace. If the empress were to ask me of those bestowed items when I enter the royal palace in a few days, I would be committing a grave sin if any were to be missing. Second uncle, you wouldn't dig such a pit for me?" Bai Lujing was stunned for quite a while. Forcibly possessing items bestowed by the palace would definitely result in conviction from the emperor. He could only return that portion to her. But the things that Bai Lu Feng left behind, how was he to know which ones were palace bestowed and which wasn't? Didn't he still have rely on Huang Yuli's word? If she said they all were, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But what if the few items he did not return were the bestowed items? Wouldn't he be leaving a handle for her to grab onto? And coincidentally, all the things that Huang Yuli listed were priceless and invaluable. Forcing him to give them up so easily really made him want to spit blood. The pain was equivalent to slicing his flesh away. Bai Lu Jing forced out a smile. Okay, second uncle will do his best to sort things out and send it over for you. I shall give my thanks first, second uncle. Completing her objective, Huang Yuli waved her hands and walked out. She ignored Bai Lu Jing's fiery gaze. Just moments after Huang Yuli left, Bai Lu Jing whipped his body around. With a loud paw, he gave Bai Ruoqi a slap. Father! You! Clutching her cheek, Bai Ruoqi could not react. She was the most favored daughter of Bai Lu Jing. She had never been hit by him before. Who would have imagined that Bai Lu Jing would take his anger on her? Furthermore, he did not offer an explanation before landing that slap. Bai Lu Jing was immensely angered by Huang Yuli, but had no method to release it. When he turned around and saw that pig-headed daughter of his, he slapped her in a fit of anger. In the past, the more he saw the more he liked her. But now, just looking at her made him disgusted. It's all because of you. If it weren't because of your loose mouth with Yenner, how would she be able to alert that damn girl of the key? Now that she become this powerful, should all be because of elder brother's inheritance. Even in his dreams, Bai Lu Jing dreamed of obtaining those treasures. He had been stuck in the 9th level of the defensive profound realm for many years already. He was hoping to find a pill within those treasures and hopefully be promoted to the spirit profound realm. With that increase, he would become on of the powerhouses in South Yu. He would no longer need to spend his days in fear over the happiness and moods of the emperor. He didn't expect that Bai Ruoqi would leak the news out, halting his grand plans. Not to mention how many properties and treasures Huang Yuli had asked him to return. Such heavy losses. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Ruoqi could not reconcile with Huang Yuli, how could he possibly be blackmailed by that girl? Prostrating tearfully, Bai Ruoqi said, Father, this truly was not daughter's fault. It was all due to fourth sister's loose tongue. She definitely heard of the conversation between mother and I. It's all her fault. The burning flames of anger burned even more ferociously within Bai Ruoqi's heart. It's all because of Bai Ruoli, that cheap slut. She was clearly a wastrel, yet beat her to such an ugly appearance. She also dreamed of becoming the crown prince's imperial concubine. If Bai Ruoli were to end up in her hands, she would suffer a fate worse than death. At the manor entrance, Bai Ruoyan was currently in the midst of an argument with the manor madam's confidant, Mama Lu. Move aside for me. I want to see my father. I don't believe that my father would drive me away from the manor. There is definitely someone working from the shadows. Let me see my father, so I can explain everything to him. Putting in a false smile, Mama Lu said, Fourth young miss, the master already said he no longer wants to see you again. Why don't you obediently go to the farmstead and not lose any more face for the manor? Not possible. How can my father not want to see me? Then I want to see second sister. Second sister will definitely help me. Just as Huang Yuli was leaving, she happened to see the exchange between the two parties. Watching this, she smiled from amusement. Looking at her blankly, it took Bai Ruoyan some time before she recognized that person. Soon afterwards, she stormed over. In a fit of anger, she raised her hand and slapped towards Huang Yuli. Little slut. It's all your fault. What demonic technique did you use on me, making me act like that? Now you are pleased? I'll beat you to death. With a light move her foot, she kicked a stone right under Bai Ruoyan's foot. Stepping on the stone, Bai Ruoyan lost her equilibrium and fell heavily onto the floor. Furthermore, she landed in a sprawled position. Giggling, Huang Yuli said, "AI, fourth younger sister, I know that you feel very grateful towards me. But there is no need for you to go to such lengths to express this. You make your elder sister embarrassed to accept it." Raising her head, Bai Ruoyan's face was full of hatred. Suddenly she felt her nose turn cold. Feeling her nose, she was startled to see that her nose had started to bleed. Coupled with her dust-covered clothes, what part of her seemed like a high society lady? She seemed worse than a beggar. "Bai Ruoli, you're looking for death." Hearing the jeers of the passerbys, Bai Ruoyan was flustered and exasperated. "You harmed me like this, and still have the mood to be sarcastic? You are too shameless. Just you wait, you lowly wastrel, wait for me to find my second sister. She will help me vent my anger and ruthlessly beat you up." Laughing while shaking her head, Huang Yuli replied, "AI, I have meet stupid. But never have I meet such stupidity." "What do you mean? You say I am stupid?" Sweeping over her, Huang Yuli began, "Are you not stupid? You think that Bai Ruoqi will plead for you? To tell you the truth, the reason behind your expelling was because of her instigating to second uncle today." Bai Ruoyan coldly laughed, "It seems you are the one trying to sow disharmony between us. I am on very good terms with second sister, she looks after me in many areas. It was definitely you who said bad things about me to my father. You want to place the blame on second sister's head? You think I would believe you? Oh? You think it was me? Do you think that your father would believe me if I were to say those things to him? He believed one word from me and drove you out of the manor? It's very clear the one who badmouthed you was someone your father trusts very much. That's why you so justly driven away." "That's not possible." "It's not possible, you must be lying to me. Speaking bluntly, second sister is just using you. You helped her with so many things, yet she so easily turned her back on you. So pitiful. Shut up. Shut your mouth for me." What Huang Yuli said was very reasonable. Bai Ruoyan's mind believed it, her heart was not so ready to believe her. Sighing out, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. TSK, TSK. Being used, yet you are still counting money for them." Not speaking any more, she left. Turning around the corner, Huang Yuli glanced back. What she was Bai Ruoyan, staring at the manor's gates, with an expression of poisonous blame. Her lips curved up. Looked like from that moment onwards, those two sisters would become enemies. One was treacherous, the other malicious. Those two people, who would be the final victor? By the time Huang Yuli returned to her back courtyard, the sky had already darkened. Kaiwei was anxiously running around in circles as she waited. Only when she saw Huang Yuli step through the doors, did she release a sigh of relief. "Young miss, you have finally returned. This servant was worried to death for you. Relax, your miss is fine. Quickly go and rest." Dismissing Kaiwei, Huang Yuli walked straight to her bedroom. As soon as she pushed open the doors, she sensed something was off. Within the air was a thin thread of danger, incompatible with the room's atmosphere. Unconsciously she took out a flying needle. Using a deadly technique, she threw it. This flying needle was also an uncommon type of profound weapon. Under her refinement, its killing power was no less than a blade's. And due to its small size, it was very hard to sense. Even defensive profound experts would be hard-pressed to defend against this attack once she released it. However, the moment the needle flew away, Huang Yuli felt an immense suction force towards her. The opponent's power was far too great. She could not resist as her wrists were grabbed, throwing her straight onto the bed. A warm body suddenly appeared on top of her body, filled with dominating strength. The suffocating pressure nearly caused Huang Yuli to be unable to breathe. The hot air engulfed her, while warm fingers went straight to her neck. Straight afterwards, they captured her chin and forced her to look up. Because Huang Yuli was thrown onto the bed, it took her a moment to regain herself. When she did, another needle flew out with a flick of her fingers. The body of the man pressing her down shifted and dodged the incoming needle. Taking the chance, Huang Yuli's 10 fingers were like lightning as they lashed out. As fast as she was, the man moved even faster. Moving easily to the side, he effortlessly avoided Huang Yuli's attack. Grabbing onto her wrists, he lightly smiled, "You attacks are so deadly. If my cultivation was a bit poor, then I would have been injured by you." That voice was a sexy and husky sound, and sounded very familiar. Stunned, Huang Yuli raised her head to look at him. With the moonlight peeking in from the open window, the man's perfectly chiseled jawlines was revealed, not a single flaw to be seen. The silver mask on his face reflected the cold moonlight. This caused others to be unable to look at him clearly. "It's you?" Huang Yuli's brows knitted together. Pointing out a finger, he shook it. "Pooh," it lightly sounded. A small flame shot towards the oil lamp on the table, instantly lighting up the room. The man's masked face also became much clearer. Was he reclined to the side of bed, his golden robes had opened slightly. This revealed a small amount of his jade skin chest, chiseled and enticing. Huang Yuli's gaze landed on his body. However, her expression did not change in the slightest. She said in a detached voice, "Lord Owner, this is my room. It doesn't seem to be a place where you should appear. Young Miss Bai's indifference really breaks my heart. This lord had rushed here to personally inform you of the auction's news. I did not think, not only would you not welcome this lord, you also used such vicious techniques." Due to Huang Yuli's abundant experiences, her expression did not change. On the contrary, it was the man's expression that became exceptionally terrible looking. His words carried such a coquettish tone and easily inverted black into white. It was clearly the man's fault for trespassing into a young lady's room during the night. Not matter how you looked at it, she was performing justable self-defense. How did it become her fault? Furthermore, while the man spoke, his hands firmly tied down Huang Yuli's wrists. His fingers were also freely rubbing her tender palms. This move was one that invoked deep and tender emotion, causing her to feel an itch within her. Though she wanted to resist, the disparity between their power did not allow her to. Note, as Captain Jack Sparrow says, it's the uncontrollable itch. Narrowing her eyes, she opened her mouth. "Lord Owner, the small task of passing on auction information can be left to one of the auction hands. I really do dare to trouble you, Lord. Third young miss is too courteous. After all, you are a third-tier armament master. This must be treated much care, especially since it involves our 1,000 treasure pavilions business. The basic courtesy we can give is for this lord to personally come. You do not need to feel embarrassed." As the man smiled, his lips distinctly went upwards. Even though you could not see his entire face, that small enticing action would cause any girl to shriek out. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Huang Yuli, apart from annoyance, there was only annoyance. No matter how dignified his words may sound, the fact still remained. He had trespassed into her bedroom during the middle of the night. It painted a picture of a suspicious and scandalous scene. If she were to swap with her previous self, that girl would have long started to cry for her mother in front of such a lecher, teaching her why flowers were so red. But now that the tiger was out but with no resistance possibility, she could only pretend to comply. With that man's cultivation, it enabled him to walk horizontally in Southview. Any kind of beauty that he wished for, he would be able to obtain. but her current appearance really couldn't be counted as any beauty. Unless this man's tastes were that special, liking the young ones. Otherwise, he was just bored and wanted to play with her. With great difficulty, Huang Yuli suppressed her anger and said in a level voice, "Since it is like this, I ask the Lord Owner to say your important news. There is no need to dally any longer, you have met the person you wanted. Your days are filled with work, so I will not waste any more of your precious time." The man grinned, "No rush. How can you say that you are wasting my time? This is what this lord wants." His grin was unrestrained and fully presented his keenly charisma for all to see. Only those at the very top were gifted with such an aura. Instantly the temperature within the room plummeted. That icy coldness was stifling, like an innate essence, infiltrating every corner of the room. Though his face was covered by a mask, Huang Yuli was still able to sense his scrutinizing gaze. Steadily, his gaze traveled from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. It was like she had become of his possessions in his grasp. While Huang Yuli revealed a smiling expression, she was secretly cursing the man inside her heart. "Lord Owner, you are too polite. But currently I am ready to rest." The man's profound gaze wavered a bit. This was unexpected. The reason why he did not withdraw his pressure was in hopes of scaring this girl. That would allow her to realize the gap in her abilities and make her attitude soften. With his cultivation and status, how many powerful experts could withstand his pressure? Each one of them, when faced with his gaze, could only bow down their heads. Yet this girl seemed to wholly unaffected. As the man's gaze landed on the bed behind her, his smile turned somewhat ambiguous. "Resting so early? How about this lord rests with you on the bed and we'll talk in the morning?" Huang Yuli's expression finally cracked. "Lord Owner, honest people do not say obscured words. Why do you need to play with me? Why don't you state your aim openly? After all, I am a cultivation trash and have no way to reject you." His smile becoming mysterious, the man stood up with ease. Releasing his grip on her hands, he strode a table beside the bed and sat down. "Little girl, I think you have misunderstood this lord. Going by your words, it seems you think that this lord wants to do something to you? You do not?" She glanced at him. His slender fingers on his jaw, the man replied in a somewhat languid one, "This lord also has beauty standards. Not just any woman can catch this lord's interest. That is why he chose this hard-to-take-care-of little fox." But in the ears of Huang Yuli, those words became the opposite of their original meaning. After eating her tofu, must this man use such a disliking tone to state she did not catch his interest? Good. Very good. Extremely good. Standing up, her finger pointed towards the door. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, she said, "Since it is like this, why did you come? My back courtyard is very lacking and poor. I expect that it also won't amount to much in your eyes?" Raising her chin, her tone was frosty while her eyes burned with anger. But it was because of this that astonished people. Staring into that pair of brilliantly colored eyes, the man felt bewitched by them. He constantly felt that gaze was oh so familiar. Like he had been bewitched by those eyes, many years ago. Lost by her crafty and enticing smile. Henceforth, he yearned it even in his dreams. Even crossing the jade bridge of the Yellow River, he would not be able to escape. But clearly his first meeting with this girl was only a couple days ago. As the man was distracted, his gaze towards Huang Yuli turned even more profound. On the other hand, Huang Yuli became further enraged by his staring. What was hidden within that lecherous gaze? Seeing this man's posing, could he really be a bit of a pervert? After quite some time, did the man regain himself. His eyes traveling over her taut face, his mouth hooked. "It seems that you are really unwelcoming of this lord?" Huang Yuli chuckled in response. "If the Lord Owner did not burst into my room during the night, humming and speaking unintelligent drivels, I would be quite welcoming." Lazily, he replied, "How can you blame this lord? It is you who does not the proper etiquette of treating guests. It has been quite some time since this lord arrived, yet you have yet to even pour a single cup of tea. How do you expect this lord to inform you of the news?" Huang Yuli said, "That is simple. Kai Wei." Raising her voice, she wished to ask Kai Wei to go brew a pot of tea. Before the words could leave her lips, a warm and white as jade finger landed on her lips, silencing them. Leaning forward, the man closed in and smirked. "Why are you calling the maid? This lord wants to drink tea you brewed." The dominating smell of a man assaulted her nose. His clear lips were in such proximity of her face, that a single incline of his face and they would kiss. Instantly, Huang Yuli's cheeks were dyed red. Her breathing irregular. Slapping the man's hands away, "Brewing tea is fine, why was there as need for you to move your hands? But I must tell you, I only have cold water here. If you want to drink tea, you can only drink cold tea." If not for the fact that she still needed to rely on him to increase her cultivation, she endured. But this debt she will remember. Sooner or later she will return it to him. Watching her fake composure, he already guessed his thoughts. But he had nothing to worry about. This little fox was destined to never leave his palms. If in the future they are together and this little wanted to stretch her claws from boredom, he wouldn't mind playing with her. Making his imperial concubine smile was worthwhile. Following Huang Yuli's hand movements, he leaned back to say, "Is there a problem?" Eyes twinkling, the slender and bony hands landed on the teapot lid. Soon after, hot steam began to rise from the spout. It was clear to see that the water within had turned into boiling water. Retracting his hand, the man smiled at Huang Yuli. "The tea is hot now." Unable to say anything, Huang Yuli could only pour out a cup of tea. Once done, she pushed the cup towards him. "For you, to drink," she said in an ill tone. He didn't take up the cup. Raising his eyebrows, he questioned, "What? This is the attitude that you give to guests?" Speaking in such a rude tone, to outsiders it would seem like you have some sort of grudge with this lord. Eating so many benefits from her, how would she not a grudge? Rolling her eyes on him, Huang Yuli saw the frivolous curve on his face. She couldn't help but want to give him a big slap. But the man saw through her intentions, his gaze carrying traces of ridicule. Though his body was relaxed, his spirit encompassed the entire room. Every single detail and movement of Huang Yuli's would not be able to escape his notice. Biting her teeth, Huang Yuli told herself to be level-headed. Looking straight at the man, she said in an unhappy voice, "Lord Owner, please drink the tea." The man still did not move. Huang Yuli was further angered and asked, "What is the matter now? Inviting someone to drink tea, shouldn't you use both your hands and hand the teacup to them? Pushing and shoving the tea like this, isn't that too rude? And you are a esteemed young lady from the manor." Huang Yuli smirked, "Is that so? My apologies, I did that incorrectly. Let me try again." As she spoke, her hand went to pick up the teacup. But as she neared the man's face, she splashed the tea out towards his face. Though the man was momentarily mesmerized by Huang Yuli's smile, he still reacted when she moved. Just as Huang Yuli's hand began to tilt, her wrist was securely caught. The slender jade hand with a strong as steel-like grip enveloped her tender hands, firmly trapping them. Huang Yuli wished to retracted her hands. But even after several rounds of struggling, she was unable to move an inch. Amused, the man continued to exert pressure. Bit by bit, little by little he pulled her hand and the teacup closer towards him. Under the hateful gaze of Huang Yuli's, the teacup and her hand arrived at his mouth. Lightly, he took a sip of tea. Purposely or accidentally, his lip brushed with Huang Yuli's fingers. His tongue gently slid over, leaving a faint damp feeling. "The taste isn't bad." The man couldn't help but smile. You. As soon as her hand was free, Huang Yuli vigorously wiped her hand on her clothes. He smirked. What's the matter? Was the tea too hot and burned? Third young Miss hand? Let this lord see it? This lord has some ointment for burns, how about applying some? Hearing his words become more and more excessive, Huang Yuli's patience ran out. With a loud bang, she slammed the cup onto the table. Okay, you have already drunk tea. You have also put up the necessary airs. What information do you need to pass on? Seeing her exasperated manner, he smiled secretly. But he knew that this little girl's methods were many. As fun as provoking this little fox may be, she was only holding back due to some apprehensions. If he really pushed her to her limits, forcing her hands, perhaps he would suffer a bit. More importantly, the purpose of his visit was to provoke his future imperial concubine a bit. So, it should be about time he stopped. It was enough. He gently shook his while displaying a helpless expression. Why so impatient? I only drank one mouthful of water. I still haven't eaten anything yet. If looks could kill, the man would have long been cut like tofu from Huang Yuli's glares. Receiving something good, he opened his mouth, but, since you want to know this badly, this lord will tell you. Hurry up and speak. The man said, you are very lucky. In 7 days' times, it will be the annual 1,000 Treasure Pavilion auction. It is the largest event in Southview. And your items will be the final presentation for the event. Thoughtfully, Huang Yuli asked, annual auction? Yes. Said the man, there will be a lot of rare treasures on sale. Whether it's heavenly treasures or natural artifacts, and immortal pills or profound armaments, they will all be available. Numerous forces from neighboring powers will arrive to participate in the auction. With a look of distrust, Huang Yuli asked, you are certain that big clients will be present? In the case that no one recognizes the item's value, then wouldn't my armaments be worthless? In regards to events such as auctions, Huang Yuli was much too familiar. As a 9th-tier armament master in her past life, many of Huang Yuli's works were auctioned off at astronomical prices. As a result, she was too aware of how things worked. The prices of items depended on the value of the item itself. But that value could rise and decrease exponentially with different marketing methods. With correct methods, they would definitely sell for much higher prices. Therefore, for an armament master, it is essential that they choose the correct auction house to cooperate with. Reaching out, the man tapped her small nose. Smilingly he responded to her, what are you worried about? Rest assured, with this lord present, you little money grubber will definitely earn your fill. Besides, refining those things are effortless with your ability. Is there a need for you to be so focused on the prices of those little things? What do you understand? Huang Yuli rolled her eyes at him. The 9 Phoenix transformations, this kind of heaven-opposing technique required enormous resources. With the increase of each level in cultivation, the resources and spirit stones needed multiplied in the tens and hundreds of ranges. Even if it was her past life, with such wealth sitting under her, she would still feel cold sweat on her back. Especially at the face of such an exorbitant demand. This was simply burning money. Can someone really gather enough materials and spirit stones and practice to the 9th transformation? Even the most wealthy man in the Tianling continent, Ancestor Profound Ashblade, would be unable to finance that. Worthy of being the best cultivation manual of a great god clan, So in order to practice 9 Phoenix transformations, she could not miss out on any money-earning opportunity. She would try to plunder all available resources. Due to this, she couldn't even let off the Wu Wei Manor guards. After all, even the smallest mosquitoes had meat. The man was oblivious to the calculations within her heart. But when he looked at her slightly raised chin, he felt that she looked really cute. As he watched that arrogantly proud woman, with a little fox mind and a naturally intelligent personality, he could not pull his eyes away from her. Even his tone carried much spoiling within. Good, good, good. In any case, if you want money, this lord will accomplish it to the end. I guarantee to help earn enough money. Your words hold true? Huang Yuli smiled deviously, looking at him. The amount that I need is very, very large, a lot of money. Perhaps you wouldn't even be able to earn that much in your lifetime. The man stared into her eyes, solemnly saying, then this lord will accompany you for the rest of your life to earn money. When he spoke, his mouth also held a tempting smile. The sound of an alluringly sexy voice, temptation clearly felt. It seemed like something he casually said to coax the little girl in front of him. But under his masked face, there was no doubt of his conviction. However, Huang Yuli could not see his face. Even if she could see his face, Huang Yuli would have never imagined the result. That this man would really accompany her to dig up every possible money source, earning money till it overflowed every pot and basin, walking by her side all the way to the peak. Thus, Huang Yuli only took the man's words as a joke and didn't put it in her heart. She stared at the man for a moment, crying out, "Dream on. You want to continue working with me? Not so easy. The products that I produce at all top of the line and will only improve in quality. I have no worries in finding other business partners. You still wish to cooperate with me next time? I must first see your performance." Chuckling, his eyes wantonly traveled from her small face, slowly sweeping down to her white slender neck. "I won't let you down, you can rest assured." "That's good then. 7 days later, I await to see your performance." Huang Yuli raised her eyes and said, "Well, since you're finished, can go?" Stunned for a moment, the man smiled and shook his head. Why was it in this small fox eyes, he appeared so annoying? How many highborn and proud young ladies held secret longing for him? All trying every single means to become close with him? But this little fox completely ignores him. She also couldn't wait to drive him away. However, what was even more strange was that he didn't feel displeased. In fact, it made him eager to see her, to approach her. "Why are you so anxious to drive me away? Destroying the bridge after crossing it, do you need to show it so blatantly?" Huang Yuli blinked her eyes, innocently smiling. "Lord Owner, what are your words? I want to give you a little more time to properly prepare for the auction. So if influential buyers do not show up, you would not lose face." Secretly he smiled. How much did this little girl look down on people? Isn't she just a third-tier armament master? If no one were to buy her products, he was more than willingly to spend money for her. But he couldn't disregard the fact, this little girl's refined armaments held outstanding quality. It would definitely sell for high prices. Laughingly, he looked into the girl's eyes. His heart moving, he unknowingly closed their distance by a bit. As Huang Yuli had her guard up against him, when he neared her, she hurriedly stepped back. The approaching hand, when it reached out in an attempt to brush her cheek, instead it only met with empty air. Embarrassed, the man stood up. "Okay then. This lord will first leave. 7 days later, remember to personally come to the auction. In case you say that this lord had cheated you of your money. Of course I must come to watch." "I do not believe you," Huang Yuli stated naturally. Looking at her, "Then this lord will leave." "Hurry up and leave. Could it be you want me to send you off?" The man heard her words. Walking past her, the man reached out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. As fast lightning, he lightly pecked Huang Yuli's soft cheek. Immediately afterwards, he smiled widely. "No need to send me off, little girl." That man was like lightning, disappearing in a blink of an eye. This caught Huang Yuli off guard. Not only had she been taken advantage of, but also made her heart feel stifled. All the way until the next morning, she felt indignant. As Kai Wei carried the breakfast over the next morning, she was shocked by her frustrated expression. She started to tremble with fear. Seeing the tray of hot xiaolongbao and jujube cake, Huang Yuli's mood became a lot better. Note: xiaolongbao, a small meat dumpling filled with soup and meat, tastes good. Previously, the back courtyard did not have its own kitchen. As a result, they had to obtain their meals from the main manor. Unfortunately, under the influence of the manor madam, this task became many times more difficult. Every time, the meals consisted of cold leftovers. As a reborn foodie, Huang Yuli really could not bear the past few days. Therefore, when she hired new servants, she especially selected a senior chef. It was rumored that the family's grandfather Zheng had served in the imperial kitchen. His specialty was pastries. After breakfast, Kai Wei suddenly stopped from a question after picking up the plates. That's right. Kai Wei, do you know if my father left behind anything for me before he went missing? Ah? Kai Wei was stunned for a moment. Third young miss, why do you suddenly ask this? The old master left you a lot of things. I heard there are 7 estates, more than a dozen shops, and quite a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy scrolls and antique paintings. But due to your young age, the manor master assumed ownership over them. Replying by Huang Yuli's side, Kai Wei carefully cast her a glance. Third young miss, it's all the servant's fault. I was not able to stop the master, protecting those. It's all right. I'm not asking you this. Huang Yuli interrupted Kai Wei's words. As for things like jewelry, calligraphy scrolls and antique paintings, she didn't put them in her eyes. It was fine if you took them away. She paused and asked, I meant to say, my father as the #1 expert of Southview, did not leave behind any immortal pills, materials, or profound armaments? Various techniques and skills? Kai Wei blinked and said, the old master had left some healing pills. They are kept on the shelves of the study. There are probably 7 or 8 bottles. But the second miss took many over the years, leaving only 2 bottles. This servant really doesn't have any recollection. Huang Yuli frowned. The pills Kai Wei mentioned, she knew of. But those were just first-level upper-grade, blood-clotting pills. Towards ordinary people they are quite effective, but towards a high-level practitioner, their use was very limited. According to her recently inquired information, Bai Lu Feng's name wasn't that powerful, but his power really was strong. He was 25 years old when he went missing. At that time, he had reached the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Even in the 7 sacred places, this was rare. Moreover, Bai Lu Feng was born in a barren country like Southview. Resources and manuals were very scarce. These were harsh conditions, so reaching the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm at such a young, he was at the very least an 8th grade talent. Such a character left his daughter but a few pieces of ordinary jewelry, calligraphy scrolls and first-level pills? Huang Yuli expressed her disbelief. Moreover, it was clear that Bai Lu Jing and Bai Rua Qi did not believe it either. That resulted in their cross-examination of Bai Rua Li, in an attempt to find the true treasures left behind. Huang Yuli pondered a bit and asked, well, Kai Wei, think a bit harder. When my father left, he really left nothing for me? Not even a little object like a key of some kind? Kai Wei shook her head. Key? This servant has no impression. Huang Yuli stared into her eyes, saying, is that so? Try again? She used her piercing sky-eye technique, lightly influencing Kai Wei's subconsciousness. Kai Wei's pupils suddenly blurred up. But after a while, she shook her head. Third young miss, this servant really has no memory. Huang Yuli knew she did not lie. Waving her hand and said, okay then, I know. Go rest. After Kai Wei left, Huang Yuli's eyes closed for a while to think. She then went to the yard. The back courtyard no longer had its dilapidated appearance. Ever since the large recruitment of servants, the yard underwent a transformation. Not only were the designs from Huang Yuli's, but many beautiful flowers and plants were planted. As the maidservants saw Huang Yuli walk out, they paid their respects to her. Greetings to third young miss. Paying respects to the third young miss. Huang Yuli called a few manservants over, pointing to a rock garden in the northeast. The few of you, go destroy that rock garden for me. What? They looked at each other, thinking they misheard. That rock garden had existed for quite some time in the back courtyard. It could be considered one of the main features. Just smashing it like that? Huang Yuli repeated, you did not mishear. Go destroy that. It has been some time since I passed the cultivation technique to you. Seeing that you have trained well, yielding good results, yet you can't even smash a rock garden? Note, rock garden, it's a garden, but it also has various rock statues and piles. This servant dares not. Please wait a bit, third young miss, we will go immediately. The third young miss taught them precious cultivation techniques. This kindness was too great. It was equivalent to giving them a new life. As a result, all the servants treated Huang Yuli as their god, swearing their eternal loyalties to her, not daring to disobey her. Before long, the small pond-sized rock garden became a pile of gravel. The servant came back to report, third young miss, this servant has finished. Which master landscaper do you wish to invite to redesign it? Huang Yuli shook her head, no need. Go smash that too. The next person looked back and found that the third young miss was referring to the West Wing's corridor. This corridor was attached to the entire building. Smashing that section will cause that overall image to be destroyed. It would look no different from a construction site. Was the third young miss crazy? However, Huang Yuli's attitude was resolute. Everyone listened to her orders, and went to smash the corridor. Go fill up this water hole for me. Remove that tree for me. Huang Yuli spent the entire morning ordering the group of servants. The entire back courtyard ended up being destroyed. The scene was similar to the aftermath of a cyclone blowing through. The servants originally thought that the third miss wished to renovate the yard. But she had destroyed so much and without any sense or pattern. It was like she was venting her anger. She couldn't have been provoked by someone? Kaiwei had run out to stop her, but did not succeed. She had been frightened to death, thinking that something had gone wrong with her family's misbrain. Huang Yuli ignored their ignorant gazes. Standing in the center of the ruins, she looked up at the sun's position. Her slender jade finger pointed up, eyes squinting, she quickly began to calculate up. Just after her rebirth, she sensed the courtyard's peculiarities. Although the appearance was very appalling, it was built very specially. It secretly aligned with the attributes of heaven and earth. The buildings around the courtyard, coincidentally, formed a hidden spell formation. But over the years, no one maintained the courtyard and some lines had been eroded away. The formation was unable to display its full ability. Originally, she felt that something was off. She did not understand why Bai Lu Feng laid down a formation in this location. But she was reminded by Bai Lu Jing's words and the truth appeared. Bai Lu Feng definitely hid something in this back courtyard, something that he did not want others to find out. This formation was something created by a formation master who was at the 5th tier or higher. With South Yu's cultivation quality, there was no one who would be able to break this. Because many high-leveled profound tools could assist armament refiners to be promoted, many would study various formations and works. In her past life, Huang Yuli also studied formations. So she was able to see through this mysterious array. The reason why she made people smash the yard was not because she had too much money. But she wanted to clear all obstacles in different directions, revealing the array in its entirety. Formations required a very high technical skill. You needed large amounts of precise calculation and excellent control, in order to align with the profound qi within the heavens and creating their own laws. The creation of every single small stroke and line, all relied on the formation master's spirit power. Consequently, a formation master's cultivation talent may be average, but they were all first-class geniuses in spiritual power. Taking the time to burn a stick of incense, Huang Yuli suddenly opened her eyes. In her eyes, a flash of light swept through. Immediately, she walked straight towards the direction of the study. There was the eye of the formation. If other formation masters were to learn that it took her such a short time to crack a fifth-tiered formation master's work, they would not believe their eyes. However, in this yard, no one was so knowledgeable. In fact, everyone else thought that Huang Yuli was in the midst of a crazy fit. When Huang Yuli moved, Kai Wei rushed over, crying out, "Third young miss, where are you going to? Are you right? Not sick? Feverish? Is your head dizzy? This servant will go find a doctor." Huang Yuli shook her head. "I'm going to stay in the study for a while. You go and find some people to tidy up the courtyard. Do not come to bother me." But, third young miss, if you are sick, you must treat it. However, Huang Yuli did not wait for her to finish. With a bang, the door to the study slammed shut. Isolated from the outside world, Huang Yuli started to calculate everything in her head again. She walked aside, towards the study's wall. The wall looked old and some of the painted areas had begun to crack. Huang Yuli's pale fingers gently touched the wall a few times. Suddenly, only hearing a whoosh-whoosh sound several times, the side of the bookcase opened from the middle. It revealed a dark space hidden behind. Inside the dark space, quietly lay a small mahogany box. Huang Yuli's eyes brightened. That hidden formation really did hide something. It was this thing. I didn't guess incorrectly. She carefully checked the dark space. Convinced that there were no other mechanisms or hidden triggers, she carefully pulled the box out and placed it on the table. The box was particularly small, about as big as 2 palms. Huang Yuli faced towards the sunlight. Observing, she found that the box's 4 sides fitted seamlessly into each other. Like a complete piece of wood, with no seams or keyholes. As a master armament refiner, she was very clear that this box was a superior quality, profound armament. And it needed a special method to open it. If she forcibly tried to open it, not only would she be unable to unlock it, she may possibly trigger the hidden contraptions within. Worst case scenario, it could be life-threatening. However, it was not something too difficult for Huang Yuli. This kind of seamless box, she had constructed hundreds. She was very clear about the mechanisms. Placing the box straight, she began to observe the lines on the lid. And then carefully she pressed in a few different directions a few times. The box issued a cautious sound. Huang Yuli's heart jumped. She knew that the box was activated. However, she had no time to rejoice. The top of the box suddenly flashed. Coupled with the sunlight, it was impossible to see clearly. Huang Yuli reacted quickly, immediately dodging to the door. Following, 3 loud bangs echoed from the study. A violent burst of shocks occurred, directly shattering the doors and windows of the study. Not only that, the strong gusts of air also blew out. Though Huang Yuli dodged, she was still sprayed black and gray with dust. And nearly fell straight to the ground. Simply too embarrassing. She was pushed quite a distance by the air currents. She was blown all the way to the courtyard before coming to a stop. Straightening her waist, she wiped the sweat off her face. But she found out that her hands had been stained black, her heart shook from shock. As a past 9th-tier armament master, she had judged the wrong. This ordinary-looking 5th-level seamless box? Not only did she not open it successfully, she also triggered the hidden mechanisms? How was this possible? It was too bad. Just where did I go wrong? Huang Yuli pouted. Complaining, she wanted to go back to find the box. Kaiwei ran over, stopping in front of her. Third young miss, wait a minute. What is wrong with you today? First, the yard was smashed, and you almost bombed down the study. Are you really all right? Kaiwei carefully asked. Her voice was not too high, as if she feared that she might provoke Huang Yuli further. Huang Yuli's mouth curved upwards. She knew that her series of actions today was a bit strange. But this girl did not need to express such a face, fearing that she was sick. Creak. Creak. At this time, from the sky suddenly came a crisp sound of birds. A golden red bird flew over unsteadily. Onto the sleeves of Huang Yuli it fell. In its mouth, dangled a drumstick bigger than its body. Roasted fragrant and tender, and oil still dripped down. Ah, Wang Kai. Seeing the cage was empty, the servant spent quite some time to search for you. Turns out, you went to the kitchen to eat it. So adorable, so smart, so cute. A look of amazement covered Kaiwei, while Huang Yuli was angered beyond belief. Only she was able to understand the cheeps that the little lousy bird said. The meaning of those chirps were, stinking woman, too ugly, too stupid. That blood feather silk cage cannot be opened like that. You still dare to call yourself a ninth-tiered armament master. Your stupidity goes all the way back to your family. She glanced down at the little phoenix. But this child did not fear for his life or death. Triumphantly he shook his small head, chicken oil rubbing onto her sleeves. Huang Yuli picked it up. Throwing the chicken leg to the side, she carried it back into the study. Just as she wanted to tell Kaiwei to leave, the little phoenix landed on the floor. Quickly it turned into a small child and jumped towards the door. This little lord's drumstick. Return my drumstick. This drumstick is the most tender and flavorful one. This little lord only chose it after an entire morning's worth of time. The boy was only able to run 2 steps, before it was captured by Huang Yuli and carried back. Enough. I had said in the last night's dinner, why there always were suspicious tooth prints. Turns out that each and every drumstick was tasted by you, little thief. The little boy shrunk back his head, realizing that he had said too much. But soon, he confidently said, well, the last time I spit fire for you, you clearly promised me meat for every meal. Do you want to go back on your word? I said I would let you eat meat, but I did not let you steal food. His head crooked, he arrogantly said, so what? This little lord eating your chicken, is giving you face. If not because your chef has barely passable skills, this little lord would not eat at all. Oh, so you were giving me face. So what? Huang Yuli faintly smiled and said, no wonder strict education should be given to children. Can't be too spoiled. It seems that I have no experience. The little boy looked up and found the female devil's smile a bit sinister. He felt danger. He took a step back. What do you to do? I warn you. Not waiting for him to finish, Huang Yuli picked from him and faced him down. Ass up, she put him on her thigh. In the face of one of her strikes, the small boy's face whitened. Immediately he started to cry wolf. Save me, ah. The female devil is beating people. Woo woo woo, bullying me, a little phoenix who has no father, no mother, no elder brother. Your heart is too evil. Well then, hit me, kill me. But if you do, no one will be able to tell you how to open that box. As he was crying, he twisted his neck back to see Huang Yuli's expression. Naturally Huang Yuli noticed his gaze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The way this child was acting, it was like she really had the intention to kill him. Don't be fooled by his mournful cries. In actuality, there were no tears in his eyes. Furthermore, she had yet to touch his butt. Wasn't he too enthusiastic? However, when she heard him mention the box, she released him. Do you know what the box is? Huang Li did not think that her knowledge regarding armaments would be worse than others. It can only be said that the thing within that box was not ordinary. Although one could not see it, but the little phoenix after all was a sacred beast. Although it was a little unreliable, its knowledge was certainly higher than hers. Maybe it could really tell her what the box was. The little phoenix rolled his eyes and said, "Hee, this thing." By Huang Li's analysis, she guessed that this little arrogant child wanted to strike another pretentious pose. She immediately interrupted him, "Little Wang Kai, elder sister must remind you, this elder sister has yet to settle debts from yesterday. You must be careful on how you speak today." Yesterday, what happened yesterday? The little phoenix did not understand. Huang Li smilingly said, "Little brat. You are elder sister's contracted spirit tool, ah. Why do you not appear last night, even after numerous calls from me?" Last night, when the master of Thousand Treasure Pavilion appeared, Huang Li had attempted to call out the little phoenix. A single spray of true phoenix fire, even if it didn't kill that man, it would have told him to scram immediately. She did not expect that this little brat at the critical moment was so unreliable. No matter how she called him, he did not react. She suspected he had gone to steal more food again. The little one's big eyes blinked, his face becoming stiff. "Ah, did you make a mistake, female devil? How could you make me deal with such a terrible man? This one's age is still young, and still wants to live a few more years." Huang Li raised her eyebrows. "What? Was he that terrifying? Do not give me such an excuse. You must be deliberately refusing to help. Eating so many chicken legs, when I ask you to work a little, you are unwillingly. Aren't you at least a little bit ashamed? Do you only know to eat and nothing else? I am not someone who knows only to eat." The little boy reasonably argued, "What I said was true. That mask-wearing man is really terrifying, you do not understand, he has a very mysterious and powerful chi force. It really suffocates people." Huang Li looked at the little phoenix strangely and said, "Well then. I also think that man holds extraordinary strength, but you are a powerful and ancient phoenix. Even if you are young and your strength may not be comparable to him, you wouldn't be suppressed by his chi force. Refusing to even reveal yourself?" I do not know what was going on, but I really didn't lie." The little phoenix was afraid she would hit his little ass, so he quickly covered his butt, moving to the side and hiding himself while crying out "Ais" and "Os." As soon as the man appeared, an innate aura of overbearingness seeped out from his bones. Nearly made me kneel on the ground to him. That kind of aura, you mortals cannot sense, but for me, it was really terrible. So I did not come out. Was it that horrible? Huang Li asked suspiciously. The little boy fiercely nodded his head, "It's true. I think his bloodline must be very strong. Only then, would he be able to let me experience that kind of feeling." "Bloodline?" Huang Li frowned. What kind of bloodline can be stronger than an ancient beast's? The little boy was also perplexed. Tilting his head, he thought for a while. Truthfully, if you were in the god realm, the bloodlines of some noble families are truly stronger than the bloodlines of us ancient beasts. But currently we are in the lower realm, I really can't think of anything. Huang Li's brows wrinkled up. According to the little phoenix's statement, did that mean that the man held a bloodline that rivaled someone from the god realm? But that was impossible, because it was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the passage between the Tianling continent and the god realm was sealed due to some particular reasons. The profound qi within the environment also became much more sparse. That was the reason why there were so few experts within Tianling continent. Moreover, if the man's bloodline truly was that powerful, he would not be lingering in such a weak country like Southview. With his talent, any of the grand powers within Tianling continent would be fighting for him. Huang Li thought for a while. Even as her head started to hurt, she could not think of anything. Shaking her head, she suddenly saw a tiny and suspicious figure from the corner of her eyes. In tiny steps, the little boy was stealthily inching towards the door. She coughed, "Wang Kai." "Damn." The little boy immediately stood up straight. "It's not, I am saying, I am not called Wang Kai. I have the name I am called. Yesterday things I barely forgave you, but what is the deal with this box? You have to explain it clearly for this sister." Huang Yuli interrupted him. This thing," the little boy was itching to act pretentiously. From the side, Huang Yuli smilingly reminded him, "Little thing, you must consider it carefully. You cannot protect your sister, and if are also unable sister to open the box, then why do I need to feed you? From tomorrow onwards, all your rights to chicken drumsticks will be cancelled." "What?" The little boy almost jumped up. "How can you do that?" Huang Yuli chuckled internally. Stretching out her slender jade fingers, she shook them in front of him. "I am your master." "It should be pig, person," the little boy muttered. Note, the word master is made of two characters Zhu Ren. The phoenix did a play on words with Zhu Ren, because pig is also Zhu, so pig head/person. Huang Yuli pricked up her eyebrows. "What did you say?" "No, did not say anything." Sealing his lips, the boy used his chin to point in the direction of the box. "That box is not the seamless silk box that you say it is. Instead, it is a blood feather silk cage. When I was a baby phoenix, I had seen this type of object in the god realm. Did not expect to your Tianling continent to also possess one." Huang Yuli was stunned. God realm? How was it the god realm? No wonder she had never seen such a method to make the seamless box. So it was a technique from the god realm? However, Bai Lu Feng was only a marquis in a small country. How was he able to possess such a box? The little phoenix said, "Take up the box and look at it in the light. Do you not see the feather pattern on the lid of the box?" Listening, Huang Yuli took quite a bit of time finding the imprint. Even then she could only see a faint craving. If not for his hinting, she would have glossed over that completely. That's right. What now? This kind of blood feather silk cage is mainly used for the passing messages in a family. Only those who share the same bloodline can open the box. Drip your blood onto the feather and the box will open. No matter how much you press, it will not open. Furthermore, if you fail more than 3 times, it will self-destruct, destroying the things inside as well. Hearing his words, Huang Yuli placed the box back onto the table. Using her fingernails, she cut open her finger. A drop of bright red blood formed on her white rounded fingertip, dropping onto the lid. This time, nothing happened. Snap, it lightly sounded as the lid bounced up. Laughing, Huang Yuli happily patted his head. So obedient. Continue eating your drumsticks. Tomorrow, this sister will buy you a lot of chicken legs. Not only can you roast them, you can also steam, braise, fry. The boy drooled, his saliva dripping to the ground. This blessing came far too suddenly. At this moment, the female devil had become particularly generous, beautiful, lovely. Second only to chicken drumsticks. Then I also want chicken wings. Okay. In a good mood, Huang Yuli waved her hand and agreed. Changing back into a fluffy yellow bird, he happily flew away. Walking towards the table, Huang Yuli settled down to view the contents. Inside the small mahogany box, quietly lay a scroll. Huang Yuli was no stranger to this. This used refined sea sand grass and engraved into a type of paper. The traits of this paper was that it could only be read once. Furthermore, it could be stored thousands of years without rotting. Generally, these were used by large sect masters and heads to record secret techniques. Reaching out, she slowly opened it. On the scroll, the words flowed naturally and like a flowing river. When people saw the words on the scroll, they would be able to tell that the writer was someone of great grace and noble character. To my beloved daughter Ruoli. When the first line of words greeted her, Huang Yuli's mind shook. This really was a letter her father Bai Lu Feng left behind for her. Huang Yuli hurried closed in, reading more carefully. To my beloved daughter Ruoli, if you see this letter, then father has probably left you for more than 10 years. Huang Yuli was stunned. When Bai Lu Feng mysteriously disappeared, Bai Ruoli was only 3 years of age, while she would turn 14 this year. Calculating that, it would be around a decade. It looked like Bai Lu Feng had prepared to leave for an extended period of time. It was not a case of meeting with an unfortunate accident, but out of his own initiative. Huang Yuli slightly frowned. Her father's reputation in the South was very good, he was a good man of righteousness. In the end, what was the reason that forced him to leave his young daughter? Soon, she found her answer in the long letter. Bai Lu Feng was indeed a very rare cultivating genius with 8th grade talent. But because he was born in South Yu, it delayed his progress and starting point. Nevertheless, when he was 17 years old, he broke through to the 4th level of cultivation, Dan Profound Realm. He became the best of South Yu's practitioners. From that day onwards, he would travel in all directions to enhance his cultivation. He even formed on a famous mercenary group within South Sky region, becoming the head of the North Wind mercenaries. It was during that time, he met an outstanding woman who possessed even greater talent than his own. She was the mother of Bai Ruoli. After going through many experiences together, the two gradually grew attracted to each other. Later they returned to South Yu, married and gave birth to the clever, quick-witted, adorable as White Jade daughter, Bai Ruoli. Reading to this point, Huang Yuli became somewhat flabbergasted. Strange, that cheap father was already an 8th grade talent, but mother had greater talent than him. Could she have 9th grade talent? This was too unlikely? In the Tianling continent, 9th grade talent only appeared once every 100 years or so. In her past life, because Huang Yuli had 9th grade talent, she was taken by the mythical Flame Palace at the tender age of 3. Entering their doors, with the palace's power, she carefully cultivated. In history, each and every 9th grade talent genius were famous characters within the continent. Even if they came from humble beginnings, each and every one would rise up. If Bai Ruoli's mother was such a person, how come she had never heard her name before? Huang Yuli continued to read. The contents onwards just became worse. Soon after Bai Ruoli's mother gave birth to her, a mysterious man came knocking. Forcibly, he took her away. In order to not implicate her husband and daughter, she promised to leave with him. But secretly, she left a letter behind for Bai Lu Feng. The letter told the Bai Lu Feng, the person who took her away was her clansman, and not an existence he could contend against. It told him not think about her again. Also mentioning that he must not leak news about their daughter out, otherwise she would definitely be taken away. The love of his life was taken away just like that. Bai Lu Feng was heartbroken beyond belief. Although his wife's letter asked him not to find her, how could Bai Lu Feng not? Crazily, he began to cultivate to improve his cultivation. All the while, he frantically searched for the whereabouts of his wife. Finally, 3 years later, he obtained a clue. He knew that he was entering dangerous waters, with very slim chances of returning. He also couldn't stop worrying about his young daughter. However, this fleeting opportunity to find his wife, he could not let go so easily. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. Agonizing over it, Bai Lu Feng finally decided to entrust his daughter to his brother and set out to find his missing wife. He didn't expect that after he left, no news of him would be heard again. In a moment, 11 years had passed by. This blood feather silk cage was also something Bai Lu Feng left behind. With his estimations, with he and his wife's outstanding talents, their daughter would at least be a ninth-grade talent, with a large possibility to be even greater. 10 years later, his daughter would also reach the fourth boundary, damn profound realm. While the formation he left behind, its effect would also weaken over time. Once Betrayal broke through to the damn profound realm, she would be able to break the hidden formation. Then she would obtain the letter and understand everything. So it was like this. Reading everything, Huang Yuli slowly closed the scroll and let out a sad sigh. Bai Lu Feng had planned out everything so meticulously, leaving with great confidence. But things could not be without variables. With the development of things, many deviated greatly from his expectations. The years before Bai Lu Feng disappeared, Bai Lu Jing only acted like a good brother. Respectful of his elder brother, their brotherly bond deep. Even in his dreams, Bai Lu Feng could not predict that once he left, his brother would turn into a blind-eye wolf, abusing his niece. In addition, while Bai Ruoli inherited her parents' extraordinary talents, and even greater, her talents were too heaven-defying, leading her display something that was equivalent to a good-for-nothing. It was like a big pair of invisible hands were present, manipulating the fate of everything. Once the scroll closed, there was no spontaneous combustion. But shortly afterwards, it turned into black ash. As Huang Yuli's sight returned back to the mahogany box, her eyes landed on the small jade lying in the corner. In Bai Lu Feng's letter, he had mentioned that the jade could be used to access his treasures. Many years of traveling through South Sky region allowed him to collect many treasures, which were all hidden in a secret safe. Picking up the jade, Huang Yuli gave it a closer look. On the side of the jade it read, Third earthly branch, third day, left 11, upper 29. What did that mean? Eyebrows arched, Huang Yuli made a face. On the other side were two ancient engraved words. She only glances at it. But when she recognized them, her eyes widened and revealed her shock. Celestial light. Engraved on the jade were actually the two words celestial light. If you were to mention those words in the South Sky domain, there was no one who would not know it. That was because celestial light was the largest sect within the South Sky domain. This influence was spread through every one of the hundreds of tiny countries in the domain. Even the domain master must pay his respects to a celestial light sect core disciple. Within the Tianling continent, the celestial light sect held equal standing with the major forces. The engravings of celestial light was the symbol of the sect. An average person would not dare to imitate it. What relationship did Bai Lu Feng have with the celestial light sect? Also, this jade piece with those nonsensical numbers, what was their meaning? Huang Yuli originally thought that Bai Lu Feng had given her a treasure map. In the end, it's she who had dreamed too blissfully. No matter how she checked the box, apart from the jade pendant and letter, there were no other clues. At her wit's end, Huang Yuli could only put away the jade pendant and seamless box. When Huang Yuli walked away from the study, the weather had turned dark. She told the servants to refurbish the study and courtyard. Afterwards, she told them to prepare dinner. While eating, Kai Wei constantly held a hesitant expression. Obviously she felt that something was off with her young miss today. Especially after those actions. Huang Yuli turned a blind eye to this. Within her mind, she only thought about the letter and jade pendant. Today, she tried every means to break the hidden formation, to find the letter Bai Lu Feng left behind. It was only to find the truth of her father's disappearance. She did not expect that once she read the letter, her question was not answered. Only more questions formed. In the end, what kind of identity did Bai Ruoli's mother possess? Why was she a ninth-grade talent, yet remained unknown to the world? What kind of family could nurture ninth-grade talents and still remain so obscure? From the knowledge of her past life, Huang Yuli heard of practically all experts. Each of the major forces' affairs were always within her information network. But she did not hear of the mysterious identity behind her mother. This was too shocking. Li vaguely felt that the continent held a lot of secrets. In her past life she was infinitely close to the Martial Peak, at the very least she could glimpse the threshold. But the harsh reality was, she had merely been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Her view was far too narrow. Additionally, what kind of clue did Bai Lufeng find that made him so desperately leave his daughter? And the jade pendant he left behind, what was its meaning? All this mystery, all so intricate, completely made her unable to make heads or tails. 7 days passed by. Soon, it was the day of the annual auction of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Li rose early, ready to rush to Thousand Treasure Pavilion and participate. She did not trust that man. Such an important event, it was best if she personally went to observe the auction situation. If she was swindled by him, she would not help him count his money. But just as she stepped out of the gates, she was astounded. There was silence on the street. A golden sandalwood horse carriage stopped in front of her. Curtain sliding open, a tall, elegant and extravagant man stepped down from the carriage. Wearing his mask, he emitted his mysterious and bewitching temperament. Li did not expect to meet him here. Face falling, she wanted to make a detour. Taking a step forward, the man blocked her path. "Third young Miss Bai, where are you going?" His low and sexy voice carried a faint trace of a smile as it traveled into her ears. This voice was extremely mystifying. But in the ears of Li, it became rather annoying. She turned her head and stared at the man, saying, "Where am I going? It does not seem to have any relation to you." On the other hand, Lord Owner, why are blocking someone's path early in the morning? Could you have the intention to do something unlawful? "Third young Miss Bai, your words make this lord's heart hurt. How could you think like this?" His lips hooked up, releasing his irresistible allure. But still carried a strong sense of power. "Are you sure you want to go to Thousand Treasure Pavilion and participate in the auction?" This lord was afraid walking there would not be convenient, hence why I came to pick you up. Li wished to say no, but thought otherwise, since there was a free carriage to ride. Why did she have to exert energy herself? Walking from here to Thousand Treasure Pavilion would require at least half an hour. She nodded and said, "Okay then." Voice fading, the man's long arm stretched out, suddenly hooking onto her slender waist. Using some force, he pulled her into his arms. "What are you doing?" Yu angrily glanced up. The man tightened his arms. As he felt the waist that seemed it would snap with a little force, her body's warmth and breathing, his heart couldn't help but send out waves of emotion. Eyes falling on her pink-colored lips, he smiled wantonly. "This carriage is too high. You are not a practitioner, so climbing up would be too hard. This lord will carry you up. Don't move around too much. Not hard. No need for you to trouble yourself." Li began to struggle too late, as he had already carried her into the carriage. Fortunately, once in the carriage, he did not continue to hold her. But he gently released his arms. Regaining her freedom, Li gave him a supercilious look. Since she was already in the carriage, she didn't continue to be unreasonable. Minding her own business, she settled herself down. On the small table was fine translucent tea set with a small fire underneath the teapot. Sitting in the teapot was still the top-quality clear red grass tea. It was not Li's first time in the carriage, and regardless of what the man was doing, she poured herself a cup of tea. Sipping the tea, she looked out the window. The man pricked up his eyebrows. This little fox was so spontaneous. Did she treat herself as the owner of the carriage? If she thought like that, it made him extremely happy. However, she just poured her own tea and completely treated him, a peerless man, as thin air. Was there a problem with her sense of beauty, or a problem with her sight? No matter what the problem was, it must be corrected. Secretly coming to this conclusion, he quietly leaned towards his little fox. Looking out the window, Huang Yuli was trying to guess the results of today's auction. Suddenly, the man's voice sounded from near her ear. It was practically beside her ear. "Little girl, what are you thinking?" "You." Huang Yuli was startled. Did this man study a special hidden movement technique? Why did he not even make a little bit of noise or movement, indicating he had moved behind her? Bluntly, the man sat right next to her. Huang Yuli was sitting in a seat meant for one person. Because the man forcibly squeezed himself in, their two people stuck side by side. Turning her head, she looked at him with a displeasure. Just as she planned to get up, "What are you doing? Since you like my seat so much, I will let you have it." Who knew that as soon as she stood up, the man hooked onto her waist from behind. And also tripped her foot. Unstable, Huang Yuli could only sit back down. Not only that, she sat down on his thighs. "Let go of me." Huang Yuli did not think this man would be so shameless, and immediately struggled to rise. He laughed in her ear and said, "Not releasing. You were throwing yourself into this lord's arms. If this lord were to refuse, wouldn't I be giving you no face? When did I throw myself into your arms? Delusional, must be cured." Huang Yuli clenched her teeth. The man demonically curved his mouth. "How did you not? This lord merely wanted to sit next to you. Who knew that third young miss would be this passionate? Changing your position to sit directly onto this lord's legs. But do not worry, this lord fully understands your intentions. Though you took the initiative, this lord is not a superficial man. I will not think you are frivolous." This was inverting black and white. Huang Yuli thought that her daily actions were already black-bellied enough. Who knew this man would be 100 times more shameless than her? Clearly it was he who deliberately pulled her. But he said it was out of her own free will. Huang Yuli's petite body was captured within his steel-like embrace. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge at all. As the man's hot breath blew onto her sensitive earlobe, her facial temperature unconsciously rose. Taking a deep breath, she stabilized her breathing and said, "Lord Owner, your words are a bit off. I do not know why you are so concerned about me, but I have no interest in you. I can see your cultivation is very high, your extravagance is not little either. Your identity is probably not an ordinary one too. Do you plan on assaulting an innocent and pure young girl?" Hearing this, the man could not help but laugh out loudly. Pure and innocent young girl? Which innocent girl will be like this little fox, black-bellied and ruthless? This little girl still had the face to such a thing. Hearing his words of ridicule, Huang Yuli forcibly suppressed the rising anger. "Why do you laugh? What do you mean?" The man's heart filled with warmth, a happy heart. His tone carrying traces of languidness. "Nothing. It seems this lord misunderstood you. Since you are not voluntarily sitting into the arms of this lord will not hold you any longer. You may go." Finishing, he really loosened his arm. Phoenix, you never thought that this man suddenly becomes so easy to reason with. She froze for a moment. He didn't deliberately take advantage of her? Why did he only hold for a bit, before letting go? The man smiled and looked at her. "What? Not willing to go? Then don't be reluctant to admit your mistake. Obediently serve this lord a cup of tea. Keep dreaming. Who is not willing to go?" Huang Yuli snapped at him. Immediately stood up and intended to leave. However, before she could stand firmly, the carriage shook violently. Outside the window came a loud and clear hoarse neigh, then the coachman's cries. Clearly the flowing cloud colt had been frightened. With Huang Yuli's center of gravity unstable, shaking to and fro, she was unable to gain proper footing. Once again, she fell into the iron-like arms of the man. The next moment, the man's arms coiled around her again. Next to her ear came his wanton chuckle, "Little girl, you really cannot bear to leave this lord," but also embarrassed to admit. Li almost vomited blood. The flowing cloud colt was a fifth-grade demonic beast. Regardless of the terrain, muddy or rugged road, it would be able to cross it like it was walking across flat plains. How can the capital's smooth roads causally startle it? Most certainly the man had done some secret tricks. She could only blame herself for not expecting this man to play her like that. As the man saw Li's puffed-up cheeks on her little face, his mouth rose up naturally into a smug smile. In front of other people, this little fox was always so calm, nothing could make her surprised or panicked. Only he could make this black-bellied little fox reveal this angry look. An expression exclusive to him. Of course, he would like to see this little fox act a little like an ordinary woman. Coming into his arms and acting like spoiled child. That day should be coming soon, right? Li fiercely stared at the man. "Quickly, let me go." "Not letting go." The man smiled calmly, shamelessly tightening his arms around her. Li's gaze was like daggers sliding past his throat. Feeling his back turn a little cold, he quickly changed the topic. "Little girl, today's auction is the largest auction that Thousand Treasure Pavilion has held in its history. Third-level profound armaments are very rare, even the country's royal family are very interested. They have dispatched someone over to the auction as well. Just patiently wait for your money to come." "Is that so? Since you speak like this, you put all your effort into the auction?" Li cast at him a side glance. In the past few days, Li noticed the many news faces appearing within the capital's crowds. It was very obvious that they had come from neighboring countries. Judging from their clothes, they were all very wealthy. Needless to say, these people had come for the auction. As the carriage neared Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the horse carriages and pedestrians increased in number. One could imagine how lively Thousand Treasure Pavilion would be today. Thinking of her money, Li's mouth finally exposed a trace of a smile. The man's gaze filled with nostalgia landed on her smile. He thought that her money grubber attitude was very adorable, causing his heart to thump. He whispered, "That's right, this lord naturally made every effort to complete your matter well." Li lifted her chin, saying, "You sure can speak well." She knew that she could not leave this man and did not struggle. Thus she turned her attention back to outside window. While the man was unwilling to avert his own attention to things outside of the horse carriage. His complete attention was all directed to the little fox within his arms. To be able to hold her within his arms, he really wished this moment to go on for longer. However, the journey from her back courtyard to Thousand Treasure Pavilion was not far away. Before long, the carriage came to a stop. Patting the man's arm, Li said, "We're here, let's quickly get off." Unexpectedly the man did not move, but lowly laughed. "What's the urgency? We arrived too early, and with thousands of people in front of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, why do we need to force our way through? We'll get off just before the doors open." Li hesitated for a moment. Pursing her lips together, okay then." Smiling, the man looked as if he was about to molest her. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain. While Li was still a bit confused, she had suddenly stepped down hard. She was proficient in a variety of sneak attacks, stepping on that location was very tricky. Not only did she step down, she also began grinding too. That was you called a true aching foot, sore beyond belief. From atop her head, the man's cries traveled. While the pressure on her waist relaxed a bit. Throwing her elbow backwards, Li heavily hit the man's chest. Taking advantage of his stunned state, she quickly jumped out of his arms. "Wait on in the carriage yourself. I will get off first." Turning her head from the door of the carriage, Li proudly smiled at him and proceeded to jump down. bent down at the waist, he clutched his chest. When he did this, he happened to see her fox-like smile revealing a set of pointy teeth, making her seem more like a fox. It took him quite a while to regain himself. A flash of interest swept past his eyes. Really good, too treacherous, however, this lord just likes this kind of interesting person. Little fox, don't think of running away. Sooner or later, this lord will bring you back with me. Alighting from the carriage, Huang Yuli's attention was immediately attracted by the sight in front of her. Thousand Treasure Pavilion's doors were decorated anew. The entrance and roads bustling with people coming and going. Wow, what is this situation? Today, how many people have come to Thousand Treasure Pavilion? A passerby saw the scene and exclaimed out in surprise. You don't even know? Today is the annual auction of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Auction? Do you think I have not seen an auction of Thousand Treasure Pavilions before? How many people have attended in the previous years? Generally, only the aristocrats in the capital will attend. At most, a few people living in the royal palace would also attend. Do you see that horse carriage? It has the symbol of the royal family of the South Chu. Do you know South Chu? In the surrounding countries, they are the most powerful country. How do I not know? Let me tell you, the people participating are not only South Chu's royal family. And those are royals from South Maple, South Ming. How is that possible? Is it that big of a deal? I heard that this auction has third-leveled profound armaments for sale. Third-leveled armaments? No wonder so many royal families have been alerted. If third-leveled armaments are to appear, wouldn't only those royals be able to afford it? Not just one third-leveled armament. I heard that this time's auction will be selling a large amount of third-leveled armaments. 7 days ago, Thousand Treasure Pavilion publicity displayed a portion. It caused a sensation, attracting so many people. A large number of third-leveled armaments? How can that be possible? Just a single one is able to drive those royals into a bidding frenzy. And a large number? Where did Thousand Treasure Pavilion obtain them from? Hey, this is where you're ignorant. I heard that a large sex armament master passed by our South Yu and sent his disciple to Thousand Treasure Pavilion to sell his works. Even the Armament Guild's Vice President Yan admires this mysterious master. No wonder. Even Grandmaster Yan admires this armament master, he should have good skills. This mysterious sex master definitely is someone of virtue and prestige. It's no wonder that today is very lively. It makes even me want to attend and watch. Just by you? I'm afraid you can't afford the tickets for this auction. Listening to the conversation of the passers-by, Huang Yuli's mouth held a trace of a smile. Soon after, her eyes moved to another section of the street. Parked around were many high-end carriages. Each and every one was very luxurious, while some carriages were engraved with the emblems of the neighboring royal families. It seemed that the man did not lie to her. Many big buyers had come. She walked straight to the front door, but was suddenly stopped by the guard. This young miss, do you have an invitation? Invitation card? Seeing she was at a loss, the guard revealed some impatience. Young miss, if you are just an ordinary guest, please go to the right door, line up and pay the admission fee. By the way, you will need to pay 32 silvers for one ticket for this auction. Please prepare in advance. Huang Yuli suddenly fell silent. High-leveled auctions will divide into seats into VIP and ordinary seats. But there were also discretion tickets. These were the auction rules used throughout Tianling continent. However, as the continent's best armament master, this was the first she was blocked outside. That stinking man probably predicted this outcome. He deliberately did not send her an invitation, waiting for her to bump into Nail and come asking him for help. Thinking briefly, Huang Yuli was interrupted just as she about to speak. A familiar girl's voice came from behind her. Third younger sister, it really is you. Looking at your back, I felt it was a little familiar. I thought that I saw incorrectly. Turning around, Huang Yuli saw Bai Ruoqi standing not too far away. She frowned faintly. Today she was ready to watch the bustling and experience the feeling of money rolling in, her mood really good. What she didn't expect to encounter was an annoying person, ruining her mood. Just 7 days ago, Bai Ruoqi's white face was swollen like a pig's. But now, all that swelling had disappeared. She returned to her bright and clean-looking face. It looked like a second-tier alchemist had cured her face. Otherwise, there was no possibility for it to heal that quickly. Furthermore, Bai Ruoqi was dressed very laviously today. She wore an exquisite golden embroidered skirt. Not only her makeup further enhanced her beauty, she was also sporting a variety of precious pearls and gems. Though her dress style was extravagant, it did not seem gaudy. It was just enough to bring out her beauty. Paired with that smile that wasn't quite a smile and her calm and tranquil tone, it really made her seem like an outstanding noble lady. Huang Yuli measured her up and smiled. I was wondering who it was. So it was second sister. Why have you come out? I heard that you suffered a very serious injury and have been recuperating in the manor lately. All this time, not daring to meet with others. Bai Ruoqi responded with surprise, third sister, where did you hear those rumors from? I just caught a slight cold, nothing much. A few days of rest at home is enough. How did such tragic rumors come about? Her tone was a bit helpless, her brows also wrinkled. If you were to just see her expression, you would think that Huang Yuli was a very stupid younger sister. Not listening to her elder sister's teachings, causing her much embarrassment in public. This woman was worthy of being the goddess to many young males in Southview. The complete opposite to that simple-minded Bai Ruoyan. She really knew how to act in public. Huang Yuli pricked up her eyebrows, so they were merely rumors. Then I congratulate second sister in restoring her health. However, you should be careful when leaving the manor in the future. My back courtyard is very dilapidated and very windy. Second sister should visit less. What if you catch another cold? You. Bai Ruoqi displayed a hurt expression. Continue to act. Huang Yuli was displeased by her disgusting heart. But her mind still reminded her of the big auction about to be held. She did not have the time to trade empty words her. She could find later opportunities to retaliate. So with a few mocking words, she was ready to leave. However, just as Huang Yuli turned to leave, she was stopped. A clear male voice was heard, third young Miss Bai is so arrogant and domineering. You do not even give your cousin the proper etiquette. Seeing is truly 100 times better than not seeing. This one has really experienced it today. Taking a step, Huang Yuli raised her head in surprise. Standing beside Bai Ruoqi was a graceful man. His 5 viseras were extremely handsome and had an outstanding temperament. His robe was bright yellow, further enhancing and excluding his noble and virtuous aura. He indifferently chuckled, especially when he saw Huang Yuli in the distance. That laugh also held a trace of contempt. This man looked a little familiar. Suddenly bursts of exclamations sounded. The Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Today's auction even attracted His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as well. Are the profound armaments auction today that powerful? Even the Crown Prince came. What did you say? That's His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince? The most honorable and powerful son of our Southview nation? And flowery-dressed aristocratic girl's face was flushed. With a fascinated look, I did not expect His Royal Highness to be not only talented, but also so handsome. He is just like one of the gods in heaven. If you could marry His Royal Highness, even becoming a concubine would be fortunate. Her companion quickly pulled her to the side. "Oh, hurry and stop. The Crown Prince is a man equal to the dragon and phoenix. How can someone like you match?" The aristocratic girl stared with dissatisfied at her companion. "What is the matter? Do you not think like this too? I heard that the Crown Prince will be choosing his imperial concubine soon. I am still a general's daughter, maybe I will have an opportunity? Even if I don't become the imperial concubine, becoming an ordinary concubine is still likely." Her companion replied in a hushed voice, "Do not say any more. Do you not see the person beside the Crown Prince?" That girl had not put the girl beside the Crown Prince in her eyes. But hearing their reminder, she swept a glance over. She nearly screamed out in fear. It's actually, Wu Manor second miss? Is it not? I say that she is already the imperial concubine by default. See how close they are. The rumors may be true? It was her. The key thing was that she possessed a 4th-grade cultivation talent. She is the South U's most talented female. With the Crown Prince, they are a match made in heaven. And today, second Miss Bai is participating in the auction with the Crown Prince. She mostly likely is his imperial concubine? Listening to the surrounding passers-by discussions, the noble girl embarrassedly lowered her head. His Royal Highness had long become accustomed to the pursuit of others. His facial expression, his fanning motions only served to further his romantic and suave heroic air, prompting frequent peeks from surrounding girls. While Bai Ruoqi, who was standing near the Crown Prince, inched closer to him. Hearing the envy and jealousy of the nearby girls, she couldn't help but become proud. Sure enough, only a beautiful and talented girl like herself could be worthy of the Crown Prince. If others wanted to fight with her, take a look mirror, ask themselves if they're worthy. The Crown Prince had agreed to come to the auction today with her. She did waste her various preparations towards the Crown Prince. That little slut Bai Ruoqi, did she not arrogantly say that the person marrying the Crown Prince was not certain? She really wanted to eat swan meat. Aren't she and the Crown Prince together? Does she have any more to say? That little slut mostly likely wants to drill a hole in the ground and hide there. Bai Ruoqi's proud gaze swept over Huang Yuli's expressionless one. His Royal Highness, please do not blame my third sister. She grew up with no father and mother, and with no cultivational talent. So her temper is a bit weird. It is but human nature, I do not mind. Prince looked into her eyes, his expression softening. Cheer, you have too good of a character, too generous. This kind of woman who does not know proper courtesy, I am afraid also uses her regent princess title wildly at home, angering you many times? It is hard on you to speak on her behalf. As he said this, he turned to look at Huang Yuli. Look at how much face Cheer is giving you. Apologize to Cheer and properly reflect once you return home. Think over your actions, how ashamed your father will be. Hearing the Crown Prince supporting her like that, Bai Ruoqi nearly laughed out gleefully. The stifled feeling she had been suppressing was released. With a compassionate expression, she sympathetically looked towards Huang Yuli. Huang Yuli pricked up her eyebrows. Looking into their eyes was like looking at two idiots. No wonders Bai Ruoqi and the second madam were so anxious to send her to her death. Bai Ruoqi had long hooked up with the Crown Prince, so she found her younger sister an eyesore. She wished to eliminate the biggest block in her path. Speaking of which, this Crown Prince also held a ruthless look. When Bai Lufeng first went missing, he still treated Bai Ruoqi well. From his youth, he would take care of her like a fiancé would. Who could predict that Bai Lufeng would not come back? Coupled with the fact that Bai Ruoqi did not have an ounce of cultivation talent, the Crown Prince's attitude did an 180-degree flip. Towards Bai Ruoqi's tragic predicament, he turned towards more promising prospects. His gaze turned to Bai Ruoqi, who was more suitable to become his imperial concubine. while silly Betrayal still remembered the crown prince's older brother. She assumed that the engagement between them was still valid, believing that he would sooner or later come and take her away from this suffering. She lightly laughed. So you are the crown prince, ah, tsk, meeting in person really is better. What #1 genius? Not only is your talent mediocre, even your intellect seems to be damaged. You dare to talk to this royal like this? This was the first time the crown prince experienced such ridicule. He couldn't believe his ears. Li faintly smiled. You actually this woman who's like a snake is kind. Haha. I am really starting to doubt if there is something wrong with your eyes too. Bold. Really such a vulgar woman. Daring to mouth such outrageous claims in front of this royal. One can only imagine how you usually bully Cheer. The crown prince's face was slightly flushed, glaring at Li. Boom, it sounded. The profound chi within the crown prince's body burst out, creating a powerful pressure. In an instant, the crowd's faces turned pale, their chests stuffy, as they quickly escaped. Even Betrayal felt her chest tighten, nearly vomiting blood. She quickly retreated a few steps, trace of a smile floating on her face. Li, that idiot, even dared to provoke His Royal Highness. He was an expert at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Her demonic techniques would useless in front of him. With the crown prince's noble status, Betrayal was nothing even with her regent princess title. She was finished. With the passing of each second and minute, no one dared to linger. Clutching her stomach, Betrayal retreated 30 feet. However, the person suffering the majority of this pressure, Li acted as if she felt nothing. Casually she smiled. How could you? The crown prince was shocked. Someone who possessed no profound chi could resist his 7th level defensive profound realm aura. And so easily? He may as well go meet a ghost. They still say that this little girl was a cultivational trash? He couldn't help but look at Li a few times. Compared to the carefully dressed Betrayal, Li was clothed in a very common white dress with a purple fox-like vest. On her ears were a small set of small pearl earrings. She was originally elegant-looking. So why when she dressed like this, she became as ordinary and tasteless as water? However, in such an appearance, it was she was glowing. Just by standing there, she had her own elegant and pure demeanor. A cold alienated blossom, looking so special. Cold and arrogant, overwhelmingly fragrant. For a short duration, the crown prince was a bit bedazzled. Betrayal gnashed her teeth hard. How could it be? Why did the little slut not vomit blood, still standing there perfectly fine? And the crown prince's gaze. Was it as necessary to stare at the little slut for such a long time? She didn't even have portion of her beauty, too lackluster. Looking at the sky's color, Li laughed out. What other advice does His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have? If you do not have any more, I do not have the time to accompany you further. You, wait. As she turned to go, the Crown Prince hurriedly stepped forward, wishing to stop her. Betrayal did not expect Li to really attract the Crown Prince's gaze. Her heart was filled with hate. She hurriedly stepped forward to block the Crown Prince, whispering, Your Royal Highness, do not be angered. Let my third sister go. She is young and does not understand rules. Just a few days ago, because of some things, she was forbidden to leave for a long time. With great difficulty, she was finally allowed out. Please do not bicker with her. She looked very generous, but failed to mention what happened exactly. Although did she not say, the man or madam had spread some rumors a couple of days ago. When she visited the royal palace, she had spread the news of her niece attempting to hang herself after it was discovered that she had been meeting with a man. This news naturally reached the crown prince's ears as well. His fine pair of eyebrows immediately wrinkled. The thought of this little girl offending public morals, and maybe losing her virtue had caused bursts of nausea to erupt from his heart. The previous throbs instantly vanished. Why did he waste so much time looking at this low-leveled thing? He was bewitched. It was still by Ruoqi, a talented, beautiful and gentle woman who was worthy of him. Thinking of this, the crown prince's gaze turned into a look of disgust. Looks like third young miss but did not reflect when you were under house arrest. Still so arrogant and despotic. This auction is not a place where you should come. Someone come and take third young miss by back to Wuwei Manor. Let Wuwei Manor properly discipline her. From behind the crown prince, out stepped 2 black armored guards. Taking a few steps, they stopped in front of Huang Yuli. Halting her steps, Huang Yuli turned back to the smiled at the two. So interesting. I do not where I am wrong and need to return to reflect? The crown prince sneered, must you force this royal to say it? The news of your scandal with a man has spread throughout the entire royal palace. As Wuwei Manor's only daughter, you dare to do such moral offending business. Also refusing to admit your wrongs? But, Huang Yuli innocently blinked, I merely spoke some words with a stranger and it became a scandal. Second sister and the crown prince has no engagement, but are close enough to go shopping together. You also rode in the same horse carriage. What would that indicate? Male adulterer? Catching a couple in the act? Within the onlookers, there were many young girls who were jealous of Ruoqi. When they heard those words, they began to discuss secretly amongst themselves. That's right. The official choosing of the imperial concubine has yet to occur. But Ruoqi is already shopping together with the crown prince. Really too shameless. Yes, in the end there is still no royal decree. Coming out together like that, losing oneself like that. If the emperor does not choose her as the imperial concubine, and she still continues to be intimate with the crown prince, who would dare to marry her? Ruoqi's face became very red. You, what did you say? Venomous slander. I and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are just friends. On what basis can you say we are male adulterer? You shameless slut. Ruoqi almost exposed herself. Regaining control of herself, she swallowed back the vulgar words. At the same time, she looked at the crown prince with some apprehension. She was hoping her sudden loss of self didn't make the crown prince disgusted, creating loathing towards her. Fortunately, this time, the crown prince was quite angered. He did not have the time to bother with her. His eyes fell on Huang Yuli and sneered, good. Very stupid. Just a little marquis lady, yet dares to offend her superiors. What are you waiting for? Go and arrest her. Huang Yuli stepped back and smiled. His Royal Highness has such might, are you feeling guilty? Only you are allowed to scold me, and I am not allowed to do the same? I must have said the truth. Ruoqi suddenly cried out, third younger sister, why must you speak like this? If such words are to spread out, are you trying to harm your elder sister's reputation? Her pair of sympathetic eyes really seemed ridiculous to Huang Yuli. When Ruoqi told others of her scandal, why did she not consider her reputation? Now that it concerned herself, she acted pitifully? However, in the eyes of the crown prince, the pitiful appearance of a beauty was too heartbreaking. In contrast, Huang Yuli, who very clearly knew he was the crown prince, didn't even look him in the eyes. She also treated him too disrespectfully. This woman was too much of an eyesore. Ruoqi's words were like fuel, adding to the crown prince's fury. Cheer, do not feel bad. I will teach her a lesson for you. Ruoqi exposed a successful smile. Huang Yuli laughed. Thousand Treasure Pavilion's rules do not allow for guests to cause problems within its vicinity. Crown Prince, must you absolutely make your move here? The Crown Prince laughed. This is South Yu's land, this royal's words, who dares to object? Not mentioning Thousand Treasure Pavilion, if I wished to demolish Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the owner would not dare to say a word. Is that so? Huang Yuli was smiling widely, while she secretly reached for the weapon hidden within her clothes. The guards around the Crown Prince were at the defensive Profound Realm. In South Yu, they were considered powerful. They were a few levels higher than the guards in Wuwei Manor. Although the secret weapon within her hands had no problem in dealing with a few practitioners at the defensive Profound Realm, her body still possessed no profound qi. Control of the profound armament's power would be limited. She must be prudent. She would not attack recklessly. But when she did, it will strike. When the guards heard the order, they approached her. "Third young Miss Bai, please. You are noble-born lady, we do not wish to be rough with you." As the guards said this, their eyes revealed their disdain. The name of the Bai family's good-for-nothing third young miss had long spread throughout the entire country of South Yu. They did not believe she held any chance of resisting. So what if she was a marquis daughter? Where is her powerful father currently? With no cultivational talent, in front the Crown Prince, she couldn't even measure to one of them, defensive, Profound Realm Imperial Guards. Huang Yuli sneered internally. She deliberately made a panicked expression. "You, what do you want to do?" Seeing the approaching guards, Huang Yuli was ready to make her move. Suddenly, a burst of violent profound qi swept past from behind her. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises came, as the two guards, defensive Profound Realm, were already sent flying. Not only did they fly away, they flew in a long arc, before hitting the ground far away. The surrounding crowd followed the arc of the guards, with little reaction. The personal guards of the Crown Prince, they were experts at the defensive Profound Realm, In South Yu, defensive Profound Masters were 1 in 10,000. Each one could receive a position and land. A existence that ordinary people looked up to. They were actually, so easily, sent flying? Listening to their frightful cries, the two people had fallen face first. Everyone could not help but shiver, experiencing the pain alongside them. At the same time, a low voice sounded coldly, "You dare to touch this lord's woman? Who gave such courage?" This sudden change in circumstances stunned even the Crown Prince. As he heard the man's voice, he was the first one to turn around to look at him. He did not know when this tall and imposing man appeared beside Huang Yuli. He was dressed in a black robe. While his robe sleeves and chest were embroidered with golden cloud designs. It seemed low-key and arrogant, but also contained an indescribable noble grace. His white skin was like the moonlight, a silver mask fitting on the top half of his face. But two was enough to see his angular facial contours. His jawline beautifully sculpted, thin lips pursed and with an isolated grace. Just by standing there quietly, he created an aura that could not be ignored. An imposing manner, wholly displaying his overbearing arrogance. "You, who are you?" The Crown Prince looked at him guarded and asked. At his first glance towards the man, he intuitively felt threatened. The man coldly hooked his mouth. Sweeping a glance to Huang Yuli, he said, "Her man, did you not hear?" 3 black lines appeared on Huang Yuli's forehead. Spinning around, she fiercely glared at the man. "Hey! Enough, can you not speak nonsense? When did you become my man? These kinds of words, can you announce it so randomly? I have no relationship with you." The man chuckled out loud, "What does it matter? If you speak like this, it makes this lord too heartbroken, for we have an intimate relationship, a business relationship." When he said those words, he only whispered the last 3 words. Only Huang Yuli could hear them. While the passer-by who were listening to the conversation only heard the words intimate relationship. For a time, all kinds of amazed expression were seen in their eyes as they stared at the two. "My lord! What is this? So the scandal third young Miss Bai had was true? The male in question has also appeared?" People exclaimed. Silence. One of her companions hurriedly placed their hand on her mouth. With this man's imposing aura, his cultivation is probably higher than the crown prince's. This kind of person, can you afford to offend? It's best if we quickly leave. When did Southview possess such a strong person? Could he have come from another country for the auction? Do you think you will starting a fight with the crown prince? The young girl, who just recently held a love-struck expression for the crown prince, had already turned her gaze towards that man. Furthermore, she completely ignored the crown prince standing too far away. It was like she had forgotten she was just recently smitten by the crown prince's appearance. How can that be? Southview still has such a handsome and dashing young man? That's right. And he is really so strong. His Highness the Crown Prince is not his match, right? A variety of opinions arose, while the Crown Prince's face turned darker and darker. As the Crown Prince of Southview and the #1 genius, he was born with dignity and strength. Complemented with his handsome appearance, he thought quite highly of himself. He felt that no man could compare to him. But the man beside Huang Yuli just exposed half of his face. And that half was enough to show to everyone, regardless of looks or temperament, he was 100 times better than himself. Furthermore, that domineeringly almost suffocating aura from his body clearly displayed that he was many times stronger, too. Compared to him, he was as small as an ant. This man, in the end, where did he come from? What realm had he reached? Why was he unable to guess his cultivation? More importantly, why was he together with the Bai family's third young miss? He also said, that trash was his woman? Clenching his teeth, the crown prince resentfully swept his eyes over the pair. The man was quite tall and handsome. With a strong pair of unfathomable eyes, the girl who stood beside, though shorter than him by a head, only had a delicate appearance. Yet she possessed an unsulliable atmosphere about her, light and graceful as the clouds. When this pair stood together, they seemed to complement each other well. Like a match made in heaven. Moreover, they completely suppressed the crown prince and Bairua Qi. The crown prince bit his teeth and said, "May I dare ask for your family name?" The man looked at him indifferently, "Just by you? You do not have the qualifications of learning his lord's name." The crown prince had never suffered such loathing from someone before. He nearly aged drastically from anger. As he gazed at the mysterious man, his tone turned a bit harsh. This distinguished one should know that this is Southview's territory, while this one is Southview's crown prince. Though your cultivation is indeed very high, but a dragon should not provoke snake in its territory. Since you have come to Southview, you should abide obediently by my country's rules. As the man's lips arched into a charming curve, he caused the surrounding girls to squeal out. But the words he spat out were unbelievably overbearing and cold. Crown Prince? What thing? Get lost. The Crown Prince did not expect this. The man would be so dismissive of the distinguished title he was most proud of. But also told him to get lost. He nearly shattered his teeth. Distinguished guest, why must you be so blunt? Do you not think it is a bit excessive? Though Southview may be small, it still has hidden masters. Must you force things to the point of no return? Prince was aware that he was definitely not the man's opponent, but he could not tuck in his tail and escape. He especially could not do this in front of the citizens of Southview, who respected him so much. This face, he cannot afford to lose. Furthermore, the fact that he had come to participate in this third-leveled profound armament auction indicated he came from a nearby third-leveled power at most. Though Southview was a small country, it still had an ancestor at the fourth realm. He had always resided in the palace. If this man was not stupid, he should be afraid of the consequences. Would he really dare to bully the country's crown prince? However, the crown prince still predicted wrongly. The mysterious man did not put him in his eyes at all. The aura his released only increased. The suppressive aura released by someone more powerful was hard to resist. Qi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Face pale, she fell to the ground, while the crown prince used a skill in hopes of defending himself. But the mysterious man's suppressive might was as heavy as Mount Tai. Layer by layer is descended, the difference between their strengths was as large as the distance between the earth and sky. Face flushed, it took all of the crown prince's perseverance not to kneel. But he still took steps backwards. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. After placing a distance of about 10 feet between them, did his face resume a more normal hue. His footsteps stopped then. Only then did the mysterious man restrain his aura. He did not give the crown prince a second glance, but turned directly towards Huang Yuli. His gaze filled with surprise and appreciation. He had easily suppressed South Yu's acclaimed genius. The crown prince had taken many steps backwards in retreat, yet his little fox's expression still remained in its usual graceful manner. So much that only faint smile hung on her face after watching that good show. Under such an imposing aura, for a woman to be like him, this was the first time he had met one. This little fox really is not simple. Again and again she gave him surprises. Not only was she black-bellied, sly and courageous, she was also a rare refining genius. And now she had just displayed her overwhelmingly strong spiritual talent. What was this little fox incapable of? The man's burning gaze was too focused on Huang Yuli. Oddly, she turned to him and asked, "What's the matter?" The man chuckled. His voice was low and magnetic, a unique charm. "Nothing. Go, the auction will soon start. If we dally any longer, we will be late." Huang Yuli reacted quickly, "That's right. Hurry, hurry, I have waited many days. Such an important event, definitely cannot be late. Io, why are you so slow? Hurry up a bit." As she urged the man, she impatiently stomped her foot. Swiftly she strode to the main entrance. From beginning to end, she did not spare the crown prince and Qi a single glance. As if the two most famous people in South Yu were equal to two beggars on the roadside. The man shook his head amusedly and picked pace, chasing her. This little girl really, obviously she was the first to start trouble and delayed them. Yet insisted that he was too slow-moving. Really overbearing and proud, but it still made him feel she was so cute. This time, Thousand Treasure Pavilion's guard did not stop Huang Yuli. When they saw their lord owner behind her, the guards all secretly shivered, filled with reverence. One by one, they respectfully bowed their heads, welcoming them inside. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Before the two disappeared, silence continued to reign on the street before heating up like a sizzling pan. "My lord. That was just too frightening. What origins does that man have? Why was he so scary? My clothes are all soaked in sweat." "That's right, too strong. He just stood there and the surrounding temperature fell by so much. I was trembling so much. Too horrifying. Not just you, even the crown prince in front of him also could not lift his head. This was really incredible. Did they not to say that the crown prince was the #1 genius of our country? That man certainly did not look old, at most in his early 20s, about the same age as the crown prince. But the strength of the two, the gap is too big. AI, people beyond people, a sky beyond a sky. The crown prince is only the most talented in South Yu, while there are many more powerful people in the South Sky region. Also right. Could that man be a genius from a local sect? Who knows? Well, apart from Lord Bai Lu Feng, we really do not have any other powerhouses. No other praiseworthy talents. His Royal Highness is only so. When the crown prince heard the various discussions, his slender fingers clenched over his heart, shaking from anger. How could it be? This man looked to be about the same age as him, how could be so much stronger than him? In front of him, he was just like an ant. Unable to put up the slightest resistance. Too strong. Moreover, that mysterious did not hold back. Mercilessly humiliating him in Southview, on his own streets. The Crown Prince recalled his shameful scene of being suppressed. Furthermore, it was in front of so many people, and they had said he was only so. Through the entirety of his 20 years, he was man sought after by many. For a man who considered himself so well, there was nothing worse than being humiliated and in front of such a large crowd. This is the biggest disgrace of his life. But that man was really too strong. The Crown Prince did not think that he wouldn't be able to put up any resistance in front of him. He could not swallow it, but had no choice but to swallow it. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Standing up straight, his expression still indifferent. Because Bai Ruoqi could not bear that man's suppression and vomited out blood, it was only now that she regained conscious. She could barely move as she stood up from the ground. She bitterly looked at Huang Yuli's back view. Her face unable to conceal her look of jealousy. That little slut, how could she know such a powerful man? Even the Crown Prince was not his opponent. What kind of master could he be? It was hard to imagine. And that man protected the little slut. In order to vent for her, he publicly disgraced the Crown Prince. What was good about that thing? Her looks are not outstanding, possessed a scrawny build and a good-for-nothing at cultivation. The trash of trash. Was that man blind? How could he fancy her? What sorcery did that slut use? Raging with jealousy, Bai Ruoqi's heart was burning like a great fire. At this time, the Crown Prince's frosty voice sounded in her ear. What are you still standing around dazed for? With a quick quiver, Bai Ruoqi reacted, Your Highness Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's face was not very good, cold sweat appeared on Bai Ruoqi's back. She feared that the Crown Prince would be like Bai Lu Jing and take his anger out on her. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had regained some composure, and did not take out his anger on a woman. Instead he asked, That man, is he the man your third sister had an affair with? What are his origins? Bai Ruoqi shook her head, I do not know, The man we encountered last time definitely was not him. I don't know how that little third sister came to know him. Prince looked at her gloomily, You are sisters, how could you not know? Useless thing. Go find out for me. Listening to this, Bai Ruoqi secretly complained. She and Huang Yuli were no different from enemies. How could they still be called sisters? Where would she go inquire about Bai Ruoqi's affairs? Unfortunately, the Crown Prince ordered her, she could not reject him. The Crown Prince's face eased up and said, Walk. He did not care if Bai Ruoqi could keep up and left first. Bai Ruoqi was stunned momentarily before she realized that the Crown Prince was actually walking in the direction of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Chasing him, she prudently asked, Crown Prince, where do you intend to go? The Crown Prince replied curtly, The auction. Do you not have eyes? Being scolded like so, Bai Ruoqi lowered in her head in silence. Inwardly she puzzled over why the Crown Prince would proceed to attend the auction. He was humiliated in front of such a crowd today, even she felt that she could not raise her head. She wished to dig a hole and hide herself there. Was her self-esteem 100 times greater than the Crown Prince's? Not finding a place to hide, but proceeding to participate in the auction? With a sullen face, the Crown Prince did not explain. He certainly knew that his face was sweeping the ground. But he had no choice but to stay and not leave. The reason being today's auction was releasing a profound armor set. He had great use for it. He must definitely purchase that. 5 years prior, the Crown Prince was accepted into Celestial Light's subordinate, Celestial Light School. Celestial Light Sect is known as the most powerful sect of the South Sky region. While Celestial Light School is also the most famous martial school in South Sky region. The students it accepts annually were chosen from the best of the hundreds of countries. Each of them were the most talented of their respective countries. Though the Crown Prince was the genius of Southview, when he entered Celestial Light School, he but an ordinary student. Even though he became a core student, his ranking was not at the front. Every year, Celestial Light School would choose a couple of core students and recruit them officially as Celestial Light Sect disciples. Every year, the Crown Prince would participate in the selections in hopes to become an official disciple. But every year he would fail. This year was his last chance. If he could not become an official disciple of Celestial Light Sect, he must graduate from Celestial Light School. Once he left Celestial Light School with its rich resources and strength, he could only return to a tiny Southview to cultivate. In his entire life, he would only be able to reach the fourth realm, the damn profound realm. That would be his limit. The Crown Prince was not willing to leave this way. He wanted to seize this last chance. So when he heard that 1,000 Treasure Pavilion would be auctioning a third-leveled profound armor set, he was simply ecstatic. This was what he lacked the most. If he was able to obtain that, it would significantly enhance his strength in the short term. Not only would this profound armor increase his defense by 3 folds, it also held an additional offensive skill. Such a high-quality profound armament was simply unheard of. And this profound armor was only a third-leveled one. He would be able to display the majority of its ability with his defensive, profound realm cultivation. Such a good thing, while also being held in Southview. It was simply tailored to be his. The Crown Prince already assumed that he owned the item. As long as he possessed that profound armor, he would definitely shine in this year's disciple selection. Sweeping away his opponents and becoming one of Celestial Light Sect's disciples. Climbing to a new peak. When he thought of this, the Crown Prince's mood soared. What he did not expect to encounter before entering 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's doors was by Ruali. That cursed girl ruthlessly slapped his face. Despite the loss, but he could not leave. If he left now, then that set of profound armor would never be his. Considering over it, the Crown Prince had a struggling battle. In the end, he decided to eat that small loss and endure. All for obtaining that profound armor set. As long as he became a disciple of Celestial Light Sect and his cultivation increasing, wouldn't it be all too easy to deal with by Ruali and that man? No matter how high his cultivation was, how powerful his background was, could he contend against South Sky region's #1 sect? Repeating this, the Crown Prince consoled himself and barely controlled himself. Not glancing sideways, he ignored the mocking gazes and discussions of the crowd and walked straight to the door. Who would think that he would be stopped at the door by the guard? "Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince, please halt." While the Crown Prince was carrying a belly full of anger, he was stopped by a mere guard. He dared to oppose him, not wishing to live. "Move aside. Do you know who I am?" The Crown Prince's eyes displayed an ominous glint. Guard maintained an expressionless gaze. "Your Royal Highness, this common one naturally knows your identity. Unfortunately, only VIP guests are able to enter through the VIP entrance. These are the rules our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion." With an angry smile, the Crown Prince took out a letter. "Look at it carefully. This is an invitation personally given to this royal, by your 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. And you tell this royal to get lost?" However, the guard did not make any concession. "Your Royal Highness, we have just received orders from our superiors stating that the VIP seating is fully occupied. It is not we are unwilling to let you in, we are really sorry. If you must participate in the auction, please enter from general admission." "What did you say? You have already given me an invitation letter, why is there not enough seats? Are you playing me?" The guard disdainfully glanced at the crown prince. Offending their lord owner and still wished to enter the VIP seating? When the lord owner entered, he deliberately left those words. How could he allow the crown prince inside? He cast a gaze that was neither frosty or heated towards the crown prince. We are very sorry. The number of prepared rooms originally was enough. But a distinguished guest had unexpectedly came today. In order to give them a position, we could only wrong you, Your Highness. The crown prince's face rapidly changed. What do you mean? What distinguished guest? Are they more important than this royal? This royal would like to see which distinguished guest dares to take this royal seat. What can you be considered as? Dare to obstruct this royal? His anger erupted out. First, he had been slapped in the face, and then Thousand Treasure Pavilion obstructed his entry into the auction. One matter after another, all of these were grinding his face into the ground. Now, even a door guard also didn't put him in his eyes. The crown prince could no longer maintain his graceful and calm demeanor. Without a thought, he struck out towards the guard's chest. A defensive Profound Realm's 7th level strike was no small matter. The crown prince's palm strike contained the powers of the heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify. A burst of exclamations ensued. They all thought that the courageous guard was unfortunate. Who knew that the guard did not have much of a reaction? Calmly, he stepped back and avoided the crown prince's attack. Your Royal Highness, please do not forget the rules of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. If you must cause a ruckus in Thousand Treasure Pavilion, I am afraid you can no longer participate in today's auction. The tone of the guard did not change. Nor did it seem like he was angry after being attacked. But the crown prince's heart was deeply shocked. Although he had only used half of his strength in the attack, that guard had easily escaped. That stated the guard's cultivation was no less than his own. A trifling guard had such high ability. Then the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, what cultivation level did he reach? His heart shook in terror and immediately did not dare continue to be rash. But to be ushered to general admission, he was not reconciled. He still wanted to argue. Okay. This royal can comply with Thousand Treasure Pavilion's rules, but who took this royal seat? This cannot be a secret, right? That guard replied, it is the one who just entered. Wu Wei Manor's third young Miss Bai. When Bai Ruoqi heard this, her heart burned with rage. Bursting out, she questioned, her? What qualifications does she have to enter VIP seating? She dare climb onto top of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Why does she not reflect on her status? Hurry up and make her. Shut up. The guard did not say a word. On the contrary, it was the Crown Prince who had turned around to scold her. Did Bai Ruoqi not have a brain? Bai Ruoqi naturally had no qualifications to enter the VIP seating. The reason why she could enter was all due to accompanying that mysterious man. Although he did not know the identity of that man, but he dare not offend him. Never in his wildest dreams did the Crown Prince believe Huang Yuli would be able to enter the VIP room without the help of that man. Ironically, she was the creator of that profound armor set which he so dearly longed for. With unparalleled and extraordinary skills, a third-tier armament master. But the Crown Prince knew he could only endure and bow his head. Since that VIP guest took the room, it is my honor to let them have it. I trouble you to pass on a word for me. Tell them everything that just happened was all a big misunderstanding. I ask that he does not continue to bother about it. Remaining calm, the guard replied, I will remember Your Royal Highness orders. Please. The tone in which he spoken was not polite, but the Crown Prince could not do anything. Turning his body, he could only walk to the door of general admissions. Fortunately, there were some ordinary wealthy merchants and aristocratics at the end of the door line. When they saw the Crown Prince approach, they knew he was in the midst of a fit. No one dared to provoke him. Automatically they cleared a path for him and allowed him first entry. At that moment, Huang Yuli and the Lord Owner were seated within the most luxurious room of 1,000 treasure pavilions. It was located on the 3rd floor. This room was not only the most comfortable, but the room that held the best view. Sitting there, you could easily oversee the entire auction. On the table were pre-prepared clear red grass tea and various small pastries. Each and every one were Huang Yuli's favorites. Raising her eyebrows, Huang Yuli looked at the man. Looks like that a spy has weaseled into my kitchen, ah? The man laughed wantonly and frivolously. What food this lord's madam likes to eat, how can I not know? If I wronged this lord's madam, it would be highly distressing. Polish. Those 3 phrases will not produce ivory. Huang Yuli stared at him, too lazy to refute him. This man's skin was too thick. She did not want to waste her saliva. Watching her actions, a ghost of smile once again appeared on the man's face. Inching closer to her, his slender fingers picked up a crystal jujube cake and brought it to her mouth. Little girl, we rode all morning. Are you hungry? Eat some snacks? A moment of carelessness, the man once again closed up to her. Without any politeness, Huang Yuli bluntly said, stay away from me. I am not used to, She was not able to finish her sentence, her mouth stuffed with pastries, nearly choking. Puffing out her cheeks, she vigorously chewed the pastries. Her bright pair of eyes glaring at the man. It was during that moment a burst of noise erupted from the ground floor seats. Hurriedly, the man pointed to something behind her. Quickly look. The cheap fiancé has appeared. Originally, Huang Yuli had already withdrew a handful of flying needles. She intended to teach this man a lesson for wanting a mile after giving him an inch. When she heard his cry, she stopped her movements and turned. Downstairs, the crown prince sullenly sat down in the general seating. His body releasing enough pressure to freeze someone to death. As for the one who assumed she would be the future imperial concubine, the arrogant and prideful Bai Ruoqi was covered dirt. Her clothes disorderly, her entire body trembled as she followed the crown prince. She feared that he would burst out in anger. TSK, TSK. Really a match made in heaven. Propping her chin, Huang Yuli beamed. The owner chuckled beside her and wiped the residue pastries from the side of her mouth. But immediately withdrew his hand when her expression changed. This lord does not understand. Since you are so nauseated by them, why do you still allow them to enter the auction? You tell them to get lost and not continue to feel disgusted from seeing them. That would be good. Heh. Huang Yuli gave him a side glance. How can here be such a convenient thing? For the ones who dare bully me, if I don't extort all the money they own, I will change my surname to yours. Sinisterly, Huang Yuli grinned towards the crown prince and Bai Ruoqi. Her gaze was daggers, butchering away the meat in front of her. Her drool, practically falling from her mouth. When the man saw her impressive expression, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This little fox was fiercer than himself. Stingier than him. Really pitied those 2 blind people for offending her. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Furthermore, why did he find her cunning appearance so adorable? These 2 people sat leisurely in the private room. One was high-spirited, looking down below and calculating how to earn the best profit from cheating others. While the other was raptly focused on the female beside him, wondering how to please her. This scene looked very harmonious and beautiful. Shortly afterwards, the ordinary seats were all filled. There were a total of 1,000 seats, each one occupied, while the doors were crowded with people who failed to obtain tickets. A scholarly and refined middle-aged man walked onto the auction stage. He was not someone unknown, but 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's very own shopkeeper Sunday. He was a well-known person in Southview. With his appearance, the clamoring also quieted down. An auction like this, that had attracted the attention of so many, was finally beginning. Dear fellow guests, I welcome you all to Thousand Treasure Pavilion's annual auction. As you all may know, each and every year Thousand Treasure Pavilion would present all sorts of rare and valuable treasures, never disappointing the masses. This year, also won't fail to meet your expectations. On the contrary, many of you may have already via your own methods have some knowledge towards some items on sale this year. I am able to inform everyone, apart from the information we have revealed, we still have many surprises for you all. Please look forward to it. Though shopkeeper Sun's cultivation may not be high, he was very shrewd in business. With a few words, he had heated up the overall mood of the entire venue. While the gazes of the guests below became blazing. Shopkeeper Sun, don't waste words and quickly start the auction. That's right. Your words cannot prove much. Whatever goods you have, hurry up and bring them out for us to see. There were a few people who impatiently called out. Shopkeeper Sun merely chuckled. It seems that everyone here is itching for the auction to start. Then this one will not longer delay. This auction shall officially start. A maid steadily walked on stage. In her hands was a covered silver tray. A red silk cloth was hiding the contents on that silver tray, blocking all vision towards the concealed good. Lightly, Shopkeeper Sun lifted up the cloth to reveal a long scroll. The first item in for sale is a yellow level upper grade profound skill, Golden Yuan Finger. This yellow level upper grade scroll's rarity should be known by everyone. What is worth mentioning is the paralyzing effect of the Golden Yuan Finger. Enemies struck by this skill will lose all mobility within 3 breaths. Of course, if the opponent's cultivation is greater than your own, then its effects will be greatly reduced. Moreover, this profound skill also has a restriction. This skill can only be learned by those who metal-attributed practitioners. Smilingly, Shopkeeper Sun briefly introduced the item. This profound skill's starting price is 10,000 silvers. I asked distinguished guests to begin their bids. It was actually a yellow level upper grade profound skill. No one would have imagined that the auction held by Thousand Treasure Pavilion this would be this impressive. The first item available was a yellow level upper grade profound skill. It also carried a special skill, 10 times more valuable than an ordinary skill of the same level. One had to know that the cultivational standards of Southview and its surrounding countries was not that high. Even a long-standing martial family like the Bai family only possessed 2 yellow-level upper-grade profound skills. In an instant, everyone was stirred to great agitation. As Shopkeeper Sun was introducing on the stage, there were already several guests who were itching to bid. Just the words left his mouth, someone had already placed the first bid. 12,000 silvers. 15,000 silvers. 16,000 silvers. 30,000. Rapidly, the price of the scroll soared up, reaching the 30,000 threshold. On the 3rd floor, Huang Yuli shook her head in response to the fiery reactions of the crowd below. The resources of Southview were just too appalling. It was only a yellow-level profound skill and could still cause such a clamor. One should know that the cultivation technique she had imparted to Kai Wei were black-level upper grade. Furthermore, cultivation manuals were 100 times more valuable than profound skills. While the man had not so much glanced at the auctioned, all his attention was focused on the little fox. Watching her shake her head, a soft smile formed. The frenzy continued on for a bit, with the final price settling down at 50,000 silvers. This price did not exceed Huang Yuli's expectations, as this profound skill's paralyzing effect was quite good. But it only allowed metal-attributed people to cultivate, severely cutting its value. Those participating in this round are all families who possess metal-attributed talents. This determined that the price would not go too high. However, with the first product already sold at 50,000 silvers, in the history of this 1,000-treasure pavilion, this was a first. This indicated that the remaining portion of the auction will be exciting. As predicted, the items taken out began more and more precious, while the prices also rose to more stunning degrees and the moods of the guests below became more and more fervent. Under the expectantly gazes of the guests, shopkeeper's son pulled off another silk cloth from the silver tray. This time a small porcelain bottle stood in the center of the tray. It was about half the size of a palm, nothing too outstanding. But the guests below the stage were once again aroused. The reason being that only cultivational pills were stored in these porcelain bottles. This ensured that the medicinal properties of the pills would not be lost or dissipate. Unfortunately, the manufacturing costs of these type of bottle were too high, and only precious pills would be normally in such bottles. Following, shopkeeper's son's beaming smiling unraveled the mystery. Esteemed guests, stored within this little bottle are second-level middle-grade pills, spirit-raising pills. Spirit-raising pills. It's actually spirit-raising pills. It is said that the ingredients needed in producing these spirit-raising pills are very hard to find. The pill formation rate is also very low, so it would already be very good for ordinary second-tiered alchemists to refine 1 or 2 pills from 10 tries. Listening to the discussions below the stage, shopkeeper's son stroked his beard beaming, "That is correct. Esteemed guests, you are people who can recognize a product's value. Towards cultivators, the spirit-raising pill is a rare and valuable item. For practitioners at the Qi Profound realm, they would directly be able to increase their cultivations by 1 to 3 levels. Even ordinary people who are unable to cultivate, if you take 10 or more of these pills, you will also be able to step into the ranks of martial practitioners." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "But the most important part of the spirit-raising pills are their ability to allow Qi Profound 9th-level practitioners to break through to the defensive Profound realm. It is well known that defensive Profound realm is the first bottleneck for any practitioner. A great majority of cultivators are unable to pass this wall, stopping forever at the 9th level of the Qi Profound realm. Countless of cultivational talents, because of this bottleneck, wasted great amounts of time and their own potential. Now, if you are able to obtain this bottle of spirit-raising pills, that problem will no longer be a problem. There are about 10 spirit-raising pills within this bottle. The sale price shall begin at 10,000 silvers. Please begin your bids." You could not miss how very provocative shopkeeper's son's words were. Many Southview martial practitioners were stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Qi Profound realm. If they were to become defensive Profound realm practitioners, they would automatically become a well-known and powerful name. They could even receive an official title from the emperor. This bottle of spirit-raising pills was something many dreamed of obtaining. For those cultivational talents in various families, those pills will be able to decrease the amount of time they spend in the Qi Profound realm. It's quite useful. So this round of bidding became the most clamorous. In an instant, the price for the spirit-raising pills jumped from 10,000 all the way to 30,000. Jumping straight to 30,000 caused the bidders to drastically decrease in number. After all, the number of people at the 9th level of the Qi Profound realm were in the minority and few were wealthy. A sum of 50,000 was a sum they could not possibly imagine or support. But for those with a great background, 50,000 was not too much. It merely signaled the start of a battle. 35,000. 40,000. 45,000. 50,000. The final 2 bidders in this round were a renowned feudal family, the Liu family's Dingguo Liu and the martial Jing family. Inside the private room, Huang Yuli was bored to death, listening to those calls. Her slender white fingers picked up a teacup. Her head tilted, she gracefully took a sip of tea. Her motion caused her snow-white neck to be exposed, immediately drawing the man's gaze. The man's gaze traveled down her delicate neck, loitering at her collarbone before continuing downwards, to discover that clothes were covering the rest. He could only regretfully avert his gaze. Sensing his gaze, Li suspiciously cast him a glance. "What are you looking at?" Naturally, he would not reveal his wicked thoughts. Coolly and composed, he returned his gaze back towards her, smiling. "What? Why are you not bidding for that bottle of spirit-raising pills?" Li shrugged her shoulders in response. "No interest." His eyebrows arched. "Your meridians are blocked and unable to cultivate. If you were to take those spirit-raising pills, it may help your condition. If you don't have enough money, this lord can lend you the money." "No need, I really have no interest." Since her physique was special, she was different from those people who could not cultivate. No matter how many of those spirit-raising pills she ingested, they would not have any effect. Otherwise, she would have long thought of a method to obtain those spirit-raising pills. Why would she wait until today? The man was a bit confused and squinted his eyes. Looks like the secrets on this little fox's body were not little. Unable to cultivate and still discomposed, her emotions stable even the face of pills that could change her physique. Whilst also possessing the rare ability to refine profound armaments. Li was able to sense that man's gaze, but she did not wish to explain. She continued to drink her tea. While the calls below did not cease, but the range of calls became smaller and smaller. Reaching that price, even towards a feudal family, it was a price that needed consideration and more consideration. 73,000. 74,000. 75,000. After the Dingguolu stated that price, the spectacle paused for a moment. Hesitating, Marquis Jing bit down and decided to bid. While Dingguolu became more and more ecstatic. A woman's clear laughter could be heard. 100,000. 100,000. This sum really exceeded the market price. Normally, a bottle of spirit-raising pills would be worth around 70 to 80,000 silvers. Reaching 100,000 had greatly surpassed its value. In an instant all gazes turned towards the one who called that sum. God, how could this be? Would the person who could call out 100,000 silvers be sitting in the general area? That's right, how could that be? That tycoon is so lavious. Does she know she is fighting with Dingguolu? Is she not afraid that she would offend some people? Wait a moment. The person who bid, looks to be Wu Wei Manor's second young miss? And the person beside her, is that not the crown prince? What? What? Let me see, it really is. Why is the crown prince sitting in the crowded general admission and not in a private room? AI, who knows? He probably wants to experience an auction's atmosphere for once. But now that you mention it, it's no wonder that second young miss by called out such a sum so forthrightly, suppressing those two families. Turns out she has the support of the crown prince? The bidder really was by Rua Qi. For a long time, she had coveted the spirit-raising pills. The reason for her trip to the auction was all for the sake of those spirit-raising pills. This year, like Bai Rua Yan, she intended to take part in South Sky Region's district exam for the various top martial schools. As one of the few female geniuses of South Yu, her target was naturally the same as the crown prince towards the best, the impressive and famous Celestial Light College. Unfortunately, in comparison to the various geniuses within Celestial Light College, the fourth-grade talented that she was so proud of was nothing extraordinary. And a cultivation of Qi Profound Realm 7th level was considered somewhat low. Before examinations commence, she planned to break through to the Qi Profound Realm 9th level. Originally this goal was a bit hard to achieve. But with the appearance of the spirit-raising pills, everything had changed. Not only could she reach her goal, she also could break through to the defensive Profound Realm. Aged 15 and reaching the second stage in cultivation, the defensive Profound Realm was definitely rare. This allowed her to have a 90% assurance of entering Celestial Light College. Bai Lu Jing had also placed great expectations in his second daughter. As a result, he had taken out half of Wu Wei Manor's silvers to given them to Bai Ruoqi for her to spend at the auction. Bai Ruoqi was determined to win that bottle of spirit-raising pills. Once her high bid was set, she had essentially shocked everyone present. The grandson of the Liu family was also a fourth-grade talent. The reason for his bidding also so that his grandson would be able to successfully break through. He did not expect for the pills to almost reach his grasp but then snatched away. He boiled with anger. Originally his face completely portrayed his fury, wishing to see which bastard sitting in general admission dared to fight against him for his things. But once he saw the person, it turned out to be Bai Ruoqi. And the person beside was His Highness, the Crown Prince. In this situation, how did the Liu family dare to say anything? Cautiously he lowered his head in unwilling resignation. Stopping for a time and seeing that no one wished to call out any more bids, shopkeeper's son began his countdown. 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. The gloomy expression that Bai Ruoqi had carried for an entire morning finally began to brighten again. As long as she obtained those spirit-raising pills, she would be able to become a defensive profound realm expert. That cheap slut Bai Ruoqi, no matter what foxly charms she possessed to be able to seduce her man, what would she able to do then? How could she possibly compare to her strength and talent? Even the Crown Prince's expression had turned for the better. At the third stage, the spirit profound realm, Dingguo Lu was considered a powerful master in South Yu. But once he saw the person sitting beside Bai Ruoqi, he didn't dare to continue bidding. This stated that the Crown Prince's position still possessed quite a lot of prestige. His talent was still able to make masters submit. As a Crown Prince, but beaten to the ground by that mysterious man, he felt it was too humiliating. Regaining some his number one genius of South Yu pride, caused the suffocation within to lessen. 100,000 silvers thrice. 105,000 silvers. Just before shopkeeper's son could announce the two words bid complete, a sudden cry from the VIP sector called out interrupting his words. The entire auction relapsed into immediate silence. Shopkeeper's son was also stunned. No one thought that someone else would bid for the spirit-raising pills, once they had surpassed their market value. Furthermore, the one they would be bidding against would be the woman beside the Crown Prince. And the new bidded added another 5,000. Everyone turned their shocked selves to the highest level of private rooms. Unfortunately, to protect the identities of those esteemed guests, the third level was protected. They could see through and view the identities of the people within. Wah, who is this rich? 105,000 is too expensive. The most crucial point, who is the female within the private room? Daring to go against the Crown Prince? So what if he is the Crown Prince? Able to sit on the top floor, she could possibly be a princess from a neighboring country. You are right. Then you take a guess, do you think that second Miss Bai will bid? Within the discussion, Bai Ruoqi and the Crown Prince turned to face each other. Their faces sinking. Other guests would not be able to guess the female's identity, but for them they could identify her just from her voice. That female who just called out the bid was Bai Ruoqi. Furthermore, they had watched as she snatched their private room from under their noses. She dared to come out to stir trouble. It definitely was Bai Ruoqi. Shopkeeper's son was able to quickly regain himself. A face full of smiles, he said, "Good. There is another guest who bid. That dear guest bid a total of 105,000 silvers, 105,000 silvers. It truly is an astonishing amount. May I ask if there is anyone else willingly to raise the price?" Bai Ruoqi clenched her teeth, how furious she was. Bai Lu Jing had only given her a total of 100 silvers. With this large sum and the Crown Prince's support, he felt that this would be more than enough for a bottle of spirit-raising pills. This was wholly out of her calculations. There really was someone who dared to bid against her. If she wished to outbid Betrayal, it was not impossible. Her savings from these years amounted to about 6,000 silvers. If she were to take them out, she would be able to outbid Betrayal. But if she did this, she would become a penniless chicken in an instant. Her original plans were to use that money to purchase a second-level profound armament to increase her strength. Betrayal's heart ached, hesitating for quite some time. Shopkeeper's son asked, "Is there really no one else willingly to bid? Then this one will begin the countdown." Betrayal's heart jumped, 106,000. She had thrown all caution to the wind. Today she must obtain that bottle of spirit-raising pills. 106,000 once. 106,000 twice. 106,000 thrice. As shopkeeper's son was about to complete his countdown, Betrayal let out a breath of relief while her heart continued to thump wildly. Once she obtained that bottle, she will definitely break through and thoroughly teach that little slut a good lesson. 110,000. With a smirk, Huang Yuli once again called out from the third floor. Hearing Huang Yuli's new bid, Betrayal nearly forgot to breathe. This little slut was not done? The price is already so high, yet she dared to increase. Under her conjecture, Betrayal believed that Huang Yuli really wanted this bottle of spirit-raising pills. Her third younger sister was born a wastrel, how would she be fit to use such pills? She should just live with her fate. Face ashen, Betrayal really wished to pull Betrayal out to give her a nice beating. 100,000. It's already 100,000. Are there any other bidders? Shopkeeper's son was laughing through his teeth, urging for more bids. Betrayal's heart burned furiously, as she truly wanted this bottle of pills. But she had no more money. At this moment the crown prince turned around and looked at her to say, "If you want to continue to bid, I can give you 20,000 silvers." Betrayal was the only girl who possessed fourth-grade talent in Southview, and only she could match him. If there were no incidents, she would mostly become his imperial concubine. The crown prince naturally hoped Betrayal to further her strength, becoming one of the core students of the Xingyao College. That would also place them in greater limelight, assisting them better in the future. While that little girl, Betrayal, already made him lose face twice. It was time she was taught a lesson. How would he allow her to obtain that bottle? Hearing the crown prince actually take the initiative to give her money, to help her bid, caused Betrayal to feel very joyous. What did that mean? It meant that the crown prince was very satisfied with her, intending to marry her. So he is willingly to pay for her. Betrayal replied delightedly, "His Royal Highness, Cheer is too moved." Her watery eyes fell on the prince, those adoring eyes greatly pleased the crown prince. He nodded slightly, "Hurry up and bid." Betrayal loudly cried, 101,000. Although she received 20,000 in funds, she still decided to cautiously increase it little by little. However, Huang Yuli's calm voice echoed once again. 120,000. 112,000. She clenched her teeth in response. 130,000. The entire auction fell into silence. No one thought that a small bottle of spirit-raising pills would shoot to such a high price. From the usual turnover of 70,000 to 130,000, nearly twice the normal price. Betrayal's hands were shivering. Even with the crown prince's support of 20,000 silvers, her money was still not enough. She looked back to the crown prince, seeing him also frown and not making any actions to help her. Betrayal knew that the crown prince felt at a loss to spend more than 130,000 silvers to buy a bottle of spirit-raising pills was too much. If the price were to rise to 150,000, did she intend to keep bidding? Even the crown prince would feel the pain. Shopkeeper's son once again cried, "Anyone else to increase the price? No more increases? I will begin the countdown. Before Bai Ruoqi could speak, Huang Yuli's voice rang out. Shopkeeper's son, you are far too wordy. Hurry up and start the countdown. There are some people who obviously cannot afford it. So you should also give them a little face. Do not force others to admit that they have no money. Those words, which were neither hot or cool, thoroughly angered Bai Ruoqi. She could not help but slap the table. Standing up, she pointed to the third floor, cursing, Bai Ruoqi. Who are you saying has no money? I think it is you who has no money. Shopkeeper's son, I wish to report my third sister, Bai Ruoqi, for maliciously tampering with the price. She simply cannot afford to buy this bottle of pills and is deliberately causing chaos for the auction. Because of Bai Ruoqi's questioning, the entire hall rose into an uproar. No one expected that the bidding clamor would have such a twist in direction. The person who was competing with Wu Wei Manor's second young miss was her younger cousin. Bai family's third young miss, Bai Ruoqi. This third young miss Bai was also a celebrity in the capital. The reason due to being her heaven-blessed father, Bai Lufeng's only daughter. According to the rumors, when Bai Lufeng was still present, he was one of the top 5 experts of South Sky region. He carried the fate of South Yu to reach the peak. After he disappeared, many had placed their hopes in his daughter. They felt that she would definitely be a cultivation genius, becoming an outstanding and proud female. Who knew that Bai Ruoqi would turn to be a cultivational wastrel? Since that moment, no one put her in their eyes. Yet her name was still very well known. All of the guests present, there was hardly anyone who did not know who she was. After a while, murmuring discussions began. Third young Miss Bai? She actually came? That is very strange. Didn't everyone say that third Miss Bai was a wastrel and very cowardly? Did the sun rise from the west today? She would come to the auction. What's so strange? Third Miss Bai definitely wants to obtain that bottle of spirit-raising pills. That should be why she came to attend the auction? But aren't these two cousins? They would fight to the death over a bottle of spirit-raising pills? Not differentiating between cousins. What's so big about fighting over pills? Did you hear the second young miss words? She wants to report her cousin. TSK. Didn't they say that the second young miss was kind-hearted and magnanimous? I think it's only a facade for outsiders to see. All sorts of different conjectures and analyses could be heard. They faces filled with excitement. With the price of the spirit-raising pills coming to such a high, they would not be able to obtain anyway. To watch a fight between cousins would not make they suffer any losses. Shopkeeper's son did not predict this to occur. Wrinkling his eyebrows he said, Second Miss Bai, may I ask for your meaning? Since Bai Ruoqi had thrown all caution to the wind, she immediately replied, That's right. I remember that 1,000 Treasure Pavilion has a rule, those participating in the auction must have sufficient funds to bid. Once they successfully bid for an item, they must immediately pay for it. This would ensure they do possess enough funds and no malicious intentions. Otherwise, they would immediately become someone no one will do business with. Is this not the case? Shopkeeper's son nodded his head in reply, There is a rule like this. This is to ensure fairness within the auction. Good. Since this is the case, then Bai Ruoqi does not have any right to sit there. She simply does not have that much money, and intentionally wants me to pay more. Hence, the reason for her bids. Finger pointing towards the private room, Bai Ruoqi loudly proclaimed. Blank, shopkeeper's son responded, This cannot be possible. Third young Miss Bai is our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's distinguished guest. She would not do such a thing. Bai Ruoqi said, Why is that not possible? Shopkeeper's son, you have not even confirmed anything and you already state that it is impossible. Are you purposely allowing for such malicious deeds to occur? This may also be the case. The higher the price of the pills go, the more commission Thousand Treasure Pavilion will receive. Just with this kind of action, who would dare to come to your place shop in the future? Right? This kind of thing should be investigated clearly, right? That's right. If it was truly done with evil intent and Thousand Treasure Pavilion does not deal with it appropriately, then I do dare to conduct any more business with Thousand Treasure Pavilion. I wouldn't wait for someone to dig a hole and fall inside, right? Bai Ruoqi's word had a point, spurring many others to speak up. Tilting her chin slightly, Bai Ruoqi displayed a delighted expression. That little slut dared to clash with her. Did she think that deliberately bidding against her would make her suffer a loss? Let's see how she would deal with this. In front of this many people, when Thousand Treasure Pavilion discovered she is unable to pay, then she would be losing greatly. This shopkeeper's son becomes somewhat awkward. He heard that third young Miss Bai was in the same private room as his new mysterious owner. Although he was unable to learn of the new owner's identity, one thing was certain. The new owner's strength was matchless with a very special background. He didn't even treat the crown prince's position as anything. If he were to start to question Bai Ruali, then there would a high chance of offending the owner. This kind of super expert, once angered, what kind of result will happen? These old bones of his still wished to live for a few more years. But if he were to continue to ignore this without rhyme or reason, it would greatly impact Thousand Treasure Pavilion's reputation. Bai Ruoqi was very clever, speaking straight into the hearts of the guests present. The biggest fear of an auction was the intentional bidding in the attempts to raise an item's price from evil parties. Now that someone was called into question, regardless of feelings and relationships, shopkeeper's son must give them a logical reply. Shopkeeper's son was a very bad position. His eyebrows were so tightly creased that they could form knots. It was at that exact moment that Huang Yuli once again spoke out. Shopkeeper's son, no need to feel distressed. Since my second sister had voiced her concerns, then I should naturally comply and allow Thousand Treasure Pavilion to investigate me. If we do not give a proper explanation, then wouldn't I be branded as a person who maliciously raises auctions prices? This is a pot I refuse to carry. If this also affects Thousand Treasure Pavilion's prestige, then I will feel burdened. Her words were calm and orderly, devoid of haste or slow speed. Her tone was paced and level, filled with the natural charisma of an aristocratic lady. With those words, it turned the aggressive Bai Ruoqi into a cursing vixen. Everyone's view of her instantly changed. Suffering another hidden loss, Bai Ruoqi felt suffocated. With nothing good to retort, she could only say, since this is the case, I ask third sister to take out proof of your assets. I do want to see if you really possess that much money. Proof, of course I will take it out. But, I must also ask you something, second sister. Since you have claimed something that paints me as a dishonorable person, what will you do if your claims are false? Shocked at her response, Bai Ruoqi asked, what do you mean, what will I do? Huang Yuli lowly chuckled, second sister, your claim stated that I was purposely raising prices. If you are wrong, isn't it fair if you atone for that mistake? If everyone was like you, accusing others of maliciously raising because they cannot afford to bid, who will dare bid in the future? How can Thousand Treasure Pavilion continue to do business? She immediately received understanding from many people. That's right. That's right. Third young miss has a point. If malicious price raising results in a ban from Thousand Treasure Pavilion, then slandering others should receive equal punishment. Correct. If I remember correctly, there is a rule like this? Bai Ruoqi did not think for a moment. Bai Ruali's words would be that logical, that piercing. The crowd who was previously siding with her was instantly swayed and now stood with Bai Ruali. And from her tone, it seems that she carries quite a lot of confidence. She wouldn't truly be able to take out proof? Bai Ruoqi was temporarily at a loss on what to do. Her heart was a mess, unsure to what truly lay hidden within Bai Ruo's scheming heart. Seeing that she was not responding, Huang Yuli went to urge her, "Second sister, how is that? You must give me an answer?" Their gazes all turned to Bai Ruoqi. Being put onto the spot, she could only brace herself. "What are you scheming?" Huang Yuli lightly laughed. "Second sister, look at what you are saying. Do you think I will allow for you to be driven out by others over such a small misunderstanding?" When she heard this, Bai Ruoqi unexpectedly let out a breath of relief. She had been quite worried. In the unlikely case that by Ruoli taking out that much money, she would lose so much face when she was driven away. But now that Huang Yuli had stated her intentions, what could she do to her? Bai Ruoqi immediately regained her confidence and asked, "Then what do you wish to do? Let us make a bet?" "Make a bet?" "We are betting whether or not I possess enough finances to purchase that bottle of spirit-raising pills." Suspiciously, Bai Ruoqi questioned, "How do we bet?" Huang Yuli's tone was especially tender and soft. "Very simple. Since this bottle of spirit-raising pills has reached such a price, the only two people willingly to purchase it would be you and me. Why don't we use it as our gambling stake? If I fail to provide enough silvers to purchase it, I will have lost this bet. The bottle of spirit-raising pills will thus belong to you, while I foot the bill. But if I am able to produce 130,000 silvers, then they will belong to me. As the silvers, second sister will provide for it. How does that sound?" Blank, Bai Ruoqi's expression quickly changed. "You dream well. This kind of gamble, I will not agree to it." Huang Yuli let out a loose smile. "Second sister, what do you mean? Why don't you dare to take the gamble? Did you not have quite a lot of confidence when you reported me and possessed evidence? Since it is like this gamble is in your favor. You don't need to use a single silver and will be able to obtain a bottle of spirit-raising pills. This kind of fortuitous affair, you don't dare take it?" When she spoke like that, Bai Ruoqi's heart wavered. What kind of situation was this? This cheap slut would not be able kind-hearted. But she could not possibly possess 100,000 silvers. Could she? The heritage Bai Lu Feng left behind was stolen long ago by Bai Lu Jing. Her meal money wasn't even stable. So how could she possibly have 100,000 silvers? "Second sister, what do you choose?" Huang Yuli asked impatiently. "This. Second sister, I am practically giving you the spirit-raising pills, yet you are still so hesitant. Could it be you have hidden demons inside? Or does it mean you purposefully framed me?" How could I frame you?" "Then why are you afraid to accept the gamble? Let everyone judge for themselves. If this isn't a guilty heart, then what is it?" With a smile that wasn't a smile, Huang Yuli asked. Listening to the conversation, the crowd was stirred up once again. "That's right. Why don't dare take the bet? If you really have evidence, it would be equal to obtaining a bottle of spirit-raising pills. If such a good thing were to happen to me, I would have already agreed." "Yeah. Could it be that she holds a guilty heart? Purposely framing? Hey, it's highly likely. Who doesn't know South Sky region's most famous mercenary was Bai Lu Feng? He definitely has accumulated quite a lot of wealth. As his sole daughter, how would she not be able to afford a bottle of spirit-raising pills? That, I am not too sure. From the rumors, due to her young age, quite a lot of Wu Wei Manor properties have transferred ownership. Third Miss Bai has no share of anything. Otherwise, why would second Miss Bai be this certain over the fact she has no money? It's clear she has inside information." "My lord. They dare to such a thing? Isn't that a bit too shameless? Since the father is this shameless, it's no wonder that the daughter has no restraint. Even daring enough to frame her own cousin. When she is the one asking her to gamble, she does not dare." Tisk. You really couldn't tell, ah. To think I used to believe that the second young bai was beautiful and talented but still possessed a great heart. Turns out it was all a lie. Listening to the roasts and exposing discussions, Bai Ruoqi was both angry and worried, her face completely red. That was especially the case for the crown prince. Hearing those gossipers, his eyebrows knitted together and expression in deep thought. Being talked about from passerbys could be forgiven. But if the crown prince were to believe it and think she was a black-bellied and malicious female, then all hopes of marrying into the royal household would be greatly impacted. She could not allow them to continue to speak. Loudly, Bai Ruoqi proclaimed, "Complete nonsense. When did I hold a guilty heart? The reason I did not take the gamble is because you are full of lies and trickery. It is only because you are with a mysterious man, allowing you access into the VIP room. Many saw this. Because you have seduced a powerful man, you are preparing to use his money to his proof." Hearing this, Huang Yuli really wanted to applaud her cousin. This reason was just too good. Not only did she shift the blame from the gamble onto her, it also hinted that she was clutching a man's thigh, ruining her reputation. If it were the previous, Bai Ruoqi, she would have long become mute from fear. It was unfortunate. The current person was her, Huang Yuli. "Second sister, what are you saying? I am merely friends with that man, coincidentally meeting on the way here. That was why we came to the auction together. Didn't you also come with the crown prince, second sister? Are you guys not ordinary friends, or have hooked up together to do man-woman things?" Bai Ruoqi choked and was unable to speak. If she really pressed on the matter, claiming that Bai Ruoqi had a suspicious relationship with men, then wouldn't she also be pulled out as an example? Having an intimate relationship with the crown prince? In any case, even if you are only ordinary friends, you are still able to borrow his money to cope with the situation. This isn't something unfair for the bet. Feigning a helpless look, Huang Yuli said, "Second sister, you are far too paranoid. I promise that I won't use anybody's money. If it's discovered I have lied, then it is also considered my loss. In such a large and open place, with such a large amount of witnesses, Thousand Treasure Pavilion's shopkeeper's son is also not a vegetarian. Am I still able to hide anything under such circumstances?" Those words were spoken very open and candidly. But the more she acted like this, the more Bai Ruoqi felt something was off. Because Bai Ruoqi's hesitation lasted for a long time, the duration of the auction was extended. Even shopkeeper's son became somewhat impatient. Coughing lightly, he said, "Second Miss Bai, if you really have evidence, then I suggest you take the gamble. From what I can see, third Miss Bai's proposed bet is very fair. If you do not take the gamble, then it only serves to prove that you have framed her. And for Thousand Treasure Pavilion's reputation, this one must ask second Miss Bai to leave Thousand Treasure Pavilion, never to return." You. Teeth clenched firmly, Bai Ruoqi had no room to retreat or advance. At this moment, the crown prince suddenly spoke out. "Enough. Don't hesitate any longer and bet with her." Bai Ruoqi stared at him blankly, "Your Highness?" The crown prince glared at her, displeased. "Things have already reached this point. If you don't bet with her, are you ready to be banned from Thousand Treasure Pavilion? This lord does not want to lose this face. Furthermore, Bai Ruoqi is more or less overcomplicating things. She does not have that much money, so she deliberately created such a shocking affair to intentionally scare you. Are you not even able to see through this?" Thinking over the crown prince's words, Bai Ruoqi realized this really was the case. No wonder that cheap slut was so easy to talk to and willingly to cooperate. Her aim was to mislead her and gain her money. Her calculations were very good. She was nearly swindled by her. Thinking that she had grasped onto one of Huang Yuli's weaknesses, Bai Ruoqi's expression loosened in relief. Puffing out, she said, "Okay. Since it's like this, I will gamble with you. Third sister, originally on the fact that you are my cousin, I did not wish for you to suffer such a loss. But you were so insistent on advancing like so, completely ignoring sisterly relationships and wasting my good intentions. As a result, second sister will give you a proper lesson and make you realize that words should not be recklessly spoken. On Bairuaqi's face hung a righteous and virtuous look while she looked up. In the process, she gained the support of some sympathetic crowd members. It was as if she really did not wish for Bairuali to lose that money, hence her numerous refusals. But Bairuali's constant heartlessness forced her hand. Due to her lifelike and believable acting, the previous indignant crowd instantly felt lost. Could it be that second Miss Bai acted like so in consideration of her younger cousin? She did not wish to harm her third sister, thus not accepting the gamble? How could there be such a kind-hearted person in this world? Did they really wrong her? But Huang Yuli replied in an indifferent tone, as if she did not understand the hidden meaning within those words, good. Then shopkeeper's son and everyone present can bear witness to this. Pausing for a moment, she continued, here is a VIP black card issued from Clear Jade Bank under my own name. On the card, I have around 200,000 silvers deposited about 10 days ago. Shopkeeper's son, you can send someone to Clear Jade Bank to verify this. Clear Jade Bank is the largest banking firm in South Sky region, with branches in all of the countries in South Sky region. Once you deposit your money with Clear Jade Bank, you are able to withdraw it from any of its branches in South Sky region. It was a well-known fact that Clear Jade Bank's black card is only issued to distinguished guests depositing 100 silvers or more. Furthermore, only the owner of the card would be able to withdraw any money from the card. So the black card within Huang Yuli's hands only served to prove that she was in possession of that much money. Furthermore, the deposit date also proved that the sum had nothing to do with the man present. So as soon as Huang Yuli's words left her mouth, Bairuaqi's face whitened instantly. White in shock, she fell into her seat. While her mouth constantly stuttering, impossible. How could this be? Where did you obtain the money? That black card is fake. Shopkeeper's son spoke up. This one naturally believes third young Miss Bai's words. As fate has it, the manager of Clear Jade Bank's Southview branch is here today. This one will immediately send someone to retrieve the card, so I ask third young Miss Bai to cooperate with our inspection. Fine, no problem. Her words were strong and cold as they echoed out from the third floor. No need for the inconvenience. That voice was cold as ice, devoid of any emotion and not that loud. Like a sudden thunderclap ringing right next to everyone's ears. As soon as those words were said, an immense and domineering aura descended onto the entire auction. Every single person present felt their breathing turn sluggish and their faces whiten. Surprised, Huang Yuli couldn't help but turn to face the man beside her. She was uncertain as to why the man suddenly interrupted her. His slender fingers reaching out, he took the black card from Huang Yuli's small hands. Strands of profound qi began to wrap around the black card, raising it into the air, before descending down and flying away like a falling leaf. Stupefied, everyone watched the small black card descend stably down, all the way to manager's son. That move was just too beautiful. Once a practitioner reached the defensive profound realm, apart from using profound qi as a bodily defense, they could also manipulate it to move other objects. Of course, just moving an object was nothing extraordinary to see. What was noteworthy was the hundreds of meters between the third-level VIP room and the auction stage. Even a practitioner at the peak of the defensive profound realm could only move objects within a 10-meter radius. Additionally, the man's control of his profound qi was so stable and precise. This clearly stated that the man's cultivation was far above the defensive profound realm. As to what his cultivation level was, of those present there wasn't a single person who would be able to answer it. Turns out that the affair Bai Ruoqi spoke about, regarding the mysterious expert beside third young Miss Bai was true. And this man wasn't ordinarily powerful. Able to beat the crown prince meant he was an exceptional master. Normally this would be a hot topic for gossip. But under the auction's atmosphere, the site became unusually quiet. With such a terrifyingly powerful expert on the third floor, who dared to badmouth third young Miss Bai? Everyone became quiet from fear. There were even a few who restlessly lowered their head because they had spoken ill of Bai Ruoqi. They all wished they could dig a hole and hide themselves within. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Manager Sun reached for the black card and passed it to Clear Jade Bank's branch manager Jean for inspection. Shortly afterwards, Manager Jean gave his verdict: third young Miss Bai's words are true. To speak the truth, the day she came to register for this card, it was this old one who served her. Within her card are 200,000 silvers, more than enough to purchase the bottle of spirit-raising pills. The money within the card was the down payment Manager Sun had given to her when visited Thousand Treasure Pavilion. She considered the fact that she would be producing large amounts of profound armaments in the future to sell, resulting in her decision of saving funds with Clear Jade Bank. Just as he finished speaking, the card floated up and flew back into the third floor room. Using 2 fingers, the man caught the card and delivered it to Huang Yuli. Little thing, here is you black card. Please look after it. Giving him a glare, Huang Yuli snatched the card from his hands and said in an angry puff, "Who told you to be meddlesome?" In the man's eyes, he felt that her angry and arrogant display was especially pleasant to watch. Heart-itching, he closed in and smiled. How did this lord vex you this time? Where was I meddlesome? This lord was afraid that some people might secretly switch out your black card, hence why I helped to deliver your card down. This lord held such kind-hearted intentions, yet you thought this lord was meddlesome? Truly no conscience, ah. Huang Yuli raised her eyebrow in response, and that was out of your own initiative. Do you want me to thank you? The man laughed muffledly. Thank, there is no need. A kiss for this lord will suffice. Get lost. Huang Yuli bestowed him an eye roll instead. In the meantime, standing on the auction stage, Manager Sun had already announced the final results. Since it has been proven that third young Miss Bai did not maliciously raise auction prices, this shop will present third young Miss Bai with a lifetime discount of 10% as compensation. While the bidding for this bottle of spirit-raising pills will end here. The pills will be paid by second Miss Bai, belonging to third young Miss Bai, for the final price of 131,000 silvers. From the moment Huang Yuli took out that black card, Bai Ruoqi fell into a state of petrification with her face deathly white, like a dead person. At the beginning, she still held a silver hope that the card was a fake or not enough funds within. But after she heard Manager Jin's words, Bai Ruoqi fell into complete despair. Clear Jade Bank was the most reputable bank in South Sky region. It was not possible for them to lie during such an occasion. Huang Yuli did possess that much money. But how could this be? Where did that cheap slut obtain so much money? Weren't all the properties by Lu Feng left behind taken by her father already? Paralyzed in her seat, Bai Ruoqi's heart filled with terror. What should she do now? She had unexpectedly gambled. And it was under the eyes of countless people. There was no way she could deny it. What she owed were spirit-raising pills worth 130,000 silvers. Bai Lu Jing intended for her to obtain that bottle of spirit-raising pills to increase her cultivation, so he presented her with 100,000 silvers. But now, all her money had been spent while she still carried a debt of 30,000 silvers. After all that, she still failed to obtain those spirit-raising pills. All advantages were given to that cheap slut. It was as tragic as using a wicker basket to draw water. How was she supposed to explain to Bai Lu Jing once she returned? And where would she find the money to pay that extra 30,000 silvers? She couldn't possibly ask the crown prince, could she? The crown prince's expression was also unsightly to the extreme. That heavy aura served to further deter people from approaching him. 30,000 silvers was not a sum that he would classify as a family-ruining fortune, but his face had been slapped time and time again by Huang Yuli. He had personally confirmed that Huang Yuli was merely bluffing. Unfortunately, in less than 15 minutes, Huang Yuli had used facts to give a heavy slap. Bai Ruoqi may have been on the only to suffer from the gamble, but the face he lost was not any less than hers. Just as the two people was in the midst of their depression, they suddenly heard Manager Sun's words. Bai Ruoqi was instantly called awake. She cried out, "Manager Sun, you must have calculated wrongly. Even if I lost, the sum should be 130,000 silvers. How is it 131,000 silvers? Manager Sun replied to her, "Second Miss Bai, the one who placed the price of 130,000 silvers was not you, but third young Miss Bai. The auction has yet to end, so if you wish to obtain the spirit-raising pills, there must be at least an increase of 1,000 silvers. This would make a total of 131,000 silvers. Please rest assured, this shop is very fair with its prices, making it impossible to overcharge its guests. Or could it be that the money you prepared is not enough? There was actually a method of calculation like this. 130,000 silvers was not the final price. But what Manager Sun was truth. The auction's rules were like so." Hurriedly, Bai Ruoqi shook her head, "No, no, no. I will add that 1,000. Manager Sun smiled, "Good. Then I congratulate Second Miss Bai on successfully bidding." Wait. Huang Yuli's voice sounded again, interrupting Manager Sun's announcement in the process. Her voice was just as sweet and gentle as before. But everyone had just witnessed her methods on cheating someone. So when they heard her voice again, it like they had all heard a monster's sound instead. Bai Ruoqi took precautions as she looked up. "What do you want to do?" "Manager Sun, the auction has yet to end. Since my second sister has added 1,000 silvers, am I also able to bid? I recall that I have yet to give up." Bai Ruoqi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She still hasn't given up? Is she prepared to increase the price? According to the auction's rules, if Huang Yuli had yet to announce her renouncement, the auction would have yet to end. But the owner of the spirit-raising pills had been confirmed. Was there any meaning to increase the price? This would only serve as pure harassment. It was a miracle Bai Ruoqi did not faint on the spot. If Huang Yuli wished to continue bidding, she was completely unable to renounce bidding. Not mention she was completely unable to pay that amount. She couldn't even pay the 130,000. While Huang Yuli's black card held 200,000 silvers. She was absolutely capable to raise the price to 200,000 silvers. Bai Ruoqi was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, the crown prince spoke through clenched teeth, "Bai Ruoqi. Cheer is still your cousin, so don't bully her too much." Raising her eyebrow, Huang Yuli did not expect the crown prince to speak up for Bai Ruoqi. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean? Do you plan on speaking on behalf of my second sister? And what identity will you be holding to help her fend this? I am just unable to continue watching this." The Crown Prince said heavily, "Bai Ruoqi, you have already obtained all the advantages available yet still want to increase the price. Are you pushing your cousin onto the path of no return? You are both cousins, yet a few words from your mouth and you have swindled such a large amount of money from her. And you are still unrelenting? Not regarding anything towards sisterly relationships?" Huang Yuli's tone frosted down, "Your Highness, your words are very amusing. Clearly it was second sister who disregarded sisterly bonds in falsely accusing me first. But now her losses are this disastrous, she can only blame herself. As the country's heir, your highness words should be spoken with evidence. Nobles from others attending today's auction are not a few. Speaking without thinking, inverting black to white will make Southview into a joke. You. The crown prince had intended to speak out and help by Ruoqi, but he was unable to outspeak Huang Yuli. In Southview, his words had always carried great weight. But today, he was constantly refuted and silenced by Huang Yuli instead. This experience was incomparably suffocating. Before he could retort her, Huang Yuli began to speak out again. But I am not someone who disregards sentiments. Though second sister deliberately wished to harm me, I am still willing to open the net from one side. I will voluntarily withdraw from bidding. This bottle of pills will be given to my second sister for 131,000 silvers. Bai Ruoqi nearly fainted again. She swindled so much money from her and still said she yielded. She made merely stopped and further bids, yet she acted as if she owed her such a big favor. In actuality, Huang Yuli honestly felt that she yielded quite a lot today. Sitting in the private room, Huang Yuli's propped up her chin as she shook her head regretfully. Ai, money It just flew away like that. Seeing that her cheeks were puffed out and absent-minded, the man took the opportunity to pinch her cheeks. Caught unaware, a red pinch mark formed on Huang Yuli's cheek. Without delay, a palm strike slapped that pervert away. What are you doing? Itching for a beating? Though the man was hit by her, he was not angry. He was actually recalled the feeling. That little thing's cheek sure was soft, like tofu. The feeling was so good, really wanted to pinch it a bit more. And if he was able to bite, how good would that be? Because he was thinking so blissfully, saliva nearly leaked out of his mouth. Glancing at him, Huang Yuli saw that his expression had changed. One glance was enough to tell that he was thinking something suspicious. In a burst of fury, she slapped out. Godforsaken pervert. Shameless. Snorting coldly, she shifted her head in an arrogant and cute manner. When he heard her cold snort, the man regained himself and smirked. Little thing, why are you angry again? Is it because you can't bear to lose money? Then why did you put on the act of a great scholar, instead of directly increasing the price? With the backing of this lord, is there a need to be afraid of that something of a crown prince? Huang Yuli cast him a sidelong glance. What do you understand? Giving up bidding here, I will be able to earn even more money in the future rounds. If I were to scare them all here, how would I be able to earn money from them in the future? When he heard her words, the man was somewhat flabbergasted. What? You plan to swindle more money? From the looks of it, your second sister doesn't seem to have any money left. Even if you were to kill her, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to obtain a single penny more. What swindling? Don't spout nonsense. I am earning money honestly and openly. I am someone who has always been upright. Her mouth craftily hooked up. Though second sister is finished, there is still the crown prince, no? They say that our Southview state treasury is flowing with money. The crown prince definitely has more than enough money. Looking at her for quite a while, the man took quite some time to process. He smiled and shook his head in response. And he thought that he was quite black-hearted normally. Meeting with this little thing, he realized that he was only a see-her trail dust, never hoping to catch up. Once he compared himself to this little thing, he had become a good, kind, and honest young lad. The biggest mistake the crown prince made today was to provoke that little fox. Looks like he must have a few more considerations and eyes in the future. Instead of obtaining a wife, he might be sold off by the little fox he admired. The auction for the spirit-raising pills finally ended. Because quite a lot of time had been consumed in this round, Manager Sun couldn't help but speed up the bidding for the remaining items. Due to the exorbitant prices and bids that occurred in the previous bidding, many people had yet to recover themselves. As a result, the final prices of the items were not won at ideal prices. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Manager's son felt somewhat nervous. But when his gaze landed on the next item, his eyes suddenly lit up. His entire body energizing. Everyone. I ask everyone to settle down. The item is one of the most important and valuable treasures. If you were to miss this chance, you will definitely regret it. Once they heard those words, the people gradually began to clamor again, before finally settling down. All their gazes turned to focus on the case, placed in the center of the stage. They all felt a premonition. Sure enough, Manager cleared his throat and began to speak. I am sure that everyone has already heard for this auction. Thousand Treasure Pavilion was very fortunate to strike a deal with a mysterious armament master. This master has entrusted us to sell off a batch of third-leveled armaments in this auction. Of the people present, everyone erupted into an uproar. The majority of those present had come especially for those third-leveled armaments. Now they have finally appeared. The rumored treasures have finally shown their colors. Manager's son smiled out. As to how rare and scarce third-leveled profound armaments are, I believe that distinguished guests should more or less know. It can take many years for a third-tiered armament master to refine a profound armament at the third level. Each one an accumulation of their blood and sweat. And this time, we shall auction a total of 20 of these items. Each one is a third-leveled product. What's more important is, as he paused to look down, he saw everyone had holding their breaths in anticipation for his next words. Manager's son calmly continued, by our conjecture, this armament master comes from a super sect and is refining standards deep and unmeasurable. It is highly likely that they have reached the 5th tier or higher. 5th tier or higher? Did I mishear? God. How is this possible? This kind of armament master is a person from legends. If these were profound armaments refined by a 5th-tier armament master, then they would definitely be stronger than ordinary third-leveled armaments. I really didn't come in vain today. I could actually witness a 5th-tier armament master's works. Even if I cannot successfully bid for one, viewing one is already the accumulation of 3 lifetimes' worth of fortune. As the guests below rose in an uproar, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the ever-gloomy-faced crown prince's spirit were raised from the news. He raised his head with great movement, heart beating rapidly. Today, he still didn't come in vain. The auctioned profound armaments from Thousand Treasure Pavilion truly surpassed his expectations this time. Even within Heavenly Body College, a 5th-tier armament master's work was a treasure that few people would be able to hold. Although he had been wiped to the floor by Betrayal and the mysterious male beside her, if he was able to obtain that complete set of profound armor, then everything would have been worth it. Seeing as the atmosphere was once again set ablaze, the smile on Manager's son's became wider. Then I will no longer wait on everyone's appetites. We shall begin to bid for the first third-leveled profound armament. In one swift movement, Manager's son whipped open the red sandalwood chest. The silver blade that lay within immediately started to glow with a dazzling light. As Manager's son took out the silver sword for all to see, he also introduced it. This blade is named the Autumn Water Sword. Just from its outer appearance, I am sure that everyone is able to tell it is a profound weapon with formidable offensive capabilities. That's right, this blade is a third-leveled upper-grade profound weapon and can amplify attacks by 6-fold. Anyone who heard this, all drew in their breaths. Third-leveled upper-grade? Amplification of 6-fold. And this is the first time for me to ever see a third-leveled profound weapon. Truly deserves it reputation. Not just well-deserved reputation. I once heard that a third-leveled upper-grade profound weapon is capable of amplifying attack prowess by 3 folds, 4 for good ones. Where else this blade has actually reached 6-fold? This is something difficult to achieve even for 4th-leveled upper-grade profound weapons. Was it me who misheard, or Thousand Treasure Pavilion who spoke incorrectly? Hearing the discussion and misgivings of the crowd below, Manager Sun smiled with great satisfaction. Today's profound armaments have all been personally verified by the Armament Guild's vice president, guaranteeing its grade and abilities. There is no possibility of being incorrect. However, to convince my honored guests, we have specially hired a practitioner to test it. As he said this, a few practitioners clothed in black, light armor walked onto the stage. Manager Sun began to introduce, these bodyguards are commanders of our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion Defense Force. They are third-stage Spirit Profound Realm cultivators. For the next act, it shall be them who will test the profound armament for all to see. As his words fell, restlessness coursed below. Within South Yu, Spirit Profound Realm practitioners were very rare and could all become lords. The Emperor himself would also have to take the initiative to win them over. While 1,000 Treasure Pavilion actually Spirit Profound Realm practitioners as bodyguards. Not even the Emperor would be this extravagant. How deep did 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's power run? All the while, the Crown Prince was staring at the stage rigidly, face pale. He had recognized the face. That bodyguard was the exact guard who had blocked his steps at the entrance. No wonder that bodyguard was not afraid of him, the Crown Prince. It was all because his cultivation was far above his, he didn't put him in his eyes. Though the Crown Prince felt very stifled, he couldn't help but rejoice. Thankfully he didn't do any drastic moves. Otherwise, he would have tripped greatly in 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Clearing his throat again, Manager Sun interrupted the crowd below. It is not proper to delay affairs, so I invite the guards to test for everyone. I will first invite Guard Qi to strike this strength testing stone with a normal sword. Raising a normal iron sword, Guard Qi walked to the side of the stage. In the corner, stood a strength testing stone about the height of 2 people. This strength testing stone was a common method of testing a cultivator power in the Tianling continent. During school entrance examination, this would be used quite frequently. Walking expressionlessly towards the strength testing stone, he suddenly raised the blade and slashed out. As the blade struck the strength testing stone heavily, a loud boom sounded. Straight after, it snapped in two. In addition to this, the qi wave caused from the strike spread out in all directions, taking the breath away from the guests in the first few rows. Meanwhile, the crystal on the strength testing stone was undulating a multitude of colors. It was only after a good while did it stabilize. Walking up, Manager read and announced the result, 28,000 Jin. How amazing! That Guard Qi should be around the Spirit Profound Realm 2nd or 3rd levels? Quite a few people began to discuss amongst themselves. Manager Sun continued to speak. Next, I will ask Guard Qi to pick up that 3rd leveled upper grade profound armament, the Autumn Water Sword. Allow everyone to see if it truly has that much offensive power. Nodding his head, Guard Qi took up the Autumn Water Sword and once again stood in front of the strength testing stone. Falling into the same position as before, he raised the sword with great focus and slashed out. As his profound energy poured into the sword, the dazzling glow began to intensify and light up the entire auction site. Everyone subconsciously covered their ears, fear that there would be an even loud sound than before. On the contrary, all they heard was a qi sound. On the side of the large strength testing stone, that sword had actually left a profoundly deep mark. One had to know that this strength testing stone had endured many strikes from countless masters. It was many times sturdier than ordinary iron. Very quickly, the crystal on top ceased its fluctuations. Before Manager Sun could announce the result, those below the stage had erupted into a frenzy. 45,000 Jin. It's actually 45,000 Jin. It really is 6-fold. Just from the strike's power alone, it has already reached the Spirit Profound Realm 5th level. God! Just with this blade, you would be able to contend against the 3rd-staged practitioners at the lower level. Too mystical. This sword, I must obtain it. Hearing the enthusiastic exclamations below, Manager Sun could no longer conceal his happiness. He immediately declared, third leveled upper grade profound weapon autumn water sword starting price is 100,000 silvers. I ask for everyone to begin their bids. 120,000. 150,000. 200,000. Towards a vassal level power, 200,000 was already considered an enormous amount. To use that much for a single-use pill, many people were unwilling. But towards an armament that could be passed down to their descendants, even if they were to use all their family's fortune, if they were able to obtain it, it would be worthy. Even though sitting in the VIP rooms, the various royalties could not hold themselves back any longer. Gradually, each one began to add their bids. In a blink of an eye, the starting price had been increased by several folds. Inside the private room, as her hands were propped under her chin, Huang Yuli's pair of intelligent bright eyes looked at the crowd below. As she watched, her mouth parted in surprise. As the man watched from the side, he had another sudden urge to pinch her cheeks. Especially after he saw a rare expression of blankness. Mouth hooking, he went to pick up the teacup to personally pour and serve Huang Yuli. Little girl, what are staring blankly for? The price has only reached 500,000 silvers, but it's enough to shock you? Turning her head, Huang Yuli rolled her eyes at him. I wasn't at loss over the silvers, I was at a loss over your shamelessness. You opened your mouth to causally say that this mystery master is a 5th-tier armament master. And declared they were someone from a great sect. You sure can lie. You are indeed a shameless profiteer. The man's eyebrows raised coolly, you cannot slander this lord. Ah. Hidden sect, was it not you who said to Manager Sun? As for the matter of 5th-tier armament master, it was a blind guess on Manager Sun's account. But he did not say it was for certain, just that there was a possibility. Do you understand a possibility? Huang Yuli stared at him for a while and said only one sentence, shameless. Ah, you. Because she had to hide her identity, she had to fool Manager Sun and said this mysterious master of hers was in closed-door cultivation. But hasn't this man already seen through her? Yet he pushed the responsibility on her. As for that set of maybe, probably, roughly argument, that was completely deceiving the consumers. The Huang Yuli from the past, though had far surpassed the 5th tier, her strength was still lacking. So she did not have the nerve to paste this gold on her face. Yet this man dared to say it. And still so many people believed his words. Moreover, this man was not ashamed. On the contrary, he was proud of it. Showing such clear dislike towards him, he still flashed an extremely mesmerizing smile. Somewhat proudly she said, flattery, flattery. This is but necessary propaganda. Can you not see that your profound armament is selling at a high price? This is all because of this lord's hard work. Show off. Lips pursed, Huang Yuli whipped her head around. Downstairs, the auction for the autumn water sword had entered the final stage. 270,000. 280,000. 300,000. 500,000. From the left side of the VIP room, came a low male voice, suddenly raising the price to 500,000. For a time, no one continued to bid. Manager Sun began the countdown from 3. The autumn water sword was soared to the final price of 500,000 silvers. Ordinarily, a third-leveled upper-grade profound weapon would generally be auctioned at about 300,000. Though Huang Yuli's sword increased attack power more than usual, it would at most be raised to 400,000 or so. Yet the current price was higher than the market price by 100,000. It most definitely was linked to the shameless and exaggerating advertisement of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Subconsciously, Huang Yuli looked towards the man, coincidentally making eye contact. Though the mask covered the man's face, but that pair of profoundly inky eyes was like a magnet, sucking her soul inside. Huang Yuli fell into a bit of a daze. Little thing, did you become stupid from looking at this lord for too long? She didn't regain herself until she heard the man's low laughter. You think too much. She pursing her mouth, her face fluttered with an embarrassing flush. Unknowingly, the man's hand had flitted towards her hands. As those artistically beautiful fingers slid across her hand, they left a shuddering feeling. Slender eyebrows raised, Huang Yuli was about to withdraw her hand. Unexpectedly, the man firmly gripped onto her lean wrist. What? This lord assisted you in earning this much money, and you don't show the least bit of gratefulness? Playing with her slender jade fingers, the man's mouth hooked up again. Murmuring in a low voice, it became huskier and even more seductive. This man was born with the innate ability to seduce females. Even if his appearance was not visible, his overbearing power and charismatic demonism was more than enough to make others lose sense of themselves. Huang Yuli was the exception. Sweeping her gaze over the man, she said coolly, "Release your hand. I don't like others touching me." He smiled, not releasing. This lord is afraid you will go back on your word. How about this, tell me how you will repay this lord. Huang Yuli responded, your skin sure is thick. Thousand Treasure Pavilion had originally planned to take their portion of commission from this auction. I will not go back on my word. Your intention is for me to compensate you through another means? Since you are this miserly, I will increase your commission by 1/4. This should be fine? This is the first time I am meeting such a petty person. The man's mouth parted. This little girl's mouth really was toxic. Said he was petty? Very good. This account he shall remember it well. In the future, he will show her how much of a magnanimous man he was. Unknown to what charming scene he had imagined, the man revealed a pleasant smile. Money, this lord does not put in his eyes. Profound armaments, this lord is also not lacking in. If you want to use commission to deal with this lord, this will be unacceptable. But if you were to devote your heart. The man scanned her from top to bottom. Puffing out in laughter, when your 2 poached eggs can grow to the size of little steamed buns, then this lord can think about it. What poached eggs? Little steamed buns? All Huang Yuli felt was the strangeness in the man's smile. But blanking out for a short while, she realized what he meant. Instantly her cool and calm face turned into a resentful ONT. As Huang Yuli stared at those perfectly shaped lips, she really wished she could rip them to shreds. A dog's mouth will never be able to spit out ivory. Note, a rouge's mouth will never sprout cultured or valuable words. Constantly she had told herself that before the auction finished, the man still held great value. Plus, she was currently within his territory. If she were to go up against him now, it would put her at a great disadvantage. Hence her self-control and not presenting him a slap on the cheek. When the man saw the little fox's gaze become more and more malevolent, he decided to quit while he was ahead. Slow retracting his hand, he said coolly, "Tisk tsk. Just making a small joke. Little thing, you have such a big temper. Such a violent woman, careful you cannot be married off in the future. This is a case of taking advantage and still asking them to be obedient." Huang Yuli raised her chin and frostily said, "What does that have to do with you? You should worry more about yourself. Always finding the flaws in others, so be careful that you don't age prematurely. Otherwise, in a few years' time, then that place might become useless." Because the man was drinking some tea, he choked on his tea when he heard her words. He coughed for quite some time before recovering. Was it necessary for this little fox to be this poisonous? Did she really have to curse him so? Did she have even a little bit of a conscience? Furthermore, if he were to become incompetent, wouldn't be her bad luck? Luckily, Huang Yuli was oblivious to the man's inner thoughts. Otherwise a great battle would erupt in this private room. While these two people were in the midst of their quarrel, the auction below had gone through various rounds already. One by one, each of Huang Yu Li's profound armaments were carried one stage. Each profound armament's bidding reached outstanding heights. For everyone, this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a large amount of third-leveled profound armaments. So each time a new profound armament was brought on stage, the garnered reactions were surprise and admiration. From the accumulation of anticipation within the atmosphere, it became more and more rowdy. Coupled with the ingenious hyping executed by Manager Sun, many large families who did plan on participating were also roused and began to bid. They too stepped into the ranks bidders. The final prices of each new profound armament also rose higher and higher. So much that for one third-leveled profound armament that could increase cultivational speed, had been sold for the astronomical price of 1,000,000 silvers. This caused Manager Sun's smile to beam so wide that later, he could not even close his mouth. So much money! After this many years of hosting auctions, the total amount of silver spent in each auction could not compare to today. When the mood had reached the highest peak, Manager Sun coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, please settle down. Please settle down for a short while." But those below still continued their ruckus. Wrinkling his eyebrows, Manager Sun spoke again. This time he shouted loudly, "Everyone, please do not be hot-tempered. Those who did not successfully bid for a profound armament, do not worry. Because we are about to reveal the highlight of this auction." Once his words fell, the noise immediately stopped. Numerous eyes were bulged open in surprise without blinking as they fixed their undivided attention to the stage. This highlight treasure had already, 7 days prior, been painted out by Thousand Treasure Pavilion, spreading throughout the entire capital. In the legends, only advanced-grade armament masters would be able to refine a profound armament set. Although it was at the third-leveled, profound armament sets were extremely rare. It was definitely something that an ordinary third-tiered profound armament was incapable of creating. You didn't even need to mention their boundless might. The true buyers had all come for this set of profound armor. Clapping his hands, 13 beautiful women walked on stage, each carrying a silver casket. The entire set of that profound armor was displayed for all to see. Under the lightning, each component of the profound armor glowed a dark cyan color which matched with engraved carvings. This made it seem all the more mysterious and powerful. The bustling auction hall instantly turned tranquil and calm. Every single person held their respective breaths as they observed in admiration towards the work on stage. Manager Sun said, "This profound armor set consists of 13 components. Each one is able to increase offensive power by 2-fold individually. Once they are completed to form a complete entity, one's defensive power is risen explosively. It would be approximately 3 times stronger than a practitioner at the defensive profound realm. Apart from this, there is active attack type profound skill, Dark Vortex." Dark Vortex? What profound skill is this? Right? How come I have never heard of it? Towards the questions and musings of the crowd below, Manager Sun was unperturbed. This is the first time that this profound skill is seen. It may possibly be a personal skill of this hidden master's. After going through a round of testing in Thousand Treasure Pavilion, we have concluded that its attack power is immense. It can increase the attack by 5 times, dealing a critical blow to the opponent. Furthermore, it has an additional cursing attribute that will greatly decrease the opponent's speed and offense. What? 5-fold? And it also has an additional curse? How could this be? Such a powerful profound skill should be at the black level middle grade? To carve and meld this profound skill into the profound armor, how high would this armament master's skill be? Right. This is just too amazing. Manager Sun, are you purposely speaking such lies to raise the price of this item? Holding onto his beard, Manager Sun said in a stern tone, "Our Thousand Treasure Pavilion businesses were always honest and upright. How could we possibly lie to everyone?" Since this profound armor set became the highlight product of this auction, it would also be tested on site to reveal its effects for all to see. Then he smiled and said, "Below, the Armament Guild's Vice President Yan, who will personally test this profound armor for us." Grandmaster Yan? Did I hear incorrectly? It's actually Grandmaster Yan. Thousand Treasure Pavilion really isn't simple. To be able to invite Grandmaster Yan to personally test this work. The audience marveled at Thousand Treasure Pavilion's large influence in shock. One must know that the Armament Guild was a very arrogant group. To invite them to test credibility of a product, in their view, was a degrading task. And only those lower-class people would do such a thing. Towards such a respectable profession, an armament master would not undertake such a dangerous job. Not to mention that Grandmaster Yan was a stately third-tiered armament master. In Southview, he was a highly respected and famous old man. It was simply a miracle for Thousand Treasure Pavilion to invite such a character. As Manager Sun listened to those praises, his smile turned very mysterious and unreadable. In actuality, he knew the truth far better than anyone else. The reason behind Grandmaster Yan's trip today was not through his invitation, but out of his own wishes. Grandmaster Yan most definitely did not come on behalf of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's face. He came purely because he was impressed by such high-leveled work seen through this profound armor set. Even at the expense of several trips to request to examine the piece, he was still declined. In order to grab the opportunity to have a close examination of this work of art, he even volunteered to test it at the auction, sacrificing himself. Unfortunately, even if he was ready to put his life on the line, the mysterious master would also refuse to see him. Under the supervision of Grandmaster Yan, the test process was carried out in a strict and orderly manner. Meanwhile in the private room, the legendary creator Huang Yuli merely hooked her lips in an arc, a ray of sharp light passing through her eyes. Sitting to her side, the Lord of Thousand Treasure Pavilion narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw her sly smile. This little fox, what ghostly idea is she thinking of again? Coincidentally, Huang Yuli turned towards him, making eye contact. Huang Yuli then revealed a toothy grin and said, "Lord Owner, I have an idea. I wish for you to lend me a few of your bodyguards to use. This will enable for this profound armament to sell for a higher price. Do you have an interest?" The man became startled momentarily, not answering immediately. When this little girl exposed her 2 rows of orderly and white teeth, those light pink lips were like cherry blossoms, incomparably beautiful and lovely. Just like misty pearls, suddenly releasing a dazzling brilliance. Simply breathtaking. More importantly, it was the first time that the little fox laughed so amicably towards him. It even seemed a bit illogical. The man slowly spat out 2 words, "No interest." "You." That smile disappearing instantly from the little fox's face. Turning fierce, she stared at him, "Did you not say that you will make money for me? Lord Owner, why are you backing out so soon? A man should possess a little credibility, no? Okay?" The man shrugged his shoulders and said, "How much can 1 gene of reputation be worth? Can you use it to feed yourself?" The tone he spoke in was not particularly dull. But in the current situation and under that circumstance, it seemed especially flat in Huang Yuli's ears. "Your face is really thicker than the walls." Flattery, flattery. The man turned the topic around, "However, if you are willing to kiss this lord, then this lord can consider helping you." Huang Yuli was a bit startled, before a faint layer of anger appeared on her face. "Lord Owner, if you take advantage of others, you are not a gentleman." As the man slowly neared her, the corners of his mouth shifted into a radiant arc. "This lord has never said he was some gentleman. He leaned forward and without leaving any part her petite body exposed, he enveloped her within his embrace. This was a very strong invasion of her privacy. In the blink of an eye, the only sound that could be heard was the man's steady breathing. Those thin and perfect lips slightly pursed and almost within reach of Huang Yuli's own. Huang Yuli withdrew subconsciously, but was firmly pressed down by a large hand, unable to move her seat. What do you want? As a result of the man's close proximity, Huang Yuli's voice was as light as a mosquito. He was so close that a simple small movement would immediately cause them to touch lips. His eyes hanging down, he wantonly looked at Huang Yuli's 7 parts young and childlike face. That little fox's usual confident face was in rare moment of panic. Entrancing and tickling his heart. He huskily smirked, "Kiss this lord, your wish, this lord will complete it for you, this transaction, isn't it very good?" Huang Yuli's eyes clouded and immediately made up her mind. Looking to the side, she shot forward to give the man a light peck on the mouth. What the Lord of Thousand Treasure Pavilion said was correct. A small kiss that could be exchanged for an extremely large profit was not a business lacking in any way. In her past life, before she had the chance to touch a man's finger, she was sent to the death row. Though this sort of frivolous affair was never experienced, she still heard of such events occurring. Merely a kiss. It was nothing really. She could just treat it as a small dog's bite. When the man suddenly felt a soft and tender beyond imagination touch, he was rooted to the ground. Those light lips, with that sweet and fresh mesmerizing breath, was all the more fascinating. Unfortunately, it lasted merely for a breath. Before he could fully experience that feeling, it disappeared once again. "You want to deal with me like that? No way." Sensing the little fox's intention to flee, he moved his caging hand from her shoulder to her waist. This forced a change in her trajectory, allowing her fall into his arms. Immediately, he bowed his head and resolutely pressed his lips onto hers. Unfortunately, before he could re-experience that wonderful feeling he yearned for, a searing bout of pain flooded from his neck. Stopping his movements, the man did not dare look down. He watched as the seemingly weak and innocent little fox display her sharp canines to display her exceptionally innocent laugh. While her pair of slender little hands tightly held a small dagger about 15 centimeters long. This dagger was obviously a very high-level profound armament. It was as thin as butterfly wing. And in particular angles, the blade would appear invisible, barely identifiable by the naked eye. While the dagger's sharp edge was currently lying on his neck. This little thing unceremoniously used quite a lot force. The dagger had cut into his neck skin to allow a trail of bright red blood to flow down towards his collarbone. Without the slightest bit of doubt, the man was certain that this little thing would ruthlessly sever his windpipe if he were to make the tiniest of movements. Huang Yuli sweetly smiled, "Lord Owner, we agreed on one kiss. I have already given you that kiss, so how could you raise the arranged price like that? This business, should not done like this?" The man leisurely lowered his eyes to the same level as those pair of crafty and large ones. Meanwhile, the sharp dagger was still pressed on his throat, blood flowing incessantly. However, his face did not reveal the slightest bit of fury. On the contrary, his eyes actually revealed abundant interest. This little fox is too intelligent. She was completely aware of her influence over him. During the instance in which his guard was lowered, she took the opportunity to capture his weak point. She was truly ruthless, using his unwavering feelings against him. Unfortunately, he just liked her various plots and crafty mind, coupled with that charming smile of hers. No matter how much or little blood he shed, he would still feel a sense of satisfaction. Huang Yuli, on the other hand, had taken all sorts of measures, afraid he would counterattack in a fit of fury. She truly did not expect the man to smile. That smile unknowingly caused her scalp to numb. Biting her lip, she rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you laughing?" Do you think that I am really afraid of you? Let me tell you, killing person is a small thing for me. Stabbing you once is nothing. Little thing, why are you treating this lord so harshly? The man continued to smile while retreating a few steps. It's not like this lord refused to help you. Furthermore, that was such a half-hearted kiss. Could you call that a kiss? When you are conducting business, you must be upright. Otherwise, wouldn't you be sorely lacking in sincerity? Shifting her gaze around, Huang Yuli raised her arrogant eyes. Speaking in an icy tone, she said, "This is just how I conduct my affairs. Once the products are taken out, they cannot be exchanged. Now hurry up and pay." Tsk tisk. Shaking his head in a very exaggerated manner, the man suddenly poked out his tongue to lick the area she had just kissed. Soon after, he began to smack his lips as if he was attempting to recall the experience. Those actions were just too ambiguous. When those actions were paired with his impeccably handsome lower face, it seemed all the more seductive and alluring. If not for the fact that Huang Yuli had met no small amount of peerless males, her face would have long turned red from those movements. Quite pleased at himself, the man looked at her captivating face and smiled. "Your family's goods are so lacking and a bit rough. In the future, this lord will properly teach you. This time, I will let you off." As soon as he finished his comment, he called out, "Emochi." An expressionless guard, clothed in black armor, walked in and gave his bow and salute. "Master, please instruct. Third young Miss Bai has a task that needs your assistance. Go report to her for your orders." This subordinate obeys. Walking towards the two people, he lifted his head. His eyes widened in surprise and nearly froze in place. What did he see? On his Honorable Highness' neck was a trail of blood. How could this be? With His Highness Cultivation, there should not be a single person capable of injuring a single hair of his. Just how did he sustain those wounds? During this moment of shock, the blood-stained short dagger within Huang Yuli's grasp entered Emochi's line of sight. "It's you? You injured the master?" He then put on a false facade of pondering and instantly struck out towards Huang Yuli. The violent profound chi instantly engulfed her. Huang Yuli didn't foresee Emochi's dramatic reaction. Adding on the fact that he was also a practitioner of the fourth stage, the damn profound realm, the powerless Huang Yuli was entirely suppressed by his power. In that moment of time, not a single one of her movements were capable of coordinating with her thoughts. Despite the countless methods her brain recalled that could counter Emochi's blow, her body was incapable of executing them. Even the simplest action of dodging was impossible. However, Emochi's forceful blow was unable to land on Huang Yuli. When he was only 3 chi away from Huang Yuli, an immense surge of power that was 3 times denser than Emochi's erupted. This surge of power flew out and sent him flying away heavily. Note, chi is about of am or about a foot. Then the Lord Owner's frosty voice sounded, "Emochi, what are you doing? Such courage, or is it because you do not wish to continue living?" Clutching his stomach, Emochi struggled to kneel. "Master, this woman wounded you, ah. With your esteemed and respected status, she dared. Things became clear for Huang Yuli. It seemed that this devoted personal guard could not bear to see his beloved master suffer under the hands of this malicious female. Stroking his neck, the bright red blood stained his fingers. The blood looked especially unpleasant when contrasted on his jade-white fingers. Not uttering a single word, he turned his head to face Huang Yuli, the corners of his mouth raised. Sweeping her gaze over him, Huang Yuli harumphed emotionlessly, "What? Is your family's master's identity that honorable? He cannot even be touched? That's good then. As long your family's master leaves as far as possible, never to appear in front of me, even if I wished to stab him, I would be unable to. Correct? The man's sword-like eyebrows suddenly raise up and he uttered a soft groan. His display portrayed his sudden spike in pain that could no longer be endured. Nervous, Emochi nearly jumped out again. "Master, you." But the man didn't even glance at him because his gaze was focused on Huang Yuli. He then whined in an aggrieved and wrong tone, "Little thing, do you need to be this heartless? Relax, no matter what identity this lord has, he will not put on any airs in front of his madam. Definitely won't retaliate when hit, retort when scolded. If you wish to stab, you can stab as many times as you want." Her eyebrow raised. "Serious?" Shaking the gloomy-looking blade in her hands, it conveyed her intention to slice a few more times. "Master." Emochi nearly rushed over again. Unfortunately this time, he was held back by the other guards who had rushed in from the ruckus heard earlier. "What are you doing? Don't stop me. Can't you see that woman wishes to stab master? Geez. You blockhead, enough." Mo Lu firmly held him down from behind. "Can you not see? Master was willingly stabbed by young Miss Bai. Otherwise with young Miss Bai's cultivation, how would she harm the master? Let alone even raise her hand?" Note, Mo Cheese, Mo Lu name means Mo7, Mo6. Do you guys prefer number name or just using the pinyin? Please comment below. What nonsense are you saying? If master is not a masochist, why would he be willing to be stabbed by others? Hastily Mo Lu covered up his mouth, SSSH. What nonsense. Do you wish to die? In fact, Mo Lu was also feeling quite bewildered inside. Although one could vaguely say that the master's attitude was done in order to wed this young Miss Bai. But what sort of status and identity did their master possess? The ideal spouse of numerous royal princesses and proud sect geniuses. Yet his personality remained frosty, proud and aloof, never putting on a false facade. Why was this young Miss Bai allowed to be indulged to this degree? Following the master these years, any threat or person who dared to question the authority of his master were all turned into ashes within fire. Only this third young Miss Bai, to the extent of throwing her attitude around randomly, even that could be overlooked. But now she also dared to point a knife to the master's neck. What was stranger was the fact the master took it seriously. Incorrect, it was that he was treating it seriously, but it appeared that he quite enjoyed it. Under the strange gazes of his subordinates, the lord owner automatically leaned towards Huang Yuli. He also purposefully pulled open his clothes to reveal those perfectly shaped pectoral muscles. White as jade with the muscle contours clearly seen. "Come, here. This lord's flesh belongs to you." Really didn't think, little thing, your tastes were this heavy. But as the saying goes, hitting is family, scolding is love. Hitting and scolding is your head. Her face turned green. When he spoke like that, it killed all her interest. Otherwise, would she not state that she was both close and loved him? Things that came out of the man's mouth, who know to what degrees would he twist them to? Besides, she still had business to conduct. Putting away the dagger, Huang Yuli said, "I towards your physical body have no interest. Hurry up and wear your clothes." Lazily, the man swaggered back into his seat, but refused to cover up his chest. He held no intention to wear his clothes properly. Rolling her eyes, she continued to speak, "Your guards, how come they do not listen to you at all? Are you reliable? I am starting to think that cooperating with you was a huge mistake." The guards whose heads were bowed down, all secretly drew in cold breath. This young Miss Bai's courage was not ordinary. Daring to talk with the master like so. Not only did she reprimand him, she also questioned the credibility of their master. This really? Even if the master was interested in her, he would not tolerate this, right? Contrary to their expectations, not a single trace of anger was seen. He replied lightly, "There is no need for disobedient guards to remain. Mo-chi, go to the punishment hall to receive your penance. Mo-san, Mo-sure, go listen to what young Miss Bai wants you to complete. Mo-chi was quickly dragged out, while the other two guards walked over. Witnessing the previous scene, all the guards came to one understanding. This petite and amicable-looking third young Miss Bai was in fact, not someone easy to deal with. More importantly, the master's indulgence of her was virtually unlimited. Although she did not have profound chi, possessed low strength, if you were to disrespect her, Mo-chi was their role model. Therefore, Mo-san and Mo-sure prepared their minds many times. Unusually respectful, they walked to Huang Yuli and gave her a formal salute. Glancing at them, Huang Yuli nodded with satisfaction. Ah, looks pretty good. Cultivation is also passable. What I want you to do is very simple. Later I want you to help me spread some words. Expressionlessly, Mo-san and Mo-sure listened carefully. But when they heard what she wished to spread, they could not help but finally show a look of surprise. Sitting to the side, the Lord Owner almost choked on his tea when heard her intentions. It took some time before he stopped coughing. He shook his head and smiled. Little thing, do you need to be so ruthless? If Princely Mo were to know how you were playing with him, I think he would be angered to death. Princely Mo? Head tilted in confusion, Huang Yuli realized that it was the Crown Prince taboo name. Note, taboo name is like the true name of royalty. In many cases, princes, princesses, emperors, empresses, etc. would have a true name given to them at birth. But due to their statuses, only those of extremely high standing or status would be able to refer to them via those names. Usually these people would also possess various 2-6+ titles and other names to be referred to anyway. Because of this, she gave the man a second glance. Look at what you're saying. I did not steal, did not snatch, and did not send people beat him. Furthermore, it's not like I forced him. If he ate a loss, that is all voluntary, is it not? Do not casually wrong me. Man shook his head, laughing, but you dug the pit, so he has no choice but to jump down. You really are too black-hearted. Huang Yuli pursed her lips, you flatter me too much. I am still far from reaching you. Then waving her hand, she continued, you too, what are you standing there blankly for? Seize the moment, or you will miss it. Mo-san and Mo-sure rapidly exited. Once they reached the door, they looked at each other and carefully wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. This third young Miss Bai's treachery is really comparable with their master. Too dreadful. In the future, not matter what, they must not offend her. Meanwhile on the auction stage, Grandmaster Yan's demonstration had concluded. Under the supervision of Grandmaster Yan, the profound armor displayed a result that was astounding. The spectators below the stage had all cried out in amazement. Seeing that the time was just right, Manager Sun smiled out and announced, I believe that everyone saw the results for themselves. This profound armor's power has greatly surpassed the abilities of the other individual, profound armaments. As long as you are able to don it, battle ability equal with those 5th levels above you would no longer be a dream. Profound armor of this grade can only be seen and never obtained. Next, we will. In the middle of his words, a beauty suddenly walked on stage and whispered something in his ear. Stunned, Manager Sun turned around to the back of the stage. There he saw a very familiar silhouette. It was his mysterious owner's personal bodyguards. Not daring to be negligent, he declared a momentary pause in the auction and left the stage. No one thought that after waiting for such a long time and coupled with such a detailed explanation and demonstration, Manager Sun would say the word suspended. Everyone had already been incited, their wallets ready to begin bidding. This was a blatant pouring of cold water on their heads. Immediately a few disappointed guests protested from the audience. What's the problem? Why aren't you starting the auction? Are you playing with us? Right. Taking off the pants to just let us see this? What tricks are Thousand Treasure Pavilion up to? Do not impatient. Stay safe and do not be impatient. Wait and see for a while. Maybe an accident occurred? The Crown Prince was within the crowd of those emotionally stirred. Repeatedly his face had been slapped today. But the reason why he persevered and continued to sit all this time was because of his wish to obtain that set of profound armor. Biting the bullet and looking forward for so long, it really came as a surprise for this sudden suspension of the auction. For a time, his breath was lodged in the chest. An indescribable sense of nausea could be felt as he heavily hit his seat handle. His face revealing his irritation. What is going on? In the end, what does Thousand Treasure Pavilion want to do? After all this time, just to call for a suspension? At the edge of her seat, Ruoqi consoled, Your Royal Highness, do not worry. The credibility of Thousand Treasure Pavilion has always been very good. And with such an important auction, perhaps a mishap may have genuinely occurred. What kind of situation? Could it be more important than this profound armament? Can they not deal with it once the auction has ended? This owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion cannot be this appalling in conducting business? Keeping us hanging here, what is his meaning? Just as his impatience had reached a peak, he suddenly heard voices from behind him. This distinguished guest, would you like to have a glass of wild rose tea? Turning his head around, the Crown Prince saw a young man clothed in the waiter uniform of Thousand Treasure Pavilion pushing a cart. On the dining cart was an assortment of various wine samples. In the general seating of the auction, there would often be dining carts serving the guests with various samples of beverages and food. The Crown Prince had always enjoyed tasting different varieties of wine, and Thousand Treasure Pavilion was in no lack of delicacies. If it were in more normal times, he would be more than willingly to taste a cup. But now he was in a bad mood. Completely not in the mood, he impatiently waved the attendant away. Not interested, get out of the way. With an irritated heart, his tone unusually cold. At this time, manager's son and the personal guards completed their conversation. So he once again returned to the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, just then, the seller of this profound armor set just sent a message saying. A round of exclamation immediately ensued from below. Lord! That great master is actually participating in this auction? How could this be? Where is he? Where is he? A fifth-tiered armament master's status is highly respected. I'm sure he would be on the third floor. Is that so? Then which room do you think he is in? With the majority discussing the topic, even the Crown Prince also looked upstairs in hopes of catching a glimpse of that mysterious master. He had never come into contact with such a high-level armament master. If that master is really visiting the South View, then as the Crown Prince, he must take this opportunity to gain a friendly relationship with him. This would give him great benefits. As he was in the midst of his dream, the voice of the young waiter once again entered his ears. Customer, why don't you try a cup? This is a newly opened bottle of white wild rose wine released this year. This is a commodity that cannot be drunk all year round. Furthermore, alcohol like this, only around 10 bottles will be produced each year. Apart from our Thousand Treasure Pavilion, it's unavailable anywhere else. Get lost. I said I have no interest. This time, the Crown Prince's reply was more impatient. However, the young waiter still did not leave. He directly opened the bottle to release a strong wine fragrance into the area. This attracted the attention of many surrounding guests. God! It's too fragrant. What wine is this? Good fragrance. Just smelling this scent makes me feel intoxicated. The waiter placed the bottle in front of the Crown Prince. Customers, please smell. This fragrance is absolutely worthy of its price. This exceptionally delicious aroma stunned the Crown Prince for a moment. He felt that he was drunk already. Never before had he experienced such strong alcohol. At this point, quite a stir had been raised in this area. Many guests were attracted, inquiring about its price, as they wished to drink a cup. For a time, the area became very noisy. As the crown prince in a bad mood, this caused his head to start hurting. As he endured, he became more and more foul-mood to the point he could no longer endure. He couldn't help but loudly snap out, "Enough. Too noisy. If you want to buy it somewhere else." Frightened, the young waiter quickly put away the bottle, rushing his cart away. When the waiter left, the volume of the surroundings also turned softer. Massaging his temples, the crown prince couldn't wait to relax in the silence. Suddenly the voice of Manager Sun sounded from the stage. "Then, please start bidding. The starting price will be 0. The amount of each increase shall not be less than 10,000 silvers." Startled, the crown prince immediately sat up. Because of that damned waiter, he did not hear Manager Sun's previous sentences. Although he did not hear, he still felt that he was missing an important piece of information. Fortunately, he was able to participate in the auction. When he thought of this, he felt fortunate. As the starting point of the profound armor began from 0, the auction began with an instance of silence. For the treasures with very high monetary values, to start from 0 was a strategy often used. If one were to set a starting price, it would be subconsciously used as a price guide by guests. This may inform the guests of the approximate value of the item and result in the item never exceeding the base price by much. Generally, in such cases, products rarely sold for more than 10 times their actual value. But it would be vastly different if the base price started from 0. Due to a customer's immense desire to obtain the said item, they would psychologically offer higher prices. This would then easily surpass the original estimated value. The crown prince was very knowledgeable towards this rule, so he wasn't in a hurry to bid. Instead, he spent all his concentration in waiting. Not long after, a timid voice echoed out from a remote corner within the general seating. 100,000? The crown prince barely controlled himself from laughing out. As expected from someone sitting in general admission, oblivious to the world. Knowing they would not be able to obtain it, they still offered a bid. Presumably to participate in the excitement? Even for an ordinary third-tiered lower-grade profound armor, one would still be hard-pressed to purchase a piece at 100,000 silvers. In spite of this, there were still people who dared to bid at such a value. Because there was a first bidder, a second and third bidder quickly followed. 300,000. 400,000. In the span of a few short breaths, a constant stream of voices rang. Rapidly, the price shot to 1,200,000. Once the price passed the 1 million threshold, the speed of those bidding distinctly dropped. Previously, the increase was never below 100 silvers, but with the current value, many turned more prudent in their increment increase. 1,210,000. 1,220,000. From that point, the price increase was in much smaller ranges. During this moment, a distinguished guest called out from the third floor, 1,500,000. Once this quote came out, the discussions in general admission immediately ceased. After Manager Sun's inciting, no more bids were called from the audience. Left without choice, he could only announce the next step. Well then. Since there are no more bidders, I will begin the countdown. 1,500,000 once. 1,500,000. Expending quite some energy, the crown prince waited for the ordinary buyers to be eliminated before striking out with a high amount. But end result was not what he imagined. Not only did he miss the opportunity to bid, the final countdown had also begun. This price wasn't a bit too cheap? A single third-leveled upper-grade profound armor part was already set around 1,500,000 silvers. While this item included all 13 pieces, Wouldn't that mean they would be purchasing the entire set for only 1,500,000? Internally, the Crown Prince was delighted. Could this mean that not a single guest present was capable of recognizing its proper value? Were they oblivious of the fact that the set's value was at least 5 times the amount? Even if it was still sold for 5 million silvers, it would still be considered extremely cheap for that profound armor set. And now it was to be sold for a mere 1,500,000 silvers? It seemed that he truly did not come in vain today. This was a huge discount that he will grab today. From the moment he smelt the fragrance of that ice wild rose wine, the Crown Prince felt a bit intoxicated and a constant dull ache in his head. This resulted in his inability to concentrate properly. Unfortunately, it also meant that he could not think straight, even though his heart felt that something was amiss. Furthermore, Manager Sun's countdown speed was very quick. 1,500,000 thrice. Watching as the bid about to be finalized, the Crown Prince was unable to consider anything. If he missed such a succulent convenience, he would absolutely regret it for the rest of his life. Hastily he shouted, 1,550,000. Although he was aware of this great deal that was as cheap as white cabbage, the Crown Prince did not bump the price up by a large amount. The previous guest hesitated for quite some time before calling out once again. 1,560,000. Really, someone who had not experienced the world. To be able to purchase such a profound armor for only 1 million silvers, yet the increments which they increased by were so little. With a grand heroic spirit, the Crown Prince continued to bid, 1,600,000. 1,610,000. 1,700,000. Although the third level relapsed into a period of silence, they still followed with another bid in the end, 1,710,000. 1,800,000. 1,810,000 silvers. Although the third floor's buyer continued to be hesitant, in the end they still bidded. Moreover, it was quite clear that they did not have enough funds. Each time they raised the price, it would only be by 10,000. When you compared the two, the calls made by the Crown Prince were far more grand-sounding. Every time he called out, he would add 100,000 silvers each time. To those listening to his calls, they couldn't help but become tongue-tied as they directed strange gazes towards him. Proudly the Crown Prince raised his head. In this moment, he felt that he had regained some of his lost ego earlier today. This also allowed him to show this bunch of country bumpkins how true wealthy people auctioned. With the backing of the royal treasury and the inside information of the royal household, his platform was on another level compared to those rich merchants. It was only by Ruoqi, who sat beside him, that sensed something off. Her face was exceptionally pale. The prices the Crown Prince were calling out were gradually becoming more and more excessive. Could it be that, due to the noise earlier, he did not hear Manager Sun's words? The more Ruoqi pondered, the more she felt that this could truly be the case. Unfortunately, she had no method to stop the Crown Prince. 2,010,000. Listening to the dithering from the third level again, he raised his eyebrows and said, bidding so obnoxiously and hesitantly, when will you end such a farce? Be straightforward and directly quote a value. I will. Tugging on the Crown Prince's clothes as if her life depended on it, Ruoqi attempted to stop the Crown Prince's next words. Your Highness Crown Prince, wait a moment, I ask you to please wait a moment, ah. At the moment, Ruoqi really wished she could shout out loudly, Manager Sun had just announced that this profound armor set was not sold by silver coins, but by gold coins. The current set price was 10 times the amount of the normal price. Calling out bids like these, you will definitely regret it later. But to see the profound armament he dreamed for about to land within his grasp and at such a bargain deal, it was like a meat pie falling from the heavens. The Crown Prince's eyes had long turned red from the excitement. He was unable to pay any attention to Ruoqi's words. All this while, he felt that this woman was constantly annoying him with her buzzing and attempts to gain his attention. Didn't they all say that the Bai family's second miss was cold and arrogant? Why does she lack the foresight and continue to act like a spoilt child at such a critical juncture? Wasn't this delaying a man's important business? Eyes filled with intolerance, he glared at her whilst forcibly shaking her off. Due to the sudden loss of support, Bai Ruoqi was sent falling to the ground. The crown prince failed to give any concern except an impatient statement, "One price, 3 million. How is that? Do you dare follow?" After those words, he sent a provocative comment towards the guests on the third floor. This time, the third-floor guests did not follow. 3 million once. 3 million twice. 3 million thrice. Bid successful. Beaming with smiles, Manager Sun confirmed this 3 times for declaring the successfully deal for the profound armor set. With the auction of all treasures, this year's annual auction had successfully come to a close. Once the Crown Prince heard Manager Sun's confirmation, unable to wait any longer, he stood up and rushed towards the inner courtyard of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Clutching his purse, he was quite impatient to obtain the quality profound armament of his dreams. Once he obtained it, he definitely would be able to become an official disciple of the Heavenly Body sect. Furthermore, this was such a bargain purchase for this profound armament set. He really earned such a large profit today. When the Crown Prince stood, every guest turned their faces to give him expressions of shock and envy. It's no wonder he's the Crown Prince. Such a grand style. For such quality goods, it's only exceptional talents, like His Highness the Crown Prince, can match them. Really makes one envious. You can't compare between people. With those types of gazes, those discussions, the Crown Prince felt further delighted and elated. Debt? Debt? Inside the third-floor private room. Ah. Moving her hands behind her back, Huang Yuli made a big stretch. It's finally finished. Tired to death. Little thing, are you tired? Sliding his arms from behind her, the man's 2 lithe and beautiful arms curled around her waist. This lord will help you massage a bit. Get lost. Swatting away his presumptuous arms, she stood up and walked straight towards the doors. She heard the man call from behind her, "Little girl, where are you going?" She didn't stop her steps when she answered, "Going to the inner courtyard to find Manager Sun." Seeing her urgency, the man could tell she was not rushing over for her money, but to watch the good show the Crown Prince would put on. This 2-faced little fox truly was motivated to see the world in chaos. Helplessly the man shook his head and said, "This lord still has some business to take care of, so take care of your accounts first. Afterwards, obediently wait in the inner courtyard for this lord to send you back." Aha! Raising her chin, Huang Yuli casually made an agreeing sound. She would obediently wait for him? This man was indulging in wishful thinking, right? Inner courtyard of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, VIP lounge front. Pleased with himself, the Crown Prince strutted to the entrance. Bai Ruoqi, on the other hand, held a face wrought with worry. Your Highness, Crown Prince. Wait a moment. Listening to her cries, the Crown Prince became very fidgety. Spinning around, he glared at her, "Enough, don't shout. Can't you see that this one has serious business to attend to currently? Your things, can't you say it later? But this is really important." Ah. So anxious she was, Bai Ruoqi nearly burst into tears. Is it that important? More important than this one's profound armament? Bai Ruoqi nodded her head vigorously. The Crown Prince creased his eyebrows. What is it? Hurry up and speak. Lifting her head, Bai Ruoqi looked in all directions and said in a hushed voice, Your Highness Crown Prince, it would be better if we find somewhere more private to speak. Since the auction had just ended, there were many people walking about. Coupled with the crown prince's enormous bearing previously, many would glance towards him when they walked past. Clenching her teeth, Bairuoqi knew she could not remind the crown prince of such information in the close reach of so many eyes and ears. In case the crown prince was oblivious of the news and wished to go back on his debt, wouldn't it be heard by everyone nearby? This kind of information could only be secretly spoken. Unfortunately, the crown prince was wholly unable to understand her kind intentions. Quite impatient, he snapped, "I have no time. Wait until this one has obtained the profound armament before you inform of your news." As he spoke, he was about to knock on the door. Frightened to death, Bairuoqi could not longer bother about the guests nearby. Opening her mouth, she desperately said, "Your Highness Crown Prince," just then. Just then, what? Just she began to speak, she had been interrupted by a young girl's voice. Suddenly spinning around, the white-clothed girl standing in front of her was her third sister. In that moment, Huang Yuli's gaze was traveling around the sorry figures of the male-female pair. The corners of her mouth raised in the faintest trace of a smile. "Second sister, your Royal Highness Crown Prince, are you also here to find manager's son? Such a coincidence. But why don't you go in, dithering and whispering about? It wouldn't be because the bid amount was too high for you. So you were preparing to go back on your debt?" The crown prince sneered, "Bairuali, you dare to slander this lord like this? How would this one not understand the auction's preset rules? To bid out a price yet range on their debt is something only those lower-class people would do. Stopping pouring dirty water upon this one's head." A cynical spark flashed through Huang Yuli's eyes while she beamed with smiled, "Is that so? That's good then. So please quell your anger, your highness. I did not hold any intentions of slandering towards yourself. I was just in shock over the enormously high quotes." Casting her a glance, the crown prince couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of superiority. Truly a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. 3 million was enough to frighten her? It is, but 3 million. The Lord had long prepared it. Loftily, the crown prince said. Revealing a worshipping and a gasp of admiration, Huang Yuli continued to speak, "No wonder you are the crown prince. So easily taking out 3 million. I have never seen such a high-leveled profound armament. Your Highness, when you go to receive your product, would it be possible for you to take me along and allow me to open my eyes to the world?" With her portrayal of pleading displayed on her tender white face, she seemed all the more pitiful. As the crown prince's gaze once again traveled to her face, he was stunned again. Although the Bai family's third young miss could not be considered a beauty, she possessed an indescribable and particular aura. This caused him to uncontrollably glance at her. Unfortunately, he was constantly embarrassing himself in front of Bairuali. This in turn caused him to become more and more angry. So now when she acted in such a pleasing and admiring manner, she was seen in a more pleasing light. Immediately happy, the crown prince instantly replied, "You are but a young lady from a marquis manor. Furthermore, you have never cultivated, so naturally you would have never seen such top-quality, profound armaments. Today is an opportunity for you to experience it." Bairuoqi was so anxious that she jumped up and shouted, "Your Highness Crown Prince! How could allow for this little girl to accompany you? She was constantly going against us today. Clearly she doesn't hold any good intentions." Suffering such a large loss today, Bairuoqi's teeth became very itchy long ago. When she saw Bairuali, she could help but hold the urge to rip her to shreds. But the crown prince didn't seem to hold many grievances against her. He actually stared at her. Is that godforsaken girl this beautiful? So plain, so immature, and also so short and so flat. Was the crown prince's eyes blind? But what evoked the most frenzy was the crown prince's allowance for her to view the profound armament. How was this okay? And she had yet to say her important news. But with Betrayal's presence, those words she was unable to say them. Watching the anxiety on Betrayal's face, Huang Yuli inwardly smiled. Suddenly remembering something, she exaggeratedly cried out in awe and said, "Meeting you here is far too good. I just thought of going to find you." "Find me?" Betrayal had yet to react. Sweetly, Huang Yuli smiled, "Yes. Second sister, in the auction earlier I am indebted to you for the bottle of spirit-raising pills. So please give me them. You are some very courteous. How would you bear to make me wait such a long time before giving me my goods? That's why I came to find you immediately after the auction ended. Let's hurry and go find manager's son for the goods. While you go pay, I will collect the goods." When she heard her words, Betrayal nearly fainted on the spot. Because all her attention and energy was focused on the crown prince's situation, he had completely neglected her own. The appearance of this godforsaken girl was coincidence, but because she was here to take her goods. Additionally, Huang Yuli did not bid for anything else in the auction. What she wanted to obtain was just that bottle of spirit-raising pills that had fought over. In front of everyone's eyes, she carried a debt of 131,000 silvers and even lost that bottle of spirit-raising pills. You. Stretching out her trembling finger, Betrayal pointed to her, at a loss for words. Blinking her eyes, Huang Yuli asked, "Second sister, what is wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" There was just too many people in the auction today. It really was a bit stuffy. If this is the case, why don't we hurry to retrieve our things? Once we obtain the pills, you can quickly go home and rest? Fiercely Betrayal glared at her, "You still want the pills? Only through your crafty plots and planning did you manage to fool me. Towards these kinds of unfair bets, you cannot consider it valid." As Huang Yuli looked at her, the corners of her mouth hooked into not quite a smile. "What? Second sister means you wish to deny your debts? Deny? Shouldn't it be more like a cowardly person, like wishes, to swindle money? Second sister, how could you speak like this?" Clutching her chest, Huang Yuli showed a face of innocence, appearing like a persecuted person. "Back there, it was you who willingly decided to gamble. I didn't force you? How could you mention the idea of swindling?" When Betrayal recalled those times, she became more enraged. "Little slew, humph. Damned girl, don't think that you can swindle money by relying on some sly tricks and intelligence. Let me tell you this, you cannot achieve your wishes. In other words, second sister, you absolutely have no intention to uphold your side of the bet. Honor? Of course not. When did we even gamble? How come I don't have any recollection?" Clenching her teeth, Betrayal made a resolution. Even if she were to rip her face to shreds, she would deny until death. Do them part. It was an entire 131,000 ah. Even if you sold her, she wouldn't be able to take that sum out. Even if she could take it out, she would still have to give the pills to this most detestable slut. Just thinking about it angered her to death. What could Betrayal do if she decided to deny her debt? Could she snatch it from her, just from her wastrel status? As if she could not think of any method to delay with her, Huang Yuli helplessly said, "Second sister, if you insist on denying it, then I cannot do anything." Pleased, Betrayal lifted her chin. It seemed that this damned girl was going to give up. Quite tactful of her. Right after she nodded her head, Huang Yuli spun around and jumped onto a platform within the parterre. Landing firmly, she shouted out loudly, "Everyone! Friends and strangers walking by! Please wait a moment. Is there anyone willing to be a witness for me?" This platform was right in the middle area, between the inner and outer courtyards of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. An extremely attention-grabbing location. Just through action of jumping onto the platform, she had already captured many gazes. When the passers-by heard his shouts, many guests who were not in a hurry paused their steps. Turning their gazes towards the direction of the voice, many recognized the speaker immediately. Oh? That young lady standing on the platform, isn't she the Bai family's third miss? AI? Where? It's really her. As a respectable aristocratic lady, why is she frolicking and playing about in the parterre, whilst also shouting so loudly? What is she shouting about anyway? With the conclusion of the auction, Huang Yuli's fame had risen within the circles of the various tycoons and aristocrats. Everyone possessed a gossiping heart. In an instant, a small group of people had formed. Huang Yuli immediately followed with the rubbing of her eyes and the appearance of grievance and pain. Fellow kind-hearted friends, please help me seek justice. The events that had occurred earlier in the auction, I trust everyone had witnessed it. My second sister very clearly lost that bottle of pills to me, but she is proclaiming that no such a thing happened. Eyes red, tears immediately began to well in her watery clear eyes. It looked as they would spill her from eyes at any given moment. Clearly everyone saw right? But she refuses to admit it and says I am speaking nonsense. This bullying is too much. With her original petite and weak outer look, her current performance caused her to appear 10 times more pitiful. Everyone immediately began to sympathize with her once they saw her forlorn and pitiful expression. On top of this, all those people witnessed the dispute between the two earlier. Especially those who attended the auction earlier. At once, those who held a large sense of justice stepped up to testify. It can't be? How could second Miss Bai speak like this? What occurred then, I trust everyone saw. That's right. At the time, second Miss Bai personally agreed to the gamble in front of everyone. There are thousands of witnesses. Correct. You can't possibly wish to deny your debt because of the huge loss you suffered, right? But if you were to speak of it, to use 130,000 silvers to buy one bottle of spirit-raising pills is excessively high. Hey, what losses did she suffer? Clearly it was she who slandered her cousin first, resulting in the gamble between the two. So the money she is to pay is something she deserves, no? Right. Who knew that a stately young miss from Wuwei Manor would renege on her debts? And to think I felt that she was both beautiful and powerful, person who was practically a fairy. But who knew that her character was this appalling? Face beat red, Bai Ruoqi wished that she could find somewhere to drill a hole to hide as she listened to their discussions. The importance she placed on her reputation was very great. Although she would act her usual arrogant and despotic ways in the manor, whenever she was outside Bai Ruoqi would take great care in leaving a kind and magnanimous. But who could predict Huang Yuli's numerous tricks played in the auction and her currently wailing to the crowd? Everyone now knew of her intentions of debt denial. If these rumors were to spread out, she would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. In her fit of fury, Bai Ruoqi nearly shattered her teeth from her clamping. Only through several long and deep breaths did she manage to quell a portion of her anger. Walking to Huang Yuli, she frowned slightly and said, "Third sister, how could you speak about me like this? You misunderstood, big sister. I don't have any intentions of denial." Her voice was unstable as she those words, because what she wanted to do at that very moment was to rip the young girl to shreds. But to keep her good public reputation facade, she must pretend to be the kind-hearted and open-minded elder sister. This angered her to the point of internal injuries. Casting her a glance, Huang Yuli replied to her, "Second sister, but you did not say this previously? You said, you don't remember conducting any kind of gamble with me?" Bai Ruoqi's cheeks twitched ever so slightly. "Oh, third sister, you are such an excitable person. Back there, I misheard you. I thought you were talking about something else." "So you were actually talking about the auctions affair? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, why would I deny this debt?" "So it was actually like this. Bai Ruoqi vigorously nodded her head. That's correct, it was just like this. Hurry up and come back down, third sister. As a young girl, to lift up your skirts and climb to such a high is not that elegant. Using the simple excuse of misunderstanding to muddle past, it would subtly hint that Bai Ruoqi was looking for disharmony if rumors were to spread. Even taking her character as an excuse. Clearly she was shifting the blame all to Huang Yuli's head. Mouth hooking up into a sneer, Huang Yuli jumped down from the parterre platform. Since this is the case, it wouldn't be proper to delay things any longer. Let us hurry to retrieve those pills then. All her attention was focused in entering the inner courtyard. While the group of passers-by who were unwillingly to scatter just yet, followed her for more entertainment. Hastily, Bai Ruoqi attempted to stop her. Third sister, don't be so hasty. Why don't we wait for a while, before taking those pills? Blinking her eyes in puzzlement, Huang Yuli asked, why? Why? Of course it's because she doesn't not have 131 silvers. But she could say it out. If it were to be revealed she did not have that much money, wouldn't it be equivalent to denying her debts? If this were to reach the ears of others, she could not make any other excuses. Blocked by her barrage of words, Bai Ruoqi could not slip in any responses. Yet against expectations, Huang Yuli still managed to display a smile that was both pure and harmless. But in actuality all of this was executed purposely. Her belly was filled with evil schemes. Stiffly Bai Ruoqi reasoned, now, the auction has just concluded, so the amount of people searching Manager Sun must be numerous. If we were to go now, we would definitely have to line up. Line up? Second sister, I think you are overthinking this. Wasn't the inner courtyard empty? But you made a good point. We must make haste or we will have to line up. Let's go. Once she finished speaking, Huang Yuli began to speedily zoom away. Once again, Bai Ruoqi looked as if she had smashed herself with a stone. Left without any other choice, she could only helplessly follow in her footsteps. After Huang Yuli knocked on the door, a serving hand quickly opened the door and led her inside. Inside the room, there was only Manager Sunday. Opening the door and seeing the mountain, Huang Yuli didn't beat around the bush. Twisting his beard, Manager Sun replied, with pleasure. Then I shall ask second young Miss Bai to make the payment. This, quite obviously Bai Ruoqi was unable to take out this amount. Her face was both green and pale. After hesitating and dallying for quite some time, she squeezed out the following words, Manager Sun, I currently do not enough money on my person. Is it possible? Before she had the chance to finish her words, Huang Yuli instantly cut her off exaggeratedly, you didn't bring enough money, second sister? By the way you were calling out bids previously, it did not seem like you were lacking in funds? If you really called out bids without possessing sufficient funds, that would be true malicious price raising. Then you were the thief crying out thief, intentionally slandering me. Because you were lacking in money, you deliberately raised the stakes. You're viciously slandering. Bai Ruoqi nearly jumped up in frustration. Who did not know of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's strong measures towards those who bid with evil intentions? With this damned girl's hollering in front of Manager Sun, what would he conclude from this? Moreover, it wasn't herself who deliberately wished to raise the prices, but this wretched girl's planning. Unfortunately, Huang Yuli would not allow her to explain herself. Seemingly frightened by Bai Ruoqi, she retreated a few steps and began to mumble nonstop. Then how do you explain your insufficient funds? Thousand Treasure Pavilion's rules state that one must possess sufficient funds before placing a bid. Once you successfully obtain the item, you must immediately pay the price or else enter Thousand Treasure Pavilion's blacklist. As she stated this, Huang Yuli purposely added, second sister, if you really don't have enough money, you should honestly tell Manager Sun. After all, money should be more important than reputation, right? In the worst-case scenario that news of this spreads out, it would better than losing the family fortune. Death glaring her, Bai Ruoqi was nearly angered to death. Huang Yuli's sarcastic and snide comments were truly said dexterously. Light but lethally struck at the weak points. If she were to truly enter Thousand Treasure Pavilion's blacklist, it would not only affect herself. This would also affect the residents of Wuwei Manor. God knows how furious her daddy would become. As for the problem of paying the bill, she was unable to take out the full amount. She must go ask Bai Lu Jing for more money. But he would still be angered to death he were to learn that she used 131,000 silvers, yet failed to obtain even the dust particles of the pills. No matter what the options, she would not be able to live with face. No matter how erratically Bai Ruoqi's expressions changed, she did not mention anything about paying the bill. With this sort of conduct, even Manager Sun could not bear to watch any longer. At first, he did not wish to believe that Wuwei Manor's young miss would lack the funds. But her current behavior hinted otherwise. Coughing lightly, Manager Sun interrupted the second miss by, "What is your current standing? There is quite a number of people waiting outside for their items. If possible, I ask that you pay as soon as possible and sort out your grudges at a later date." Bai Ruoqi hesitated at those words. In the moment where she could not retreat or advance, the silent crown prince spoke up. "For this bottle of spirit-raising pills, just allow this one to pay." Once his words rung out, Bai Ruoqi instantly swiveled her gaze onto the crown prince's body. Her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Your Highness Crown Prince, you really wish?" Huffing slightly, the Crown Prince nodded his head. After all, he had prepared 10 million silvers to compete for that profound armor set. In the end, he only used 3 million before winning. Such a worthwhile transaction it was, skyrocketing the Crown Prince to unbelievably high levels of blissfulness. Spending this trifling amount of 131,000 silvers for his future imperial concubine was but a small matter. As for the reason behind his delayed assistance, it was to gain the most amount of gratitude from Bai Ruoqi. He first allowed the events to play, allowing to become panicked, before stepping out at the crucial moment. He executed this type of counting chickens before they hatched wonderfully. Seeing Bai Ruoqi nearly brought to tears, the Crown Prince felt quite pleased. Smilingly Huang Yuli spoke up again, "Your Royal Highness, you are too generous. Who would have thought you would treat second sister so well? Casually spending 100,000 or so, without batting an eyelash." Arrogantly, the Crown Prince flaunted, naturally. "Does this one look like a stingy person?" Even Bai Ruoqi could not have predicted the Crown Prince's generosity today. Leaping in joy, the gaze she gave Huang Yuli was filled with provocation. With the Crown Prince's valiant charisma, it's no wonder he is the object of admiration for countless young ladies in Southview. "Third sister, I don't wish to intentionally speak ill of you, but your eyesight in men is just too poor. Clearly that man who brought you into the VIP room was extremely powerful. So why did you need to make this gamble for those spirit-raising pills with me?" Bai Ruoqi assumed that Huang Yuli would become shamefully angry once she heard those words. After all, the Crown Prince was willing to throw away 100,000 silvers. While the man Huang Yuli attracted, who clearly was richer, did not come out to help her. Speaking bluntly, he was playing with her. What people hated most was the comparison between others. They would naturally despise, anger, and hate. Contrary to expectation, Huang Yuli operated opposite to most people. Without the slight modulation in her expression, she actually looked towards the Crown Prince in admiration. "No wonder you are the Crown Prince. Possessing status and power and even your wealth is astounding. The Crown Prince is someone who can easily pull out 3 million to purchase a complete profound armor set. So what would a bottle of pills amount to? To be able to be with the Crown Prince, second sister, has the envy of many." This well-executed bootlicking was right up the Crown Prince's road. He felt blissful. On the other hand, Bai Ruoqi's heart jumped. Interrupted by Huang Yuli earlier, she nearly forgot to. Does the crown prince know that he had just bid 3 million gold coins? Not silver coins. The crown prince currently believed he had more than enough money. So spending money for her did not affect him. But if he were to carry such a large debt and then recall the amount he spent on the female beside him. Secretly, Bai Ruoqi's facial colors paled. Unfortunately, it was too late to inform him. Straightforwardly, the crown prince threw out a black card and said, "Deduct the pills money from this card. As for the profound armor this one just purchased, also deduct it from here too. But I must first inspect the treasure, before paying." Manager's son said, "That is to be expected. I invite your Royal Highness to the storeroom for inspection." As manager's son led the way, the crown prince could not hide his joy. So he pulled out a fan to disguise it, following leisurely behind. Heart racing with panic, Bai Ruoqi ran to catch up. But no matter what, she could not think of a way to inform him. And what made her heart most anxious was the fact that Huang Yuli had followed them. "Why are you following us?" Bai Ruoqi fiercely glared at her. Huang Yuli returned her glare with a smile. "Of course I am here to collect my pills. It has already been paid, so why would I not retrieve it? Wouldn't that be throwing money into water? Those silvers were already thrown into the water." Once again, Bai Ruoqi nearly fainted from anger. Her eyes filled with despise, Bai Ruoqi hissed to her, "Let me tell you this. Don't be happy too early, Bai Ruoli. Did you think that you would be able to cultivate just by obtaining that bottle of spirit-raising pills? Haha, that may not be the case. Even if they are effective, you will be most a first-grade talent. Never to break past the defensive profound realm. No matter what you do, you are still trash. For a cultivational wastrel, even with the assistance of various medicinal pills, they would forever be stuck at the chi profound realm. They would never be able to become an expert. At most, they would merely possess a healthier and longer lifespan than normal." Although Bai Ruoqi's words were harsh, they were the truth. Contrary to her expectations, Huang Yuli was not heartbroken or affected in the slightest. In fact, she was smiled with amusement. "Who informed you that I would be the one to eat those spirit-raising pills?" Though stunned, Bai Ruoqi immediately recovered herself. "Looks like you know yourself. No matter how many pills you take, they would all be useless. You are just wasting those treasures. Since you are making the imitative to return those pills to me, I shall be the greater person and forgive you." "Stop, stop, stop." Huang Yuli raised a hand. "Second sister, aren't you just a bit too full of yourself? Did I say that intend to give them to you? Then why did you say you did not intend to take them?" Giving her a condescending look, Huang Yuli answered, "I can choose not to eat them, but sell them for money instead." Sell for money? Bai Ruoqi opened her eyes wide in shock. If Huang Yuli really planned and sold those pills, then she would truly become a laughingstock. Seeing her utter gaze of loathing, Huang Yuli naturally would smile. Sell them for money, of course that would be impossible. Second sister, don't be so anxious. Inwardly, Bai Ruoqi loosed a sigh of relief while maintaining that look of despise. Disdainfully she said, "Humph, to be expected from someone like you. You plan to use such a precious resource as a method of earning money? What waste to be in your possession. Only true Qi Profound Realm practitioners would be able to absorb and display its full effects." "That's right, I also feel this way." Huang Yuli smirked lightly. "That's why I plan to bring the pills back with me. So the servants in my back courtyard can take them instead." "What? My personal maid, Kai Wei, you know her right, second sister? Following me for such a long time and suffering so many beatings from you and fourth sister. So pitiful. When I return, I plan to give her 3 spirit-raising pills as compensation. Also my guard, that sweeper, that gardener, They can't be left out. Why don't I bestow them all a piece as a reward and let them have a taste? Mouth gaping and frozen in speechlessness, Bai Ruoqi did not know what to say. What did she think spirit-raising pills were? Candy? Lining up to eat. One for you, one for me? Everyone to have a taste? Those were precious and hard to obtain second-level upper-grade products. How many martial practitioners would place their lives on the line but still fail to even obtain a single pill? Yet she actually planned to give them to those servants? She didn't hear incorrectly, right? Momentarily stunned, Bai Ruoqi regained herself and snorted coldly, "Don't think of tricking me anymore. Speaking all for the sake of angering me, right? Do you think I'm an idiot? Will you truly feed those pills to a bunch of servants? You, telling you the truth, but refusing to believe me. Aren't you forcing me to lie? These years, just trying to speak the truth, it's just too hard." Extremely aggrieved, Li helplessly shook her head and sighed. The little phoenix, who had been hiding in her sleeves, silently nearly fell out again. Lord! This female devil is becoming more and more twisted. For Bai Ruoqi, to continue remaining sane was already nothing short of a miracle. Truly deserving the title of South Yu's #1 female genius. Her mental prowess was truly amazing. "Your Highness Crown Prince, 2 young Miss Bays, I invite you inside." At that moment, Manager Sun's voice sounded alerting them they had arrived at the storeroom. Glaring at Li intensely, Bai Ruoqi strutted inside. Mouth curving in amusement, Li leisurely entered. When she entered, Manager Sun had already taken out the spirit-raising pills. This bottle of spirit-raising pills has already been identified and confirmed by the Alchemy Guild. Its quality is very good. I ask you to take possession of it now. Just as Bai Ruoqi wished to take it herself, Li's hand had flashed by and received the bottle. You. Lowering her head to examine it, Li nodded her head in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Its quality can be considered high. These silvers were not spent in vain. Deduct the money then. That tone of hers seemed like she was the one who made the payment. Clenching her teeth, Bai Ruoqi could only watch as Manager Sun deduct the payment from the Crown Prince's black card. Once completed, he smiled and said, "I am indebted to 3rd young Miss Bai's patronage. For such guests who are generous like yourself, it is truly rare. In the future I ask that you continue to grace our shop." Li chuckled in response, "As long as your products are good, money will not be an issue." Stifled and having the urge to vomit, Bai Ruoqi wailed over her spirit-raising pills. She couldn't even touch the bottle's exterior before the money was just gone. What made her even more furious was the manner in which Manager Sun treated that cheap slut. It was not her own money that she was spending, so of course she would be generous. If it were her, she would be even more generous. In slow calculated steps, Li returned to the sides of the Bai Ruoqi and the Crown Prince. Clutching the bottle, she beamed at them. "Second sister, Crown Prince, I really thank you both today." The Crown Prince looked at her unenthused and nodded his head slightly. On the other hand, Bai Ruoqi nearly exploded. "Third sister, you have already obtained your pills, so why are you not leaving?" "Ah?" Li acted surprised. Didn't the Crown Prince say he wished to inspect the profound armor? And he clearly agreed to allow me to watch and earn some worldly experiences, right? Is he going back on his word? You also wish to view the Crown Prince's possessions? Dreamo. Impatient, the Crown Prince waved his hand to interrupt the two's conversation. Enough. Enough quarreling. If they wish to watch, then let them watch. In the meantime, Manager Sun commanded a few servants to carry all 13 chests out. Opening all the chests, a cyan-glowing set of armor appeared within their eyes. Indeed, it is a peak quality profound armor. The Crown Prince's face lit up in delight. Stepping forward, he bent down to begin his examination. This profound armor set was painstakingly crafted by Huang Yuli. Although its exterior was not eye-catching, the effects were there. She was someone who cared more for the results, rather than the look. The old merchant manager's son had to even request her to engrave a few more useless, but eye-pleasing carvings and symbols. In fact, the more decorative battle formations and carvings on the profound armor, the more profound chi it would exhaust long-term. Towards a more experienced appraiser, this would result in a lowered evaluation of the product. Such methods were mostly used to scam laymen. What a misfortune for the Crown Prince to be a wealthy layman. The more he looked at the glowing profound armor, the more the Crown Prince liked it. Unable to control his smile, he waved his hand in appreciation. Good. It's really too good. Manager's son, your 1,000 treasure pavilion truly is good. To be able to obtain such a wonderful profound armor. Deserving of being South Yu's best merchant hall. You overpraise as your highness. This remark made Manager's son extremely happy. Huang Yuli was also very happy. Holding her chin, she examined her work. If she were to bring out a product, it must be the best. Although this Crown Prince was a bit trashy, he still had good eyesight. That being the case, she would allow him a few days of rest, to collect some more money before scamming him again. Only Bai Ruoqi's face was ugly looking. But with the current events, no one paid her any attention. Once the Crown Prince had completed his excited inspection, with the assistance of Manager's son, he wore the armor for a test. Activating the armor's supplementary profound skill, he smashed the strength testing stone with one hit. This is just too powerful. By relying on this profound armor alone, this prince can barely manage to fight on par with a spirit profound realm practitioner. The Crown Prince widely beamed. Taking of the profound armor, he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. There are no problems. You can deduct the sum. Also, have some people wrap it all up. This prince will personally bring people over to retrieve it later." Grinning widely, Manager's son replied to him, "Then I ask your Royal Highness to pay your bill then." The Crown Prince was puzzled. "Hasn't this one already given you the black card?" Manager's son immediately replied, "That's correct, but your black card only has 10 million silvers. Your Royal Highness, through what methods are you planning to defer the remainder of the sum? We can provide the—" Wait a moment. Eyebrows frowning, the Crown Prince interrupted his words. "You are saying that 10 million is not enough?" Manager's son nodded his head in confirmation. "Your Royal Highness, you are also a esteemed VIP customer of 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. So you should know that this shop always receives the full amount before handing the goods over." This prince knows. But this prince's 10 million is more than enough to pay the due amount. This profound armor is only 3 million. Even if you include that bottle of spirit-raising pills, there should still be more than enough. This time, it was Manager's son's turn to be puzzled. Looking to the left, looking to the right, Manager's son then cautiously and carefully asked, "Your Royal Highness, did you make a mistake somewhere? This profound armor is calculated through gold. So you did not buy it through 3 million silver coins, but 3 million gold coins." "What? What did you say?" The Crown Prince did dare to believe his ears. 3 million gold. This was 3 million gold. Although this profound armor set was expensive, it should be no higher than 10 million silver. The current settled price was more than 3 times of what he expected. Even if he disregarded whether or not it was worth the price, he would still not be able to take out 3 million. As the Crown Prince stared at Manager's son, his gaze became more and more gloomy. How could this be? Calculated through gold coins? How does this prince not know? Your shop had not said this before. Are you intentionally scamming this prince? Manager's son was merely an ordinary Chi Profound Realm practitioner. When he received such a formidable glare from such an expert, he could feel cold sweat form on his back. If it were possible, Manager Sun did wish to offend the Crown Prince. But when he recalled his powerful and mysterious boss instructions, he must summon all courage within him to contend with the Crown Prince. Your Royal Highness, you are number one in South Yu, an existence above tens of thousands. How could we, Thousand Treasure Pavilion, who was born and survives in South Yu, dare to scam you? His face still unsightly, the Crown Prince questioned, then explain how did this situation? Previously, before the auctioning of these profound armaments began, that mysterious armament master had sent over someone to ask us in changing the calculation method from silver to gold. Hence our sudden and abrupt change. What? How could this be? This prince did not hear of this. You dare to fool this prince? As the Crown Prince inked black eyebrows furrowed together, his face was at the peak of gloominess. Hastily, Manager Sun answered him, at that time, I had announced several times to the audience below. Once I confirmed the guests had heard this, did I dare start the auction. Your Royal Highness, are you telling me that you did not hear this? He truly did not hear this. But Manager Sun had said this in such a solemn tone that it could not possibly be fake. Additionally, when those people had called out bids, it was done very conservatively. Clearly not randomly. Those people must have heard Manager Sun's words. Drowned in sweat, the Crown Prince attempted to recall the memories from that time. Then his heart clenched in alarm. That waiter. At the times he had thought it was a bit strange. Normally, once the auction began, apart from guests, there should not be anyone else who was able to enter the auction hall. Yet that waiter appeared at that moment. At the time, he was too impatient to think too deeply. But now when he recalled it, that occurrence was much too strange. Also that bottle of wine, that waiter insisted to open that bottle. And once it was opened and he smelled its aroma, he was unable to hear or recall the events around him. This clearly indicated a conspiracy. The more the Crown Prince analyzed it, the more ugly his face turned. As he unconsciously fisted his hand together, the surrounding profound chi seemed to be affected by the influx of this emotions. With dramatic effects, it began to fluctuate around him. Unknowingly, both Manager Sun and Bairua Qi retreated a few steps in fear of an attack from the fluctuations. Only Huangyu Li remained seated next to one of the 13 armament chests. With great relish, she watched the scene unfold before her. Preposterous. Unable to contain his anger any longer, the Crown Prince explosively punched towards a nearby pillar. A defensive profound realm practitioner's strike can reach a few thousand jin in strength. As a result, the entire room shook from the aftershock. Crackle, rattle. Due to the shaking from the punch, of bottles of pills spilled down from a cupboard. Smashing onto the floor, various pills rolled around on. Local tyrant, too wasteful, in a hushed voice, Huangyu Li garrulously mumbled. In a stern voice, the Crown Prince spoke, Your Thousand Treasure Pavilion has great courage. Dare to play with this prince like so. Frightened by this sudden outburst, Manager Sun kneeled down immediately. Your Royal Highness, I ask you to quell your anger. This lowly one dare not. The situation at the time was witnessed by everyone attending. This shop has always been fair and just. We have never cheated a single one of our customers. I ask your Royal Highness Crown Prince to distinguish the truth. Dare to quibble. Clearly it was you who ordered someone to appear before the auction to purposely open that bottle wine, resulting in this prince's inability to hear your words and astronomical bids. For the sake of earning more commission, you dared to pull such underhand methods. Do you think that this prince is such a good-tempered person to be cheated by you like this? With those accusatory words dropping, the Crown Prince's pressure had reached its peak. Manager Sun was merely a merchant, so there was no possibility of him experiencing such pressure before. His back drenched with cold sweat, he completely collapsed into the ground. We are certain we have not scammed you. The bottle of wine you speak of, this lowly really has no knowledge of. It has nothing to do with Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The Crown Prince coldly sneered, you say you do know of the events that occurred in your Thousand Treasure Pavilion's territory? Did you think this prince is an idiot? Crown Prince, quell your anger. Crown Prince, quell your anger. This lowly one has been wrongly accused. The Crown Prince completely ignored his explanations and began to talk frostily. Quell my anger? That won't do. I order people to come and carry these profound armaments away for this prince. Consider this compensation for this prince. In addition to this, 10 days later, have someone deliver 3 million gold over to the royal palace. Then this affair can be forgotten, otherwise, humph. The Crown Prince's subordinates had been waiting for him at the entrance. When they heard his commands, they immediately entered and began to carry the chests away. Hurriedly, manager's son stood up in an attempt to stop them. You can't. We cannot do it like this. These are profound armaments worth millions of gold. Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, you cannot rob those treasures like so. AIO. As manager's son attempted to block the entrance, he was effortlessly kicked to the side by the Crown Prince's imperial bodyguard. He was unable to stand up. It was chaos outside of the storeroom. Watching from the side, Huang Yuli continuously shook her head. Thousand Treasure Pavilion really was a small business in a small country. Facing the Crown Prince's attitude, manager's son was frightened to the extremes. It was just far too embarrassing. There were numerous businesses within Tianling continent who held profound backgrounds. And they also possessed great power. Not to mention the Crown Prince, even if it were a 9th-layer pinnacle practitioner at the Emperor Profound Realm, they would not dare to act arrogantly in their presence. They all needed to obediently follow the set rules. If they dared to act like this, they would definitely be unable to bring the food home to eat. Huang Yuli could only shake her head in disappointment. She assumed that manager's son could make the Crown Prince obediently pay the sum without her assistance. Jumping down from the chest, she dusted of any dirt on her skirt and lightly spoke out. Your Royal Highness. She had only spoken a few words, before the weather suddenly changed. Bang! 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 They heard a few loud sounds before a few people were knocked to the ground. They were like dead dogs, not moving a muscle. Looking closely, you would see they were the Crown Prince's imperial bodyguards who had just exited the storeroom. Knocked unconscious, they were sent flying back inside. Those still inside the storeroom were shocked by what they saw. A group of black-clothed guards silently entered. By their attitudes, they seemed to have surrounded the storeroom. You people. The Crown Prince subconsciously took a step back. He was someone who had experienced the world. So a single glance told him these people were not ordinary. These guards, each and every single one possessed superior auras, possessing unfathomably deep cultivations. Not only this, they all held cold and extreme killing intents. This kind of grandeur could only be emitted by those who had experienced countless bloody battles. Using years to hone themselves on the battlefield before reaching such a height. Huang Yuli also raised her eyebrows. For she had already recognized the leader of the group. He was MOC, the subordinate of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's owner. He came with impeccable timing. When Huang Yuli thought of their supporting master, her lips subconsciously rose into a curve. She, herself, did not notice this. Each and every guard stood quietly in position at the entrance. They did not make any further movements or sounds. But this eerie silence caused the others to feel an unnatural chill. Silently MOC walked inside, his gaze naturally landed on manager's son. Manager's son, you may go rest. Following his words, the trembling manager's son was escorted to a chair in the side of the room. After his was settled, MOC's gaze turned to the crown prince. His tone frigid. "Your Highness, daring to create a disturbance in our Thousand Treasure Pavilion. You are the first." MOC was at the fourth stage, the damn profound realm. Due to the large disparity between their cultivations, it took all of the crown prince's willpower to not retreat. His legs had already softened from fright. So you are the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion?" The crown prince asked with some reservations. MOC did not speak, but returned the question with an icy gaze. Although the crown prince could not bear such a tremendous pressure, he still forced himself to speak out. "Great owner, this prince does not wish to cause such a ruckus in Thousand Treasure Pavilion. But it was manager's son who took this too far." Originally, the crown prince planned on accusing Thousand Treasure Pavilion of misconduct. But as soon as he saw MOC's awe-inspiring aura, he immediately shifted his intentions. He pinned all blame on manager's son's head. Hurriedly he continued to speak, in hopes of selling the profound armament for a higher price. Manager's son actually ordered a waiter to purposely disturb this prince, resulting in this prince's astronomical figure. This kind of thing, were to spread out, it would ruin Thousand Treasure Pavilion's reputation. You should give this prince a proper explanation, right? Just previously, the crown prince had used an imposing tone to speak. But now, he was using a negotiative tone to gain a bit of justice. MOC replied, "How do you wish for us to explain this? Since this is an issue relating to an auction bid, the bid can no longer be valid. As for this profound armor set, this prince will purchase it for 10 million silvers. Then this problem can be overlooked and forgotten." Originally the crown prince had planned to use the reasoning of Thousand Treasure Pavilion abusing its power to present to him an optimal result. With that in mind, he would be able to openly snatch a set of profound armor home. But with the situation turning to such a degree, he no longer dared to make such a request. Taking any advantages was no longer possible. At that very moment, all the crown prince wished to do was to minimize his losses as much as possible. That being said, MOC coldly laughed in response, "Your Highness, there are two things you are mistaken in." At a loss, the crown prince stared at MOC. A dreadful sense of unease rising within. MOC immediately followed with, "The first mistake, the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion is my family's master. I am merely a bodyguard." "Your Highness, you have recognized the wrong person." "What?" the crown prince cried out in surprise. When he saw MOC's cultivation and aura, it was one that clearly belonged to an expert. His pressure easily suppressing the weak. Because of this, he unknowingly assumed MOC to be the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. While in reality, such a powerful cultivator was merely a bodyguard? Then the master that he spoke of, what universally shocking person would he be? At that point, the crown prince truly began to feel fear. Thousand Treasure Pavilion's power had reached such a frightening degree. They were so strong that if they wished to squash him, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. But how could this be? Why would such a large power settle in such a small country like Southview? And host an auction here? Out of all possibilities, the crown prince would not guess that the reason behind the purchase for that mysterious expert did it all to simply gain the affections of his beloved little fox. MOC continued to speak expressionlessly. "Secondly, what right do you have to speak fairness with Thousand Treasure Pavilion? You say we are scamming you? Where is the evidence? Who can hold witness for you?" The crown prince was unable to reply. If it were in more normal situations, he would have definitely replied with "This prince's words are evidence." But in the face of such a dominating expert, he did not have the courage to be so daring. Furthermore, with manager Sun's earlier words of confirming the crowd had heard his words, he was unable to find any witness. Wait, there was one person. The crown prince suddenly turned around. His line of sight falling onto Bai Ruoqi's body. Second young Miss Bai can bear witness for this prince. During their exchange, Bai Ruoqi constantly withdrew her body and presence in order to not be noticed. She did not expect the crown prince to still call her out after so much expended effort. Cold sweat ran down her forehead and pale face. Moc coldly said, "Oh? Second young Miss Bai, you can be a witness? What kind of evidence do you have to prove that Thousand Treasure Pavilion scammed you?" I. Bai Ruoqi glanced at the crown prince, then at Moc. Both men returned her glances, with icy ones. They focused their attention all to her, causing her to feel panicked and frightened. She really wished she could vanish at that instant. If she were to speak out for the crown prince, those fiend-like bodyguards might lash out at her. With such strength, they would be able to completely disregard her status as some young lady from a marquis household. Who knows what they will do to her? But if she did not help the crown prince would not let her and Wu Wei Manor off. This was what you call being unable to advance or retreat. The longer Bai Ruoqi refused to speak, the colder the crown prince's gaze became. Moc sorrowfully spoke, "Your Highness, looks like this lady companion cannot bear witness to your claims. Your claims of scam towards this shop, and your disturbance-raising actions that affected the reputation of this shop, not to mention your intentions to go back on your debt in order to snatch away the goods. For such actions, this shop and the Chamber of Commerce shall not deal with this leniently. Today's affairs cannot end like this." His gaze lifeless, the crown prince was devoid of any fighting spirit. Bai Ruoqi's refusal to speak only served to confirm that he was framing Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Not only was he speaking conceited nonsense, he was also caught in the act of snatching away treasures today. It was due a moment's mistake. He did not properly investigate Thousand Treasure Pavilion's powerful background first. Head lowered, the crown prince bowed slightly and said in a respectful tone, "This great lord is, I have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I have angered your family's master, I ask you to please placate your anger. If there is anything I can do, please feel free to speak out. I will do my utmost to compensate you." In the face of such power, the crown prince wholeheartedly acknowledged his defeat. The corners of Huang Yuli rose up. This show was quite enjoyable to watch, she thought. And the conclusion was just how she imagined it to be. In regards to the issue between the crown prince and Thousand Treasure Pavilion, it was not a matter of who was right and who was wrong, but who was more powerful. If the crown prince was the stronger party, no matter how unwillingly Thousand Treasure Pavilion would be, they could only admit defeat. Even if that meant having those treasures taken away. But the current conclusion was Thousand Treasure Pavilion who held the upper hand. The crown prince could only suffer the loss. Internally, the crown prince was very unresigned. But in the face of such an overwhelming power, he could only bow his head. There was no alternate path to take. With the power of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's owner, annihilating Southview would be as simple as raising a hand. It was barely acceptable for himself to be humiliated. But if he were to implicate the royal family as well, he would become a person condemned through the ages. He could only pray for the magnanimity of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's owner now. Praying that he would not be too excessive in his demands. Emotionlessly, Moc said, "My master has asked me to pass on a word. As the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, this is the first time he has met someone daring enough to cause such a ruckus. Crown Prince, you are the first. So if things were to be resolved this easily, then we would no longer be able to conduct business in the future. On the face of Southview's royal family, as long as the Crown Prince is willingly to pay the reparations, then major issues can become small ones." Yes, yes, yes. The Crown Prince hastily nodded his head in agreement. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, the Crown Prince cautiously asked, "This should be?" "It should be." May I ask how much do I have to pay? 10 million. The crown prince let out a loud gasp. He felt a large stone fall heavily in his heart. 10 million, although it was a large lion's bite at him, it was still a sum within his boundaries. If he were able to pass this affair with that much silvers, then it was still worthwhile. Gold. MOC indifferently opened his mouth to finish his previous statement. What? The crown prince's eyes bulged wide open. MOC coldly said, 10 million gold. In 10 days' time, deliver it to 1,000 Treasure Pavilion without a single gold less. Otherwise, don't blame our family's master of being ruthless. 10 million, gold? The crown prince's voice began to shake and waver. Distinguished sir, it is not that I am unwillingly. But, 10 million gold, is it not a bit too much? I truly cannot take out so much. Devoid of any emotions, MOC replied, Your Highness Crown Prince, please do not misunderstand. Currently, it is you who does not wish for this affair to become bigger. Whether or not you can take out that much, it not with the considerations of my master. This concludes the conditions of my master. Currently you have two choices, comply with my master's demands and quietly pay your debt. Or, you can suffer the wrath of my master. Startled, the crown prince shivered. He did not dare to say a single word further. Yes. I will definitely complete it. He wished he could cry, but the crown prince had no tears to cry. In comparison to those worldly things, of course it was his own life that was more important than Southview's treasury. He was not someone who failed to accept favors, bestowed them. But where should he take this sum out from? He himself did not possess that much. If he wished to repay this debt, he must take out all the taxes saved within the royal treasury these years, in order to fill up that black hole. But how is he going to explain to his royal father that he had unintentionally offended such a formidable and frightening existence? If this news were to travel to the ears of his royal family, his own position of crown prince would be uncertain. MOC continued in his cold tone, Since you understand this, I ask the crown prince to leave. But the crown prince did not move. Hesitating for a long time, his gaze traveled to MOC and then to the 13 chests behind him. Within those chests were the set pieces of his profound armor set. That profound armor. After a great mental debate, the crown prince still decided to ask hesitatingly. Profound armor? MOC sneered, Your Highness Crown Prince, have made a mistake? You caused such a commotion and problem in 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Do you think that the master will still sell you the profound armor? Isn't this a bit too much? Being so ruthlessly ridiculed by a lower-class bodyguard, the crown prince could not continue to remain here. He did not where he would put his face. But he was just too unwillingly. That profound armor, after dreaming about it for so long, and seeing it just about land in his hands, due to a moment's brainlessness, slipping right through his fingers. If he had heard Manager Sun's words earlier, then he would only needed to use 10 million silvers. Then he would have obtained it. If he could retreat 1,000 steps, he would have not forcefully attempted to take advantage of 1,000 Treasure Pavilion and instead quietly paid the 3 million gold. This profound armament would then be within his grasp. Unlike his current predicament. Squandering 10 million gold like so, yet still failing to obtain the item. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a medicine for regret. As the crown prince was in the midst of despair and resignation, a young girl's voice suddenly sounded. This brother guard, your 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, isn't it a bit too unjust if you do solve it like that? Very clearly His Royal Highness had successfully bid and obtained that item. So the contract between him and yourself had already been established. How can you go back and decide not to sell it on a whim? If you act like this, how can we believe your words in the future? The young girl's voice was extremely pleasing to listen to. It sounded an oriole's clear and melodious call as it exited the valley. A rare reveal of astonishment was displayed on MOC's usually emotionless face. That was because the young who spoke out was none other than the little fox that his master constantly yearned for. The one who was highly likely to become his mistress, third young Miss Bai. Regardless of how MOC would predict, he could not foresee that she would speak out at such a time. Judging from the tone of her words, she intended to go against him as well? Third young Miss Bai, your intention is... Seamlessly, MOD lowered his head and changed his tone to a more respectful one. Walking to the space between the two, she loudly said, "Guard big brother, although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was a bit hasty in his actions, but he is still willingly to pay the 10 million gold. Does that not show enough of his sincerity? Since this is the case, why can you not be magnanimous? They were not running a charity, why should they be magnanimous? In the Tianling continent, the strong ruled. There was no such thing of pitying the weak. MOC was completely uncertain as to what this future mistress of his planned on doing. Though no matter how confused he became, he remembered the order of his master, regardless of what third young Miss Bai wishes to do, you must not disobey her orders. If you make third young Miss Bai unhappy. When MOC recalled MOC's end, he couldn't help himself as a cold shiver ran down his spine. Probingly, he said, "Third young Miss Bai." Quickly giving him an eye roll, Huang Yuli used her eyes to indicate at the Crown Prince, telling him not to be so obvious. She did not wish to reveal her identity so early. Lightly coughing, MO so hurriedly followed his earlier call, "Third young Miss Bai, you are a VIP guest of Thousand Treasure Pavilion and this affair is not related to you. I ask you to not meddle and leave as soon as possible." Raising her chin, Huang Yuli replied to him, "This affair, I must meddle. Tell me. Is Thousand Treasure Pavilion this unprincipled? Are you planning to forcibly snatch back the treasure after selling it? Or is it because you feel that citizens of our Southview are easy to bully?" When the Crown Prince heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at Huang Yuli's little face. His eyes flashed with excitement. "Third young Miss Bai, you did not expect you would speak for this prince." The Crown Prince was really touched. Just a moment ago, he had made the preparations to pay that sum. So he did not expect for Huang Yuli to come forward at such a crucial moment. Compared to the silent Bai Ruoqi, Huang Yuli's action seemed very righteousness. Did not think there would be such a woman in this world. All color had drained from Bai Ruoqi's face. She could not understand why the usually cowardly as a mouse, Bai Ruoli, would become so bold lately. In the face of such a dominating master, not the slightest bit of slightest fear could be seen. It even attracted the Crown Prince's eyes. Many alarms began to ring within Bai Ruoqi's heart. But she did not have any methods of interception, she could only secretly curse Huang Yuli in her heart. With her bold and provocative behavior, it would mostly likely anger MOC. Best case scenario, he would immediately kill her. Everything would be perfect. MOC helplessly looked at Huang Yuli from a distance. When he saw her fearless of death countenance, completely into her act, he could only play along with her act. So, according to third young Miss Bai's point of view, what should Thousand Treasure Pavilion do? In order to make this just and fair? Huang Yuli replied, "This, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's debt, although it cannot decrease, but at the same time, he did successful bid that profound armor. This and that are two different things. So compensation will be compensation and auctioned items shall be auctioned items. As long as His Royal Highness can take out 3 million gold as payment, then that profound armor should rightfully be his." Raising her head in a righteous awe-inspiring manner, Huang Yuli grandiosely spoke. MOC always knew she was not a kind person. Could you not see that even his family's master was firmly planted within her grasp? Thinking for a moment, MOC suddenly cried out in surprise. Hurriedly he said, "What third young miss by said, is reasonable. Then we shall do it according to what you suggested." He turned to the crown prince, "Within 10 days, deliver 13 million gold to 1,000 treasure pavilion. Then I will allow you to take this set of profound armor. But remember, do not think about playing tricks or delaying the time. Otherwise, the wrath of my family's master, your entire nation south you will not be able to bear." Following his warning, Moc waved his sleeves. From behind him, a few guards approached the crown prince, half forcing him to go. Although the crown prince owed a large amount of debt, but when he thought how he finally was able to obtain that profound armor, it eased his heart a bit, making the loss seem a bit smaller. Before leaving, he did not forget to gratefully nod at Huang Yuli. Following closely behind the crown prince by Ruoqi also left. She also did not forget to hatefully glare at Huang Yuli. Huang Yuli was the last one to exit through the door. Following that, Moc commanded a few guard remain to assist Manager Sun in keeping order, while he personally followed not too far behind Huang Yuli. Walking from the side, she could see the crown prince's back figure from far away. Before he and Bai Ruoqi had left 1,000 treasure pavilion, they had already begun to quarrel. Bai Ruoqi stood pale-faced at the side, while the crown prince angrily left in a flourish of his sleeves. TSK, it seems that the pair's relationship is not all that good. A small misunderstanding like this was able to cause a falling out. Young people nowadays, Huang Yuli commented while shaking her head. Moc looked at her embarrassedly, whispering, "Third young miss Bai." Huang Yuli looked at him oddly and asked, "Moc, why are you following me?" Moc's beautiful eyebrows arched up. Incomparably respectful was his attitude towards her. It was almost the same type of treatment he gave towards his master. "Third young miss Bai, just then, why did you? You would like to ask why I spoke on behalf of the crown prince?" Huang Yuli pricked up her eyebrows. Yes. This subordinate is dull, so third young miss, please advise." "Stupid. Stupid, back to your family." Huang Yuli ruthlessly reprimanded with great disdain. Today, the only reason why this set of profound armor could sell for 3 million gold price, was all due to the crown prince's stupidity. Given a change in occasion, how could it possibly sell for so much? Yet you wished to strap down the item, not selling it to the crown prince? Where do you expect me to go and find such a large sum of money? Moc replied in realization, so it was like this. Mouth hooking into a curve, Huang Yuli said, "Besides, how much will the crown prince thank me, just from me saying a few helping words, Did you not see his tears of joy? These kind of easy to obtain advantages, how can I not take it?" Drawing out his lips, Moc's heart suddenly held great amounts of sympathy for the crown prince. What is called being sold by others yet still helping them count the money? The crown prince was a perfect embodiment of that. Completing her explanation, Huang Yuli cast him a glance. "Understood?" "Understood. Any more questions?" "No more questions." "That being the case, why are you still following me for? You can go do what you need to do." She waved her hand as she said this. Moc bowed his head. "Under the orders of the master, this subordinate is to ensure your safety. I cannot leave." Huang Yuli faintly smiled and said, "To ensure my safety? I see, he is afraid I will run away. So he sent you to monitor me?" A few drops of cold sweat ran down Moc's face. "Third young miss Bai, you misunderstood." "I did not misunderstand. But, I want to find a place to change my clothes." "Are you sure you want to follow me? If you see something you should not see, I do not need to make a move and your shop's owner will chop you into 8 pieces, no?" "Ah? What? The always calm and silent Moc, who was usually very adept at predicting the master's mind, found his IQ to be very low today. In front of his future mistress, he had repeatedly acted like an idiot, completely unable to keep up with her mindset. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, MOC realized that Huang Yuli was not playing with him. Searching for a spare room, Huang Yuli took out of a set of prepared clothes and a box. Very quickly she changed her appearance. Shortly afterwards, she changed into the weak and thin appearance of the youth who had come to Thousand Treasure Pavilion to sell those profound armaments. She was preparing to go meet Manager Sun and collect her money. Manager Sun did not know her true identity. She also did not intend to expose herself as that mysterious and legendary armament master. So this disguise was still necessary. Inside the storeroom, Manager Sun had just taken a few medicinal pills and hot tea to calm himself before continuing to arrange delivery for the guests' items. Manager Sun. Huang Yuli pushed open the door and entered. Manager Sun was in the midst of receiving the princess of the largest kingdom, South Chu. She had bid for a third-level lower grade 9-part whip. After accepting her goods, she was in the process of discussing the appropriate maintenance routine. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the princess looked back to see a surprisingly young boy with dark skin wearing a fluttering gray robe. She wrinkled her brow, reprimanding, "Who is that? Do you not see this princess is currently talking with Manager Sun? Not even knocking on the door and audaciously entering on your own accord?" Folding her arms across her chest, Huang Yu leaned on the door post without saying a word. Manager Sun also knitted his eyebrows together. "I am currently receiving an important customer. Whatever you need to discuss, we can discuss it later." As soon as he finished his words, a person's footsteps were still heard. Impatiently, Manager Sun turned his head to ask, "What is the matter? Hurry up, Anne." When he saw the figure at the doorway, Manager Sun's words stopped in his throat. On his face was complete shock. "What is wrong, Manager Sun?" Seeing that his reaction was not right, Princess Ziyu asked baffled. Manager's son did not reply to her question. Instead, he quickly stood up and went to welcome the guests. "Master Huang. So, it was you who came. Such a rare visitor. Please come in, come in. Please sit here." Turning his head, he called for a serving hand. "Come, someone come and pour tea for Master Huang. What are you dawdling around for? Faster, faster. Also, bring out the dragon heart tea that we received yesterday." In a flustered manner, Manager Sun began to order around and usher the guest inside. When the tea arrived, he respectfully delivered it to Huang Yuli. "Master Huang, this dragon heart tea is a speciality of our South Yu. Even within the large Tianling continent, it has quite a reputation. Just 50 grams is able to sell for 100 silvers. Furthermore, this was freshly picked this year. So its taste would be even better. Please try it." Sitting at the side, Princess Ziyu looked on with wide eyes. She was unable to conceal her astonishment. As a stately princess, Manager had always been very courteous in his treatment towards her. But he had never treated her in such a fawning and humble manner. What was this youth's background? Why did Manager Sun treat him so respectfully? Was he another kingdom's prince? But judging from his clothes, weren't they too ordinary? Huang Yuli indifferently looked at Manager Sun but did not take the offered cup. Instead she said, "Manager Sun, the auction has already ended. I have come on behalf of the master. As for my purpose, I am sure you are also clear. I ask those idle persons to first wait a bit. Then I invite Master Huang to the private room to discuss this." "That's fine." Huang Yuli nodded her head in response. Who are you calling an idle person that can wait?" Being ignored so completely and classified into the ranks of an idle person who can wait around Princess Ziyu became displeased. Hurriedly Manager Sun apologized. "I am sorry to ask Princess Ziyu to wait a moment. This one has business to handle first." At the moment, Manager Sun did not have the time to deal with the displeased Princess Ziyu. His attention was all focused on Huang Yuli as he ushered her into the private room. For Princess Ziyu, she could not fathom why a youth would be more important than her, a stately princess. To be cast away to the side so easily by Manager Sun. Extremely angered, she heavily slammed the teacup onto the table. Pa! It sounded heavily. The suddenly sound and action startled the maid who had come to pour tea for her. Your Highness, Princess, please quell your anger. Let me ask you, Princess Ziyu turned to ask that maid, that prince just then, do you recognize him? This servant does not. But I did meet him before. She bowed in response. Oh? Who is he? Your Royal Highness, Princess, that prince is said to be an armament master. For those third-leveled armaments sold in today's auction, they were all refined by Prince Huang's master. Last time he came in the place of his master, to sell those armaments. Many people were present and witnessed this. Princess Ziyu was surprised by this news. What? He is the disciple of that great armament master? It was no wonder Manager Sun treated him with such great reverence. She couldn't help but inwardly rejoice. Rejoicing that she did not clash with that Prince Huang earlier. The purpose of her trip to the auction was not only to purchase an armament. But she also wished to request that master to forge a personal armament for herself. If she were to offend his disciple here today, then that request would become many times harder to achieve. Once Huang Yuli and Manager Sun entered the private room, she immediately opened the doors to see the mountain, going straight to the point. Manager Sun, I have come under the orders of my master to receive the payment. This auction was very successful today. To be able to auction those items at such high prices, you have made a great effort. His face filled with smiles, Manager Sun modestly replied, I dare not accept, dare not accept. It is all due to the great master's quality products. Only then were they able to sell for such a value. Our 1,000 treasure pavilion only lit the available fuse. Huang Yuli nodded her head in response. In my previous trip, I passed a sheet of paper with a list of herbs for you to gather. I do not know if you have collected everything yet? Manager Sun confidently replied, of the herbs you requested, a vast majority has been gathered, as our store has a ready supply. There are a few third and fourth leveled herbs that were a bit difficult to purchase, but we have already received the items from various surrounding countries. There is just one. Oh? On the list, the herb flame cloud pearl is not really a plant. It more of a fire-attributed crystallized ore that is used for its medicinal properties and very rare. Not only can it be used to refine pills, it is also very useful for armament masters. It is a 6th-leveled material. Peeping at Huang Yuli's reaction, Manager Sun continued to speak cautiously and prudently, Master Huang, in such a small country like our own, it is virtually impossible for us to purchase 6th-leveled materials. After sending out people to search in all of the various countries, we have yet to successfully find any. I really am truly sorry. He was very afraid that this Master Huang would mistakenly think they did not use all their energy to search. But Huang Yuli's face remained calm. She had long foreseen the result of this herb hunt. A 6th-leveled material could only be purchased in a few large and influential cities of the South Sky region. For a small country like South Yu, the percentage of its appearance was close to 0. It would be normal if they would not be able to find it. But she urgently needed that flame cloud pearl because she needed it to cleanse and reshape her marrow. In the process of changing her physique, the most important was a herb center. If she did not have this component, her meridians would have no method of linking up. She would then remain as a cultivational wastrel. She has had enough of these unable to cultivate days. Although her circumstances were like so, no one was able to bully her. But if one were to compare the two, what would be more refreshing? To go and skirt around corners to strike, or directly striking? Feeling stifled, Huang Yuli couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. Because manager Sun had wordlessly waited her reply, when he saw the creasing of her eyebrows, he assumed she had been angered. Panicking, he attempted to appease her. Master Huang, I ask you not to be angry. We definitely continue to use all our effort to search for you. Just a couple days ago, we had sent a few people to Skycloud City. They should be able to find it there. Huang Yuli continued to knit her eyebrows. For normal cultivators, it should take at least 2 months for a roundabout trip from Southview to Skycloud City. The cauliflower dish would have long cooled by then. Do they not have other methods to hasten their pace? Is there really no flame cloud pearl in the vicinity? There is. Stopping, manager thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. That's right. Why did I not think of this earlier? What is the matter? He replied, Master Huang, I must say that this is quite a coincidence. Our Southview royal family has a 6th-leveled flame cloud pearl stored within their treasury. This is a treasure passed down through the generations. Ordinary people definitely will not be able to see it, but your master is a great armament master. If he were to personally negotiate with the emperor could not ignore him. Stroking her chin, Huang Yuli considered, since the location is known. Then this will be easier to accomplish. Originally she felt that the crown prince had already shouldered a large enough debt. It was enough for her to let off the royal family. But how was she to know that it would be this coincidental? Although Huang Yuli held some complaints, she did not display it. Calmly, she said, since this is the case, deliver the gathered herbs to the carriage outside the door. I will bring them away with me. For the remaining sum, deduct it from Clear Jade Bank's black card. After listening to this, manager Sun's face showed the color of embarrassment. Master Huang, I would like to ask for your forgiveness. What happened? Manager Sun hesitated. It is like this. Your profound armaments were all sold at exorbitant prices, while most buyers have paid their dues. That set of profound armor. Huang Yuli already knew what he wanted to say, but she pretended to be unaware. Impatiently she said, what is wrong with the profound suit? I just saw the Southview prince spend 3,000,002 gold to purchase it. This price is very good. I presume my master will also be very satisfied. Yes, the price is good, but, Manager Sun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has met with a little problem in regards to his cash flow. So, he wishes to deny his debts? Is Thousand Treasure Pavilion unable to make him pay his dues? If you have people who refuse to pay their debts, then I will not cooperate with you next time. Manager Sun hurriedly said, no, it is not like this. This account will be recovered. We just ask for a few days to collect the money. Huang Yuli nodded her head in acceptance. I will come back in 10 days to collect the money, do not disappoint me. Manager Sun nodded again and again, feeling very blessed. Fortunately, the new owner's background was strong enough for the Crown Prince to cower in fear, or things would have really ended badly today. Offending a 5th-tiered armament master from a large sect was no joke. Checking her herbs, Huang Yuli nodded her head pleased. Of the herbs collected by Thousand Treasure Pavilion, each and every one were upper-class products. Whether it was the year or freshness, they were all perfect. Enabling one to fully exert all of its properties. That's right, there is one more thing. As she opened her mouth, Huang Yuli startled Manager Sun. Master Huang, what other commands do you have? When I came, Master told me to inform to carefully check for any problems, before handing the profound armor over to the buyer. After all, the price is so high, if any issues in quality were to arise, it would tarnish the good name of my master. Manager Sun was momentarily surprised. But soon that surprise changed into joy. That would be too good. Exactly what we hope for. The profound armor is in the adjacent storehouse. Master Huang, please follow me. Manager Sun's heart was touched. Normally, even if they only at the first tier, the characters of these armament masters were all proud and haughty. Once a profound armament was sent to the Merchant Guild for sale, they would not be responsible for any issues or problems that arise later in the transaction. He did not expect a fifth-tier armament master would send his disciple for a quality check. Such responsible armament masters were really rare nowadays. Moreover, this was an item with deferred payment. Usually armament masters would not agree to such a method of payment. Yet this Master Huang did not put it in his mind. This is what you call both strong and valiant. But how was he to know that Huang Yuli's mouth hooked up as she followed behind him? And this smile was extremely black. Arriving at the storeroom, Huang Yuli expressed how she could not be disturbed during this time and ushered Manager Sun out. This was the rule of the profession. So Manager Sun did not take it to heart. After about half an hour later, Huang Yuli exited the storeroom. Manager Sun, this suit has some small flaws which I have touched up. Huang Yuli slowly said. Manager Sun was moved. Master Huang, it has been hard you. When the Crown Prince receives his item, I would think he would be very pleasantly surprised. A dark smile flashed past Huang Yuli's face. Pleased? Of course he will be pleased. And it will be a great like too. However, the person who will receive this would mostly likely be the Crown Prince's opponent. But the Crown Prince should still feel honored. Because not only has the armament master changed the intricate formations and markings, they accomplished through technique only 7th tier or higher masters would be able to execute. To be used on such a suit of profound armor, he was the one to earn a profit. Looking at the sky, she said, the time is getting late now. I will first return. 10 days later, I will come and take the remaining 3 million gold. Manager Sun busily replied, please rest in the VIP room for a little, as I go prepare the carriage to send you back. No need. I still plan to shop around the streets. Rejecting the kindness of Manager Sun, Huang Yuli then proceeded to look for an empty location. Finding one, she then stored the bags of herbs into the Sky Phoenix ring. Then she stuck 2 beards onto her face and left Thousand Treasure Pavilion through the crowd. As she reached the exit, she turned around to discover that MOC, without pause, had continued to loiter around the inner courtyard. A rare moment of sympathy went out to him. If this master were to discover he had lost sight of her, he would go scold MOC. Life wasn't easy for a subordinate. However, she did not wish to listen that man's words. Waiting for him to pick her up, she was not a pet. So naturally she must quickly slip away. With the auction coming to a close, Huang Yuli believed that in the strength of the Lord, it would only be a matter of time before she received the complete account of her sold items. For the next few days, she must properly contemplate how to obtain that flame cloud pearl. Quite obviously, directly negotiating with the emperor was impossible. After all, the so-called legendary master of some large sect was her own fictional creation. There was no method for him to reveal himself, while she was the nationally renowned wastrel. It would be strange if the emperor would agree to a meeting with her. More importantly, the flame cloud pearls were precious 6th-leveled materials. And they were one of the more in-demand materials. Even if the emperor was willing to strike a deal with her, she needed an armament at the 5th level or higher for exchange. With her current cultivation, this was impossible to do. So that only left one way. That is, to steal it. But it is not easy to steal. The royal treasury was the treasure room of the South Yu royal family. Obviously the defensive mechanisms and protectors would not be lacking either. But for Huang Yuli, these defenses were nothing but parlor tricks. Not worth mention, easily undone. It was the guards of the royal treasury that would be the headache. According to her recent inquiry, South Yu has 2 4th-stage damn profound realm cultivators, they were the two strongest people in the country. One of their duties was to guard the imperial palace. The other was the safekeeping of the royal treasury. In addition to this, there was a team of golden-scaled guards stationed there. Each member was a defensive Profound Realm practitioners, while the three captains were at the Spirit Profound Realm. To her current waste constitution, direct confrontation was also out of the question. Fortunately, she had another way. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yuli shut herself in her room for 7 days, refining various profound armaments. Later that evening, she stealthily snuck to a nearby canyon for a scout. 7 days later. It was a dark and windy night. Bending her waist like a cat, Huang Yuli half lay on the edge of the slope, attentively surveying from above. Waiting until the patrol guard had left, she revealed herself. In accordance to her observations these last few days, the guards will switch shifts at midnight. During this process, this area will have a window of half an hour without any kind of supervision. It was the optimal chance for her. The entire land of the treasury was covered with a protection formation. But this could not pose any obstruction towards Huang Yuli. Calmly, she walked into the range of the protective formation quietly without activating any alarms. At the entrance of the royal treasury, there was a Spirit Profound Realm practitioner standing guard. This was obviously out of the possible entry routes. Huang Yuli chose a ventilation vent. They only had 2/3 level defensive Profound Realm guards on duty. What? The guard who was on duty was puzzled to see something flash by him not too far away. Unfortunately, before he could react, he felt an unusual cool sensation on his neck. In the next instant, his body froze while his eyes bulged open while looking forward. While the other guard also responded too late. Before he knew it, a dagger had already slit his throat. She wiped the blood on the guard's clothes and murmured, "Careless." As expected of not possessing any profound chi. I nearly alerted others. Taking out a grappling claw, she threw it onto the wall. Then using her body's propulsion force, she climbed up 5 meters up the wall and into the vent. Landing lightly inside the treasury, Huang Yuli looked around. On the first floor was a variety of gold and silver treasures. Piles of jewelry, calligraphy, pearls the sizes of dragon eyes adorned the room. The sight simply bedazzled the eyes. Although South Yu is a small country, but it still seems to be quite rich. It should not be a problem for the crown prince to take out 13 million gold. It is not enough to give him thoughts of denying the debt. As for the objects in front of her eyes, Huang Yuli had no use for them. Furthermore, it would not be convenient for her to carry around. Too lazy to look around further, she went upstairs. On the second floor were magic cores from various demonic beasts from all attributes. The multitude of colors lay packed in all areas of the room. This time, Huang Yuli looked for a bit longer. As the demonic beasts absorbed the profound chi of the world, they condense to form the magic crystals or cores within their bodies. There is a whole range of uses for these cores. Not only could you absorb it into your body, it was greatly useful for armament masters as well. For profound armaments and cores that shared the same attributes, could be socketed to increase the overall ability of the armament. South Yu is located at the southernmost tip of the Tianling continent. And right next to it is the Dark Moon Forest. The Dark Moon Forest is home to a variety of demonic beasts. As a result, many countries including South Yu would have many adventurers and mercenaries passing through. They all seek to earn a profit from hunting in the Dark Moon Forest. In turn, this resulted in the magic core storage of South Yu to be many times larger than several of the major powers within South Sky region. But the levels of these magic cores are relatively low. The vast majority at the first and second tier. There was very few third tiers cores, while fourth tiered numbered in the dozen or so. As she passed by, Li conveniently took the fourth-tiered magic cores and then went upstairs. The third floor mainly housed low-grade materials, the fourth floor low-grade, profound armaments. No holding any interest to any of these things, she went straight up to the fifth floor. On the fifth floor was the deposit of the most precious and priceless items of Southview. So that the entrance was filled elaborate defensive mechanisms and markings. As long as someone entered their range, it would immediately trigger the life-threatening traps. Killing without a doubt.